had already reached adulthood, that if one could revisit 2018, what would you wish to accomplish? Li Dong mused, I wish to earn 30 million before retiring to a life of leisure. What about you? As he rubbed his temples and opened his eyes, clarity gradually returned to his vision, and Li Dong inhaled sharply. This breath seemed to instantaneously lower the global temperature by an infinitesimal degree. He surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, what on earth is happening? Am I not working as a fire monitoring officer at my hometown factory? This place resembles the apartment I once rented in the magical city. As an ardent fan of online novels, it didn't take long for Li Dong to realize he was experiencing a common trope of time travel or reincarnation often found in literature. In the next moment, he swiftly located his phone. The words June 10th, 2018, 3:14 a.m. lit up the screen, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Moments later, he erupted into laughter, a joyous sound that filled the room and echoed into neighboring units. Fortunately, it was the weekend, otherwise his raucous laughter would surely have drawn complaints from the neighbors. After a while, Li Dong's exuberance began to subside. He casually retrieved a cigarette from a pack, placing it between his lips. With a decisive inhale, he drew deeply and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Once he finished the cigarette, Li Dong gathered his thoughts. Today was June 10th, and just days away lay the World Cup. As a casual fan, he had watched most of the upcoming matches, particularly the thrilling encounters such as Russia's 50 triumph over Saudi Arabia, Portugal's 33 draw with Spain, and Argentina's 0-3 defeat by Croatia. Although he was aware of many match outcomes, Li Dong decided to place bets only on select games, mindful of the precariousness of his situation as he remained tethered to his homeland. Will stop once I've made 30 million. With this resolve, Li Dong set out to amass funds. He opened his mobile banking app and was met with a stark balance of 3,213.21 yuan. He smacked his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, damn, I nearly forgot how I drained my savings buying a house back home earlier this year. Li Dong, at the age of 25, graduated from a rather ordinary university. His third job post-graduation was with a franchise sales company. Utilizing his modest cleverness, he managed to win the favor of the team leader, Old Fu, who imparted his invaluable knowledge to Li Dong. Within a little over a year, Li Dong thrived within the company. Amassing nearly 1 million yuan, by the end of 2019, he ventured into entrepreneurship alongside Old Fu, only to be met with an unprecedented calamity, a pandemic. During those 2 years, the government frequently imposed city lockdowns, resulting in dismal company performance and financial strain. Consequently, the 3 million yuan that Li Dong and Old Fu had invested quickly diminished. A dispute with a client arose, necessitating compensation of over 100,000 yuan. Old Fu, demonstrating his loyalty, assumed a significant portion of the responsibility. However, even the remaining tens of thousands weighed heavily on Li Dong amidst the dire circumstances. Initially, Li Dong sought to conceal the situation from his family, believing he could resolve it through his own efforts. Yet, after a year of relentless struggle, he had only managed to repay a mere few thousand yuan. The creditors caused a scene at Li Dong's workplace, leading to his dismissal. Eventually, his family learned of his debts. His sister, Li Jie, scolded him harshly, but, with tears in her eyes, provided him with 200,000 yuan. His parents also borrowed over 100,000 yuan from relatives and friends to help him settle his debts. The house could not be sold within 3 years, and refinancing the mortgage property proved challenging. From that point onward, Li Dong realized that while he possessed a degree of cleverness, he was no match for the overwhelming tide of the external environment. He understood that he was not suited to be a major entrepreneur. Following his parents' guidance, he returned to his small county and secured a stable job. Having gleaned valuable lessons from his past experiences, Li Dong recognized that seeking financial assistance from relatives was futile. His only remaining option was to resort to online loans and cash advances on credit cards. He chose several reputable platforms, along with his credit card, and managed to gather 100,000 yuan. Having prepared the funds, Li Dong resigned from his company. Despite the manager's attempts to persuade him to stay, he remained resolute in his decision. After resigning, Li Dong patiently awaited June 13th. On that day, at noon, he took a hearty swig of Erguo 2 and headed towards a nearby lottery shop. Due to the World Cup, the shop was bustling with eager punters. The shop owner, a plump middle-aged man, was animatedly boasting about his football expertise to the crowd gathered at the counter. Based on market value, Damao's worth is nearly 140 million euros, while Luatao is only valued at 20 million euros. The disparity is sevenfold. The advantage lies with me tonight. Damao is destined for victory. Obli, he my advice bet on Damao to win with a score of 3 o'clock. Ah, that's not quite right, interjected a middle-aged man in his 50s with a square face. Football isn't merely a contest of market value. Historically, the host nation's first match has a losing probability of around 91. I foresee Laval pulling off a surprise victory against the MAO. Li Dong stepped into the lottery shop. He couldn't help but smile slightly at the remark. By convention, football matches seldom adhere to conventions. Just as one could never have anticipated the German machine being dismantled by the Koreans before the game commenced. Boss, place the bet, Li Dong called out to the portly proprietor. Upon hearing the call, the stout owner quickly retracted his retort and turned his gaze towards Li Dong. Young man, how much would you like to wager? 100,000 yuan, betting on a major victory. Oh, 10 yuan, coming right up. Chapter 2, is there a hook? Boss, I am referring to 100,000, not just 10, Li Dong reiterated, having declined to accept the lottery ticket offered by his boss. What, 100,000? Young man, are you sure you haven't had too much to drink? The rotund boss, detecting the heavy scent of alcohol emanating from Li Dong, furrowed his brow and inquired seriously. Li Dong, unwilling to elaborate further, promptly retrieved his phone to scan and input the necessary information. WeChat transfer of 100,000 yuan received. The moment the notification chimed, an uncanny silence fell over the lottery shop, with all eyes fixated on Li Dong. The boss, upon hearing the notification, cast a penetrating glance at Li Dong and declared, "All right, I will print the ticket immediately." After a considerable wait, Li Dong emerged from the lottery shop, clutching the ticket. Just a few steps outside, the patrons within the shop erupted into fervent discussion. Purchasing lottery tickets worth hundreds or thousands was commonplace, yet a sudden expenditure of 100,000 was a rare occurrence. Most speculated that Li Dong was either a fool or a wealthy heir devoid of financial worries. A month later, Li Dong exited the lottery center with an air of nonchalance. After a month of arduous effort, he had triumphed, winning 40 million yuan and post-tax. He was left with 32 million. Surveying the bustling street, he murmured, "From this day forth, my friend, I am free. No longer will I fret over housing or vehicles." He then took out his phone and noticed a call from his cousin's husband, Zhang Jian. "Hello, Jiange, what is up?" "Oh, just relaxing." "Yes, I will definitely be there on time tomorrow." After ending the call, Li Dong tapped his forehead, realizing he had been so preoccupied with making money that he forgot his cousin's husband's birthday. Li Dong shared a close bond with Zhang Jian, who had generously lent him 30,000 yuan during his difficult times, despite having 3 children to care for and a monthly mortgage of 3,000 at the time. In his previous life, Li Dong lacked the means to repay this kindness and could only hold it in his heart, waiting for the day he could return the favor. However, even upon his rebirth, he had not yet repaid the debt of gratitude. In addition to Zhang Jian's kindness, there was also the benevolence of his maternal uncle's family. Although his uncle had not lent him money, it was due to his own misfortune, sustaining a disability in his right leg from a car accident while also supporting his son through university. While he did not provide financial assistance, it was through his uncle that Li Dong later secured employment. Li Dong felt a profound sense of obligation toward his relatives and resolved that, if possible, he would help them prosper alongside him. The next day, Li Dong took the subway to the CS district. After disembarking, he pulled out his phone to call Zhang Jian. "Jiange, I've just arrived at the subway station." "Where are you?" "I don't see you." "I'll be there in a few minutes. Just hang on." "All right, understood." Li Dong ended the call, lit a cigarette, and began to gaze around him while smoking. A few minutes later, an electric scooter approached his location, and Li Dong's eyes brightened as he waved, calling out, "Jiange, over here." Moments later, Zhang Jian parked the vehicle in front of Li Dong and grinned. "Hey, it's been a few days, and our young master Li looks even more dashing." Li Dong raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "Of course. I'm one of the top 10 young talents of the Magic City. How can I not look good?" While speaking, he offered a cigarette to Zhang Jian, who accepted it, lit it, and playfully scolded, "All right, enough with the flattery. Your sister Yin and the others are already waiting. Let's get going." Yin Jia, mentioned by Zhang Jian, is the eldest daughter of Li Dong's uncle married to Zhang Jian. Although the family isn't wealthy, they live a very happy life. All right, I'm coming. It's not that Li Dong doesn't want to buy a car. It's just that he hasn't obtained his driver's license yet. Let's go. Go, shouted Li Dong, taking a seat on the back of the electric scooter. His cousin's home is located in an urban village, a bit far from the subway station, requiring about 10 minutes of riding. Along the way, Li Dong and Zhang Jian engaged in light-hearted banter, thoroughly enjoying each other as company. The electric scooter sped along, weaving through alleyways, until they turned into a courtyard where Zhang Jian's family resided in one of the rooms. As soon as Li Dong dismounted, a 6- or 7-year-old girl dashed out from a house near the gate. "Mom, Dad, and cousin are back," she exclaimed. "Wow, Zhang Jiawen, have you grown taller?" "Of course. I'm aiming to reach 1.8 meters and become a model." The spirited little Zhang Jiawen responded proudly, hands on her hips. Yes. Our Zhang Jiawen is destined to be a great model," Li Dong said as he picked her up and playfully pinched her round little face. "Dongzi, enough chatting. Come in and eat," called out his cousin Lu Haiyan as she emerged. "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Jian's rented apartment is a 2-bedroom suite, consisting of a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, with a makeshift kitchen set up on the balcony. Including the balcony, the total area is less than 30 square meters, yet the rent amounts to 1,500 yuan per month. Upon entering, Li Dong found the table already filled with people, most of whom were Zhang Jian's friends, with a few relatives from his side, 2 of whom Li Dong recognized as Zhang Jian's cousins. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Dong offered cigarettes around before sitting down to enjoy the meal. After dinner, once Zhang Jian bid farewell to the guests, he suggested they visit an internet CAF for a game. Li Dong pondered for a moment before agreeing. There is only one computer at home. After a short walk, they arrived at an internet CAF named Lai Lai Wan. They chose 2 adjacent seats and settled in. "Dongzi, you've been busy with work lately. Why haven't I seen you online?" Zhang Jian asked. "Well, yes, I've been rather busy with work, and haven't had time to play," Li Dong replied. "Let me tell you, I scored a golden full insignia in a dungeon run yesterday and sold it for 2,800 yuan. Each member of our team got 560. Not bad, right?" Listening to Zhang Jian's words, Li Dong finally recalled that during this time period, he and Zhang Jian were engaged in a fantasy-themed online game. As they were not particularly inclined to spend money, their primary objective was to delve into dungeons and acquire equipment. Although they were part of a combat guild, most of the time they merely floated through the game, occasionally participating in guild battles, often relegated to the role of cannon fodder. Later, after accumulating some wealth, Li Dong invested nearly 100,000 in the game. While this sum afforded him a somewhat enriched gaming experience, it was still modest given the numerous players with deeper pockets. Eventually, due to various reasons, he sold his account and withdrew from the game. Recalling these memories, Li Dong entered his account and password to log in. Zhang Jian glanced at Li Dong and remarked, "I'll go escort a shipment first. We can tackle a dungeon later." "All right, I'll wait for you." Once logged in, Li Dong opened his backpack and was astonished to find over 3,000 bound gold coins. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he maneuvered his character to the blacksmith, depositing his equipment into the forging furnace. Just as he hovered the mouse over the forge button, a string of numbers suddenly appeared before him. -100. This unexpected sight left Li Dong momentarily stunned, and his right hand instinctively clicked the forge button. Rumor. The unpredictable nature of fate. Qianma attempted to upgrade the Greedy Wolf gauntlets to 8 at the blacksmith, resulting in a failure and a reduction of the forging level to 0. Chapter 3. Essential for Rebirth. The arrival of the Golden Finger rumor has it. Regrettably, your equipment, Greedy Wolf gauntlets, has failed to forge to 8, and the forging level has been reduced to 0. What the heck? Have I encountered a glitch? After a moment of stunned silence, Li Dong suddenly became exhilarated, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. To validate his hypothesis, Li Dong cast another piece of equipment into the forging furnace. In the next instant, a series of numbers emerged before him. 100. He gently pressed the forging button, and a chime sounded. Rumor has it. Astonishingly, Qianma successfully forged the Greedy Wolf bracers to 8 at the blacksmith. Subsequently, Li Dong conducted several experiments with various pieces of equipment. He discovered that whenever the display number was 100, the forging would succeed. Conversely, when it showed -100, the forging would fail. While taking a drag from a cigarette, Li Dong contemplated. Can this golden finger be applied elsewhere, or is it limited to the game? If it is confined to the game, although it could yield some profit, it would be rather mundane. However, if applicable in other realms, then the prospects would be promising. I recall there's a lottery shop near this internet CAF, which sells scratch cards. Perhaps I should give it a try? Resolute in his decision, Li Dong turned to Zhang Jian and said, Brother Jian, I have some matters to attend to at my company, so I'll step out to make a phone call. You carry on with the game. Sure, go ahead. Work is important. Zhang Jian waved his hand, his attention wholly absorbed in the game. Exiting the internet CAF, Li Dong made his way to the lottery shop. Compared to the bustling business of the sports lottery during the World Cup, the welfare lottery was rather desolate in the same period. Upon entering the shop, Li Dong approached the display of scratch cards. The shopkeeper, a thin middle-aged man wearing glasses, greeted him with a smile. Young man, our scratch cards often yield substantial prizes. Just the other day, a young man about your age won 50,000 yuan with less than 100 yuan spent. Not paying heed to the shopkeeper's sales pitch, Li Dong nodded slightly. Let me first see what categories you have. Of course. Take your time, the shopkeeper replied. Li Dong casually picked up one type of scratch card, pretending to examine it, but to his disappointment, no numbers appeared before him. After repeated trials with other varieties of scratch cards, Li Dong was still met with the absence of the previous numbers, leading him into deep contemplation. How peculiar. Could it be that my golden finger is only applicable within the game? To disguise his thoughts, Li Dong casually picked up a scratch card. How much for this one? 20 yuan, replied the shopkeeper. After paying, Li Dong exited the lottery shop, his face clouded with frustration. At that moment, two middle-aged men approached him. Old Zhang, the high-tech stock I bought a few years ago has hit the limit today. If I get 3 more limit ups, not only will I break even, but I could also make considerable profit. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Huh, you're dreaming. I advise you to be careful and not get trapped again. Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Dong's expression brightened with realization. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about stocks? It is not surprising that Li Dong overlooked the stock market. The A-shares are a peculiar breed. When the economy flourishes, they remain stagnant. When the economy falters, they still do not rise. They embody sheer rebellion. Retail investors who manage to profit in the A-share market are as rare as phoenix feathers. Li Dong had dabbled in stocks before, yet he had never made a single cent. The stocks he chose often plummeted as soon as he bought them and soared the moment he sold. The A-share market had transformed him from a bright and sunny young man into a brooding intellectual, enveloped in an aura of melancholy. Quickly retrieving his phone, Li Dong opened the Dazahui application to check his selected stock. In the next moment, as his gaze fell upon Shuangqing Technology, a figure 13, 1 foot materialized before him. At that moment, the stock price of Shuangqing Technology was slowly rising from 11.3 yuan. Li Dong decided against purchasing this stock. He intended to thoroughly understand its dynamics before making any decisions. Upon returning to the internet CAF and settling down, Zhang Jian called out, Dongzi, hurry up and join the group. I've already assembled everyone, just waiting for you. Brother Jian, why not find someone else? I'm a bit busy right now. At this moment, Li Dong had no time for games. Zhang Jian, upon hearing this, turned to Li Dong and noticed his unwavering gaze fixed on the phone screen. Leaning to take a look, he exclaimed, What are you still doing with that wretched stock? Didn't I tell you that A-shares are merely a money-grabbing scheme? You're better off investing in games. At least they bring joy. Stocks are nothing but a load of rubbish. As an experienced stock trader, Zhang Jian's scars from the A-share market lingered, etched deep in the softest corners of his heart. He had long since developed a deep-seated disdain for it. No, I'm just taking a look. Then hurry up. We're just waiting for you. All right, I'll be there shortly. Unable to find a polite way to decline, Li Dong could only multitask, playing the game while keeping an eye on his phone screen. Fortunately, the game was not overly challenging, even while divided in focus. He made few significant mistakes. As they defeated the final boss, Li Dong and his team successfully cleared the dungeon and completed the mission. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 3 p.m. Under Li Dong's dual focus, the price of Shuangqing technology had risen to 12 yuan. Could this figure of 13 signify that the stock would ascend to that price in the future? Although he yearned to confirm this sooner rather than later, tomorrow was Saturday, and the stock market would be closed. To validate his hypothesis, he planned to utilize the market's closure over the weekend to conduct thorough research. If his earlier conjectures proved correct, it could lead to significant gains. Li Dong's previous dream had been to earn 30 million yuan and return home to enjoy retirement. However, with the sudden opportunity that had presented itself, his aspirations shifted dramatically. While 30 million would suffice for retirement, it still fell short of the truly fulfilling life he now envisioned. For instance, every man harbors the desire to possess a sports car of his own. Moreover, Li Dong once dreamed of owning a grand villa, complete with a vast garden and a football field suitable for play. Furthermore, as a fervent football fan, one might aspire to become a real-life football manager. Neglecting such an ambition would be a disservice to the extraordinary gifts bestowed upon him by fate. Chapter 4. 1 billion. 2 months later, Li Dong emerged from the Magic City Exchange, wiping the cold sweat that had long since dried on his face. Regret consumed him. Ever since he had awakened his extraordinary abilities, Li Dong had been fiercely battling in the A-share market, amassing wealth at an astonishing pace. In merely 2 months, he transformed his capital from 30 million to a staggering 1 billion, achieving a 100% success rate. Just as he was brimming with excitement, eager to fully showcase his talents, an unfamiliar call interrupted him. The caller identified himself as the director of the Magic City Exchange, requesting Li Dong's presence at the exchange. After a tense meeting, the director suggested that Li Dong consider exploring 4 markets. Although the director did not explicitly state that Li Dong should cease trading in the A-share market, the implication was unmistakable. Alas, he had let his triumph go to his head, foolishly opening an account with only 1 identification card. Such a terrifying success rate would warrant warnings not only domestically, but even in America. Venture into 4 markets? I have scarcely engaged with them and remain uncertain whether my abilities would be applicable there. Never mind, I now possess 1 billion. Perhaps I should indulge a little to celebrate. In these 2 months, Li Dong not only amassed 1 billion, but also finally obtained his driver's license. He had anticipated that his prior experience would facilitate an easy pass, yet he stumbled during the second examination. Desperate, Li Dong resorted to his monetary prowess, convincing the instructor to be more lenient. Taking a taxi to the Bentley dealership, Li Dong had barely reached the entrance when a man in his late 20s approached him. "Good morning, Mr. Li. On behalf of the Bentley dealership, I welcome you. I am Zhang Wei, the dedicated manager who previously assisted you with your vehicle purchase." "Hello, Manager Zhang," Li Dong replied, shaking Zhang Wei's hand. "You mentioned in your call that my ordered vehicle has arrived. Where is it now? Please follow me, Mr. Li." After a brief moment, Li Dong, guided by Zhang Wei, arrived at the parking area. In the next instant, a stunning gray supercar came into view, the Bentley Continental GT. Its sleek lines and elegant design captivated Li Dong's gaze. He stepped forward, gently caressing the car's surface, whispering, "My childhood dream has come true." Once he had inspected the vehicle, Li Dong turned to Manager Zhang and inquired, "Manager Zhang, I previously provided a deposit of 100,000. How much more do I need to pay?" "Mr. Li, your vehicle's interior, specifications, and all modifications have been tailored to your requests. The total cost of this car is 3,800,000, plus a purchase tax of 324,786. Additionally, the license plate you requested is 130,000, along with insurance and other fees, bringing your total to 433,000. Would you prefer to pay in installments or in full?" "I'll pay in full, though installment payments would yield a higher commission." Zhang Wei typically refrained from recommending them to clients purchasing luxury vehicles. Those capable of affording such cars often valued their reputation. And even if they wished to pay in installments, it should not be their initiative to suggest it. With the successful payment made by Li Dong, he proudly acquired his first sports car. He declined Zhang Wei's offer for a car delivery ceremony and drove out of the dealership. Compared to other supercars, the Bentley Continental GT offered a greater sense of comfort. Unlike most supercars that can cause discomfort after prolonged driving, this car was a delight to the senses. In September, The oppressive heat of the metropolis began to dissipate, creating a blissful climate of around 30 degrees Celsius, neither too hot nor too cold. As noon approached, Li Dong casually sought out a restaurant for a meal. Despite being a billionaire, his culinary preferences remained humble. He still relished his usual fare, such as braised chicken rice and roasted meat rice. He found a parking space and entered a restaurant named Longjiang Pig Trotter Rice. "Boss, I'll have a pig trotter with roasted meat rice and add some roasted meat," he called out as he settled into a seat. "All right, please wait a moment." While awaiting his meal, Li Dong took out his phone and began scrolling through DY. The DY of 2018 was far more genuine than in later years, devoid of excessive advertisements and incessant promotional distractions, allowing for a more enjoyable viewing experience. In his previous life, Li Dong often indulged in DY, watching live streams of various female hosts, primarily seeking companionship rather than monetary engagement. Even with newfound wealth in this life, his principles remained unchanged. He steadfastly refused to spend a single cent on tipping. In contrast to the extravagant spending seen in some contemporary novels, where wealthy patrons shower hosts with millions, he was not one to squander his hard-earned money in such a manner. When the pig trotter with roasted meat rice arrived, Li Dong began to eat while engrossed in a novel. He was reading Global High Martial Arts, a book that, while not a masterpiece, was notable for its abundance of content, ideal for those who detest slow updates. If he were to write a novel, he would ensure to update with several hundred chapters daily, lest he disappoint his readers. Just as he was deeply engrossed in the story, a call came through. His sister, the formidable Deathly Witch. Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, sis. What's up, Li Dong? What on earth are you thinking? How dare you quit your job?" Her explosive shout compelled Li Dong to hold the phone a half-meter away from his ear. Once the volume subsided, he brought the phone back to his ear. "Cease. Please don't say anything for now. I'll explain everything when I come to see you tomorrow." The caller was his older sister, Li Sijia, who worked in Linen, Z province, just outside the metropolis. She had come to the city on business and, longing to see her brother after a long time, decided to surprise him. However, the surprise turned out to be hers. "Don't you dare give me that. I'm currently at the milk tea shop right below your office. You need to come here immediately. Hear me? No more tricks, or you'll be in serious trouble." Li Dong's body trembled momentarily, a shiver that emanated from the depths of his soul, a manifestation of profound fear. Li Sijia, 4 years his senior, had matured earlier than most girls. In his youth, Li Dong often grew up in the shadow of Li Sijia, frequently subjected to her playful bullying. He had attempted to report her antics to their parents, yet they merely chuckled and remarked, "Boys must endure a bit of discipline. This way, they shall not stray from the righteous path." Chapter 5. The Deadly Sorceress Strikes. Half an hour later, after parking the car, Li Dong steeled himself and bravely approached the milk tea shop across the street. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he found Li Sijia glaring fiercely in his direction. Li Dong swallowed hard and nervously took a seat opposite her. The moment he sat down, he exclaimed, "Sister, please don't act rashly. Hear me out first." "No, let me explain." "All right, I'm curious to see what excuse you've concocted this time," Li Sijia retorted, giving him a fierce glare. After a moment of silence, Li Dong decided to reveal his trump card. He took out his phone, opened the construction bank app, and clicked on his account balance before handing it to Li Sijia. "Sister, take a look at this." Li Sijia, puzzled for a moment, accepted the phone, and in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Account balance, 31,130,000. After the shock wore off, her expression soured, and she growled, "Li Dong, you'd better explain how you came by this money. Our parents have always told us." "Sister, please stop. This isn't the place to discuss this. Let's go outside, and I promise to tell you everything in detail." "Fine, I'll give you a chance." Exiting the milk tea shop, Li Dong led Li Sijia to his car. "Sister, let us talk inside the car." "This is your car?" Li Sijia asked, her face a mix of emotions. "Yes. It seems that a little money has gone to your head. How dare you buy such an expensive car?" "Sister, let us just get in the car and talk." After a few more murmurs about keeping family matters private, she complied and settled into the car. Moments later. Once the door was closed, Li Dong turned to Li Sijia and said, "What I just showed you is only one of my bank accounts. My entire fortune is not 30 million, but 1 billion. 1 billion." It took Li Dong some time to clarify the origins of his wealth. Hearing that her younger brother had amassed a fortune of 1 billion in just a few months left Li Sijia utterly bewildered. Family, who's responsible for this? My once inept brother has suddenly transformed into a billionaire. What am I to do? Once Li Sijia's emotions had stabilized, Li Dong reassured her, "Sister, rest assured that all my money is legitimate. Not a single cent is tainted. Furthermore, I even met the director of the Magic City Exchange. So there is no way anything could go wrong." Upon hearing this, Li Sijia felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, with an official endorsement. Her brother was surely in safe hands. However, when she heard Li Dong mention that the director had suggested he earn money overseas, she indignantly replied, "Humph. That is how these officials are. They only allow themselves to burn. There are so many people profiting in the stock market, but they choose to meddle in our affairs. It's infuriating. Dear sister, please don't be upset. If it doesn't earn us money, we can simply earn from the foreigners. After all, money is money, as long as it serves its purpose." Upon hearing this, Li Sijia shot a fierce glare at Li Dong. "I am helping you, and yet you undermine my efforts. Do you not understand gratitude?" Faced with Li Sijia's reproach, Li Dong could only utter soothing words to appease her. "Brother, you mentioned you already possess 10 billion. What are your plans for the future?" Li Dong paused for a moment before responding, "I intend to establish an investment company. This educational experience has taught me that going solo can lead to complications. Although the director did not pursue any issues this time, future dealings with foreigners may prove challenging. I aim to accumulate 300 billion to build a vast commercial empire for my future son." 300 billion? You can keep dreaming, she scoffed. "You might just end up with a sore tongue from all that boasting." "Hey, it's about setting a goal," he retorted. "By the way, I'm thinking of purchasing a house. Could you offer me some advice? What size are you considering?" "Well, at least 500 square meters. Only then can I showcase the style befitting a billionaire." "Huh, look at your smug expression. I genuinely want to give you a good punch." With that, Li Sijia playfully hit Li Dong on the shoulder. "Ouch, sister, why did you hit me?" Li Dong rubbed his shoulder, which had been struck. "You earn money and only think of yourself, forgetting our parents. Don't you think I should hit you for that? I already have a plan for them, all right? You know their personalities. They would never leave our relatives and friends in our hometown to live with me in the metropolis. I plan to give them 5 million each to build a house back home, along with another 5 million each for their retirement. And what about me, your sister? You work in foreign trade, right? I plan to give you 10 million to start your own foreign trade company here in the metropolis. You can manage it however you like, and even if it incurs losses, it doesn't matter. I'll also gift you a house and a car. For now, let's settle on a 300 square meter house. As for the car, I'll get you a Maserati Quattroporte, while brother-in-law can have a BMW X5, given his profession. You shouldn't drive anything too extravagant. Brother, why are you being so generous to me?" Li Dong, noticing her voice break with emotion, turned to see Li Sijia with tears streaming down her face. "Because you were equally kind to me in a past life. Li Dong embranjit Li Siji, comforting. I am your dear brother. If I do not treat you well, who else will? Ah, it's all your fault, you wretched brother. My makeup is ruined from crying." As she wiped her tears, she grabbed a mirror to retouch her makeup. "Oh, my sister's natural beauty is irresistible. Even without makeup, she's a stunning beauty." "Huh, consider yourself lucky to have a conscience," Li Sijia teased back. Later that evening, at a Michelin 3-star restaurant on the Bund, Li Sijia gazed out at the vibrant lights, softly murmuring, "I remember when I was a child, watching idol dramas and dreaming of dining here with my Prince Charming. Who would have thought that my wish would be fulfilled by my own younger brother?" "Dear sister, spare your complaints. There are hardly any princes in the world with looks as enviable as mine," he retorted. "As for grievances, I bear the greater burden. For not only must I treat you to dinner, but I must also endure your lamentations. You little rascal, I am your elder sister. Isn't it the duty of a younger brother to endure the teasing of his sister?" She shot back playfully, "Keep complaining, and I shall have my revenge." Li Sijia raised her fist, feigning ferocity. Muttering a few more words, she continued to eat, declaring fiercely, "Watch as I make you bankrupt tonight." The following day, Li Dong picked up Li Sijia and drove towards the scheduled property viewing. The Binjiang Triumph Gate is an upscale residential complex in the bustling metropolis, consisting of only 4 buildings, which includes standard apartments of around 100 square meters, as well as expansive flats spanning several hundred square meters, currently priced at approximately 170,000 per square meter. Li Dong, an admirer of rivers, decided to explore this development after careful consideration. After parking outside the sales office, Li Dong and Li Sijia entered together. As soon as they stepped inside, a stunning saleswoman clad in a sleek black professional outfit approached them. "Good day, sir and madam. I am Li, the receptionist of Binjiang Triumph Gate. May I inquire if you have an appointment? We have scheduled a viewing with Manager Xie Chong." "Very well. Please have a seat here while I notify Manager Xie to come and assist you." After they were seated, Lily arranged for another young attendant to take over her role. "Sir, madam, we have coffee, tea, and juice available. What would you like to drink?" "I'll have a glass of plain water. And sister, what about you?" "I'll have a glass of orange juice, please." "All right, please wait a moment." Chapter 6. Purchasing a home. The Binjiang Triumph Gate stands as one of Asia's top 10 luxury residences, with its quality, architectural design, and scenic views rivaling even the most renowned properties, such as the illustrious Thompson Riviera. Despite Thompson Riviera's considerable fame, the influx of numerous celebrities has, in the eyes of the affluent elite, rendered its overall ambience somewhat tacky. It is rumored that an account balance of over 30 million is required to view the properties at Binjiang Triumph Gate. Li Dong, a client of the ultra-high-end private banking division of the Universe Bank, conveyed his preferences to his dedicated banking assistant before embarking on his property visit. The assistant promptly arranged all necessary details. Before long, Li Dong was greeted by Li, who approached with a middle-aged man in his mid-30s. The man stepped forward and, with a slight bow, inquired, "Good day, I am Xie Chong, the property manager you previously scheduled an appointment with. May I confirm that you are Mr. Li Dong?" "Indeed, I am." "Hello, Manager Xie," Li Dong replied, rising to offer a handshake. "Welcome to Binjiang Triumph Gate, Mr. Li. It is our distinct honor to have you here." Xie Chong expressed warmly, having learned from the private banking manager that Li Dong was a prime potential client. He adopted the most sincere demeanor in response. "Manager Xie, you are too kind. Please, do introduce the available properties," Li Dong requested. "Certainly," Xie Chong replied, taking a seat with a slight smile. "Currently, we have 81 properties for sale at Binjiang Triumph Gate, ranging from approximately 100 to 180 square meters for standard residences, around 200 square meters for duplexes, and expansive flats from 300 to 500 square meters. Which type appeals to you the most? Are there still any 500 square meter flats available?" Li Dong inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Li. The 500 square meter super flats are our finest offerings, with only 3 remaining, specifically designed for successful individuals like yourself. Each unit features decor by internationally renowned designers, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication. Here are the sample images for your perusal," Xie Chong replied, presenting the catalog. As Li Dong slowly flipped through the pages, his interest peaked when he reached the 3rd property. "Manager Xie, what can you tell me about this particular unit?" he asked, his eyes lighting up. Xie Chong, glancing at the property Li Dong pointed out, felt a surge of excitement. "Mr. Li, your discerning taste is commendable. This unit is the crown jewel of Binjiang Triumph Gate. It is located on the 22nd floor of Building 3 and boasts a total area of 520 square meters. The entire residence is adorned with imported materials and designed by the world-renowned master, Ashes." Li Dong nodded slightly. "Is it convenient to view the property now?" "Absolutely. Please follow me," Xie Chong replied enthusiastically. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the base of a grand building. "Mr. Li, this is Building 3. Let us proceed inside." Taking the express elevator, they ascended to the 22nd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a majestic entrance, featuring a heavy door crafted from rosewood, intricately carved with elaborate patterns and designs. Xie Chong stepped forward to open the door. "Mr. Li, Miss Li, please come in." Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a spacious living room, and beyond it lay a breathtaking view of the Huangpu River. "Mr. Li, this residence comprises 5 rooms, 2 living areas, and 6 bathrooms. The entire property features 3 balconies, with the largest measuring an impressive 24 square meters. As Xie Chong elaborated, Li Dong and Li Sijie made their way to the expansive balcony outside the living room, where the most exquisite view of the Huangpu River unfolded before them. Mr. Li, this property's river view is the finest in our Binjiang Triumph Arch. The S-bend of the Huangpu River is entirely visible, with the Nanpu Bridge directly across. Li Dong rested his hand on the railing. Gazing at the picturesque scenery, his spirits lifted. Manager Xie, how much is this property? Upon hearing this, Xie Chong immediately recognized Li Dong's inclination towards purchasing. After a brief pause, he replied, Mr. Li, the current selling price is 180,000 per square meter, totaling 520 square meters, which amounts to 93.6 million. Oh, just shy of a small target. Li Dong nodded slightly, beginning to contemplate. Manager Xie, let us round it to 90 million. If possible, I can make an immediate full payment. This, Mr. Li, I apologize, but that exceeds my authority. I will need to consult with our sales director. As long as you can secure that approval, we can finalize the deal right away. Upon returning to the sales center, Xie Chong quickly reappeared with a plump gentleman in his 40s. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Lu Wei, the sales director of Binjiang Triumph Arch. Hello, Director Lu. Regarding the price you mentioned, we have no issues on our end. Do you have any further inquiries? Are there any incentives for new home purchases? Since you are acquiring our premier unit, we will additionally provide you with 1 extra parking space, alongside the 2 included, giving you a total of 3 parking spaces. Furthermore, we will waive the property management fees for 3 years. Li Dong nodded slightly, finding the offer satisfactory. Let us proceed then. I'll pay by card. Upon hearing this, both Lu Wei and Xie Chong displayed expressions of delight. Although Binjiang Triumph Arch is one of the most renowned luxury residences in the metropolis, its exorbitant prices had deterred many potential buyers. The swift conclusion of this transaction, especially with full payment, filled them with exceptional joy. Having purchased property before, Li Dong was already well-versed in the regulations and merely glanced over the terms before signing. After completing the contract, Li Dong produced a sleek black private bank card from the Universe Bank and handed it to Xie Chong. Go ahead and process it. As the card glided through the POS machine, Li Dong entered his password, and after a few beeps, the receipt began to emerge, confirming the successful transaction of 90 million. Detaching the receipt, Xie Chong handed it to Li Dong. Congratulations, Mr. Li, on becoming the most esteemed owner of Binjiang Triumph Arch. From today onwards, we welcome you to take residence at Binjiang Triumph Arch, and we are committed to serving you with utmost dedication. Li Sijie watched as Li Dong took the data sheet, and only then did she regain her senses, murmuring, My goodness, a house worth nearly 100 million, and my younger brother purchased it so effortlessly. Am I dreaming? Upon hearing her words, Li Dong chuckled. Sister, for us men, regardless of what we buy, once we decide to make a purchase, it becomes exceedingly simple. Perhaps due to the presence of outsiders, Li Sijie seldom chose to argue with Li Dong. After the successful payment, they began to arrange various certifications. Typically, it takes around half a month for an average person to obtain a property certificate after purchasing a house. However, Lu Wei had assured Li Dong that it would be delivered to his doorstep within 3 working days. Hearing this, Li Dong couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful it is to have wealth. Before leaving the sales center, Li Dong asked Lu Wei to assist in contacting a housekeeping company to clean the apartment, as he planned to move in that evening. Upon exiting the sales center, Li Dong accompanied Li Sijie to a nearby subway station. Li Sijie had come to Modu on a business trip, and due to the time lost concerning Li Dong's affairs, her colleagues had already begun to urge her. After bidding farewell to his sister, Li Dong drove to the shopping mall at the International Finance Center, intending to purchase some daily necessities and clothing. The first priority was to acquire bedding and household items. Entering the mall, Li Dong inquired with a staff member about where he might find a store selling bedding. Following the directions provided, he soon found himself in front of a shop named Jinwood, a brand he had previously heard of, known for its mid to high-end home textiles. As soon as he stepped inside, a charming saleswoman in her 30s approached him. Good day, sir. Welcome to Jinwood. I am Li, the sales associate here. How may I assist you today? I would like to see some bettings. Do you have any recommendations? Certainly. Please follow me. Li Dong trailed behind the sales associate, listening to her continuous introductions. Sir, Jinwood is one of the most renowned home textile brands in the country, specializing in mid to high-end products. Moments later, Li Dong halted, pointing to a sample and asking, "How much is this set?" "Sir, this set is priced at 888 yuan, filled with XX duck down, ensuring warmth and comfort. It is our best-selling item." Li Dong nodded, reaching out to touch it. It felt somewhat softer than the average duck down comforters, though not excessively so. Chapter 7. A lavish purchase. Li Dong nodded slightly, feeling that this experience was rather ordinary. "Is there anything better?" "Indeed, sir, please follow me this way." Li Dong followed Zhang Li's footsteps into the adjacent exhibition hall. "Sir, these are the latest luxury items launched by Jinwood, each crafted from the finest imported duck down sourced from abroad." Li Dong pointed to a silver quilt positioned at the center. "What about this one?" "Sir, your taste is impeccable. This product, named Autumn Leaves, is our treasured centerpiece. Its filling is meticulously crafted in Switzerland. While the quilt cover is made from 100 imported mulberry silk from Germany, the down filling is obtained from the renowned Bee Island duck. This down comforter is heralded as the king of quilts worldwide." Li Dong's interest was piqued as he stepped closer and gently caressed the fabric, which felt incredibly smooth and soft, akin to the skin of a young maiden, evoking a sense of comfort. "How much is this one?" "Sir, would you like to purchase the entire set or just the quilt?" "The entire set." The total price for the set is 414,888 yuan, with the quilt priced at 198,000 yuan. The cotton filling and quilt cover at 188,000 yuan, and 2 pillows at 28,888 yuan. "Surely, you must have more than one set available." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's heart leapt with joy. This top-tier bedding set had been on display for 6 months, and although many had inquired, the exorbitant price had deterred them. Despite the young appearance of this client, the confidence he exuded suggested that this transaction had a high likelihood of success. If this sale went through, her commission would amount to several months' salary. Zhang Li replied, "Sir, aside from this display piece, we have 3 additional sets available in the store." Li Dong nodded slightly. He decided to forego the display piece and requested the other 3 sets. "Let us proceed with the payment." Li Dong intended to keep 2 sets for his residence in the bustling metropolis and send the remaining set back home for his parents. Now that he had the means, it was essential to share the joy with his family. Li Dong produced his bank card and handed it over. The sale was truly finalized. Not just 1 set, but 3 sets. Suppressing her excitement, Zhang Li led Li Dong to the cash register to complete the transaction. After the payment was successfully processed, Li Dong provided his delivery address and departed from Jinwood Home Textiles. Once Li Dong left, the other sales associates gathered around Zhang Li. One slightly plump woman chattered eagerly. "Zhang Jia, who is this customer? He purchased 3 sets of autumn leaves all at once. I've been working here for 2 months, and I haven't sold a single one." "Indeed, just look at his attire. Although well put together, it's clear it's not from a high-end brand." "I'm not sure," replied Zhang Li, shaking her head. "Wealthy individuals often have peculiar tastes. Perhaps this gentleman is indifferent to fashion. When I worked in Guangfu, I frequently saw billionaires casually strolling in flip-flops." After leaving Jinwood Home Textiles, Li Dong proceeded to purchase a variety of daily necessities. Upon glancing at the time, he noticed it had just passed noon. Feeling a pang of hunger, he casually sought out a restaurant for a meal. Selecting a seat at random, he ordered 2 dishes and a soup: spicy stir-fried pork, steamed grouper, and black-bone chicken soup, totaling 880 yuan. Spending 880 yuan on lunch would have been unthinkable for the former Li Dong. Yet times have changed. He relished the freedom to indulge in whatever his heart desired. This is the essence of life. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes to his table. Li Dong eagerly took a piece of grouper, savoring its tender, flavorful flesh. He mused to himself that indeed, the only drawback of expensive items is their price. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a little girl resembling a porcelain doll, dressed in a pink dress, beamed as she ran towards a graceful young woman. Suddenly, she slipped and began to tumble towards Li Dong's table. Instinctively, Li Dong sprang to his feet and rushed over, catching her just before she fell. The beautiful young woman, who had been watching from a distance, lost her smile and hurried over in alarm. Li Dong gently helped the little girl to her feet, asking, "Are you all right, little one?" Perhaps startled, the girl remained silent for a moment, her face filled with fear. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" the young woman exclaimed, embracing the child and anxiously checking for injuries. "Mommy, I'm fine. This handsome uncle saved me," the little girl replied, her big, innocent eyes sparkling with gratitude as she gazed at Li Dong. After confirming her daughter was unharmed, the young woman bowed slightly to Li Dong. "Thank you so much for your help, sir. I shudder to think what might have happened without you." Li Dong also stood up, saying, "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a reflex. Anyone would have done the same. Regardless, I'm truly grateful for your assistance. If you ever need anything, I will do my best to help," she insisted. At that moment, Li Dong took the opportunity to observe the young woman before him. Her striking, elegant features were complemented by a prominent nose and eyes that were perfectly proportioned. Her lips were adorned with a subtle shade of red, and she stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, her shoulder-length hair cascading in gentle waves, with one side tucked behind her ear. She wore a slightly oversized black professional suit that concealed her figure, complemented by matching black high-heeled shoes. "It's truly no trouble at all. Please take good care of your little one in the future," Li Dong replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You are right. I'll be more vigilant going forward. Thank you once again for your help. Here's my business card." I'm currently unemployed and do not possess a business card," Li Dong admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. "I believe this is only a temporary situation." In their ensuing conversation, Li Dong learned the young woman's name was Xie Xian, a melodious name indeed. Her daughter was named Xie Yuanjing. "Goodbye, handsome uncle." The little girl waved cheerfully. "Goodbye, little one," Li Dong replied warmly. After bidding farewell to Xie Xian and her daughter, Li Dong returned to his seat to continue his meal, only to discover that his sleeve had torn while rescuing the little girl. Alas, his plan to purchase new clothes in a few days would have to be expedited. After settling the bill, Li Dong departed from the restaurant in search of a clothing store. Ascending to the second floor of shopping center, he was surrounded by a plethora of international brand boutiques. He randomly selected a store and stepped inside. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton, sir. I am your sales associate, Miss Sue. How may I assist you?" A stunning young lady, approximately 25 years of age, greeted him warmly. "I require some autumn apparel, particularly casual wear," he replied. "Certainly, please follow me." Guided by Miss Sue, Li Dong arrived at the section displaying men's clothing. After browsing for a while, he selected 2 outfits that caught his eye and promptly changed out of his damaged attire. At the checkout, he swiped his card, and over 100,000 vanished from his account. After providing his shipping address, he exited Louis Vuitton and entered the adjacent Givenchy store. He repeated the same process, and this time the expenditure was even greater, nearing 200,000. The thrill of spending money is truly exhilarating, he mused. Following this, he purchased a few more outfits, effortlessly depleting over 300,000. Thus, his shopping spree for the day was nearly concluded. Just as he contemplated returning home, he happened to glance at the LV boutique and caught sight of the little girl, Xiao Guai, whom he had met at the restaurant. As he hesitated on whether to approach her, Xiao Guai spotted him as well, and in the next moment, she gleefully dashed towards him. "Handsome uncle, did you come specifically to see Xiao Guai?" she asked with a bright smile. Caught off guard by her question, Li Dong scratched his head and replied, "I just happened to be passing by." Upon hearing this response, Xiao Guai's previously joyful expression fell, and her head drooped slightly as she murmured, "Oh, I thought handsome uncle came to play with Xiao Guai." Seeing her look of disappointment, Li Dong felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What was he thinking? Speaking the truth at such a moment? P.S. In the following chapters, a mother and daughter will appear. After considering everyone's suggestions, I will strive to minimize their storyline in the future. If you're not fond of their narrative, you may skip chapters 8, 9, 17, and 18 without impacting the overall reading experience. Chapter 8. The Well-Behaved Child. "Oh, how I wish this were my daughter. I truly am a fool, so adept at spinning tales, yet faltering at the crucial moment." Internally chastising himself, Li Dong knelt down and smiled, Uncle was merely teasing you, little one. I came specifically to see you. Really? Little Guai lifted her head with newfound joy illuminating her previously dejected face. Of course it's true. How could Uncle ever deceive you? Throughout his past and present, Li Dong had told countless lies, perhaps even 7 or 8,000, yet guilt rarely accompanied those fabrications. Now, facing this small child, he felt an unusual twinge of remorse. That's wonderful. I knew the handsome uncle liked me, she exclaimed, bouncing with delight. Yes, yes, yes. How could I not like such a charming little girl? With little Guai calmed, Li Dong glanced around before inquiring, Little Guai, why are you here all alone? Where's your mother? My mother is being bothered by a bad uncle. I wanted to help, but I couldn't. As she spoke, her head drooped, her mood clearly disheartened. A bad uncle? Yes, a very, very bad uncle. He always bothers my mother and gives me a bad smile. I really don't like him. Handsome uncle, can you help my mother and chase that bad uncle away? Looking into little Guai's expectant eyes, Li Dong was struck by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own childhood when he eagerly awaited gifts from his father. All right, can you lead me to him? Upon hearing Li Dong's agreement, little Guai eagerly grasped his hand and led him toward the shop. As they approached, Li Dong heard the voice of Xie Xian. Mr. Zhang, please conduct yourself properly. We are truly not suited for one another. Xiao Xian, I genuinely care for you. I even divorced my wife for you. Hurrying a few steps forward, Li Dong finally spotted Xie Xian, who was standing before a plump man in his 40s. At that moment, Xie Xian noticed Li Dong holding little Guai's hand and cast an apologetic glance in his direction. She approached little Guai, saying, Sweetheart, didn't T-Mommy tell you to play over there? Why have you come here? Li Dong gently interrupted little Guai's response and asked softly, Miss Xie, what is the situation? Do you require assistance? No, it's fine. You can't afford to provoke this person. I will handle it. Xie Xian replied in a hushed tone. Not a problem. I was merely inquiring. Circling around Xie Xian, Li Dong stepped in front of the man, saying, May I ask how to address you, sir? The man appraised Li Dong, noting his refined attire, and then forced a smile. I am Wang, with the given name June. And you, sir? Ah, Mr. Wang. A pleasure to meet you. I am Li. Wang Jun's expression shifted subtly, realizing he only mentioned his surname after I introduced my full name. How disrespectful. He decided to gauge this young man's capabilities further. Greetings, Mr. Li. Uncertain of Mr. Li's whereabouts, the speaker, a person of some standing in the metropolis, mused that he might indeed be acquainted with the owner of the company. Mr. Wang, before inquiring of others, should have introduced himself first. After all, they were all individuals of distinction, and it was unseemly to lack such basic courtesy. Wang Jun's expression darkened further, internally cursing the audacious young man who dared to mock him, yearning to retaliate. With a long face, he begrudgingly declared himself the chairman of Junyi Textile. Upon hearing this, Li Dong took out his phone to conduct a search. Moments later, he looked up, revealing his familiarity with the chairman of Junyi Textile, exclaiming that it was a pleasure to finally meet him. I am but an unemployed drifter at present, he added. Wang Jun's countenance darkened yet again. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he noticed Li Dong cheerfully extending a black card from the Universe Bank. In an instant, Wang Jun recognized the card's significance. He too was a client of Universe Bank, though his black card was of the lowest tier, requiring an average asset of over 10 million from the previous month. In contrast, the card Li Dong presented was the most prestigious black card, necessitating an average asset of over 50 million. Wang Jun's expression shifted through various shades before he mustered a forced smile, imploring Mr. Li for forgiveness and vowing to leave immediately. Indeed, be on your way. I hope never to see you here again. Absolutely, thank you, Mr. Li. Wang Jun replied before hastily retreating. Little Guai, witnessing how effortlessly Li Dong had sent Wang Jun packing, gleefully bounced in front of him, exclaiming, Yay, handsome uncle, you're amazing. Of course, it was merely a small feat, Li Dong replied with a playful flick to little Guai's nose, basking in his triumph. Meanwhile, Xie Xian observed Li Dong with a mixture of emotions, astonished that the wealthy Wang Jun had been dispatched with just a few words from him. Her gaze then shifted to her daughter, frolicking with Li Dong, pondering whether little Guai's closeness to him was a blessing or a curse. While playing with little Guai, Li Dong suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Turning around, he met Xie Xian's complex eyes. In response, he offered her a slight nod. At that moment, a sales associate hurried to Xie Xian's side, whispering, "Manager, Xiao Zhang has had a dispute with a customer. You must come quickly." Hearing this, Xie Xian's expression changed, and she turned to Li Dong, saying, "Mr. Li, could you please watch over little Guai? I will return shortly. Rest assured, I will take good care of her." "Thank you," she replied before departing. Li Dong then settled onto a nearby sofa with little Guai. The customer dispute appeared quite challenging, and Xie Xian had already been gone for nearly 10 minutes without any sign of return. Li Dong, having no children in his past life, found himself initially able to engage with the little one, but as time passed, he struggled to find topics of conversation, feeling increasingly awkward. Just when he was at a loss for words, little Guai's unexpected question rendered him utterly embarrassed. "Handsome uncle, what do you think of my mommy?" "Ah, why do you ask this?" Li Dong appeared bewildered, unsure of how to respond. "Uncle, let me tell you, my mother is currently single." As she spoke, she mischievously winked at Li Dong, exuding a playful charm. "Xie Yuanjing, what are you doing?" A cold voice cut through the air, and the previously animated little one suddenly trembled, turning around with a sheepish smile plastered on her face. "Good mother, I realize my mistake." She reluctantly approached. Xie Xian, wearing an icy expression, strode over. With her head bowed in submission, the little one slowly made her way to Xie Xian's side. After admonishing her daughter for a few moments, Xie Xian turned to Li Dong and expressed her apologies. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. Lately, my daughter has been saying the most nonsensical things, and I hope you won't take it to heart." Li Dong glanced at the dejected little one and asked, "Miss Xie, may I speak with you privately?" "Certainly," Xie Xian replied, casting a glance at her daughter. Chapter 9. Warmth. Li Dong and Xie Xian arrived near the entrance of the shop. Li Dong spoke first. "Miss Xie, my forthcoming words may seem intrusive. If I overstep, I hope you will forgive me." "Mr. Li, please feel free to speak. I shall not take offense," Xie Xian replied. "I believe that little Guai's earlier remarks stem from her longing for her father. During my childhood, my father often worked away from home, rarely returning throughout the year. I understand that yearning for a father's presence. As an outsider, I shouldn't pry into your family matters, but I kindly ask you to consider the child's feelings and not to place undue blame upon her." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Xie Xian fell into silence. After a long pause, she finally said, "Mr. Li, thank you for your thoughtful words. I will be more mindful in the future." Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I spoke out of my fondness for little Guai. Regardless, I appreciate it. Mr. Li, do you have time later? I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. With such a beautiful lady inviting me, I certainly have time," Li Dong replied with a playful shrug. His light-hearted jest eased the atmosphere considerably. Xie Xian shot him a glare, reflecting on how unpredictable he was, one moment serious, the next whimsical. Had it been anyone else, she might have found such banter distasteful. Yet for some reason, she could not feel animosity towards Li Dong, perhaps due to his consistent kindness. A moment later, Xie Xian emerged from the shop with little Guai. Li Dong winked at the little girl, and upon seeing him still there, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Handsome uncle, are you waiting for little Guai?" she asked, bouncing up to him with her head tilted. "Indeed, did you not say that KFC is your favorite? I spotted a branch not far from here and came to let you know," Li Dong replied, crouching down with a smile. "Really? Then let us hurry," exclaimed the little girl, reaching out her tiny hand to grasp Li Dong's larger one as they hopped towards the shopping mall's exit. "Mommy, hurry up and catch us," she called back over her shoulder. Watching her daughter's joyous demeanor, Xie Xian sighed and hurried after them. After a brief walk outside the mall, the trio soon arrived at KFC. As they entered, Li Dong stood in line, casually asking the little girl, "What do you like to eat, little Guai?" She pondered, resting her chin on her hand for a few moments before answering, "I would like chicken wings and fries, if that is all right." She cautiously glanced at her mother, and upon seeing no objection, added, "And I also want to drink cola." Xie Xian, who typically enforced strict dietary rules for her daughter, particularly against fried foods like those from KFC, found herself at a crossroads. After hearing Li Dong's earlier sentiments, She aimed to bring a little joy to her child. However, the request for chicken wings and fries, followed by the audacious desire for cola, pushed her patience to its limits. Li Dong noticed that Xie Xian seemed eager to express something. He leaned closer and softly whispered in her ear, "Miss Xie, indulging occasionally poses no harm." The breath against her ear caused Xie Xian to shiver slightly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. To evade the awkwardness, she quickly turned her head away. "All right, fine." The young girl, witnessing her mother's acquiescence, beamed with an even brighter smile. After purchasing their items, the trio settled into a window-side table. Once seated, the little girl eagerly began to eat, her excitement resulting in grease smudged all over her face. Observing this, Xie Xian tenderly took out a napkin and gently wiped her daughter's face. Li Dong, watching the mother and daughter across the table, found himself momentarily entranced. After finishing a chicken wing, the little girl noticed that Li Dong had yet to take a bite and offered him a piece, saying, "Handsome uncle, you should try this too. It's delicious." "All right," Li Dong replied, taking a hearty bite of the chicken wing. The little girl chuckled joyfully at this, then offered another piece to Xie Xian. Not far away, a girl in her 20s was filming a video on her phone when she suddenly captured the enchanting scene at Li Dong's table. The trio's striking beauty caught her attention, compelling her to record the moment. She planned to edit it later and share it on social media. After about half an hour, the little girl patted her slightly protruding belly, finally satisfied and ready to stop eating. After settling the bill, Li Dong reunited with Xie Xian and her daughter at the entrance. "Mr. Li, it's getting late. My daughter and I should head home. What about you? I happen to be free. How about I drive you home?" "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. It's no trouble at all. Consider it a return for the meal you treated me to." Just as Xie Xian hesitated, the little girl tugged at her sleeve, her expectant gaze rendering Xie Xian unable to refuse. "Then, I'll trouble you, Mr. Li." "Not at all. My car is parked over there. Let us go." "All right." At that moment, the little girl suddenly took a couple of steps forward, reaching out her small hand to grasp Li Dong's much larger one. "Let us go," she exclaimed, joyfully bouncing along as she led the two adults forward. Li Dong and Xie Xian exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared sense of resignation in each other's eyes. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the soft yellow light bathed the trio, casting elongated shadows that made them appear like a warm, loving family. The girl who had been filming earlier watched as Li Dong and his companions walked away, pulling her friend along to continue filming. "Wow, they are such an enviable family. The man is tall and handsome, the woman is elegant and beautiful, and their daughter is as adorable as a porcelain doll. I wish my future husband and I could be like that." She sighed wistfully. "You're dreaming," her friend scoffed. "Why not? Look at the car they're driving." At her friend's reminder, the girl glanced over just as Li Dong and the others got into their vehicle. "What brand is that car? It looks so impressive." A friend sighed, exasperated, and remarked, "It's astonishing that you, with your 50,000 followers as a prominent influencer, are unaware of the Bentley Continental GT. Is it really that expensive?" The girl inquired, perplexed. "Of course," the friend elucidated. "If memory serves me correctly, this vehicle is approximately 4 million. 4 million? How exorbitant!" The girl gasped, taken aback. The online realm is a far cry from reality. While one might drive a 4 million car online and still be considered ordinary, in the real world, those who can afford such luxury typically possess fortunes exceeding $1 billion. Statistically, one might encounter merely one such individual among 10,000. As a matter of fact, the number of billionaires stands at 814. 20 minutes later, Li Dong drove into a residential area known as Milan International. The community bore the marks of age, with buildings showing signs of wear. Fortunately, the security and landscaping of the neighborhood were commendable, and the market price hovered around 70 to 80,000 per square meter. After parking, Li Dong bid farewell to Xie Xian and her daughter. Just before leaving, the little girl tugged at Li Dong's sleeve, reluctant to part ways. "Handsome uncle, I've added you on WeChat. When I message you, you must reply promptly. Of course, as long as it's from you, my dear, I shall respond immediately," Li Dong assured her. "Let us seal it with a pinky promise." "Little darling," Xie Xian interjected coldly, disapproving of her daughter's boldness. "Not at all," Li Dong reassured, crouching down and extending his pinky. "Come on, Let us make a pact. All right. Pinky swear for 100 years. If anyone breaks it, they become a puppy. After sealing their promise, Li Dong bid farewell to the mother and daughter. Chapter 10. Lifelong best friends. Just after leaving the residential area where Xie Xian and her daughter lived, Li Dong's phone began to ring. On this windy day, I once tried holding your hand, but alas, the rain grew heavier until I could no longer see you. He retrieved his Bluetooth headset and answered the call. Hello, who is this? Dongzi, you actually cannot recognize your godfather's voice? Our bond has truly faded. As the familiar voice resonated, Li Dong instantly recalled its owner, his dear friend. Elbu. Elbu was Li Dong's childhood companion from the same village. They attended the same elementary, high school, and university, forging an unbreakable bond. Elbu was somewhat handsome, charming in speech, and possessed a thick skin. After graduating from university, he meandered through a few years until fortune smiled upon him, as he caught the eye of a wealthy woman, leading him to settle abroad. Initially, they maintained occasional video contact, but 2 years later, Elbu inexplicably vanished from communication. Even before Li Dong's rebirth, there had been no word from him, according to relatives and friends. He had met a tragic end due to a dispute with a foreigner over a woman. Rumors abounded in various forms. Get to the point. Speak your mind, Li Dong retorted. I do not have the leisure to indulge in idle chatter with you. Oh. Elbu relished the banter, requiring a few jabs to feel at ease, and thus continued his rambling. My dear Dongge, did you not say that opportunities abound in the Magic City? I have resigned from my job and am coming to seek refuge with you. After graduation, Elbu had not ventured to the Magic City alongside Li Dong, but had instead sought refuge with his uncle, working at an insurance company through his uncle's connections. By 2018, the golden era of selling insurance had long since passed, and despite Elbu's silver tongue, his performance was rather mediocre. In his past life, Li Dong had suggested that Elbu come to the Magic City, but he never did. Now, reborn, he was unexpectedly calling to announce his arrival. When will you arrive? Li Dong inquired, choosing to overlook the sudden change in circumstances. I'm already at the high-speed railway station. Damn, you audacious fellow. You have decided to act unilaterally. Have you? My dearest Dongge, hurry and come pick me up. I am unfamiliar with this place, and I am afraid. What are you afraid of? Just wait. I will be there shortly. All right, dear godfather. I will be waiting for you at the north gate of the train station. After ending the call, Li Dong promptly navigated to the Magic City train station. 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the station. Finding a suitable parking spot, he made his way towards the north gate. A few minutes later, he spotted Elbu in the distance, a slender figure with a buzz cut, dressed casually. Elbu, why are you looking around so aimlessly? Initially, Li Dong referred to Lu Bu as Old Lu, but Lu Bu insisted that this title sounded too much like Old Woman, which could lead to misunderstandings. Consequently, Li Dong began to call him Old Bu. Upon arriving behind Lu Bu, Li Dong playfully slapped him on the shoulder. Standing at 181 centimeters, he towered over Lu Bu by half a head. Goodness, you appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, startling me, Lu Bu exclaimed, turning around to find Li Dong, who responded with a playful gesture to convey his mock indignation. Brother Dong, how did you arrive so swiftly? Lu Bu checked the time and noted that it had only been about 10 minutes since he had hung up the phone. Isn't it a good thing to arrive quickly? Li Dong retorted with a sidelong glance. Of course, it's just that I was curious. After all, you're not exactly nearby, Lu Bu replied. I happen to be conducting some business in the vicinity, Li Dong elucidated, glancing at Lu Bu, who was merely carrying a backpack. Why do you only have backpack? What about your other luggage? Oh, carrying too much is a hassle. I sent everything by courier. It should arrive tomorrow, Lu Bu explained. By the way, I wrote your company address for the delivery. Li Dong cast a pensive look at Lu Bu. What if I told you I no longer work at that company? Really? Lu Bu widened his eyes in disbelief. Didn't you say that company was quite good? Why did you quit so suddenly? Li Dong shook his head. It wasn't a sudden decision. I resigned over 2 months ago. Brother Dong, are you serious? Of course, I wouldn't deceive you for no gain, Li Dong replied, raising his hands in a gesture of honesty. What are your plans moving forward? Lu Bu inquired with concern. I intend to start my own investment company. Start a business? Open a company? Brother Dong, are you sure about this? Without answering Lu Bu, Li Dong pulled out a cigarette, offering one to him. Lu Bu accepted it and lit it, but after taking a puff, he felt something was amiss. Looking at the cigarette, he exclaimed, "Goodness, this is really something. All right, let us discuss this later when we have more time. Let us go." A moment later, Li Dong led Lu Bu to where the vehicles were parked. Upon seeing the Bentley Continental GT, Lu Bu, who often studied cars, immediately recognized its lineage. A complex expression crossed his face. Is this your car?" Lu Bu asked cautiously, hoping against hope that Li Dong would deny it. "Naturally, it's my car," Li Dong affirmed, pressing the key to unlock it. Beep beep. The Bentley emitted a sound, and its indicator lights flashed momentarily. Once inside the car, Li Dong noticed Lu Bu standing in front of the vehicle, bewildered. He honked the horn to rouse him. "What are you thinking about? Hurry and get in." With great reluctance, Lu Bu climbed into the car, his demeanor lost and dazed, alternating his gaze between Li Dong and the emblem on the steering wheel. After a long while, a somewhat recovered El Bu, with a sorrowful expression, reminisced. "Do you remember our childhood days when we used firecrackers to catch fish, only to accidentally injure Uncle Wang's ducks? Why are you bringing this up now? Dongzi, you have changed. You no longer love me." El Bu gazed at Li Dong with deep emotion. "Get lost. Speak seriously, or I shall give you a beating." Taking a few deep breaths, El Bu sighed. "Alas, you wretched fellow, you have inadvertently struck it rich, and I can no longer be your godfather." Understanding El Bu's character well, Li Dong replied softly, "I've already made reservations at the Vibrant Era. The ladies there are all voluptuous, adorned in sheer black stockings." "Oh dear, Bu, having drifted through half a lifetime, I lament not having encountered a true master. If you do not forsake me, I shall willingly kneel before you as your godson. Oh, esteemed godfather, please accept this bow from your son, El Bu." Blimey. Li Dong raised his middle finger and jested. "As the saying goes, there are no wrong nicknames, only mistaken names. You truly live up to the name given to you by Uncle El. You are just like that three-surnamed servant. Ah, dear godfather, you are mistaken. My filial piety towards you, El Bu, is as evident as the sun and moon, devoid of any pretense. Go to hell. Quickly hide that face of yours. We are about to land." Understood. Chapter 11. Together Through the Window. Together PGC, the vibrant and colorful era of the business club, is situated in the most bustling area of the CN district in the magical city. It encompasses 6 floors and stands as one of the premier establishments in the CN district, featuring 128 private rooms. As night descends, a dazzling light show ingeniously utilizes the structure of the building, allowing the colorful era to showcase its enchanting play of lights and shadows. It resembles a grand, kaleidoscopic castle, stretching majestically across CN Road. The entrance is designed with a combination of glass, water waves, and mesmerizing lights, creating a splendid passageway that invites guests into a night of wonder as they walk through this meticulously crafted corridor of brilliance. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the colorful era, Li Dong was promptly greeted by a receptionist who opened the car door for him. "Welcome to the colorful era. Gentlemen." Li Dong nodded slightly and handed the keys to the attendant, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. It is my honor to serve you. Please come in." Accompanied by the somewhat astonished LV Bu, Li Dong stepped into the club. As soon as he entered, he encountered a familiar face, the reception manager, Su Hui. "Mr. Li, welcome back to the colorful era. Your presence truly illuminates our establishment," Su Hui said, bowing deeply before straightening up. Li Dong had discovered the perks of his membership, and, while earning profits from stock trading, also indulged himself on weekends. Su Hui's respect stemmed from the substantial recharge of 500,000 into Li Dong's membership account. "Manager Su, you are too kind. It has been a while since my last visit. Is room 88 available?" "Of course. Room 88 has been prepared, and she is already awaiting your arrival." "Good." Li Dong nodded slightly, and then introduced LV Bu. "This is my buddy, LV Bu. It's his first time here. Please take good care of him." "Certainly," Su Hui replied, turning to LV Bu with a slight bow. "Hello, Mr. LV, please follow me." "Dongzi this." Noticing LV Bu's hesitation, Li Dong patted his shoulder lightly and whispered, "The technicians here are all top-notch." "Really?" LV Bu exclaimed in delight. "Then I must go." "Yes. Go ahead," Li Dong encouraged. Waving farewell to LV Boo, Li Dong proceeded to room 88, where his technician had been waiting for quite some time. The technician in room 88 was of a pleasant appearance. While she may not rival some of the more conventionally beautiful women, her skills were exceptional. After every massage, Li Dong felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, which is why he always requested her services. After changing into the appropriate attire and lying down on the massage table, the technician approached him. "Mr. Li, shall we proceed as usual today?" "Yes, as usual." With that, the technician began her work. The technicians at the Colorful Era primarily offer massage services. Over an hour later, Li Dong emerged from the room, feeling rejuvenated, and signaled to the attendant stationed outside. "Mr. Li, how may I assist you?" The attendant promptly inquired as she approached him. "What has become of my friend?" In response to Mr. Li, "Your friend has not yet concluded his business." "Well, I shall take a stroll on the 6th floor. Once he is finished, please escort him up." "Very well." Ding. The elevator doors slid open, and Li Dong stepped out. At that moment, a striking woman clad in a vibrant red dress, adorned with exquisite Valentino shoes, and possessing cascading waves of hair approached him. She appeared to be around 30, with an enchanting and alluring visage that captivated Li Dong, even though he had encountered her several times before. Her true name remains a mystery. However, she is known by the moniker Hongjie, rumored to be the mistress of a prominent figure in Shanghai. "Ah, what brings our esteemed Mr. Li here today? It has indeed been quite some time since her last visit. My sisters have missed you dearly." Hongjie swayed her sensual figure, gracefully approaching Li Dong and slowly parting her alluring crimson lips. Accustomed to Hongjie's manner of speaking, Li Dong offered a slight smile, responding, "Isn't it all about making a living? I can't afford to visit daily." "You little rascal, you're not even married. What family are you supporting?" she teased. Truth be told, it's the exorbitant expenses here that keep me at bay. If I don't earn some money, I wouldn't dare show my face," Li Dong replied, while reaching out to embrace Hongjie's waist. Hongjie chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Then, with a deft twist, she slipped out of Li Dong's grasp. "You cheeky fellow, go ahead and try to woo me. With your wealth, you could afford to come here every day." Li Dong, unfazed by her playful rejection, turned toward the bar, casually grabbing a bottle of red wine and beginning to drink. "You've come at the perfect time. We have a new girl here, a true beauty, rumored to be the belle of her school. And just between us, she is a novice." Hongjie leaned in, whispering into Li Dong's ear. "Is that so?" Li Dong sipped his wine, tilting his head slightly in inquiry. "No doubt about it. For you, dear, I would gladly offer myself without hesitation. Why would I deceive you?" At this, Li Dong merely smiled, choosing not to respond. As the ancient said, a courtesan knows no affection, and an actor lacks loyalty. Li Dong was not one to easily trust her words. Shaking the wine in his glass, he asked, "How much?" "Just a mere 50, nothing extravagant." "I see. If there aren't sufficient funds on the tab, just let me know." "Understood. Please carry on." "She's in room 606. Here is the key card." "All right, take care." Accepting the key, Li Dong made his way to room 606. Moments latte. He opened the door to find the room filled with delicate red roses. Petals carpeted the floor, and, a few steps in, he noticed a woman adorned in a striking red bridal gown, sitting gracefully on the bed, her head covered with a red scarf. Catching sight of the golden scale and various props on the windowsill, Li Dong shook his head, marveling at the extravagant amusements of the wealthy. Perhaps sensing his presence, the woman on the bed trembled slightly, then quietly resumed her poised position. Li Dong stepped forward, approaching the woman, and gently lifted her headscarf. The moment the scarf was unveiled, a look of satisfaction flickered in Li Dong's eyes. Before him appeared a face of exquisite beauty. Her visage, adorned with only a hint of makeup, was perfectly balanced, enhancing rather than detracting from her natural allure. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, neither overly prominent nor diminutive, while her elongated, slanted phoenix eyes added a touch of enchantment. Her petite lips were adorned with a soft pink lipstick. "Silver Moon greets you, young master," she said, rising gracefully and performing a subtle bow in the traditional manner. Upon hearing this, Li Dong let out a few impressed clicks of his tongue, thinking to himself how captivating the situation was. Although he had witnessed similar scenes on television before, this was his first encounter with such reality. Deepening his admiration for Hong Jia, Li Dong assisted Silver Moon to her feet and then settled himself at the edge of the bed. I've heard you're the belle of your school. May I inquire which institution you attend? In response, she replied, I am from XXX School. Oh, that is indeed a prestigious institution. What were your thoughts that led you to come here? Such is the nature of men. They often seek to lead virtuous women astray, while simultaneously advocating for the redemption of those from disreputable backgrounds. Behind closed doors, they may embody the lowest of characters. Yet in public, they present themselves as refined gentlemen. As Li Dong conversed with Silver Moon, he began to read her palms, and as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Chapter 12. Establishing a company the following morning, Li Dong awakened from his slumber and glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 10:30. He tossed aside the silk duvet and prepared to rise. As the luxurious coverlet slipped away, the silver-haired moon, nestled in Li Dong's embrace, slowly opened her eyes. Young master, are you getting up? Do not call me young master anymore. The Grand Qing dynasty has perished, and such titles are no longer in vogue here. With a determined air, Li Dong donned his trousers, recalling the previous night when he had been unable to extricate himself from the sweet address of young master. May I call you brother then? Suit yourself, Li Dong replied while beginning to dress. Upon receiving his response, Moon swiftly rose and assisted Li Dong in putting on his attire. Once he was dressed and had completed his rudimentary grooming, Li Dong bid farewell to Moon. Exiting his room, he stretched languidly, exclaiming, The allure of beauty and the corporeal form are but illusions. The true path lies in the pursuit of wealth. After uttering these words, he had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Hong Jia swaying gracefully towards him. Mr. Li, did you enjoy yourself last night? Indeed, it was quite delightful. You did not deceive me. Ah, that is splendid. Should you wish to seek Moon's company again, I shall ensure she is well cared for. Upon hearing this, Li Dong immediately grasped her implication. Should he express an interest in Moon again, she would refrain from entertaining other guests. Contemplating briefly, Li Dong responded to Hong Jia. I shall recharge my card with another million shortly. With that, he strode forward. Mr. Li, take care. I know what to do, she replied. Just as he exited the passageway, Li Dong spotted Lu Bu seated in the rest area, appearing somewhat listless and devoid of energy. He approached hastily, patting Lu Bu's shoulder. Wake up, old friend. It is time for us to depart. Oh, I shall rise immediately. Observing Lu Bu's trembling legs, Li Dong jested. Goodness, what on earth did you do last night? You look utterly drained. Lu Bu chuckled awkwardly. I was a bit too fatigued last night. Honestly, you are courting disaster. It was merely that the two ladies were exceedingly enthusiastic. I could not resist. Despite Lu Bu's exhausted appearance, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Since you enjoyed it so much, shall I arrange for you to extend your stay for another 2 days? Never mind, never mind. Lu Bu hastily waved his hand and adopted a serious tone. We have already squandered a day. It is time to attend to business. Seeing Lu Bu's feigned solemnity, Li Dong scoffed and offered him a playful gesture of disdain. Descending in the elevator, Li Dong recharged his card with another million at the cashier, then departed the bustling establishment with Lu Bu. Seated in the car, Lu Bu inquired, Dongzi, how much did we spend last night? I noticed you pressed several zeros. Li Dong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Bu and replied, Your expenses were modest. Including the massage, it amounted to just over 20,000. And yours? Such matters are for adults. Why should a child concern himself with them? Upon hearing Li Dong's playful banter, LV Bu muttered softly to himself, contemplating, I shall not quarrel with my son. He then turned his gaze toward the scenic views outside the car. After a half-hour drive, Li Dong arrived at the Binjiang Triumph Gate. As the barrier lifted and Li Dong prepared to start the vehicle, a security personnel emerged from the booth. Mr. Li, please hold on. The guard rushed to the front of Li Dong's car, blocking his path. Li Dong lowered the window and inquired, Sir, is there something you need? Mr. Li, we have identified your identity based on your vehicle's registration. Our system indicates that you have several packages awaiting collection at our property. When would it be convenient for you to have them delivered to your door? Li Dong had provided his vehicle information while purchasing the house the previous day. The bedding, clothing, and daily necessities he had ordered that afternoon had already been delivered and temporarily stored at the property, as he was not home at the time. Perhaps in 10 minutes? Lidong Raplia. Certainly, we will ensure timely delivery. Please enjoy your stay at the Binjiang Triumph Gate. Our entire security team is at your service. And should you require any assistance, you may reach out through the security system within your residence. After finishing, the security personnel saluted Li Dong respectfully. Thank you. I will do that. Goodbye. After parking in the underground garage, Li Dong and LV Bu took the elevator directly to the 22nd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Li Dong placed his hand on the door lock sensor, causing the door to open automatically. Tossing the car keys casually onto the counter by the entrance, he said to LV Bu, "Make yourself comfortable." As LV Bu walked around, he surveyed the apartment in awe. Wow, Donggu, how large is this place? This living room alone must be at least 100 square meters. The real estate company claimed it was 500 square meters, but including the additional areas. The actual size seemed closer to 600 square meters. 600 square meters? I've never heard of such a large residential space in my life, LV Bu exclaimed. Oh, and there's even a river outside. Having fallen asleep in the car due to exhaustion, LV Bu was entirely unaware of their location. Fool, that's the Huangpu River. Not just any river. Huangpu River? At this, LV Bu took several strides to the balcony, gazing at the Oriental Pearl Tower he had only ever seen on television. His mouth agape in disbelief. Who among my family understands this? My good brother, whom I haven't seen in over half a year, said he'd struck it rich and now drives a Bentley Continental GT, which was already enough to make me envious. Now, he tells me he not only drives a Bentley, but also resides in a sprawling luxury apartment by the Huangpu River. I am exhausted. Just let it all end. What else with that expression as you look at me? Li Dong asked, noticing the resentful look on LV Bu's face. After a moment of hesitation, LV Bu finally admitted, Donggu, I am truly envious of you. Not only are there luxury cars worth millions, but one also resides in a spacious flat by the banks of the Huangpu River, a lifestyle I once yearned for dearly. I feel a pang of jealousy. Oh dear. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Li Dong strode towards the door, remarking, if you keep chattering like that, I might just throw you out onto the street to sleep. Hearing this, Elba muttered a few words in response and followed Li Dong to the entrance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a staff member from the property management, delivering goods that Li Dong had purchased. After some commotion, the clock struck past noon. After calling El Bu, Li Dong drove to a nearby wellness center. During lunch, he said to El Bu, Old Bu, this afternoon, we should find a real estate agent to assist us in registering the company. Once the company is established, I will take charge of finding a location and hiring personnel, while you handle the purchase of office supplies and some indoor plants. Does that sound all right? No problem. Just leave it to me. I assure you I will help you save a considerable sum. El Bu replied confidently. Li Dong planned to assign El Bu to the public relations department, entrusting him with the external communications of the company. If he performed commendably, he could be groomed for the role of public relations manager. If not, he could remain in the department for the time being or consider his own options. After their meal, Li Dong and El Bu sought out a reliable agency to assist with the company registration, naming it Dream Investment. With a registered capital of 50 million and a paid-in capital of 20 million. Lacking a substantial background to rely upon, Li Dong felt compelled to conduct himself with prominence, aspiring to achieve national recognition to deter any unwanted disturbances from unsavory characters. As for higher aspirations, Li Dong had no illusions about his current assets. Yet he harbored numerous contingency plans in his mind. Chapter 13. Talent recruitment with a registered capital of 500 million, even in a city teeming with publicly listed companies. It could still be deemed a significant enterprise. After a week, the approval process was completed, and upon receiving the business license, Li Dong contacted an agency to assist in securing office space for lease while simultaneously reaching out to headhunters to scout for essential talent. Upon learning that Li Dong's company had a paid-in capital of 200 million, the headhunters promptly dispatched their top-tier team to serve him. Li Dong aimed to recruit 3 individuals through the headhunters. The first was to be the company's chief financial officer, requiring at least 10 years of professional experience. The second was to be the human resources manager, necessitating over 5 years of experience in the field. The third was to be the investment director, who should possess a minimum of 5 years of experience in a reputable investment bank, preferably one who is compliant. One day, Li Dong accompanied an agent to the Far East building located on PD South Road in the bustling metropolis. After meeting with the property manager, Li Dong was guided into the building. Ascending to the 22nd floor via the elevator, he followed the property manager to the office situated on that level. Mr. Li, according to your requirements, we have only this office on the 22nd floor that meets your criteria. Its total area is 350 square meters, with a daily rental rate of 3.5 yuan per square meter, the manager informed him. What is the minimum lease term? Li Dong inquired. 1 year, came the reply. After surveying the room, which was well decorated and adequately spacious, Li Dong deemed it sufficient for his current needs. Let us rent it for a year and reassess later. If it proves inadequate, we will seek a new office, he thought, envisioning the eventual construction of his own office building. I have no objections. Let us proceed with the signing, he declared. The annual rent amounted to 125 yuan, with a deposit of 3 months and 1 month as rent up front. The property management fee was 21 yuan per square meter per month, totaling 200 yuan for the year. The property company also provided Li Dong with 3 parking spaces, each costing 800 yuan per annum. After completing the payment, Li Dong called LV Bu, instructing him to notify the office supplies company to commence delivery and installation. Once that was settled, he proceeded alone to the business club, where he was to meet the high-caliber talent referred by the headhunter. As he parked his car outside the business club, a man in a suit, approximately 30 years of age, approached him. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Wu Chang from Fengxing Headhunters. Hello, Manager Wu, Li Dong replied, extending his hand for a brief handshake. Have the candidates arrived? They have arrived and are currently waiting in the private room, Wu informed him. Very well, let us proceed inside. A few minutes later, Li Dong opened the door to the private room, where he found a man seated on the sofa. The man appeared to be around 40 years old, with a slightly plump round face and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Though his height and appearance were unremarkable, he exuded a lively spirit. Upon hearing the door open, the man immediately stood up, squinting slightly with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Jin Yong. Greetings, Mr. Jin. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat, Li Dong replied, settling onto the sofa. Thank you, Mr. Li. Could you please introduce yourself? Li Dong sipped his tea and inquired, of course. I am 41 years old, a native of WX, and a master's graduate from the finance department of Zhengdian University. I have previously worked at Sequoia International and Goldman Sachs, where I ascended to the position of vice president. Mr. Jin's resume is indeed impressive. What prompted you to choose our fledgling company? Jin Yong hesitated briefly before responding. While Goldman Sachs is commendable, the competition within is exceedingly fierce, and I personally prefer a less intense environment. Upon learning that your company is in need of a reliable investment director, I decided to give it a try. Li Dong nodded in agreement. Not only did he possess foresight into the future, but he also had the Midas touch. Thus, he did not require an investment director with extraordinary skills to assist him. What he sought was someone capable of fully executing his vision and managing intricate details, and Jin Yong's experience and temperament were a perfect match. Our company offers an annual salary of 600,000 for the investment director position, along with project commissions that vary based on circumstances. Upon hearing the offered terms, Jin Yong felt completely satisfied. His interest in this position stemmed from its simplicity and ease, and the proposed salary was entirely competitive with the market, leaving him no reason to decline. Mr. Li, I have no objections. Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Jin, to Dream Investment. Li Dong stood, extending his hand to shake Jin Yong's. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Li. Securing a desirable position filled Jin Yong with immense joy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Dong bid farewell to Jin Yong. Returning to the private room, Li Dong addressed Wu Chang. Have the candidates for the financial director and HR supervisor arrived? They are currently waiting in the lobby. All right. Please let in the candidate for the financial director. Please hold on. I will notify them. Moments later, the door swung open, and a woman in a gray business suit, approximately 30 years old with short hair, entered. Her appearance could be described as decent at best, yet her cold demeanor intimidated most from meeting her gaze. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Su Bing, the candidate for the financial director position." "Hello, Miss Su. Please take a seat." Prior to Su Bing's arrival, Li Dong had reviewed her resume. At 38 years of age, she had worked in the finance departments of 3 publicly listed companies, reaching the pinnacle of financial director. However, her resume had a 3-year gap after the age of 35, piquing Li Dong's curiosity, prompting him to inquire. "I took a 3-year hiatus due to pregnancy and childbirth." Disappointed not to hear the anticipated tabloid-worthy gossip, Li Dong pressed on. "I am quite pleased with your work experience, but the 3-year gap necessitates further evaluation. Would you accept a 3-month probationary period?" "Of course." Su Bing appeared confident in her abilities, responding without hesitation. "During the probation, your salary will be 40,000 per month. And upon confirmation, your annual salary will be 600,000. I have no issues with that." "Then, welcome, Ms. Su, to Dream Investment." They exchanged polite handshakes before Li Dong escorted Su Bing out. "Manager Wu, please let the next candidate in." "Certainly." Half an hour later, after bidding farewell to Zhang Qian, the human resources manager who had come for an interview, Li Dong's tasks for the day were accomplished. After settling the final payment for the headhunter, he said his goodbyes to Wu Chang and drove homeward. 3 days later, the office was finally set up. Li Dong informed Jin Yong, Su Bing, and Zhang Qian that they would officially commence work the following day. On the next morning, Li Dong drove to the Far East building, embarking on his inaugural day at the new company. As for El Bu, after staying with Li Dong for a few days, he moved out and found an apartment nearby the company building. In El Bu's words, Li Dong had already resolved his employment issues. If he were to also take care of his living arrangements, it would seem as though he were being kept by Li Dong. Though their bond resembled that of father and son, he found it difficult to accept such a situation. Li Dong, understanding El Bu's concerns, chose not to persuade him otherwise, respecting his dignity. Given that most of Li Dong's acquaintances were ordinary individuals, only a few came to present flower baskets for the opening of the new company. Among them, the property management representative brought 2, while the construction bank and the Universe Bank each sent 6. After bidding farewell to the representatives from the property management and the banks, Li Dong clapped his hands and announced to the gathered individuals that they would convene in the conference room in 5 minutes for the company's inaugural meeting. El Bu, assigned to the public relations department, was the sole member of that department and thus qualified to attend the meeting. Chapter 14. Can I truly excel? In the conference room, Li Dong occupied the chief's seat, flanked on his left by the director of the investment department, Jin Yong, and El Bu, while on his right sat the chief financial officer, Su Bing, and the HR supervisor, Zhang Qian. After surveying the attendees, Li Dong addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the official inauguration of our dream investment. I am not one for elaborate ceremonies, so let us keep it simple. The agenda for today's meeting consists of 2 main topics: recruitment and task allocation for the investment department. Firstly, regarding recruitment, this responsibility falls to Supervisor Zhang Qian. You will need to hire 2 receptionists. The receptionist serves as the face of the company. I do not insist on graduates from prestigious universities, but their appearance and character must be impeccable." "Understood, Mr. Li." Zhang Qian nodded in acknowledgement. "Additionally, I require an investment assistant proficient in English. I shall provide the specific requirements after the meeting. Lastly, the investment department will tentatively consist of 20 members, with Director Jin Yong assisting Supervisor Zhang in the recruitment process." "Yes, Mr. Li, I comprehend," Jin Yong replied. Next, we move to the task allocation for the investment department. Dream Investment will be divided into 2 branches. Investment Branch 1 will focus on financial investments, for which I will take primary responsibility. Investment Branch 2 will handle film and television investments, overseen by Director Jin Yong. Director Jin, prior to fulfilling the personnel requirements, I need you to gather information on film projects currently lacking investment in the market. Once the team is complete, please present the promising projects for my review. I will endeavor to fulfill this task, Mr. Li, Jin Yong assured. Following this, Li Dong elaborated on various company matters before concluding the meeting. In recent days, Li Dong had devoted his spare time to studying foreign investment markets and discovered that his knack for investments remained intact. Consequently, He established an international account with a cosmic bank, intending to engage in some personal ventures. Within several days, he amassed a profit of over $1 million. Among the myriad of foreign investment markets, Li Dong found particular favor in the American stock market, gold, and crude oil, drawn to the vast scale of these markets that allowed him to showcase his talents. In the morning hours, with the American stock market yet to open, gold and crude oil could be traded around the clock. However, the Asian market typically exhibited minimal fluctuations, and after watching for a while, Li Dong grew quite bored. Casting a glance at the mobile game Honor of Kings, he decided to indulge in a few matches. In 2018, the game had not yet reached its zenith, but it was at this time that it was most enjoyable, unlike later versions that introduced numerous overly complex characters, detracting from the gaming experience. As a mid laner, Li Dong considered himself quite dashing and thus preferred playing in that role. His favorite heroes were Ying Zheng and Wang Zhaojun. The former's ultimate ability unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, evoking nostalgic memories of his childhood playing Thunder Fighter, while the latter was simply easy to control. Li Dong was not fond of flashy heroes, such as Wu Wu, whom he would not even spare a glance. With a melodious call of Timmy, Li Dong commenced his journey in the realm of kings. Li Dong currently holds the rank of Eternal Diamond 3 with a single star, enabling him to match swiftly. Almost as soon as he clicks the matchmaking button, he finds himself in a game. I take on the mid lane role. Upon entering the ban pick phase, Li Dong promptly types to announce his position. The remaining players then assign their roles and proceed to select their heroes. The final team composition is as follows. Li Dong as Arthur in the top lane, Wang Zhaojun in the mid lane, Monkey as the jungler, Yao as the marksman, and Neo Mo as the support. Conversely, the opposing team features Mulan in the top lane, Zhen Ji in the mid lane, by Li Xian Su as the jungler, Yu Ji as the marksman, and Zhang Fei as the support. As the game commences, Li Dong tests the waters against Zhen Ji, quickly realizing she is inexperienced. This emboldens him to advance aggressively, harassing Zhen Ji and depleting her health. Observing that Zhen Ji's health has diminished to a mere third, Li Dong presses forward, nearly pushing her beneath the enemy's first tower. Suddenly, Zhen Ji uses her flash to evade Li Dong's skill damage, but he is not one to let her escape easily and follows suit with his own flash. In the next moment, a black chain streaks across the sky, ensnaring Wang Zhaojun, as by Li Xian Su uses his first skill to reel her in, subsequently hurling her beneath the turret. First blood. With the screen dimmed, Li Dong curses, "Damn it, is by Li Xian so incapable of playing? Ganking mid at level 3. Does Zhen Ji have some sort of hold over you?" Wang Zhaojun, play more cautiously, advises the jungler, "Monkey, we may lose the game, but we won't lose our composure." Li Dong retorts, "It's just one kill, consider it a gift. Once I respawn, I shall undoubtedly slay Zhen Ji." His teammates do not place excessive blame, recognizing that it is common for opponents to provide support. However, the subsequent events unfold in a manner that surprises his teammates. Perhaps by Li Xian Su has become addicted to ganking Li Dong, as he repeatedly invades the mid lane. Within a mere 8 minutes, Li Dong's record stands at 0-7-0. Wang Zhaojun, "I told you to play cautiously. Why won't you listen?" With his pride slightly bruised, Li Dong lacks the courage to retaliate verbally. After blocking communication, the world around him falls silent. Defeat. Gazing at the large defeat emblazoned on the screen, Li Dong inhales deeply and mutters, "It's all the fault of that useless monkey. The opposing jungler has ganked me countless times, yet he never once intervened." On the results page, Li Dong's astonishing record of 2-15-3 stands out starkly. In contrast, the monkey he had berated emerges as the MVP of the losing side with a score of 12-5-3. Why is this game so challenging? It shows no mercy to a billionaire like me, he laments before embarking on a second match. As the ban pick phase begins anew, Li Dong swiftly types a request to eliminate by Li Xian Su. His teammates readily oblige, removing by Li Xian Su from the game. With that infernal hero gone, just watch me dominate. Filled with confidence, Li Dong selects his signature hero, Ying Zheng. 15 minutes later, observing his record of 5-11-6, Li Dong feels a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, with Bai Li Xian Su banned, his death count has significantly decreased. Though this match ended in defeat, it matters not. It is undoubtedly due to my prolonged absence from the game, resulting in a decline in my skills. Once I play a few more rounds, I shall surely emerge victorious. After another 15 minutes, the score read 3-18-2. Curse that insufferable Li Bai, who seems to target me relentlessly. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly achieved a commendable performance. The familiar sound of Li Dong's expletives echoed through the office once more. After venting for a while, he decisively cast aside his phone, lit a cigarette, and resolved to regain his composure. Upon finishing the cigarette, Li Dong muttered, "No way. If I don't secure a win today, I won't even have the appetite for my meal." Continue. Defeat. 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 Victory. I knew it. As long as no one targets me, I am bound to shine. Gazing at the commendable statistics on the results page, 7-10-7, I compared it to the opposing mid laner as 5-11-8. Li Dong's spirits lifted instantly. Ah, it is nearly midnight. I shall cease playing and hasten downstairs for dinner. If I delay any longer, I shall encounter the lunchtime rush. Exiting the office, Li Dong glanced at Lu Bu's workstation, only to find it vacant. He grumbled a few words and decided to embark on a solo adventure. At this hour, most companies had yet to close, so the elevator arrived promptly. Descending to the ground floor, he sought out a nearby Sichuan restaurant, casually ordering several dishes. The flavors were satisfactory, albeit slightly pricey, totaling over 300 yuan. Yet, such an amount was hardly significant. Chapter 15. True Strength or Just Yellow. After dining, Li Dong took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity to aid digestion before returning to the office. As soon as he settled into his chair, the phone rang. On this windy day, I once tried to hold your hand, but the rain gradually intensified, obscuring your figure. "Hello, Mom. Have you all eaten?" Without hesitation, he answered his mother-esque call. "I just finished eating. Have you received the package? I told you the postal service is slow, but the rest is all positive. There won't be any issues." "All right, I understand. Bye for now." After hanging up, Li Dong found himself bored once again. He played games, but always lost when alone. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he picked up the phone to call El Bu. "Hurry over my office, or I might just dock your salary." Within minutes, El Bu appeared at the office, panting. "What? You threatened me over this?" he exclaimed, indignation evident on his face. "Enough chatter. Let us jump into the game. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight." "Father, my earlier attitude was inappropriate. Feel free to take my blue buff, and, if necessary, you can have the red buff too," El Bu assured him with earnestness. As they formed their team, Li Dong kept reminding El Bu, "You need to focus on ganking their mid laner. Once I develop, victory is ours." El Bu cast a sidelong glance at Li Dong, well aware of his gaming skills. Though decent, he occasionally reached the starry heights of the rank. He was not at a level where he could dominate this tier effortlessly. Could it be that his gaming prowess mirrored his ability to generate income, experiencing an epiphany? With a mix of skepticism and hope, El Bu agreed. Upon entering the game, Li Dong eagerly activated his microphone, urging his teammates to remove Li Bai and Bai Li Xiansu, his lifelong adversaries. 10 minutes later, El Bu stared at the horrifying scoreline of 2-12-3, falling into deep contemplation. "Weren't you the one who claimed you could carry?" El Bu remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Of course I can." Li Dong raturta confidently. "But it's your fault. I asked you to gank their mid laner, yet you insisted on targeting the bottom lane. If I can't develop, how can I carry? Brother Dong, just be reasonable." Within the first 6 minutes, I ganked their mid laner 5 times. It was quite targeted, to the point where their mid laner even inquired about the health of my family. Coughing lightly, Li Dong feigned a cough and quickly changed the subject. "All right, it's just a game. We'll win the next round. If you play like that again, I'd rather go to work." Hearing this, Li Dong quickly reassured El Bu a couple of times. If El Bu walked away in anger, he would be the one feeling disheartened, as playing alone was exceedingly dull. Victory. 15 minutes later, a resounding sound echoed, prompting Li Dong to burst into laughter. "See, I told you I could do it. You didn't believe me." The last match was surely lost due to my cold hands, leaving me without any feel for the game. This time, my senses have returned, and it was a straightforward victory. Lu Bu cast a glance at Li Dong's record of September 13th, 10, and silently reported him. Alas, when one is under the roof of another, one must bow their head. After all, he is the boss. As Li Dong clicked to exit the game's results screen, he inadvertently hit the button to return to the lobby. Just as he intended to navigate back, he noticed a flicker in his mailbox. Out of curiosity, he clicked on it, and a message immediately appeared before his eyes. Dear Summoner, the system has detected your involvement in the reprehensible behavior of intentionally feeding, resulting in a deduction of 8 credibility points and a ban from participating in the peak matches. You may recover your credibility points by clicking Start Task to proceed to the TX Safety Center and complete the safety task. Should such behavior continue, you will face more severe penalties. Damn it, which little brat reported me? He fumed, irate at the sudden deduction of 8 points and the ban from the peak matches. What a joke. I'll play your game, you bastard. Suddenly, a snicker escaped Lu Bu beside him, unable to contain his amusement. The next moment, sensing a gaze directed at him, Lu Bu quickly lowered his head and covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Li Dong shot a sidelong glance at Lu Bu, cursing under his breath as he began to ponder who the little darling fool was that reported him. As Honor of Kings is a remarkably user-friendly game, it is impossible to determine who reported him, rendering Li Dong's investigation futile. After some time, his mood gradually calmed. Once settled, he continued to play for another 5 or 6 matches. Whether it was due to good fortune or the yellow mechanism kicking in, Li Dong only lost 1 match that entire afternoon, and his rank ascended to Diamond 3 with 3 stars. In just 1 day, he had climbed 2 stars. At this rate, he would reach the rank of king in merely 14 days, logging into peak matches to embark on a journey of rampant slaying. After playing for over 2 hours, fatigue set in, prompting him to send the helper, Lu Bu, on his way. Contentedly, Li Dong began to hum a tune in the office. Ding dong. The sound of a VX notification interrupted his singing. Picking up his phone, a smile crept on Li Dong's face. Upon opening the VX chat interface and clicking on a voice message, he saw, "Handsome uncle, what are you doing? Are you busy?" "Uncle is not busy, my dear. Do you need something?" Moments later, he received an invitation for a video call from the little one. Without hesitation, Li Dong clicked to accept. In a second or two, the screen illuminated with the image of the little one. Today, she sported twin ponytails, adorned with a light green headscarf, and was dressed in a delightful pink folding skirt, exuding cuteness. "Handsome uncle, I see you. Do you see me?" "Of course. I see you. Our little darling looks incredibly cute today." It is not that adorable, merely a tad charming," the little girl shyly replied while nervously clutching her garment. Observing her expression, a blend of yearning for praise and bashfulness, Li Dong's eyes mirrored the sentiment of a doting father, filled with immense satisfaction. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Dong inquired, "My dear, are you home alone?" "No. Grandma Wu is here too. She's helping me wash my toys," she responded. "And what of your mother?" "Mother is still at work. She won't return until quite late." Upon mentioning this, the little girl's demeanor suddenly shifted, a shadow of melancholy crossing her face. Li Dong inwardly chastised himself, cursing his thoughtlessness. He hastily redirected the conversation, and after several of his cold jokes, he managed to elicit a smile from the little girl once more. "Uncle, tomorrow is Saturday, and I have a holiday. Can you come see me?" "Of course." "Wonderful. We can finally go out to play. Where does my little darling wish to go?" The little girl pondered, resting her tiny hand beneath her chin. "Uncle, shall we go to Disneyland? I heard from Tang Juanhao that it is very fun there. I want to go, but mother is always too busy to take me. Once, she even got angry with me." As if evoking unpleasant memories, her mood began to sink again at this point. "My dear, you must understand your mother. She works hard to provide for you. If she did not go to work, there would be no income, and she wouldn't be able to buy you clothes or toys. We cannot blame her, understand? Is that so?" The little girl tilted her head and asked, "Indeed, your mother loves you dearly. How could she not wish to accompany you to Disneyland? It's simply that she is too busy with work." "All right, then I shall forgive mother." "Ah, that is the spirit of a good child. Even though mother lacks the time to take you, uncle has plenty of it. I shall take you to Disneyland tomorrow." "Shall we? Hooray, we're going to Disneyland," exclaimed the little girl. "Uncle, you are the best." Subsequently, Li Dong engaged in a few more light-hearted exchanges with the little girl before concluding the video call. Chapter 16. A day of abundant harvest at 5:30 in the afternoon. Li Dong finished work punctually and beckoned to El Bu. The two drove to a nearby hot pot restaurant. While waiting for their meal to cook, Li Dong inquired of El Bu about his impressions on his first day at work. This morning, I searched online for information regarding the responsibilities of the public relations department, and I felt it was somewhat akin to being a waiter. There were aspects I could comprehend, while others eluded my understanding. What you described merely constitutes a portion of the public relations department's duties. It also encompasses cultivating the company's image externally, maintaining good relations with clients, and fostering connections with the media, among other tasks. Upon hearing this, El Bu remarked, with such a weighty description, I feel even less capable of taking on the role of public relations manager. Perhaps you should consider hiring someone more qualified. Li Dong, with a teasing tone, responded, It's only your first day, and already you're retreating? That's uncharacteristic of you. Character aside, I know my own capabilities. Although our brotherhood is strong, I cannot allow your company to suffer due to my inadequacies. Very well then, I shall seek another public relations manager. You should learn from him diligently, aiming to master the role so you can eventually take it on yourself. Do not accuse Li Dong of nepotism. Such practices have been prevalent throughout history. Could Lu Wan's talents truly compare to those of Xiao He or Zhang Liang? Yet, Liu Bang bestowed a kingdom upon Lu Wan, while Xiao He and Zhang Liang were granted only marquisates. Within the company, Li Dong requires an unwavering confidant, and at present, El Bu is the most fitting candidate. After a moment of silence, El Bu raised his bottle and downed its contents in one gulp. Brother Dong, I shall never betray your kindness. Upon finishing their meal, Li Dong suggested, Old Bu, it has been ages since I visited the colorful era. I wish to go there later. Will you join me? I think I'll pass. Those two girls are quite formidable, and I have yet to recover. Perhaps another time. All right, I shall depart first, since it is so close to your residence. I shall not see you off. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Okay then, farewell. Watching Li Dong's receding figure, El Bu clenched his fist tightly and turned towards a nearby bookstore, intending to purchase some literature on public relations for further study. At the entrance of the Colorful Era Club, Li Dong skillfully tossed the car keys to the attendant and entered the establishment. At that moment, Wu Hui, who was greeting guests in the lobby, spotted Li Dong and brightened instantly, swiftly approaching him. Mr. Li, welcome to Colorful Era. Do you have any plans for this evening? Wu Hui inquired respectfully, slightly bowing. I want to be getting a massage today. I'm heading to the 6th floor to find Inu. Is she available? Apologies, Mr. Li, but Inu is on leave today. She is at school. Would you like me to call her to come over? Would that be a bother? Not at all. Sir, you simply need to wait in a room for half an hour, and I assure you, Inu will arrive within that time. Then I shall notify you. I will first take a shower in my room. The relationship between Li Dong and Inu was merely transactional, devoid of any emotional ties. He harbored no notions of cherishing her. Very well, please proceed. Li Dong arrived at room 606, opened the door, and commenced a shower. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, dining with her close friend at school, received a call from Su Hui, informing her of Li Dong's arrival at the club. I understand, Manager Wu. I shall be there shortly. Her friend, noticing her sudden change, inquired, Yu, what has happened? Oh, it's nothing. My part-time manager has asked me to retrieve a document for a client. It's nearly 7 o'clock, and they still expect you to work? Your manager is truly outrageous. Yu, why don't you consider resigning? The pay is low, and it's quite a hassle. Zhao Yu recognized her friend's concern for her well-being. Yet the nature of her job was peculiar. It was not as simple as resigning at will. It's all right. Taking on more tasks will also provide me with valuable experience, which will benefit me post-graduation. You enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Very well, but do take care. If that spiteful manager gives you trouble, make sure to inform me immediately. I will come to your aid without hesitation. Thank you, Xiaoli, Zhao Yu said, touched. She stepped forward to embrace Du Xiaoli, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Du Xiaoli, with a carefree demeanor, replied, Why the formality? We Northeasterners value loyalty. You helped me in the past, and I will certainly help you. After bidding farewell to Du Xiaoli, Zhao Yu hurriedly exited the school, taking a taxi towards the vibrant era. On the other side, having finished a shower and dried his hair, Li Dong lay on his bed, beginning to analyze the fluctuations in international gold prices. The trading indicator suggested that today's peak price would be $12.0409 per ounce, while the current price stood at $11.95 per ounce. The increase approached 9 points, indicating a moderate market, yet could yield some pocket money. Li Dong clicked to trade, directly purchasing 100,000 contracts. With a leverage of 100 times, he needed only $2 million to acquire that amount of gold. Each contract fluctuated by 1 point, resulting in a gain or loss of $10. Thus, a fluctuation of 12,000 contracts would equate to a gain or loss of $120,000. With $1 million still in his account to mitigate risk, Li Dong set a stop-loss order and, while smoking, focused intently on the market movements. It was September 24th, 2018, as Fridays typically bore no significant announcements. The gold market exhibited minimal fluctuations. However, Li Dong remained cautious, despite having $1 million in his account, a drop of more than 18. 5 points in gold prices would trigger a forced liquidation of his position. Fortune favored him that evening. Since Li Dong made his purchase, the market began to rise steadily, albeit slowly. It seems there will be no need for additional margin or collateral tonight. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Li Dong surmised it must be Yin and called out to the door, "Come in." With a soft creak, the door opened, revealing Yin clad in a white, foldable dress and silver dad sneakers. Gracefully stepping inside, "Mr. Li, I have arrived," Silver Moon softly spoke as she approached the bedside. Upon assessing Silver Moon's attire for the day, Li Dong felt a sense of satisfaction and beckoned her closer. "Come, lie in my embrace." Silver Moon, silent, removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, resting in Li Dong's arms. He gently caressed her form with his hand. His gold investments had not yet been liquidated, leaving him momentarily disinterested in playful pursuits with Silver Moon. However, it had been several days since he had held a girl, and he felt a lingering yearning. "I heard you attended classes at school today?" Li Dong inquired, his gaze fixed on the trading interface on his phone. "Yes," Silver Moon replied, puzzled as to why Li Dong only held her without further engagement. "With your beauty, do you have admirers at school?" "No." Silver Moon began to respond, but was interrupted by Li Dong. "Do not say there are none. I have attended university. A girl as lovely as you must surely have suitors, and not just a few." "There are some," Silver Moon responded softly, her mind swirling with questions. She could not fathom why Li Dong was asking her such inquiries. Hong Jie had informed her that Li Dong had deposited another $1 million into his account that day, and until that sum was depleted, she was to be his. Did Li Dong possess some peculiar inclination? Had Li Dong been privy to Silver Moon's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested against her assumptions. Their relationship was merely a straightforward transaction. He did not expect her to remain his forever simply because he had taken her virginity. In Li Dong's perspective, his life would inevitably involve many women, and it was unrealistic to expect all of them to wish to stay with him for eternity. If any wished to part ways in the future, he would not compel them to remain. "I told you I was not mistaken, didn't I? Now, tell me, how did they pursue you?" "Well, they sent flowers, took me out for meals, things like that." TSK, Li Dong sighed. The internet claims that those born after 95 are mature and experienced in romance. Yet it seems no different from our time. How dull, truly dull. As time drifted by, the price of gold began to surge just after 9 o'clock, rapidly climbing to $12.03. Li Dong had set his take-profit order at $12.03, and the system automatically executed the trade, securing his profit. Glancing at his gains, he noted a profit of approximately $760,000, and after deducting around $240,000 in fees, he had earned roughly $520,000. Shutting off his phone, Li Dong smiled at Silver Moon. "I made a small profit tonight. Let us celebrate properly." Chapter 17, Disney Go. The following morning, after leaving the vibrant era of his previous night, Li Dong casually sought out a breakfast establishment, where he ordered a bowl of congee with century egg and lean pork, accompanied by a steamer of soup dumplings. Upon finishing his meal, he stepped out of the eatery and noticed 3 young women gathered around his car, enthusiastically taking photographs, their laughter ringing in the air. Although he wouldn't mind waiting a little longer under normal circumstances, the clock had already struck 8:30, and he had promised to pick up Xiao Guai at 9. Approaching the trio, he politely inquired, "Excuse me, ladies, have you finished your photos?" The jovial atmosphere shifted as the women, misinterpreting his intentions, assumed he wanted a photo with his luxury vehicle. One of the more plump participants retorted, "What are you shouting for? We haven't finished yet. You can wait over there." Another, the most flamboyantly dressed among them, but of mediocre beauty, chimed in, "Every matter has its order. If you wish for a photograph, you must wait until we are done." Li Dong, with a flick of his key fob, activated the lights of his Bentley Continental, prompting the two scolding women to gasp in surprise, their mouths agape. They had not anticipated that he was the owner of the car. At that moment, the most striking of the three stepped forward, offering a slight bow. "I apologize, handsome. My friends did not realize you were the owner. I sincerely regret their offense. I accept your apology, but I must ask you to step aside now." "I need to depart," Li Dong replied, opening the car door and sliding into the driver's seat, starting the engine. Just as he was about to accelerate away, the apologetic girl approached his window once more, asking, "Could I add you on WeChat?" Li Dong regarded her with interest. She was undeniably beautiful, possessing a delicate, flawless face that exuded a gentle charm, reminiscent of Zhang Runin. She wore a slightly snug white t-shirt that accentuated her figure, complemented by light blue denim shorts and fresh white sneakers, standing at about 165 centimeters. If rated out of 100, she would score around 90, yet the overwhelming scent of tea lingered too heavily for his current taste. "I'm sorry, but I didn't bring my phone today. Perhaps we can chat another time," he replied, pressing the accelerator and gracefully driving away. "Didn't T bring your phone? What a ridiculous excuse. I clearly saw your phone resting on the center console." Li Muzi fumed, shaking her fist in frustration at Li Dong's retreating figure. Wishing ill upon him for a mundane bowl of instant noodles lacking seasoning. Bidding farewell to the tea girl, Li Dong sped away, finally arriving near Milan International Community at 8:56. He promptly dialed Xie Xian's number. "Hello, Miss Xie. I'm just about to reach your community entrance. You mentioned you'd be waiting at the gate, correct? I'll be there shortly." 2 minutes later, Li Dong parked his car in front of Xie Xian and her daughter. The little girl had an excellent memory and immediately recognized it as Li Dong's vehicle, waving her small hands excitedly. As Li Dong opened the car door, the little girl rushed towards him, pulling Xie Xian along. With an abrupt stop, she hugged Li Dong's leg tightly, looking up with her round, sparkling eyes, and exclaimed, "Handsome uncle, you truly didn't deceive me. You really came to play with me." Li Dong lifted the little girl into his arms, playfully pinching her small nose, assuring her, "I would never deceive anyone, especially not you, little cutie." You're so nice, uncle. I adore you," the little girl declared, planting a kiss on Li Dong's cheek. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Dong leaned his forehead against hers, gently swaying back and forth, indulging in the moment. Xie Xian, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile, her radiant expression captivating yet devoid of any vulgarity, exuding a sense of harmony and peace that elevated the atmosphere significantly. After frolicking with the little girl for a while, Li Dong turned his attention to Xie Xian, who had now composed herself, regaining her usual dignified demeanor. "Miss Xie, I shall take little cutie out to play now." "I truly appreciate your kindness, Mr. Li," she replied. "No need for formality, Miss Xie. I have a great fondness for little cutie, and it is my pleasure to take her out. She speaks of you often, even before you came to see her. We are friends now. Let us dispense with the formal titles. If you don't mind, I shall call you Sister Xian, and you may call me Xiao Dong." Li Dong's full name is Li Xiao Dong, which he later shortened to Li Dong. "I have no objections. Thank you, Xiao Dong. Well then, Sister Xian, I'll take little cutie to Disneyland. You should head to work." "All right, please ensure her safety and avoid any risky rides. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on her. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, little cutie." Without further ado, Li Dong drove straight to Disneyland with the little girl. Along the way, she chattered incessantly, sharing amusing tales from kindergarten, occasionally breaking into song, which only endeared her to Li Dong even more. I should find an opportunity to discuss with Sister Xian about adopting the little girl as my goddaughter. On Saturday morning, the traffic in the bustling city was surprisingly smooth. and Li Dong successfully arrived at Disneyland without any delays. The Shanghai Disneyland, located at 310 Huangzhou Road, Chuansha Town, PD New District, officially opened on June 16, 2016, and is the first Disney theme park in mainland China. After securing a parking spot, Li Dong retrieved a gift box from the back seat and opened it to reveal a light blue sun hat, adorned with 2 embroidered blue butterflies on the brim. This exquisite hat was purchased from Chanel at the price of 1,988 yuan. "Little cutie, come here for a moment," Li Dong beckoned. "Handsome uncle, what do you need me for?" She replied. "Look," Li Dong said, shaking the sun hat in his hand. "Do you like it? Is this a gift for the little one?" The moment the young girl caught sight of the hat, her large eyes sparkled with delight, transforming her expression into a narrow smile. Her petite frame was eager to try it on, yet she patiently inquired, "Is it really for me?" "Of course. It is indeed a gift for you." Li Dong gently placed the hat upon her head. "Thank you, uncle." The little girl beamed, squinting her eyes with joy. "All right, let's embark on our adventure. Go, 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 go," she echoed cheerfully. Upon arriving at the entrance of Disneyland, the girl gazed in awe at the throngs of people, her mouth agape, exclaiming, "So many people!" Truly, the bustling metropolis of Shanghai lived up to its reputation as a global city. Even at just past 9 in the morning, a lengthy queue had formed outside the gates, all awaiting their turn to purchase tickets. As a distinguished private client of the Universal Bank, a simple phone call ensured that Li Dong had secured tickets without the need to stand in line, allowing them to proceed directly to the entrance. Grasping the little girl's hand, he approached the ticket checkpoint, waiting patiently. Throughout the wait, the girl remained remarkably calm, her sparkling eyes betraying her exhilaration. After their tickets were checked, they entered the park. Li Dong inquired, "Little one, have you decided which attraction you wish to experience?" "I would love to ride the carousel, if that's all right." Zhao Juanhao said, "It's incredibly fun," she replied, gazing at Li Dong with eager anticipation. "Of course we can," he responded. "The carousel is over there. Let's go." Having visited Disneyland previously with colleagues from his former workplace, Li Dong retained a vague recollection of the attraction's locations. "Hooray!" With his affirmation, the little girl began to bounce with excitement. "Hand in hand, we stroll without fear of slipping. Let us walk, walk, walk." At that moment, a nearby room resonated with the cheerful tune of Big Head Son and Small Head Dad, and Li Dong glanced at the little girl, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 18. A serendipitous encounter at Disney. Upon arriving at the carousel, a considerable queue had already formed. Li Dong gently guided the little girl to the end of the line, where they commenced their wait. The moment they reached the carousel, the girl's eyes became fixated on the spinning horses, her expression brimming with excitement and anticipation. A few minutes later, it was their turn. Due to the girl's tender age, Li Dong, disregarding any sense of embarrassment, climbed onto a horse alongside her. He endeavored to maintain a stoic demeanor, ignoring the curious glances directed at him, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. As the carousel began to slowly rotate, the sound of cheerful chimes filled the air, gradually quickening in tempo. The little girl joyfully spread her arms wide, laughing and cheering exuberantly. "Uncle, this carousel is so much fun." Zhang Juanhao truly did not deceive me. Perhaps it was the thought of adopting the little girl as his own goddaughter that stirred a tinge of jealousy within Li Dong upon hearing the mention of Zhang Juanhao's name. With a somewhat petty mindset, he began to devise strategies on how to handle Zhang Juanhao in his mind. Meanwhile, the little girl, lost in the enchantment of the carousel, remained blissfully unaware that her charming uncle was preoccupied with thoughts of her friend, the laughter ringing in the air like the sound of silver bells. Alas, the joyous moments were fleeting. A few minutes later, as the carousel gradually came to a halt, Li Dong cradled the reluctant little girl in his arms and stepped off. Noticing her wistful gaze, he suggested, "Shall we ride again?" "Can we?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked up at him. "Of course, but we must queue once more." "Uh-huh. Teacher Wu has taught us about this," she replied enthusiastically. Li Dong affectionately ruffled her hair, preparing to lead her back to the line. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Dong Wazi?" Turning at the sound of his name, Li Dong was greeted by his cousin-in-law, Zhang Jian, along with his cousin Lu Haiyan and their daughter, Zhang Jiawen. "Yan Yi, Yan Yi, Fang Yiven. What brings you here? Li Dongying Gidat. We brought Jiawen to have some fun, Zhang Jian replied, gesturing towards the little girl in Li Dong's arms. What is the story here? This is my friend's daughter. She had no one else, so I agreed to bring her here for some amusement. Little Guai, this is my cousin and cousin-in-law. You should greet them. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. My name is Little Guai, the girl said, though a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, her words clear and distinct. Uncle, don't forget about me, Zhang Jiawen exclaimed, jumping up and waving her hand to remind Li Dong of her presence. Ah, yes. And here is Zhang Jiawen. Little Guai, she is the daughter of your uncle and aunt, a little over a year older than you, so you should call her sister. Hello, sister. I am Little Guai. The little girl responded sweetly, feeling quite at ease in the presence of someone so close in age. Yes. Hello, Little Guai. I am Zhang Jiawen, but you may call me Wenwen Jie, she replied warmly. Li Dong observed that the little girl did not show any aversion toward Zhang Jiawen, so he gently set her down, allowing her to play with him. As soon as the girl touched the ground, Zhang Jiawen took her hand and exclaimed, My dear little sister, you are so adorable. May I give you a kiss? The little girl replied, Yes, sister, you are very beautiful too. In no time, the two were joyfully engaged in play. Meanwhile, two other children were also having fun, while Li Dong and Zhang Jian found a nearby railing to lean against and rest. Dongzi, what have you been up to these days? I called you to come out and play, but you didn't show up. If your sister hadn't mentioned you recently, I would have thought you had left Shanghai, Zhang Jian remarked. I've truly been overwhelmed with work lately, and I really haven't had a moment to spare. My apologies, it's rare to meet today, so let me treat you as a form of atonement, Li Dong replied. Well, at least you're sensible. For now, I'll temporarily forgive you, but you must not let it happen again, Zhang Jian said, lightly punching Li Dong while smiling. Rest assured, I won't be that busy in the future. I'm completely free now, Li Dong assured him. Zhang Jian and the others did not perceive the underlying meaning of his words, simply believing that Li Dong had finally emerged from his hectic schedule and could take a breather. Dongzi, are you going home for the New Year this year? Lu Haiyan, his cousin, interjected. I'm not sure, but I will be heading back in a few days, he replied. Will you return for the National Day holiday? Yes. Li Dong nodded. I have some matters to attend to this time, and I might even bring my parents to Shanghai for a visit. Oh, it seems you've recently secured a big deal and are making quite a fortune, Zhang Jian teased. Li Dong smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. He preferred not to boast about his newfound wealth in front of relatives and friends, not out of fear of them borrowing money, but simply because he disliked such ostentation. In his previous life, he had earned nearly $1 million without bragging about it. After a while of light conversation, Li Dong led the little girls to enjoy other attractions. With Zhang Jiawen guiding the little one in play, Li Dong felt an immediate sense of relief, only needing to ensure their safety. Time flew by, and soon it was past 5 p.m. The little girls, having played all day, began to show signs of fatigue. Li Dong suggested concluding their outing and finding a place to eat. Exiting Disneyland, he held the tired little girl in his arms as they made their way toward the parking lot. At that moment, Zhang Jian grabbed Li Dong's arm and asked, Dongzi, why are you heading to the parking lot? The subway station is over there. Brother Jian, I drove here today. You bought a car? Zhang Jian's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring, what kind of car did you get? Is it a Volkswagen or a Honda? A Bentley Continental GT? That name sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I've heard it before, Zhang Jian said, puzzled. Before he could recall where he had encountered the name, the group arrived at Li Dong's car. Upon seeing a sleek silver luxury sedan, Zhang Jian's jaw dropped as he looked at Li Dong. This is your car? A Bentley Continental GT? Li Dong shrugged and pressed a button. When he saw the flashing lights of the silver sedan rush by, Zhang Jian finally recalled where he had heard the name of this vehicle, DY. A certain automotive blogger had previously introduced this model, a super luxury car with a price tag of approximately $4 million. Not only was Zhang Jian left speechless by the revelation, but his cousin, Lu Haiyan, was also gazing at Li Dong in astonishment. Although Lu Haiyan was unaware of the exact price of the car, she could surmise that it would cost at least $2 or $3 million. Well, some matters cannot be clarified in a short time. It is best to discuss them further once we reach our destination. Li Dong urged everyone to get into the car. Cousin Liu Haiyan settled into the back seat with two little girls, while Zhang Jian took the front passenger seat. Once everyone was comfortably seated, Li Dong started the engine and set off. Wow, riding in this luxury car feels entirely different. It is far more comfortable than a Volkswagen or Honda, Zhang Jian remarked, stroking the seat as he shifted in his position. Dongzi, I read online that this car costs around 4 million. How much did you pay for it? After including all the fees, the total was a flat 33 million, Li Dong replied. Goodness, 33 million. Even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much. You truly are extravagant. Brother Jian, why all the pleasantries? If you want to drive it, just let me know, Li Dong responded. Hearing Li Dong's words, Zhang Jian felt tempted, yet ultimately decided against it. Forget it. This car is far too expensive. If I were to scratch or dent it, even with insurance, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Just take me for a ride when you have some time. Li Dong merely smiled at this and continued to focus on driving. Chapter 19. Assisting my cousin and cousin-in-law in search of a decent Chinese restaurant. Li Dong parked the car and entered with his companions. Once settled in the private room, he ordered the dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. After the waiter left, Zhang Jian remarked, Dongzi, you've truly elevated your status. I caught a glimpse of those prices. Just a simple vegetable dish costs 68 yuan. How outrageous. Well, all my hard work is for the sake of enjoyment, Li Dong replied. If one doesn't relish the fruits of their labor, why endure all that hardship? You've changed so much, Zhang Jian observed. In the past, you were generous, but never to this extent. Spill the beans. How much have you really earned? He leaned closer, lowering his voice. I'm not quite sure how to express it. I suppose I have achieved financial freedom, Li Dong admitted. Zhang Jian looked at him with a peculiar expression. You're not talking about that lucky fellow from a while back, are you? Lucky fellow? What are you referring to? Aren't you the one who won 10 lottery tickets? Li Dong hadn't anticipated Zhang Jian would associate him with the lottery, but upon reflection, it made sense considering his cousin had just revealed his newfound financial independence after a mere 2 months apart. It was likely that 100 people would speculate the same. Brother Jian, my situation isn't what you think, but I assure you my sources of income are entirely legitimate. I'll explain everything when I have the time. Li Dong clarifia. Never mind how you earned it. As long as it's not through illegal means, I'm fine with it. By the way, now that you're financially free, you must be enjoying some fine cigars. Come on, show me one, Zhang Jian urged. Li Dong pulled out a Heaven and Earth cigar and handed it to Zhang Jian. Upon seeing the name, Zhang Jian teased, Oh, Heaven and Earth. What a premium cigar. He opened the box and took one out to smell. At that moment, Liu Haiyan interjected, There are children present. If you want to smoke, do it outside. I'm not smoking, dear. I'm just having a whiff, Zhang Jian chuckled. Liu Haiyan shot him a glare, causing Zhang Jian to retreat slightly. Satisfied, she turned her attention back to the two children, showcasing her authority within the family. In later years, influenced by short videos, many young women became increasingly selective, leading to a significant drop in marriage rates in various provinces. However, the Sichuan and Chongqing regions remained steadfast. This was largely due to the innate skills of the women there, embodied in the phrase, I can conquer the mountains of Shu. Once the skill was unleashed, the surrounding area would tremble, leaving Sichuan men with no room for resistance. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Li Dong invited Zhang Jian to step out to the corridor for a smoke. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he asked, Brother Jian, how has work been for you lately? You are acquainted with our cardboard factory, which operates at a moderate level of efficiency. It neither faces imminent closure nor enjoys substantial orders, yielding an annual profit of around 5 to 600,000, a figure that satisfies the owner. Li Dong nodded slightly, inquiring whether the proprietor harbored intentions of selling the factory. Why? Are you interested in purchasing it? Indeed, I have contemplated such a notion. Zhang Jian regarded Li Dong with seriousness and remarked, although our factory is modest in size, its profitability is stable. If you wish to acquire it, you would need to offer around 3 million. 3 million? I managed to earn that amount in just a few hours last night. Brother Jian, could you arrange a meeting with your boss for me tomorrow? I wish to discuss this matter. Are you truly considering a purchase? Zhang Jian gazed at Li Dong in astonishment, initially believing that the latter was merely jesting, yet now realizing his intent was earnest. Your factory, though not large, boasts stable profits. Acquiring it would not result in a loss, Li Dong elucidated. Indeed, if you were to deposit 3 million in the bank, the interest would only amount to around 100,000. Purchasing our factory would certainly be a more advantageous endeavor. Very well. I shall arrange the meeting first thing in the morning. After finishing their cigarettes, the two returned to their private room, where the waiter had already served a couple of dishes. At 7 o'clock in the evening, outside the restaurant, Li Dong bid farewell to his cousin and her husband, then set off towards the Milan International Community, accompanied by the drowsy young girl. Upon arriving at the community, he found the little girl fast asleep in her seat. He gently lifted her and made his way to her home. After a brief 2-minute walk, Li Dong stood outside her door and rang the doorbell. Moments later, Xie Xian, clad in casual home attire, opened the door. Sister Xian, I have successfully returned your little treasure safely, Li Dong remarked, noting how Xie Xian's simple appearance resembled that of his imagined spouse. Xiaodong, I cannot thank you enough. I saw the photos you sent. It's been ages since little treasure has been so joyful, Xie Xian said, taking the child in her arms and gently stroking her head. Sister Xian, you are too kind. Little treasure is quite well behaved and made no fuss at all. I had a delightful time today, and if the opportunity arises, I will take her out again. Well, it is getting late, so I won't insist you stay. Next time I have a day off, I will prepare some dishes and invite you over, she replied. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Farewell. Departing from Milan International, Li Dong drove back to the Binjiang Triumph Gate. Upon entering his empty abode, a sense of loneliness washed over him. He approached the bar adjacent to the living room, casually selecting a bottle of red wine he had purchased a few days prior. He made his way to the balcony, poured himself a glass, and reclined on a chaise lounge to savor it slowly. Through the transparent glass railing, he gazed at the vibrant river view in the distance, and gradually drowsiness enveloped him, leading him into slumber. In the latter part of the night, a sudden gust of river wind jolted him awake, prompting him to curl up and return to his bedroom for further rest. The following morning, having fallen asleep on the balcony the previous night, Li Dong's sleep quality suffered, causing him to miss the alarms ringing, until the incessant ringing of a phone finally roused him from his slumber. Groggily, Li Dong answered the call. Hello, who is this? Dongzi, it's me. Oh, Jiange. What is the matter? I've arranged for you to meet with our boss. When will you come by to discuss? Upon hearing this, Li Dong's drowsiness gradually dissipated, and he slowly became alert. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he replied, I'll be there by 2 p.m. Great, I'll schedule it for 2 then. After hanging up, Li Dong glanced at the clock. It was nearly 11. Tossing his phone aside, he stretched vigorously and began his morning routine. At 1:50 p.m., Li Dong drove to the place where Zhang Jian rented. After parking, he entered the courtyard. Jingo, I've arrived. Where are you? He called out as he walked in. Coming, coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jian emerged from the house. I've arranged to meet our boss at a nearby tea house. Just a 2-minute walk. No need to drive. All right, let us go. Exiting the courtyard and turning around a couple of corners, Li Dong followed Zhang Jian to the entrance of a tea house named Zhen Cha Dao. This is the place. Let us go inside. Upon entering, Zhang Jian led Li Dong to a window-side table where a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, was already seated. The man had a somewhat corpulent physique, wore glasses for nearsightedness, and his round, chubby face was quite amiable when he smiled. You must be Mr. Li, the middle-aged man said, rising from his seat. I am Lu Fugue. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Dong extended his hand to shake Lu Fugue's, then took a seat. At that moment, a nearby server inquired, What tea would you like? Long Jing and chrysanthemum, please. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Chapter 20. The glory shall not be mine alone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Fugue took a sip of tea and remarked, I have heard that Mr. Li is interested in purchasing my factory. Indeed, Li Dong nodded slightly. There is such an intention. Old Zhang, who had worked alongside me for 7 or 8 years, was someone I held in high regard. Since Mr. Li was introduced by Zhang Jian, I trust he is a straightforward individual, so I shall not speak too plainly. My factory, though modest in size, boasts commendable profits and a stable clientele. If Mr. Li is genuinely interested in buying, I would propose a firm price of 4 million. Mr. Liu, that is an exorbitant price, Zhang Jian interjected, his brow furrowed. While our factory maintains stable profits, the equipment is rather aged and often requires repairs. I estimate that the machines will only last another 3 years before they need replacing, which is no small expense. Old Zhang, please do not be so agitated. I am merely throwing out a number, Lu Yongfu replied with an awkward smile. Lu Yongfu had not anticipated Zhang Jian's assistance in revealing the factory's details to Li Dong. He had assumed Zhang was merely an intermediary, and this was a miscalculation on his part. Buying and selling inevitably involves haggling, Zhang Jian remarked. Mr. Lu, my friend is sincerely interested in making a purchase. I kindly ask you to propose a fair price. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongfu responded, very well. Considering your relationship with old Zhang, I will lower it to 5 million. Li Dong turned to Zhang Jian, inquiring about the appropriateness of this figure. Zhang Jian waved his hand gently and replied, Mr. Lu, we are all honest individuals here. I propose a firm price of 2 million. Upon hearing this amount, Lu Fuguei fell silent. Observing this, Li Dong spoke up, Mr. Lu, a firm price of 2 million. I will transfer the full amount as soon as the contract is signed. Oh, Lu Fuguei was immediately intrigued. He had not expected this young man to be able to produce 2 million in cash at once. It is worth noting that even someone of his wealth would require a visit to the bank to withdraw such a sum. After a lengthy silence, Lu Fuguei finally acquiesced. Very well, 2 million it is. When shall we sign the agreement? Today would be suitable. Excellent. I shall return to prepare the documents and contract. The time is now 2:40. Let us reconvene here at 4 o'clock, Lu Fuguei stated, glancing at his watch. Agreed. Mr. Lu, please proceed. Once Lu Fuguei departed, Li Dong retrieved his phone, locating Jin Yong's contact number and dialing it. He instructed him to find a reliable lawyer to review the sales contract. No sooner had he finished his call with Jin Yong than an unfamiliar call came through. The caller identified himself as Luo Xiang, a distinguished attorney from a renowned law firm in the city, assuring that he would arrive within the hour. As Li Dong concluded the call, Zhang Jian remarked, Dongzi, I find myself increasingly perplexed by you. It is hard to fathom what has transpired over the past 2 or 3 months. Li Dong smiled gently, Brother Jian. No matter what happens in the future or what kind of person I become, I will always remain your younger cousin. You are absolutely right. Regardless of how you change, you will always be my dear brother. By the way, after acquiring the factory, how do you intend to manage it? Li Dong shook his head gently. What? Zhang Jian suddenly stood up, incredulous, and exclaimed, You say you won't participate in the management? Then why buy this factory? Do you have so much money that it makes you uneasy? All right. Sit down first, Li Dong quickly reassured him. Once Zhang Jian was calmed, Li Dong explained, My acquisition of this factory certainly stems from my own intentions. However, I am entirely ignorant regarding production and operations. I cannot let an outsider guide the experts and risk ruining the factory, thereby rendering you unemployed. Then who do you plan to have manage it? Zhang Jian furrowed his brow and asked seriously. Of course it will be you, my dear cousin-in-law. Me? Zhang Jian pointed to himself. Upon seeing Li Dong nod slightly, he exclaimed excitedly, Although I work at this factory, I know nothing about management. If you ask me to help you manage it, wouldn't that be equally reckless? Hey, Jiange, you shouldn't say that. You have worked at this factory for 7 or 8 years. You must be quite familiar with its operations and production. If you do not manage it, I certainly cannot entrust it to outsiders. I truly find you hard to believe. You spend so much money to buy a factory only to become a hands-off manager, Zhang Jian retorted. Li Dong raised his hand to stop Zhang Jian, smiling. Jiange, I assure you I will not make you manage it for free. In the future, I will provide you with 50% of the profits as equity. Dongzi, 50% is far too much. You spent several million acquiring the factory. If you give me 50% of the profits, how many years will it take for you to recoup your investment? No, absolutely not. Even if I agree, Yin Jie will not consent. Zhang Jian firmly refused. Jiange, please listen to me. When I was a child, I often stayed at my grandmother's house, and during that time, Yin Jie took care of me. Whenever there was something delicious, she would always share it with me first. Now that I have grown up and am capable, I want to ensure she has a better life, free from the burden of working 12-hour shifts at the factory. The selfless support you offered in my previous life, I am unable to repay. Now that fate has granted me a second chance, I will not hoard the immense wealth I have acquired. In a few years, I will pass the factory on to you. Zhang Jian gazed at Li Dong's earnest expression, sighed, and patted Li Dong's shoulder. Dongzi, I thank you on behalf of Yan Jia. Having a cousin like you is one of the happiest things in her life. I too am immensely grateful to have such a kind cousin, Li Dong silently thought. On this windy day, I once tried to hold your hand, but the rain grew so heavy that I could no longer see you. Li Dong glanced at the phone number, connecting the call as he walked toward the entrance of the tea house. Yes, I am right here at the entrance of this tea house. After hanging up, within a minute, a dapper gentleman in a suit appeared before Li Dong. A newcomer sported a neatly cropped hairstyle, his countenance exuding warmth, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, unmistakably marking him as an individual of discernment. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Luo Xiang, an attorney from Tianqian Law Firm. Greetings, Attorney Luo. I appreciate your assistance today, Mr. Li responded courteously. You flatter me, Mr. Li. The essence of Tianqian Law Firm lies in serving esteemed individuals such as yourself. Should you require our services, we are always at your disposal. Luo Xiang replied with a gentle smile. Upon receiving a call from Jin Yong, Luo Xiang was briefed on Li Dong's situation. Upon learning that his counterpart was a mogul capable of readily producing hundreds of millions in cash, Luo Xiang immediately recognized the significance of the meeting. Tianqian Law Firm is one of the most renowned legal establishments in the metropolis, having been founded in 1999. It offers comprehensive legal services across a wide array of fields, boasting over 800 attorneys. The firm has established branches in 21 cities across mainland China, as well as in Hong Kong, London, and beyond. Not long after Luo Xiang's arrival, Lu Fugue made his entrance. Upon seeing Luo Xiang, Lu Fugue was initially puzzled about his role. However, once Li Dong presented the contract for review, Lu Fugue quickly grasped Luo Xiang's identity, professional attorney. Lu Fugue, being a man of integrity, refrained from exploiting Li Dong's youth in the contract negotiations. After receiving Luo Xiang's affirmation, Li Dong inscribed his name upon the document. The contract was prepared in duplicate. After securing his copy, Li Dong retrieved his phone to transfer funds to Lu Yongfu. Once the transaction was completed, Li Dong addressed Lu Fugue, saying, Mr. Lu, please check your phone. The funds should have arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Fugue, albeit skeptical, took out his phone. A new notification caught his eye. Cosmic Bank. Your account ending in 9299 received a remittance of 3,200,000 RMB on September 26th at 1701. Your account balance is now 3,421,236 renminbi. Lu Fugue stared in astonishment at the message, realizing he had vastly underestimated this young man. Chapter 21. Another day, full of vitality, Lu Fugue cast a deep glance at Li Dong, who was laughing with Zhang Jian, and the fleeting pangs of jealousy in his heart dissipated entirely. A person capable of transferring millions via mobile phone was not someone he could afford to provoke. After signing the contract, Li Dong instructed Zhang to handle the handover procedures with Lu Fugue while he bid farewell to Luo Xiang and drove back to the Kaikshuamen in Binjiang. The following day, Li Dong rose a bit late. By the time he arrived at the company entrance, it was already past 10 o'clock. As he was engrossed in his phone, a voice interrupted his reverie. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. Li Dong looked up to see a sweet-faced young woman gazing at him. Is there something you need? He inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Sir, this is a private area. You must register before entering, and I will need to report to my supervisor for permission, she replied. Just as Li Dong was about to clarify that he was the owner of the company, the HR manager, Zhang Qian, happened to walk in from outside. Upon noticing the situation, she immediately reprimanded. Li Weiwei, this is our company's boss. You should quickly apologize to him. Mr. Li, this is our newly hired receptionist. Named Li Weiwei, Zhang added. Li Weiwei stared at Li Dong in shock. He appeared to be only a few years older than her. How could he possibly be the company's owner? Before her interview, she had researched that Dream Investment had a registered capital of 200 million. In her mind, A boss who could afford such capital must surely be in his 30s or 40s. No one would expect him to be so young. Seeing Li Weiwei in a daze, Zhang Qian shot her a stern look. Upon receiving Zhang's signal, Li Weiwei quickly regained her composure and bowed to Li Dong, saying, "Boss, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were our company's owner. Please forgive me." Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Ignorance is no fault. It's not your blame. However, your earlier actions were entirely correct. You should stop anyone who is not part of our company until you receive the relevant authority's approval for entry. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you." Patting Li Weiwei on the shoulder, Li Dong smiled as he walked toward his office. Once Li Dong had entered his office, Li Weiwei let out a long sigh of relief. That was truly terrifying. Zhang Qian glared at Li Weiwei, saying, "You little rascal. I'm the one who should be scared to death. Didn't I provide you with the photos of the company leaders? How could you not recognize Mr. Li?" "I'm so sorry, Manager Zhang. I was feeling unwell and had to run to the restroom several times, so I didn't get a chance to look," she replied. "All right, today is your first day at work, so I shall forgive you. But if you commit such a fundamental error again, beware of being dismissed from the company." "I understand," Li Weiwei responded, somewhat disheartened. Zhang Qian shook her head and sighed. These university students today truly are a handful. After Zhang Qian departed, Li Weiwei returned to the front desk with a sense of melancholy and posted a message on her social media. "Oh heavens, I've offended the boss on my very first day at work. Am I doomed? Woe is me." Shortly thereafter, likes and comments began to pour in. "Don't worry, I'll support you. A devoted admirer. Is your boss handsome? A close friend." Meanwhile, Li Dong returned to his office, drawing the blinds to shield the room from the sunlight. Lighting a cigarette, he stood by the window, gazing at the radiant scenery outside, and remarked with a smile, "What a vibrant day it is." At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. Li Dong slightly turned his head. "Who is it?" "President Li, it's me, Jin Yong." "Come in." Upon saying this, Li Dong resumed his seat in the executive chair. Jin Yong pushed the door open and approached Li Dong's desk. "Good morning, President Li. Please take a seat." "Thank you, President Li. Regarding the recruitment tasks you assigned last Friday, I have confirmed several candidates for interviews. Will you be attending? Aside from the assistant position, which I will personally interview, you may handle the rest." "I'm simply too busy to spare that much time." "Understood, President Li. I will coordinate with Supervisor Zhang effectively. Is there anything else?" "Yes, indeed. I have some documents here." Jin Yong placed several files on the desk. "You asked me to look into some film and television project investments last week. I've gathered a few options for you to review." "All right. I will look at them when I have a moment." "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more." "Then you may return to your work. I have matters to attend to as well." "Of course, President Li. I'll get back to it. Go ahead." After Jin Yong exited, Li Dong retrieved his phone, resuming his viewing of a video he had not finished earlier, Tan Traffic. By chance, he had stumbled upon this treasure of a program on DUI and quickly became an avid follower. Whenever he felt disheartened, he would watch Tan Traffic for a while. Unlike other documentary-style variety shows, this program lacked any sense of detachment. Rather, its simplicity often moved viewers to tears. Today was not an update day for Tan Traffic. So Li Dong began watching previous episodes. When one immerses themselves in something, time seems to evaporate. Li Dong lost track of time, and when he finally glanced at the clock, he was startled to find it nearly noon. Stowing away his phone, he exited the office, greeted El Bu, inviting him to join for dinner after work before leaving the company. As he passed the front desk, Li Weiwei spotted Li Dong and quickly greeted him. He nodded in acknowledgement. Once Li Dong's figure vanished into the elevator, Li Weiwei couldn't help but exclaim, "Being a boss is delightful. They don't have to squeeze into the elevator with us workers and can leave early for dinner." In the restaurant, after finishing their meal, Li Dong and El Bu each lit a cigarette and began to engage in casual conversation. "I heard from old Jean that quite a few people have come for interviews. Has anyone from the public relations department come in for an interview?" I inquired with Supervisor Zhang, and she mentioned that the interviewees for the public relations department won't arrive until tomorrow or the day after. "Ah, tomorrow or the day after, indeed. Please remind me then. I wish to personally interview the public relations manager." "Sure. All right, you should head to work now. I plan to stroll around a bit to aid digestion." Upon exiting the restaurant, Li Dong aimlessly wandered the streets until his legs felt slightly weary prompting him to return to the office. Once back at his desk, he pulled up the gold market data. A glance at the gold finger indicator revealed minimal fluctuations today, merely 5 or 6 points. Such a trivial variation dissuaded Li Dong from placing any trades. He promptly closed the market analysis software, retrieved his phone, and launched the game Honor of Kings. Defeat, 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 defeat. Damn it. Has that wretched jungler taken up residence in the jungle? The opposing jungler has come several times, yet mine hasn't shown up even once. Truly pathetic. Ugh. It's exceedingly difficult to secure a win when playing solo. These teammates are utterly incompetent. Despite my exceptional performance, with stats of 9-15-7, we still couldn't clinch victory, which infuriated Li Dong to the point of explosion. In a fit of rage, he lost all motivation to work, shutting down his computer and declaring, "I'm off." As he passed the front desk, Li Weiwei intended to greet him, but upon seeing his furious demeanor, she promptly swallowed her words. It was only after Li Dong's figure vanished from view that she exhaled in relief. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was just past 4 in the afternoon and couldn't help but feel a twinge of indignation. Those capitalist overlords truly lived too leisurely. Chapter 22. A lucrative opportunity. After 2 hours of watching the traffic discussions, the frustration from losing the game had gradually dissipated, and Li Dong's spirits were restored. The following morning, he arose early, arriving at the office precisely at 9 o'clock. Under the astonished gaze of the receptionist, Li Weiwei, he entered the company. Settling into his executive chair, Li Dong powered on his computer and called up the K-line chart for London Gold, scrutinizing it intently. Moments later, a prompt from his trading software indicated a significant drop in gold prices, predicting a new low for September, with a decline of nearly 20 points. Li Dong's excitement surged. Such a substantial drop was rare. He immediately picked up the office phone and called Jin Yong, requesting him to come to his office. 2 minutes later, Jin Yong entered the room. Once seated, Li Dong addressed him, "Director Jin, how many people are currently in the investment department?" Replying to you, Li Dong. "We have recruited 5 individuals," Jin Yong responded, although puzzled by the inquiry. "Excellent. All 50 international trading accounts that the company previously established have been opened, correct?" "Yes. They have all been set up." "Good. Please inform everyone in the investment department to gather in the small conference room. I will join you shortly." "Understood, Li Dong. I will attend to it immediately." 5 minutes later, in the small conference room, Li Dong surveyed the attendees, noting their youth, the eldest barely nearing 30. He spoke with authority. "Greetings, colleagues. I am Li Dong, the owner of this company. Each of you is an elite talent in this industry, so I shall keep my remarks brief. You are each responsible for managing 10 accounts, each containing $500,000. Upon receiving my instructions for position establishment, you are required to act immediately without any objections. Is that clear?" "Understood." Jin Yong had already made it clear to them during recruitment that this company operates differently from others in the industry, necessitating complete adherence to Li Dong's directives. Any dissenting opinions would not be tolerated. Li Dong nodded and continued, "Now, please surrender all your electronic devices. They will be returned to you after the trading session concludes. Once trading is complete, your salaries for today will be doubled, and each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in excitement. Although salaries in the financial sector are already among the highest, the prospect of earning a substantial bonus for merely executing straightforward buy and sell orders was indeed appealing. Li Dong glanced at the market, observing that gold prices were hovering around 1196. "Commence now. Everyone is to use 100 times leverage to establish short positions at 50 of their account balance." After a while, reports of completed positions began to come in. Li Dong compiled the data, noting that the average opening price settled around 1196, $3 per ounce, with a total of 1.04 million short positions established. In the afternoon, as the price of gold surged past 1998, Li Dong observed a lack of momentum in this upward movement and once again instructed to establish a 50 position. At this point, all accounts had reached a total of 2.08 million contracts. The already sluggish gold began to lose its upward momentum entirely as 10.35 million short positions entered the market, gradually descending. By 6 p.m., Li Dong ordered a few takeout meals, and after a brief meal, everyone resumed their watch over the market. As the clock struck 8 p.m., the price of gold stabilized around $11.95, neither breaking upward nor descending, entering a phase of consolidation. Just when all market investors believed that the downtrend had halted and were preparing to construct a base for an upward move by eagerly opening long positions, a surge of long orders flooded in, causing the price of gold to begin a slow ascent, swiftly approaching the day's peak of $11.98. At 21:15 Beijing time, Federal Reserve policymaker Kashkari delivers speech stating that the robust U.S. economy warranted another interest rate hike. This declaration caused the dollar index to soar. Consequently, the strengthening dollar exerted pressure on the spot gold price, which abruptly shifted from bullish to bearish, with the half-hour candlestick swiftly turning from red to green, only to probe lower. "Mr. Li, the gold has plummeted," Jin Yong exclaimed, rising in excitement. Li Dong nodded slightly, urging calm. "Wasn't this decline already anticipated? There's no need for such excitement. You truly are remarkable, sir. In my years in finance, I have never witnessed such an astute timing for position building. This significant drop has made us a fortune." Haha. Despite recognizing the flattery in Jin Yong's words, one cannot help but enjoy a compliment. As the price of gold fell to around $11.82, Li Dong began to issue instructions. "Everyone, pay attention. Liquidate all your positions." Understood. Compared to the slight discontent during the morning's position establishment, this time, the response was filled with admiration. Half an hour later, Jin Yong approached Li Dong with the financial summary. "Mr. Li, here are tonight's profit statistics. Please take a look." Li Dong received the report and saw a profit of $31.2 million, with fees totaling $979,520. After deducting the fees, the final net profit amounted to $26,220,480. Gazing at the final net profit exceeding $26 million, Li Dong felt a surge of excitement. But the thought of nearly $5 million in fees dampened his spirits. Shaking his head to compose himself, Li Dong addressed the team. "All right. Thank you all for your hard work. I am very pleased with everyone's performance today. In addition to the promised bonus of 10,000, I will allow you all a paid day off tomorrow." "Hooray. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss." All right. Let's quiet down. I still have some matters to address." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, the room fell into an immediate silence, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Li Dong, thoroughly pleased with the atmosphere, continued, "It is not yet 10 o'clock. I hereby allocate a special fund of 30,000, led by Director Jean. You may choose to go to KTV or a club. In short, you can indulge in whatever entertainment you desire. Long live, boss." "Mr. Li, I have a sister who is exceptionally beautiful. I wish to introduce her to you," shouted a slightly plump individual known as Wulong. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his cheeky remark. Li Dong shot a disapproving glance at the man. "Zhang Yu, was it? I shall remember you." Zhang Yu, possessing a thick skin, did not blush at the teasing of his colleagues. Instead, he felt a sense of pride, as he was the first among them to have caught Li Dong's attention. After a few more casual exchanges, Li Dong departed from the company, having earned nearly $200 million. He was in exceptionally high spirits. Unconsciously, he found himself outside a bar, MT Bar. With a glance at the establishment's name, Li Dong felt a surge of interest and decided to step inside. As he parked his vehicle in front of MT Bar, a young security guard swiftly approached to assist him. Upon reaching the entrance, the bar manager, alerted by the security personnel of a notable guest, came forward to greet him. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to MT Bar. I am Ahua, the manager here." "Hello. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "I do not have a reservation, sir. We still have both lounge seats and private rooms available. Which do you prefer?" "I'll take a lounge seat." "Very well, please follow me." As he entered the bar, he was greeted by the deafening sound of music. It was nearing 11 o'clock, the peak hour for the bar's lively atmosphere. Many weary white-collar and golden-collar workers flocked to bars to unwind after a long day. These individuals tended to be quite open-minded. If there was a spark of attraction, they would engage in indiscreet encounters. However, in comparison to the fleeting allure of bar escapades, Li Dong favored elite clubs. He held a lukewarm view of the women frequenting bars, While they might offer a night of passion, such encounters would never lead to a subsequent meeting. Chapter 23. Jiang Xiu. After a brief moment, Li Dong, under the guidance of manager Ahua, settled into a prime booth. Such advantageous spots are typically reserved by managers, anticipating the arrival of significant clients to flatter. Upon learning that Li Dong drove a Bentley Continental GT, Ahua harbored intentions of enticing Li Dong to frequent the MT bar. Once Li Dong was seated, manager Ahua inquired, "Mr. Li, what beverages do you wish to order tonight? Let us not rush into the drinks. As a man of stature, I find little amusement in sitting here alone. Do you possess any exceptional resources you could summon for my enjoyment?" Ahua hesitated, his expression revealing his uncertainty. Li Dong, perceiving his intentions, understood that Ahua sought a glimpse of his influence before making any recommendations. Li Dong produced a sleek black Universe credit card, raising it slightly. "As long as I'm satisfied, money is no object." "Understood," Ahua replied, signaling to a nearby waiter, who immediately comprehended. Moments later, the waiter presented a lavish fruit platter. "Mr. Li, please indulge yourself while I arrange for someone special." Ahua swiftly departed the booth and moved to a quieter area to make a phone call. As a bar manager, Ahua typically maintained a plethora of contacts with beautiful women who frequented the establishment, particularly the elite among them. Whenever he encountered someone in need of his services, he would summon these women to elevate the atmosphere. At the moment he glimpsed Li Dong's black card, Ahua recognized that Li Dong was indeed one of those influential figures he needed to appease. The reason these top-tier beauties willingly shared their contact information with managers like Ahua was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Ahua required their assistance in impressing affluent patrons, while they sought introductions to powerful individuals. What woman wouldn't desire to align herself with a magnate, living a life devoid of worries? Their innate beauty was their most significant asset, and they would not squander it on those lacking financial means. Pleased with Ahua's perceptiveness, Li Dong beckoned the waiter standing nearby. "Mr. Li, how may I assist you?" "One drink for each person present. A Long Island iced tea." "Thank you, Mr. Li," the waiter exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The entire MT bar could accommodate 300 to 500 patrons, and the cost for everyone to enjoy a Long Island iced tea would merely amount to a few thousand yuan, an inconsequential gesture indeed. Let us extend the warmest applause to Mr. Li from Booth 3, who graciously invites everyone in the bar to a Long Island iced tea. Let us revel in this moment. With the DJ's exuberant announcement, the crowd turned their attention toward Booth 3, eager to discover the identity of such a generous benefactor. As the spotlight illuminated Li Dong, he rose slightly, acknowledging the crowd. When the patrons beheld the youthful and handsome figure of this magnate, the atmosphere within the bar erupted in exuberance. Many beautiful women, confident in their allure, have begun to feel an irresistible urge to seek the favor of Li Dong. At this moment, Ahua, engaged in a phone call, was electrified upon hearing this news, his fingers quickening their pace as he dialed. Shortly thereafter, the person he contacted arrived before him. After a brief exchange, Ahua led them toward Li Dong's booth. Noticing Ahua approaching with guests, Li Dong scanned the group and identified a short-haired beauty who stood out as the most attractive. If rated on a scale of 100, he would assign her a score of 91, reserving the remaining 9 points to assess her character. Ahua approached Li Dong with a smile, introducing him. "This is Mr. Li. Please be sure to entertain him well." "Hello, Mr. Li," the young women chorused in unison. The four ladies were instantly delighted to find that Li Dong was not only youthful in appearance, but also remarkably handsome. "Hello to you all as well," Li Dong replied with a warm smile. Seeing the satisfied expression on Li Dong's face, Ahua felt a wave of relief wash over him. After inviting the ladies to sit down, Li Dong turned to manager Ahua and requested a spade Shenlong set, along with some snacks and nuts. Upon hearing Li Dong's order for the prestigious spade Shenlong set, Ahua felt that all his previous efforts had been worthwhile. He cast a glance at the most beautiful girl in the group, recalling that he had personally fronted 2,000 yuan to ensure her presence. "Certainly, please wait a moment. I will arrange that for you right away," Ahua assured him. Once the manager departed, Li Dong engaged in conversation with the four young women. Through their dialogue, he learned that the short-haired beauty's name was Jiang Xiu. "Ah, How delightful, Li Dong mused, appreciating not only her striking beauty, but also her melodious name. Unlike his own, which was rather commonplace, in the Dragon Kingdom, there were likely tens of thousands named Li Dong. Jiang Xiyu sat to Li Dong's left, adorned in a white lace camisole dress, accentuated by pointed red high heels and clutching a luxury handbag. Her golden, straight, mid-length hair fell gracefully behind her ears, with softly parted bangs partially obscuring her forehead. Her makeup leaned towards a Korean style, rendering her features exquisitely delicate and captivating. At that moment, manager Ahua returned with a group of beautiful women donning bunny ear headbands, presenting the Spade A Shenlong set. The DJ then announced, "Let us extend our best wishes to Mr. Li from Table 3. May he always find joy, and we are grateful for his order of the Spade A Shenlong set. Empty Bar will forever be your home." Hearing the DJ's call, the self-assured beauties could no longer remain seated. They rose and approached Li Dong's table. However, upon seeing the four stunning women already in his company, their confidence waned, and they retreated. Once manager Ahua had arranged the drinks and snacks, Li Dong waved for him to leave. "Now to the four lovely ladies, let us raise a glass to our fortuitous encounter. Cheers!" As a few glasses of wine were consumed, the atmosphere in the private booth gradually became lively, with the young women engaging in playful banter that delighted Li Dong immensely. Through their conversation, it was revealed that they were all university students from local institutions in the vibrant metropolis, occasionally visiting bars for leisure. Over time, they had become acquainted with the manager, Ahua. Typically, their outings to bars were infrequent. It was only when a prominent figure like Li Dong required the manager's particular attention that they would be summoned to enhance the ambience. Each time they made an appearance, they received a fee ranging from 1 to 2,000. Among the four women, Li Dong found himself particularly drawn to Jiang Xiyu, gradually neglecting the other three. Understanding the situation, the trio refrained from interjecting, quietly sipping their drinks and nibbling on snacks, only engaging when Li Dong directed his attention toward them. As the conversation flowed, Jiang Xiyu suddenly interjected, "Shout Dongge, I see that you are not much older than us, yet you have achieved such success. What do you do?" "I am involved in investment," he replied. "Wow, those who invest are all big shots. I didn't expect someone so young to be so impressive." "It truly commands my admiration," she exclaimed. "Is your admiration genuine or merely for show?" Li Dong desa. "What is the difference between the two?" Jiang Xiyu feigned innocence, adopting a cute and naive demeanor. Li Dong leaned closer to Jiang Xiyu, whispering, "If your admiration is heartfelt, we can share our thoughts. If it's merely verbal praise, then perhaps we should exchange kisses instead." Jiang Xiyu's face flushed as she lightly tapped Li Dong's shoulder, playfully scolding, "Oh, Xiao Dongge, you're incorrigible. I won't play with you anymore." Seizing the moment, Li Dong wrapped his arm around Jiang Xiyu's waist, chuckling, "Oh, it's all your fault, Xiyu. Your beauty is simply irresistible. You wouldn't hold against me, would you?" At the instant Li Dong encircled her waist, Jiang Xiyu squirmed slightly in a mock struggle and pouted, "Xiao Dongge, I'm a good girl. I only get close to those I truly care for." Upon hearing this, Li Dong's expression shifted. "That's just how I am. If you are unwilling, then so be it." He stood up and moved to the center of the sofa, gesturing to the three women who were merely observing the scene. Seeing his gesture, the three women brightened. Glancing at Jiang Xiyu, whose eyes were beginning to glisten with unshed tears, before eagerly making their way to sit beside Li Dong. Chapter 24. Amusing. "Do you expect me to be a sycophant?" Ignoring the tears welling up in Jiang Xiyu's eyes, Li Dong was thoroughly enjoying himself with the other three women. When he was broke, he could play the sycophant, but now that he was wealthy, it made no sense to continue in that role. Wasn't that money earned in vain? They were all cunning foxes. What kind of game of chat would they play with me? Seeing that Li Dong truly disregarded her and was instead reveling with the other three women, Jiang Xiyu's chest heaved with indignation. She lamented internally, "Li Dong, you scoundrel. It's not like I am denying you any opportunity. If you pursued me, I would surely be moved and would naturally want to be with you. Why must you treat me this way?" The more she contemplated, the more her anger simmered, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks before long. During this time, Li Dong inadvertently caught sight of the weeping Jiang Shiyu, but quickly turned his back to continue his merriment with the three women, showing no intention of comforting her. Witnessing that Li Dong, even upon seeing her distress, refused to offer solace, Jiang Shiyu's temper flared, and she grabbed her bag and departed from booth. A manager named Ahua, who had been observing the situation, intercepted Jiang Shiyu as she attempted to leave the booth. "Miss Jiang, why are you leaving when you're having such a good time?" he implored. Li Dong held a particular fondness for Jiang Shiyu, and if she left abruptly, he might place the blame on Ahua. Should that happen, Li Dong could very well cease patronizing the MT bar, resulting in significant losses for Ahua. Thus, he felt compelled to persuade Jiang Shiyu to return. "Your esteemed boss already has 3 companions. My presence is unnecessary," Jiang Shiyu replied, her tone sharp due to her anger. Having worked in the bar for years, Ahua discerned the underlying tension between Jiang Shiyu and Li Dong. Jiang Shiyu desired to entice Li Dong, but did not want him to succeed too quickly. She wished to pique his interest. However, Li Dong was clearly playing by his own rules, turning the tables and immersing himself with the other 3 women. In essence, she was treating a fool as a pawn, not realizing that the fool was herself. Ahua had encountered many wealthy young men in the bar, but few were as generous as Li Dong. He surmised that Li Dong's family wealth must exceed several billion, as those from families with fortunes over 100 million typically did not engage in such extravagance, nor had such spending money. "Miss Jiang, what can I say to you? A young master like Li Dong is not comparable to the small fry you have encountered before. Your usual tactics will be futile against him. A man of his stature will never lack for beautiful women, even one as stunning as you. If you wish to stay close to him, you must find ways to endear yourself to him, making it so he cannot do without you, rather than adopting an air of superiority that might repel him. As a friend, I have spoken my piece. Whether you heed my advice is entirely up to you. I shall take my leave." Jiang Shiyu watched as Ahua disappeared from sight, her gaze flickering with uncertainty and her expression torn. After a moment of contemplation, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned back towards booth 3. After Jiang Shiyu departed, manager Ahua emerged from around the corner, pulling out his phone to send a message to the waiter standing by K3, who was attending Li Dong and his party. Upon receiving the message, the waiter glanced at Ahua and approached Li Dong, whispering in his ear, "Mr. Li, our manager has convinced Miss Jiang. She will return shortly." Li Dong nodded slightly and dismissed the waiter, acknowledging "I understand." As expected, a short while later, Jiang Shiyu reappeared at K3. She deliberately positioned herself in front of Li Dong, aiming to capture his attention. However, Li Dong blatantly ignored her. Frustrated, she bit her lip, stepped forward, and boldly sat on Li Dong's lap. "What do you intend to do?" Li Dong furrowed his brows, casting an annoyed glance at Jiang Shiyu. In the next moment, he felt her lips against his, and his surprise deepened. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Li Dong would be forcefully kissed by a woman. Regaining his composure, Li Dong shifted the balance of power, taking control of the situation. After a minute or two, the passionate kiss ended, leaving a delicate thread of connection lingering between them. Breathing heavily, Li Dong gazed at the equally breathless Jiang Shiyu, reaching out to caress her exquisite face and inquiring, "Who gave you the audacity to act like this?" Under Li Dong's piercing gaze, Jiang Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but then straightened her posture defiantly, declaring, "I like you and simply wanted to kiss you. Why should I care what you think? Like me? Is it my wealth that you admire?" Li Dong raturta. Nevertheless, he found himself rather amused by the girl's spirited demeanor. Initially, he had intended to engage in a casual fling, yet she had boldly thrown herself at him without hesitation. What the heck, he mused, recalling the age-old adage, "Do not waste a bad girl, nor neglect a good one." Since she was eager to play, he decided to indulge. The 3 women observing the couple exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that the night held no prospects for them. They remained quiet, merely playing the role of bystanders. As the intimacy between Li Dong and Jiang Shiyu deepened, their relationship quickly heated up, punctuated by frequent passionate kisses and shared drinks. Jiang Shiyu nestled into Li Dong's embrace, captivated by his handsome features, convinced that her audacious move had been justified. Her intention for visiting the nightclub was to find a satisfying second-generation heir and marry into a wealthy family, elevating her status. The art of nightlife had been imparted to her by a senior at her school. Over time, she had encountered numerous affluent men, yet none met her standards. The wealthy ones lacked charm, while the handsome ones often lacked family pedigree, possessing only a meager allowance. She had no desire to exert effort only to end up with a faux wealthy heir. Li Dong was youthful, strikingly attractive, and extravagantly generous, a genuine scion of a wealthy family. If she could win him over, acquiring luxury brands like Chanel and Louis Vuitton would be an effortless endeavor. As time flew by, Li Dong glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 o'clock. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the revelry, he decided it was time to leave. After calling over the manager Ahua, Li Dong, having settled the bill, escorted Jiang Xiu out of the nightclub. Manager Ahua accompanied them, offering assistance in hailing a reliable taxi. Standing before the luxurious Bentley Continental GT, Li Dong expressed his gratitude to the 3 enchanting ladies, saying, "Thank you all for a delightful evening. Please accept this as a token of appreciation for your companionship." The 3 women beamed at him, simultaneously exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Xiaodong." "All right, you may leave now." "I must head back," he replied. "Goodbye, Brother Xiaodong. We must definitely do this again sometime. We are always available." They waved farewell as Li Dong and Jiang Xiu entered the vehicle. Once they departed from the MT nightclub, Jiang Xiu nestled her arm around Li Dong's, voicing her discontent. "Brother Xiaodong, it was more than generous to let them indulge in such expensive drinks for free. Why did you give them money as well? They have kept me company for quite a while and have been attentive. It is only right to show my appreciation. I cannot allow them to leave without earning a little something for their efforts. Humph, they are all mercenary women, drawn to your wealth. Brother Xiaodong, you mustn't associate with them again," she warned. Li Dong chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to Jiang Xiu's remarks. "Aren't you also drawn to my money?" He teased lightly. "What look you have," Jiang Xiu replied, her arm still wrapped around his, gently caressing his arm. "I'm different from them." Feeling the softness of her touch, Li Dong remained silent, slightly closing his eyes. "I'll rest for a moment. Please wake me when we arrive." Jiang Xiu pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "I understand." The driver, observing from the front seat, shook his head slightly, pondering to himself. The wealthy truly live a charmed life. Even such beautiful women must settle for less. It is indeed enviable. Chapter 25. Jiang Xiu's thoughts. Half an hour later, the designated driver turned to Jiang Xiu and said, "Excuse me, could you please wake up the boss? I'm unsure where the parking space is." "All right." Jiang Xiu gently tapped Li Dong's shoulder. "Xiaodong Ji, wake up." Li Dong slowly opened his eyes and mumbled, "Have we arrived?" "Not yet. The driver is unsure where to park." "Oh." Li Dong shook his head slightly to clear his mind. "Building 3, first parking spot." "Understood." A minute later, the vehicle came to a steady halt in the designated parking space. After Li Dong disembarked and settled the fare with the driver, he led Jiang Xiu towards the elevator. He produced his access card and swiped it, causing the elevator to ascend directly to the 22nd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Li Dong pressed a button on the door, which swung open instantly. "Please come in." Jiang Xiu nodded and stepped inside, changing into slippers. As she lifted her gaze, the vibrant view of the Huangpu River flooded her vision through the expansive living room. "I'm heading to take a shower. Make yourself comfortable." With that, Li Dong made his way to the bathroom. In that moment, Jiang Xiu felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. She mechanically wandered to the balcony, gazing at the stunning scenery across the river. Jiang Xiu, he resides in such a spacious apartment, and it's located by the Huangpu River. Isn't this the ideal match you've always dreamed of? What are you still hesitating for? Her hands occasionally clenched tightly, and her expression shifted as she wrestled with her own conscience. Casting a glance at the still-closed bathroom door, she bit her lip resolutely and strode toward the bathroom. With a click, the bathroom door swung open. Li Dong, immersed in a bath, turned to see Jiang Xiu standing at the entrance, her face flushed. "Xiaodong Ji, I would like to help you wash your back." It seemed that this declaration exhausted her courage, as she buried her head low, resembling a timid quail. Li Dong chuckled at Jiang Shiyu. Since you've said it, why not come over quickly? Hearing his words, Jiang Shiyu gradually lifted her head and responded with delight. All right. I'm coming right away. As she approached the bathtub, preparing to crouch down, Li Dong reached out and pulled her into the tub with a swift motion. Ah! Startled, Jiang Shiyu found herself falling into Li Dong's embrace. Observing the drenched and enticing sight of Jiang Shiyu, Li Dong remarked with a smile, recently, the government has been promoting water conservation, and, as patriotic citizens, we must certainly comply, right? Of course. Gently cupping Jiang Shiyu's face, Li Dong chuckled, but before that, let's warm up a bit. With that, he leaned closer to Jiang Shiyu. The following morning, radiant sunlight stealthily streamed through the window, illuminating the interior and gradually raising the temperature. Bathed in the warmth, Jiang Shiyu, feeling overly comfortable, unconsciously turned over, seeking a different position to continue her slumber. Suddenly, she sensed that something was amiss. As she slowly opened her eyes and glanced around, Li Dong, reclining against the bed's cushions and casually smoking a cigarette, remarked, "Good morning." Observing this, Jiang Shiyu promptly climbed into Li Dong's embrace and said, "Darling, you're awake. Why didn't you wake me?" Li Dong playfully patted Jiang Shiyu's rear and replied, "Could you please hand me your phone?" Jiang Shiyu bit her lip, seemingly recalling something, and whimsically protested, "No way. I'm genuinely fond of you, and that is why I'm with you. I don't care about money. I just want to be with you forever. I'm not a good destination. Even if you stay with me, I will have other women, perhaps more than one." "Are you certain?" Although Jiang Shiyu's heart was devoted to him, Li Dong was not one to forsake the entirety of his opportunities. Their relationship, while less overt than that of Li Dong and Zhao Yu, was not vastly different. It was rooted in Li Dong's wealth that they had formed a connection. "Believe it or not, I'm a traditional girl. I gave him my first time, and I hope he will be my last man." Li Dong pondered for a moment. He currently had no enduring partner, so if Jiang Shiyu was willing to accompany him, he saw no reason to refuse. "All right then, since you are willing, let it be." Upon hearing Li Dong's acceptance, Jiang Shiyu's heart soared with joy. She had encountered such a remarkable partner, and she was determined not to relinquish him. Though Li Dong did not harbor feelings for her just yet, she believed that love would blossom over time, and with effort, she could one day marry into a wealthy family. "You must be hungry. I will go buy groceries and cook for you." Jiang Shiyu quickly donned her clothes, grabbed her phone, and dashed out. Watching her spirited demeanor, Li Dong chuckled and began to dress himself. A minute later, Jiang Shiyu hurriedly returned, slightly breathless. "What's wrong?" Li Dong inquired, noticing her flushed cheeks. I don't have a key card, so I can't take the elevator," she replied, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Her adorable fluster made Li Dong, who had not been in a relationship for quite some time, feel a stir of unfamiliar emotions. "Let me help," he offered, ruffling her golden short hair. "I'm awake too. Let us go buy groceries together." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiyu instantly perked up, joyfully exclaiming, "Yay, darling, I adore you." As they descended the elevator, Jiang Shiyu's spirits were exceedingly high. She felt she was one step closer to her goal. Within the Binjiang Triumph Gate community, there was a supermarket that offered a plethora of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats. Li Dong had visited once before and found the ingredients to be quite fresh, albeit slightly pricey. Jiang Shiyu picked up a dragon fruit, glancing at its price, 30 yuan each. She then noticed the cherries beside it, priced at 200 yuan per box. The exorbitant prices made her exclaim, "Wow, everything here is so expensive." Though the prices were steep, these items were imported from abroad. In a past life, Li Dong had heard various rumors regarding certain products that, despite being marketed as imported from abroad, were predominantly produced domestically. These items would merely be shipped out to sea, circled around, and then reintroduced into the domestic market under the guise of foreign imports, resulting in an immediate price surge. However, the veracity of these rumors was uncertain for Li Dong, as he was not an insider in that industry. He thought it sufficient to simply purchase what he desired without concern for pricing. Li Dong promptly placed several boxes of packaged cherries into his shopping cart and proceeded to select an array of 7 or 8 different fruits. With his refrigerator notably devoid of supplies, he embarked on a substantial shopping spree. He picked up 20 bottles of Armani natural mineral water, priced at 80 yuan each. Alongside the mineral water, he could not overlook his favorite indulgence, his beloved soda. Half an hour later, Li Dong and Jiang Shiyu, pushing a shopping cart brimming with goods, arrived at the checkout counter. Upon settling the bill, the total came to an astonishing 896 yuan, an amount equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. They arranged for the supermarket delivery personnel to bring the groceries to their door and, hand in hand, leisurely returned to the 22nd floor. In the living room, Li Dong reclined on the sofa, watching television while sipping his soda and occasionally popping a few potato chips into his mouth, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jiang Shiyu was skillfully preparing a meal, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance, Li Dong's anticipation grew. At the dining table, Li Dong picked up his chopsticks to sample the garlic sprouts and pork dish prepared by Jiang Shiyu. He gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, this tastes splendid. It seemed he would be able to indulge in several bowls of rice today. With a renewed appetite, he began to devour his meal with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Li Dong's praise, Jiang Shiyu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Keep going, Jiang Shiyu. You can certainly win over Brother Xiaodong. Chapter 26. Go away. Having indulged in 3 hearty bowls of rice, Li Dong leaned back contentedly in his chair, exhaling a satisfied breath. It has been quite some time since I have eaten so well. Shiyu, thank you for the delicious meal. It was truly delightful. Xiaodong Gij, why are you being so polite? As long as you wish to eat, I can prepare meals for you any time, Jiang Shiyu replied, lightly biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with devotion. I will be willing to cook for a lifetime. Li Dong gazed intently at Jiang Shiyu for a moment, a bemused smile gracing his face. This is my supplementary gold card, with a limit of 100,000. Feel free to use it. I will replenish it at the beginning of each month. This time, Jiang Shiyu did not refuse. Carefully tucking the card away, she approached Li Dong, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek before smiling sweetly. I will make sure to buy more delicious ingredients to cook for you in the future. All right, I will go rest for a bit. Please tidy up the dishes, Li Dong said as he walked away, contemplating how fortunate he was to have such a talented and beautiful little maid in his life. Once Li Dong left the dining room, Jiang Shiyu took out the gleaming golden card, her face lighting up with joy. After 2 p.m., while enjoying a tender moment with Li Dong, Jiang Shiyu received a phone call informing her of an urgent matter at school, urging her to return immediately. Upon hanging up, her expression soured slightly. Noticing this, Li Dong gently stroked her golden locks, offering comfort. It's all right. Students should prioritize their studies. If you wish to come over, I'll always be here. Really? Jiang Shiyu, initially feeling disheartened, brightened at his words. Of course. How could I ever deceive you? Now, hurry back to school. Touched, Jiang Shiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at him affectionately. Xiaodong Gij, I love you the most. All right, I love you too. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Jiang Shiyu, Li Dong lingered at home for a while, yet an inexplicable sense of loneliness crept over him. Thus, he grabbed his car keys, descended to the garage, and drove out for a breath of fresh air. Aimlessly wandering, Li Dong found himself near the Far East building. After a moment's thought, he decided to visit the company and see if there was anything amiss. At Dream Investment, the reception area was now graced by the presence of a new, attractive employee alongside Li Weiwei. The two were engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally punctuated by laughter. Suddenly, Li Weiwei caught sight of Li Dong as he emerged from the elevator, her surprise evident. She quickly shifted the topic and exchanged a knowing glance with her companion. Good afternoon, Mr. Li. Li Weiwei and the other girl greeted, bowing slightly. Li Dong nodded, pointing to the unfamiliar girl. Is she a new hire? Hello, Mr. Li. I am a newly recruited receptionist. My name is Xia Yue. Li Dong scrutinized the two, noticing a resemblance between them. He inquired curiously, Are you two related? Li Weiwei gazed at Li Dong in astonishment, stammering you. How did you know? I guessed, he replied. Your expression suggests I was correct. Am I right? Indeed, you are correct. Xia Yue is the granddaughter of my great-aunt. Li Dong nodded slightly, stating, although the company does not explicitly prohibit relatives from working together, I hope you both will dedicate yourselves to your tasks. Understood? Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to our work. Li Weiwei and Xia Yue replied in unison. Very well, you may continue with your duties. I will head to my office, Li Dong said softly as he walked away. What a pity they aren't twins. He mused to himself. Once Li Dong had entered his office, Xia Yue whispered, Cousin, that is the big boss of your company. Yes, indeed. Wow. He resembles a domineering CEO, straight out of a television drama. He is utterly handsome. Xia Yue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she fell into a state of infatuation. Li Weiwei looked at her cousin with exasperation, forcibly seating her before returning to her own work. Not long after Li Dong settled into his office, a knock sounded at the door. Moments later, the HR manager, Zhang Qian, entered. Mr. Li, do you have a moment? Li Dong spread his hands and replied, I happen to have some free time. What is on your mind? Mr. Li, today is September 28th, and with the weekend approaching, I would like to inquire about the National Day holiday schedule. Li Dong glanced at the date on his computer, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said to Zhang Qian, I sincerely apologize. I have been quite busy these past few days and momentarily lost track of the date. Zhang Qian believed his excuse, having heard that the investment department had made a significant profit in overseas markets, requiring Li Dong to work late with the team. This news had also heightened her optimism regarding the company's future. Mr. Li, it is not your fault. Everything you do is for the company, and I completely understand. Hearing this, Li Dong felt even more embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, As for the National Day holiday arrangements, we shall adhere to national policy. Understood, she replied. Is there anything else you would like to address? If not, I will return to prepare the holiday notice. Let us proceed this way. From now on, all company holidays, except those I specifically approve, will align with national policy. You need not report to me. Just take charge. All right, I understand. Well then, you may go ahead and issue the notice. Certainly, Mr. Li. I will take care of it immediately. Once Zhang Qian departed, Li Dong shook his head, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed, realizing that National Day was upon them. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly noticed the documents on his desk and picked them up for review. After flipping through a few pages, he recalled that these documents were the film and television investment projects collected by Jin Yong. Li Dong was reborn in 2030, with a wealth of knowledge about blockbuster films etched in his mind, including titles such as The Wandering Earth 1 and 2, Nija 1 and 2, Joy of Life 1 and 2, and others. As he delved into his first investment project, titled Fengshan, directed by the notorious director 523, he discovered a staggering total investment of $3 billion with a trilogy format, yet a shortfall of $1 billion remained. How absurd! The very first project turned out to be a colossal pitfall. Anyone who invested in it would be deemed foolish. This dismal film, buoyed only by marketing, had managed to gross over $2 billion in its initial release, but the sequel flopped, barely earning a little over $2 billion, and the third installment sank even further, raking in merely $300 million, utterly overshadowed by a competing film released at the same time. While scrolling through Douyin, Li Dong learned that this disreputable director, 523, had secured tens of billions to produce a series on Zheng He's voyages to the West. Yet, even by the time of Li Dong's rebirth, this wretched film had yet to see the light of day. He could not comprehend why this director, who had suffered significant financial losses, continued to attract investments. Such incompetence would have led to a ban in Hollywood long ago. It wasn't until 2026 that a classified document from a certain country was hacked and made public, providing Li Dong with the clarity he sought. The document revealed that this nation had allocated special funds for certain artistic creators around the world to produce films of their choosing. Consequently, Li Dong discarded the Fengshan investment project into the trash and turned his attention to the next opportunity. Chapter 27. Investing in Neza. Casting aside the investing in 523 project, Li Dong began to explore his second venture. As he delved into the details of this new investment opportunity, his attention was instantly captivated by the prominent title, Neza, Birth of the Demon Child. With a production budget of $60 million, directed by Jiaozi, the project currently faced a shortfall of $30 million, aimed at enhancing the animation's quality. Having watched Jiaozi's interview, Li Dong recalled the director's aspirations for a superior production, thwarted by investors reluctant to provide further funding, resulting in a compromise for its initial release. Following the first installment's remarkable success, Jiaozi vowed to secure substantial investment for the sequel, ultimately raising the budget for Neza 2 to 500 million. The director delivered an outstanding film that garnered an impressive box office of 15.6 billion. After deciding to invest in Neza, Li Dong set the project file aside and continued to review the next opportunity, The Wandering Earth, with a budget of 220 million, directed by Guo Fan, featuring stars Wu Jing and Wu Mengda. This project faced an 80 million deficit, intended to expand its space scenes. Guo Fan shared similar aspirations to Jiaozi, seeking to elevate the film's quality. However, financial constraints had limited the original space sequences. Once The Wandering Earth proved profitable, the increased funding for its sequel dramatically enhanced its quality compared to the first installment. Though Full River Red outperformed at the box office due to capital speculation, The Wandering Earth 2 emerged as the superior film. Having included The Wandering Earth as an investment project, Li Dong proceeded to examine the third proposal, Momins Latte. He discarded the third project file into the trash. Upon reaching the fourth project, Li Dong paused, intrigued by Eastern Palace. This series, rumored to be immensely popular, had not yet crossed his path, but he had heard from acquaintances, particularly women, that it was deeply moving and exceptionally well-crafted. Popular television dramas typically yield considerable returns, making this a viable investment. After selecting the projects for investment, Li Dong placed a call to Jin Yong, requesting his presence in the office. It dawned on him that he had likely granted the man a holiday. However, upon hearing that Li Dong needed him, Jin Yong promptly assured his arrival within half an hour. True to his word, Jin Yong arrived, somewhat disheveled, at Li Dong's office. Li Dong felt a twinge of guilt for summoning him during his leave, so he prepared a cup of tea for his colleague. Jin Yong was pleasantly surprised by the boss's kindness, and any lingering discontent faded away. After a brief respite with his tea, Li Dong addressed Jin Yong, stating, "Director Jin, these three are the premium projects I have selected. Please liaise with the production companies to secure them." Rest assured, Director Li, these projects have not attracted much interest from investors. With our company's capabilities, we will undoubtedly succeed, Jin Yong replied confidently. Excellent. If we secure these three projects, I shall ensure you receive an additional generous bonus at year-end. Thank you for your kindness, Director Li. I, Jin Yong, shall not betray your trust. With Li Dong's instructions in mind, Jin Yong returned to his office to reach out to the investors. On a windy day, I once attempted to hold your hand, but alas, the rain intensified to the point where I could no longer see you. Just as Li Dong was wrapping up his work, preparing to take a break, a call from his elder sister, Li Sijia, came through. Hello, sister. Is there something you wish to discuss? Oh, I haven't forgotten. However, I just arranged for someone to engage with several film projects. If we decide to invest, I will need to meet with the production teams. It may take me 2 additional days to return. You need not wait for me. You should go back to see your parents first. Once I finish, I will return immediately. All right, I understand. Half an hour later, Jin Yong arrived at Li Dong's office to report. Presently, I've spoken with them. We can secure all 3 projects. Director Jin, splendid work. Li Dong praised. Have you set a negotiation time with them? Jin Yong chuckled awkwardly and replied, President Li, I originally intended to schedule it for after the National Day holiday, but they are all eager and insist on discussing it tomorrow. I apologize for disrupting your vacation plans. Oh, it's hardly a disruption. We are still young. If we do not strive and fight now, shall we wait until we are old? A few days off are inconsequential. Securing these 3 projects will elevate our reputation in the film industry, leading to more quality projects being presented to us. Very well. I shall confirm the meeting time with them immediately. Yes, go ahead. Li Dong gestured for Jin Yong to proceed. In the vibrant city of Chengdu, within the offices of Cocoa Bean Animation Film Company, Limited, General Manager Liu Wenzhang anxiously inquired of Jiaozi after he hung up the phone. Old Yang, what is the verdict? Has the other party agreed to invest? Upon hearing this, Jiaozi's face lit up with excitement. Not only have they agreed, but they also want us to travel to the Magic City tomorrow for discussions on the investment contract at 2 p.m. Really? Liu Wenzhang was astonished by the swift response. They had previously struggled to secure a mere 60 million for the production of Nija, enduring numerous pleas for support. Initially, They believed 60 million would suffice to realize their vision, yet the costs of producing quality animation proved exorbitant, leaving them with little of that sum. Currently, the quality had not met their expectations, barely scraping by. Jiaozi and Lu Wenjiang had even considered investing their own money to enhance the project. Of course, why would I deceive you? Hooray! Lu Wenjiang exclaimed, raising his hands in jubilation. We are finally going to have funds. The other employees in the company, upon hearing this news, erupted in cheers, their eyes filled with ambition and vitality. After the initial excitement subsided, Lu Wenjiang, regaining his composure, expressed his concerns. Old Yang, do you think this dream investment, as quick agreement to our proposal, might indicate some underlying issue? Should I reach out to my friends in the Magic City to inquire further? No need, Jiaozi responded. We have no other options, apart from dream investment. No one else is willing to invest in our film. Even aware of the possibility of deception, he felt compelled to journey to the enchanting metropolis. According to the information I have gathered about their company, their actual paid-in capital amounts to a staggering 200 million. A corporation capable of such a substantial investment should presumably face no issues. So, do you require my company on your journey? No. Simply oversee the company on my behalf will suffice. It seemed that Jiaozi had resolved to embark on this endeavor, his expression resolute. The following day, Jiaozi boarded a flight from Rongqing to the magical city. Li Weiwei sat alone at the reception desk, muttering incessantly, damn capitalist dogs, making people come into work during the National Day holiday. I curse you to remain forever single. Hello, is this Dreamland Investments? Upon hearing a voice, Li Weiwei immediately stood up and turned to the visitor. Indeed, this was Dreamland Investments. Whom were you seeking? Greetings. I represent Cocoa Bean Animation and Film Company from Rongqing. I have an appointment to meet your investment director, Jin Yong, Jiaozi replied. Hello. Director Jin has informed me of your visit. Please have a seat. I will notify him at once. Li Weiwei quickly stepped out from behind the reception to escort Jiaozi to the waiting area nearby. Thank you. Director Jin, are you available? Li Weiwei approached the door of Jin Yong's office and knocked gently. Come in. Li Weiwei pushed the door open and approached Jin Yong's desk, stating, Director Jin, the representatives from Cocoa Bean Animation and Film Company have arrived. Quickly, take them into the small conference room. I will inform Mr. Li, Jin Yong instructed. Understood. Once Li Weiwei left, Jin Yong hastened to Li Dong's office to relay the news of the arrival of the representatives from Cocoa Bean Animation and Film Company. Chapter 28. Capturing Neza. Mr. Li, representatives from the Rongqing Cocoa Bean Animation Film Company have arrived and are currently in the conference room. Let us proceed to meet them. Li Dong stepped away from his desk and, accompanied by Jin Yong, made his way to the conference room. Inside, Jiaozi sat somewhat nervously on a chair, his gaze fixed on the door. With a gentle push, the door to the conference room swung open, and Li Dong entered alongside Jin Yong. At that moment, Li Wei hurried to introduce them, saying, This is our company's esteemed leader, Mr. Li, and this is our director of investment, Mr. Jin. Jiaozi promptly rose and greeted. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Jin. I am Jiaozi, the owner of Rongqing Cocoa Bean Animation Film Company and the director of Neza. Greetings, Director Jiaozi. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat. Once Li Dong was seated, he turned to Li Wei and instructed, Li Wei, please fetch 3 cups of tea. Certainly, Mr. Li. After Li Wei departed, Li Dong continued, Director Jiaozi, we have gathered that your company is seeking additional investment for your animated film. Could you elaborate on the specifics? Of course. Mr. Li, our initial budget for the animated film was 60 million. We are nearing completion of the production, yet the quality has not met the satisfaction of our creative team. Therefore, we wish to secure an additional 30 million to enhance the film's quality. However, several companies, including Guangxian, have declined our request, asserting that an investment of 60 million for an animated film is already among the highest in the industry. Li Dong nodded slightly, posing a question. In my recent research, I discovered that Monkey King, Havoc in Heaven holds the record for the highest domestic box office for an animated film, with 956 million, correct? Jiaozi chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. With an investment of 60 million, along with promotional expenses, we would require approximately 300 million in box office revenue to recoup our costs. Should we increase production costs by an additional 30 million, we would need around 400 million to break even. Although I have confidence in Neza, I cannot guarantee the exact box office it will achieve. Upon a film's release, its revenue is distributed among various stakeholders, including the National Film Development Special Fund Management Committee, the State Taxation Administration, the production company, the distributor, the cinema chain, and the theaters themselves. The National Film Development Special Fund Management Committee and the Taxation Administration deduct 11.3 from the total box office, leaving 88.7 to be shared among the participants. From this 88.7 allocation, the ticketing platform retains 6-8, cinemas take 36, and the cinema chain receives 6.5. The distributor, due to the necessity of investing in promotional costs and bearing the associated risks, typically receives around 15, though this can vary based on contractual agreements. Ultimately, the production company ends up with approximately 30 of the distributable box office revenue, which translates to about 25 of the total box office income. Due to the relatively modest development of film merchandising in the domestic market, a film's revenue, aside from box office earnings, largely relies on online streaming platforms. Consequently, if a film's box office fails to recoup its production costs, it will undoubtedly incur losses. Li Dong observed the unease in Jiaozi and waved his hand, smiling as he remarked that while the production cost of 90 million is substantial, the tale of Neza is well known throughout the nation. He firmly believed that as long as the film's quality is exceptional, it will surely generate profit. Upon hearing the initial part of Li Dong's statement, Jiaozi feared that this investment might be in jeopardy, yet Li Dong's subsequent words rekindled his confidence. In recent years, domestic box office figures have reached unprecedented heights, with Wolf Warrior 2 achieving a record-breaking 5.6 billion. If The King's Avatar were to be released today, I am convinced it would garner even greater box office returns. I have already viewed a rough cut of Neza, and I was quite impressed with its quality. I believe securing 2 billion in box office revenue poses no challenge. Regarding your investment request, we have committed all our resources to Dreamland Investments. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li. I'm immensely grateful for your trust. Jiaozi stood up, filled with excitement. I will ensure the film is executed to perfection, preventing any losses on your investment. Jiaozi felt that with an additional 30 million to enhance the film's quality, he could certainly surpass The King's Avatar. He dare not dream of more, but a 1 billion box office haul was within reach. Securing profit from this film would empower him to confidently pursue further funding for Neza 2 and Neza 3. Well, for the next steps, please discuss with Director Jean. I shall not be involved further. The investment funds will be transferred to your company's account after the holiday, once the finance department resumes work. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Li. Please take care. Jiaozi happily escorted Li Dong out of the conference room. Half an hour later, Jin Yong arrived at Li Dong's office to report on the situation. Mr. Li, I have finalized discussions with Director Jiaozi. We will invest 30 million in production, with the revenue-sharing ratio set at 33 for the production side. Today, we have tentatively signed a cooperation agreement, and formal contracts will be executed tomorrow in the presence of both parties' legal representatives. Very well. Has Director Jiaozi left? Li Dong was pleased with this outcome. Yes, he has departed. He intends to contact the lawyer and relay this good news back to Chengdu. Li Dong glanced at the time. Have the production teams from the Wandering Earth and Eastern Palace arrived yet? They will arrive in 10 minutes, responded Jin Yong. Checking his watch, Li Dong noticed Jin Yong's wristwatch and realized he too required a fine timepiece to adorn himself. Would you like a smoke? Li Dong inquired as he produced a cigarette. Sure, let us take a break with a smoke. Li Dong offered Jin Yong a cigarette and lit one for himself as well. The two men inhaled and exhaled clouds of smoke, filling the office with a haze. Among men, sharing a smoke often serves to bridge the gap, swiftly transforming strangers into acquaintances. As the cigarette burned down, the bond between Li Dong and Jin Yong grew increasingly familiar. After finishing the cigarette, Jin Yong departed from Li Dong's office. Moments later, Jin Yong returned to Li Dong's office, announcing the arrival of representatives from both the Wandering Earth and Eastern Palace. Li Dong straightened his attire, and alongside Jin Yong, they proceeded towards the conference room. Inside, the representatives from the Wandering Earth and Eastern Palace exchanged glances, although unfamiliar with one another. They had heard of each other's reputations. The delegation from the Wandering Earth was led by director Guo Fan, a seasoned filmmaker known for his notable works, including The Adventures of Li Xianji and You Are the Apple of My Eye. On the other hand, Eastern Palace was represented by the esteemed director Li Mu-gu, renowned for his urban romantic dramas, such as Don't Push Me to Marry and Marriage Time Difference. Today was particularly hectic for Li Weiwei, who had just bid farewell to director Jiaozi and was now welcoming Guo Fan and his team. After finally pouring tea for everyone, she breathed a sigh of relief and retreated to a corner near the conference room door. At last, under Li Weiwei's eager anticipation, the figures of Li Dong and Jin Yong came in her view. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our company's owner, Mr. Li, and the other is the director of the investment department, Mr. Jin, Li Weiwei promptly introduced. Upon hearing this, everyone rose to greet Li Dong and Jin Yong. Good day to all. Please, take a seat. Li Dong gestured, encouraging them to feel at ease. Once seated, he took a sip of the tea before him and spoke. I did not expect both parties to arrive together. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. No, Mr. Li, your hospitality is already commendable, came the chorus of responses, as they were there to seek investment and thus did not dare to impose on the esteemed hosts. Li Dong chuckled in that case. Which party would like to speak first? Before Guo Fan could respond, Li Mu-gu interjected, let Director Guo and his team go first. We are in no rush. In the film industry, cinema holds a higher status than television, and given Guo Fan's seniority and prominence, Li Mu-gu was not inclined to overshadow him. Chapter 29. Securing success. As Guo Fan observed Li Mu-ji's willingness to retreat, he smiled in acknowledgement, demonstrating his respect. Li Dong, uninterested in the subtle exchanges between them, directly addressed Guo Fan, the director. According to your proposal, you require an additional 80 million in funding. Will this capital be entirely allocated to the space sequences? In response, Li Dong, we intend to utilize 60 million of the 80 million for the space scenes, while the remaining 20 million is earmarked for enhancing the special effects of the earlier segments of the film. Li Dong nodded slightly. Having reviewed your sample footage, based solely on the special effects, this film stands as one of the finest in the country presently. However, regarding the narrative, I shall refrain from commenting as I have not viewed a complete version of the sample. Nevertheless, 80 million is no trifling sum, and I cannot hand it over lightly. I require you to provide compelling reasons to persuade me. Although Li Dong was determined to invest in the project, he was careful to maintain a measured demeanor, eschewing the eagerness of a nouveau riche. Having been granted a second chance at life, bolstered by a fortuitous advantage, he would not easily bow to anyone. Hearing these words, Guo Fan felt a weight settle in his heart, realizing that securing this 80 million would not be a simple task. Mr. Li, he began, the essence we seek to convey is one of self-rescue and the shared destiny of humanity. There are no superhumans. We only believe in ourselves. Excellent. Li Dong exclaimed, uploading. Well articulated. I have always despised the notion of absurd superheroes. The incessant glorification of them in America is, in my view, sheer rubbish, entirely detrimental to the youth. We, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, take pride in ourselves. Director Guo Fan, I shall invest in your film. Upon hearing these words, Guo Fan was instantly elated. Thank you, Mr. Li. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. As a seasoned professional in the film industry, Guo Fan had encountered a myriad of investors, some driven by profit, others by personal interests. However, Li Dong was the youngest investor he had ever met. Reflecting on the patriotic fervor displayed by the youth online, Guo Fan employed this strategy to persuade Li Dong, a tactic that yielded unexpectedly favorable results. What Guo Fan was contemplating remained unknown to Li Dong. Although he harbored national pride, he would not have willingly invested 80 million to fulfill Guo Fan's aspirations had he not possessed insight into the projected success of the film. Thus, amidst their mutual ulterior motives, a successful investment in the Wandering Earth was secured. After concluding their negotiations, Li Dong instructed Jin Yong to bid farewell to Guo Fan and his team. Once they had departed, Li Dong turned to Li Mu-gu. Director Li Maurici Germani. It is now your turn. I have reviewed your script outline. Overall, it appears commendable. Given your experience in the industry, securing an investor should not pose a challenge. Yet, I am curious why there is a 50 funding gap. It might be because the theme I wish to pursue this time diverges significantly from my previous works, Li Mu-gu replied, somewhat awkwardly. Li Dong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the considerable leap from urban romantic dramas to historical power struggles. However, I find your script concept rather intriguing. With your capabilities, Director Li, I believe the film will certainly be a success. Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Li. It is a privilege to have your confidence, Li Mu-gu expressed joyfully. Li Dong closed the document and spoke again. I have allocated the 50 million investment you requested. You may discuss the details with General Jean. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Mu-gu bowed gratefully. Li Dong waved his hand. Very well. You may continue your discussions. I shall take my leave. After exiting the conference room, Li Dong returned to his office, smoking while awaiting Jin Yong's arrival. After approximately half an hour, Jin Yong appeared in Li Dong's office. Mr. Li, we invested 80 million in the production of The Wandering Earth, with a revenue share of 27 for the production side. For Dongong, we invested 50 million, with a revenue share of 50. Let us formalize the contract tomorrow. I prefer to avoid unnecessary back and forth, Li Dong remarked nonchalantly. Very well. Mr. Li, shall we sign at our office or at a hotel? After a moment's contemplation, Li Dong decided, let us hold it at the hotel. You may invite some media to help promote the name of our dream investment. You are in charge of this matter. I shall not attend. Li Dong's reluctance to attend stemmed from the fact that it was merely an investment signing event. Even if it made the news, it would garner little attention, primarily announcing Dream Investment's foray into the film industry. To elevate his own name, he preferred to wait until the project achieved significant success, at which point the attention would be abundant. Aside from few industry insiders and a handful of fans, few would pay attention to the investors before the project became a hit. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Li. I shall strive to fulfill the tasks you have entrusted me with. Old Jean, go ahead and do your job. I have faith in you, Li Dong encouraged, patting Jin Yong's shoulder. Suddenly, Jin Yong recalled the question and promptly spoke. By the way, Mr. Li, our company's funds are almost entirely in the investment account. Should we transfer them back? Li Dong pondered briefly before shaking his head. No need. Our company's registered capital is 500 million. Previously, I only contributed 200 million. After the National Day holiday, I will transfer another 300 million to the company account to complete the registered capital. Upon hearing this, Jin Yong could not help but marvel at Li Dong's financial prowess. Which startup can boast a paid-in capital of 500 million? He was quite curious about which affluent family Li Dong hailed from, although there were many tycoons with the surname Li in the wealthy circles. He had not heard of any offspring securing 500 million to start business. Shaking his head, Jin Yong decided not to dwell on it. Why concern himself with such matters? The boss is so capable. He should simply focus on his responsibilities and be a reliable contributor. After leaving the company and casually dining at a restaurant, Li Dong returned to the Binjiang Triumph Gate. Reclining on the sofa, he began to browse flights for the next day, ultimately booking a ticket for 7:40 a.m. The following morning, Li Dong drove to the HQ airport in the bustling metropolis. On a rare occasion, Spring Airlines was remarkably punctual. At 7:40 a.m., the aircraft began its ascent. By 11 a.m., Li Dong emerged from Yinzhou Airport, hailing a taxi with a casual gesture. Driver, please take me to the nearest BMW dealership, he instructed. Certainly. Let's set off. After a journey of more than 20 minutes, Li Dong alighted from the taxi and entered the BMW showroom. No sooner had he stepped inside than a sales representative, a man in his 30s, approached him. Upon seeing Li Dong, he immediately recognized him as a potential buyer. Li Dong's confident demeanor and the expensive attire he donned made it quite evident. Good day, sir. I am Wu Liang, an automotive consultant at this BMW dealership. How may I assist you today? Wu Liang greeted, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he slightly bowed to Li Dong. Li Dong nodded and inquired, do you have any BMW X5s available? Indeed, we do, sir. Right this way. Please, Wu Liang replied, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of a sale. As they arrived at the display area housing the BMW X5, Li Dong took a moment to sit inside and experience the vehicle. After disembarking, he addressed Wu Liang, saying, I'm pressed for time. What is the lowest price for this vehicle? If it suits me, I will purchase it outright. Wu Yang, taken aback by Li Dong's decisiveness, pondered for a moment before responding, Sir, the current price for this vehicle is 830,000. I can offer you the lowest price of 810,000 and include 3 years of maintenance. What do you think? Li Dong nodded, finding the price acceptable. With time constraints weighing on him, he opted against further negotiations, stating, Let us proceed with the payment. I'll pay in full. Very well, please hold on for a moment. After accounting for taxes and other fees, Li Dong's total payment amounted to 900,000. Once the documents were secured, he drove the car out of the dealership and set off toward his hometown. Chapter 30. Homecoming. On this blustery day, I once attempted to hold your hand, yet the rain steadily intensified, obscuring your presence from my sight. Hello, sister. I have arrived in the county town and shall reach home shortly. Yes, I understand. Li Dong's ancestral home is situated in a small township, approximately 10 kilometers from the county, which boasts only a few streets. Li Dong's parents engage in modest commerce there, selling vegetables and fruits. Throughout the year, their earnings are meager. Nevertheless, they have never failed to provide for Li Dong and his sister, Li Sijia, ensuring their needs for food and clothing. In comparison to those less fortunate, Li Dong's childhood has been relatively pleasant, for which he is profoundly grateful to his parents. The newly acquired BMW X5 was, in fact, a gift for his father. Arriving at a liquor and tobacco shop, Li Dong entered and called out to the proprietor, 10 packs of soft Zhonghua and 10 cases of mitai, please. Upon hearing this unexpected substantial order, the shopkeeper scrutinized Li Dong with keen interest. Just a moment. Let me fetch them from the back. After a short while, the shopkeeper assisted Li Dong in loading the items into his vehicle. As Li Dong departed, the shopkeeper murmured to himself, I wonder which fortunate family's child has returned home. After leaving the liquor store, Li Dong purchased some candies at a nearby supermarket before heading to his hometown, Lijia Town. Having been away for 2 years, the road from the county to Lijia Town had been newly renovated, making it remarkably smooth and wide. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the town. Li Dong's home lies on the outskirts of the town, a 2-story self-built rural house. In front of the house is a plot of about 30 to 40 square meters, designated for setting up stalls. Since today is not a market day, Li Dong's parents have not displayed many vegetables and fruits for sale. He parked his car in the open space. At that moment, a large yellow dog burst forth from the house, barking fiercely at the BMW X5. When Li Dong exited the vehicle, the dog tilted its head, studying him with a hint of recognition. Langhua, have you forgotten me? Li Dong called out to the yellow dog. The familiar voice triggered a sudden realization in the dog. Its little master had returned. Instantly, the dog wagged its tail and rushed to Li Dong's feet, nuzzling against his shins. Li Dong lifted the yellow dog, playfully chiding, You rascal. I've only been away for 2 years, and you almost forgot me. Perhaps sensing Li Dong's reproach, the dog emitted a plaintive whine, its tail wagging persistently. At that moment, Li Dong's family, alerted by the dog's barking, descended from the second floor. His father, mother, sister Li Sijia, brother-in-law Shermin, and nephew Shi Yuhang all emerged from the house. Donghua, his mother called out, her eyes glistening with tears. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Li Dong replied as he embraced his parents. Although his father also longed for his son, he maintained a stoic demeanor, embodying the strength of a man. It's good to have you back. After soothing his mother, Li Dong greeted his sister and brother-in-law. His nephew, Shi Yuhang, was not yet 6 years old and, having seen Li Dong only a handful of times, was not very familiar with him. After softly calling out uncle, he hid behind Shermin, secretly observing this legendary uncle. You said you would be back soon. Why have you only just returned now? Li Sijia complained. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Brother-in-law, Dad, please help me unload the things from the car, Li Dong said. At this, Li Father and the others finally noticed the car parked in the open space in front of the house. Li Father approached the vehicle, examining it closely, and frowned, Son, this car must be quite expensive. Although BMWs were rarely seen in the countryside, Li Father, who frequently traveled to the county town for goods, was familiar with the brand and estimated it could cost between 3 to 500,000. Wow, Li Sijia teased, Dad, this is a BMW X5. It's worth around 8 to 900,000. 8 to 900,000? Is it that expensive? Li's father looked at Li Dong in shock, seemingly seeking an explanation from him. Li Dong, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and shot a glare at his sister. Why do you have to say that? Does it make you seem impressive? At that moment, Li's mother approached, glancing at the car before looking at Li Dong with a worried expression. Donghua, where did you get so much money to buy such an expensive car? Li Dong patted his mother's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Mom. The money I earned is all legitimate. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Li Sijia, signaling her, didn't you tell Mom that I'm doing well now? Having grown up together, Li Sijia understood her brother's unspoken message, rolling her eyes in response. You should speak for yourself. Why should I explain for you? After some back and forth, Li's mother temporarily set aside her concerns. Yet, just as old troubles were fading, new ones emerged. Li Dong opened the trunk, and Li's father was left speechless at the sight of it, overflowing with packs of Donghua cigarettes and Maotai liquor. As Li's mother beheld the dazzling array of cigarettes and liquor, her earlier worries resurfaced. Son, why did you spend so much money on these useless things? I know you've made some money, but you shouldn't be so extravagant. You're not even married yet. Oh, I really don't have much money. This is still less than the set of bedding I Haven Tea bought for you. Li Dong, slightly irritated by his mother's nagging, inadvertently let slip. What did you say? That set of bedding is more expensive than all this? Li's mother looked at Li Dong in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation. Li Dong quickly realized he had misspoken and chastised himself internally. At this juncture, Li Sijia chimed in, I just did a rough calculation. The stuff here is worth about 60,000. Hearing this, Li's father's brows furrowed deeply as he turned to Li Dong, son. How much did that set of bedding actually cost? With a resigned sigh, Li Dong had no choice but to answer truthfully, 414,888 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Mr. and Mrs. Li felt their knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Li Dong and his brother-in-law, Shermin, were quick to support them. They assisted the elderly couple into the house and seated them, leaving the two in a state of shock for a considerable time. Recently, the couple had received bedding sent by Li Dong and thought it a shame to waste their son's filial piety. They had decided to replace their old bedding with the new. That night, as they lay down to sleep, they could not help but marvel at the superior quality of the bedding from the big city, finding it exceedingly comfortable. They speculated that such luxurious bedding must cost around 1,000 or 1,800. Little did they know, that amount barely scratched the surface, as the price could purchase a house in the county town. How could one not feel comfortable sleeping under bedding worth the price of a house? Mr. and Mrs. Li had toiled for most of their lives and had never encountered such exorbitantly priced bedding. It was difficult for them to accept. After a long while, Mr. Li, trembling slightly, produced a cigarette and lit it. After taking a few puffs, he solemnly inquired, Son, how much have you actually earned? Li Dong glanced at his family, who were all focused intently on him, and replied, Not much, just over 1 billion or so. Mr. Li's hand trembled, nearly dropping the cigarette, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. That can't be right, Li Sijia interjected. Did you not tell me earlier that you made 10 billion? How did it suddenly increase? As soon as she spoke, the family's gaze turned toward her, and she shrank back slightly, offering an awkward smile. I must have forgotten to mention it. Li Dong Shuja. I earned a bit more just a few days ago. Explain to me your process of making money, Mr. Li said, his brow furrowed in concern. Well, it's like this. Li Dong was not one to deceive his family about how he earned his money. On the contrary, he believed that sharing the truth would assuage their worries, alleviating their constant fears for his safety. After he finished explaining, his brother-in-law, Shermin, interjected, Brother, when you say you buy something and it rises, do you possess some kind of special ability? Li Dong rolled his eyes and clarified, Brother-in-law, I'm no deity. I can't simply will something to rise. I merely analyze data to select stocks with the greatest potential for appreciation and invest in those most likely to succeed. Oh, I see, Shermin responded, having some experience in stock trading and having heard of individuals turning tens of thousands into billions. Though Li Dong's explanation had its gaps, it was not entirely unbelievable. Chapter 31. Li Shui. After finally calming his parents, Li Dong and his family gathered around the dining table to partake in a somewhat belated lunch. He uncorked a bottle of Matai and poured some for his father and sister-in-law, saying, Dad, sister-in-law, do give this wine a taste. His father nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he took a delicate sip, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed, this wine, priced near 1,000, is infinitely superior to Fungu wine. That old man of yours, all he thinks about is wine," Li mother chided, casting a disapproving glance at Li father. "If you're not careful, one day you'll end up in the hospital." "Mom, please spare him," Li Dong interjected. "He works so hard every day. A little wine now and then can be beneficial for his health." "I merely suggest he drink less. I never said he shouldn't drink at all." Li father had to rise at dawn, around 4 a.m., to travel to the county seat for supplies, for if he arrived late, the best items would have been snatched away by others. Li Dong set down his wine glass and said, "Dad, Mom, previously it was unavoidable, but now that I have earned some money, you should no longer engage in this business. It's time for you to enjoy your retirement. What else are we to do if not this? We can't simply spend our days idling at home." Unlike most Sichuanese who enjoy playing cards, Li father and Li mother had little interest in such pastimes, viewing them as gambling. They not only abstained themselves, but also instilled this belief in Li Dong and Li Sijia, which led to their aversion to card games as well. Save for the occasional family gathering during the new year. You both should travel instead. I'll give each of you 5 million to explore the country. Once you've finished your domestic travels, we can venture abroad. At that time, I shall purchase a private jet for you to ensure a seamless journey." "Oh dear," Li Dong exclaimed, playfully clutching his head, casting a mournful glance at his father. "What will you do after all this?" "What do you mean by that?" Li father retorted, furrowing his brow. "With the little you earn, you think you're destined for the heavens? A plane, you say? Why not just buy a spaceship for me instead?" "One must not flaunt their wealth," he continued. "I've taught you so much, yet it seems you've forgotten everything." Li Dong understood his father's point. However, his future was destined to transcend mere billions. While ordinary wealthy individuals may choose to remain low-key, those with fortunes in the hundreds of billions or even trillions, without any influential background, would find that maintaining a low profile could lead to dire consequences. Consider Jack Ma, who has weathered numerous controversies yet remained unscathed. His fame has afforded him a level of protection that a lesser-known wealthy individual would not enjoy. Understood. I will keep this in mind. All right, enough idle chatter. The food is getting cold. Let us eat, his mother declared, prompting Li Dong and Li father to fall silent and focus on their meal. After the meal, Li Dong and his father stepped outside for a smoke. Noticing his father's gaze frequently drifting towards where the car was parked, Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and suggested, "Dad, why not take it for a spin?" His father hesitated, intrigued yet cautious. "Is that wise? Your car is so expensive. What if I were to accidentally damage it?" "Father, this vehicle is indeed a gift from me to you. Feel free to drive it however you wish, as long as you remain safe. It is merely a car. If it brings you joy, I would buy you one every day to crash." "You rascal, do you truly have to be such a tease toward your father?" Although Father Lu feigned reproach towards Li Dong, the smile on his face bloomed with delight. His son not only earned a considerable fortune, but also demonstrated such filial piety. How could he not be pleased? "Come, let us give it a try." Li Dong eagerly urged his father to test drive the car. After some reluctance, Father Lu climbed into the driver's seat, saying, "You insisted I try it. If I crash, I won't be responsible." "No worries, just give it a go," Li Dong reassured, knowing his father's pride. For the sake of convenience in sourcing supplies from the county, Father Lu had also purchased a van, which he had driven for the past decade. As he started the engine, he initially pressed the accelerator tentatively, but gradually gained confidence and began to accelerate. When passing a tea house in town, Father Lu deliberately slowed down and lowered the window. As the glass descended, patrons outside sipping tea recognized him, and a few called out, "Hey, Brother Jiangwo, where are you off to?" "Oh, just out for a drive," Father Lu replied with a cheerful smile. "My, what is this?" "A BMW. Don't touch it." "Indeed, a BMW. Jiangwo, where did you strike it rich? Why the sudden purchase of such an expensive car?" chuckled one of the acquaintances. "Hee, this is not my doing. It was my son Dong who bought it for me," Father Lu responded, his face beaming with pride. At that moment, Li Dong realized his father's intentions. What else could a son do but play along with his father's little performance? Li Dong opened the car door and greeted the gathered men. "Uncle Jun, Uncle Chong, Uncle Hao, greetings to you all." Li family town, true to its name, is predominantly inhabited by those bearing the surname Li. Hence, they typically refrain from addressing one another by their last names. Isn't this Dong? Long time no see. You become quite the handsome fellow. Li Dong chuckled and took out a pack of He Tian Xia, offering each person present a cigarette. Uncle June, you jest. Haven't I always looked this way? As the men accepted the cigarettes and recognized the brand, seasoned smokers that they were, they couldn't help but believe half of what Father Lu had said about the car being a gift from Li Dong. Grateful for the fine cigarettes, the uncles showered Li Dong with compliments, elevating him to the heavens in their praise. Father Lu, however, merely smiled, enjoying the accolades directed at his son without much reaction. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the tea house, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Clad in a gray long-sleeved pullover and black leggings that gracefully hugged her figure, her legs were elegantly encased in natural-toned stockings, complemented by a pair of pristine white New Balance shoes. She appeared both youthful and enchanting. Upon catching sight of Li Dong, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. She hurried a few steps and came to a halt 2 paces in front of Li Dong. Li Dong, why have you suddenly returned? The visitor was Li Shui, a classmate of Li Dong from both elementary and middle school. They lived in the same town, and their parents were acquainted, which fostered a good relationship between them. This tea house was owned by her family. Nothing much, just came back for a little leisure, Li Dong replied with a smile, then inquired, what about you? Aren't you working today? Don't mention it. Li Shui waved her hand dismissively, as if reluctant to discuss previous matters. I am currently preparing for the civil service examination, hoping to secure a position in our county. That's quite good. Being a civil servant offers stability and excellent benefits, Li Dong remarked. Indeed, Li Shui nodded. That's exactly my thought. Moreover, my parents have urged me to return and wanting to marry soon. Isn't that even better? With your qualities, you'll surely find someone suitable, and then you can live comfortably. Oomph. Li Shui scoffed lightly, then asked, what about you? When do you plan to get married? I'm still quite far from that. My career is my priority at the moment, Li Dong answered. Upon hearing this, Li Shui fell silent for a moment before looking up at Li Dong. Li Dong, the words I spoke last New Year still hold true. What do you truly think? Why do you show no reaction at all? In his previous life, Li Dong had not returned during the National Day holiday, and due to constant pressure from her family, Li Shui ultimately married a man she did not love, but who possessed a good family background by the end of the year. Now, with Li Dong's unexpected return and her family's push for marriage, she sought clarity from him. In his past, Li Dong had harbored some feelings for Li Shui, but the present circumstances dictated that he could not settle down with her for a lifetime. Thus, he wished to distance himself to prevent future heartache for her. Li Shui, my current situation is somewhat complicated. I am not suitable for you. I hope you can find someone who will cherish you and share a life with you. Do you understand what I mean? Li Dong endeavored to avoid causing her pain. Who would intentionally hurt someone who cares for them, unless that person is a monster? Chapter 32. Grandmother's house. Li Shui cast a glance at the BMW X5 parked nearby and murmured, I understand now. You've become a wealthy individual and no longer regard me. A simple country girl. Li Dong, bewildered, was about to refute her, but suddenly recalled something. He sighed and replied, if that is how you perceive it, then so be it. After all, I'm not suited for you. With her head bowed, Li Shui gently nudged a small stone with her foot, a tear cascading down her cheek and quickly absorbed by the ground. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Li Dong, observing Li Shui's despondency, sighed deeply, suppressing his impulse, and turned to walk towards Li's father. Li's father started the vehicle, taking Li Dong away as they ventured forward. At that moment, Li Shui wiped her tears and silently entered the tea house, watching the silhouette of the BMW X5 gradually fade into the distance. Inside the car, Li's father noticed Li Dong's glum demeanor and inquired, is there something amiss between you and Xiao Shui? No, Li Dong denied. What could possibly happen between us? We are merely classmates. Glancing at his son, Li's father remarked, son, the more one cares, the more one conceals. I never asked what your relationship entails. Why the urgency to explain? Old fox, Li Dong thought to himself. Before he realized it, the car had reached the riverbank. Li's father parked at the roadside, beckoning Li Dong to disembark. Upon reaching the embankment, Li's father gazed at the surging river and said, "Son, there are certain things in this world that, once missed, will haunt you for a lifetime." Li Dong was taken aback by his father's insight and managed a wry smile, saying, "Dad, Li Shui is a wonderful girl. My current circumstances are rather complicated. I cannot bring misfortune upon her." In the months since his rebirth, having experienced the allure of a vibrant life, Li Dong found it impossible to content himself with a singular devotion. Indeed, he recognized his flaws. He was susceptible to temptation. Yet, how many individuals can truly resist such allure? To remain faithful to a readily accessible and stunning young woman would require either a eunuch or someone of the same sex. Li Dong acknowledged that he could not uphold such a standard, which is why he wished to avoid entangling himself with a girl as virtuous as Li Shui. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the close ties between their families. Should he ever let Li Shui down, it would place a burden on their parents. In his previous life, he had caused his parents considerable distress, and in this second chance, he was determined not to repeat those mistakes. Li's father, upon hearing his son's words, sighed and remarked, "Indeed, wealth transforms a man, and you are no exception. I now understand why you rejected Xiao Shui." "Dad, Enough," Li's father interrupted, his expression turning serious. "Li Dong, I warn you, I do not care about your escapades outside. However, if you dare to pursue someone I know like Xiao Shui, you will have but one option: to marry her. Is that clear?" "Yes, Dad, I understand," Li Dong replied, his head hanging low. "All right, let's return home. We have to visit your grandmother by 5 o'clock. Upon returning home, Li Dong confined himself within his quarters, reclining upon his bed, idly smoking a cigarette. "On this windy day, I once tried to hold your hand, but alas, the rain grew heavier until I could no longer see you." Suddenly, a call interrupted his reverie. "Hello. Oh, it's old Jean. All right, I understand. Please ensure they are well entertained." "Yes, that's all for now." Jean Yong had phoned to inform him that 3 contracts had been officially signed, successfully propelling them into the film industry. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Dong might have felt elated, as he harbored a deep admiration for the vibrant entertainment world, concealing a few admired figures in his heart. However, the recent turmoil caused by Li Shui had extinguished his enthusiasm entirely. "Knock, knock, knock. Uncle, Grandpa is calling you down. We are headed to great-grandmother's house," shouted Shi Yuhang from outside the door. Li Dong slapped his face a few times, then sprang up like a fish leaping from water. "I'm coming, stop knocking." He opened the door and scooped up Shi Yuhang, planting a hearty kiss on the round, cherubic face, which prompted Shi Yuhang to express his distaste, vigorously wiping his cheeks. Observing this, Li Dong erupted into laughter. "Uncle, you're so annoying," protested Shi Yuhang, swatting at Li Dong while continuing to wipe his face. As they descended the stairs, upon catching sight of his mother, Shi Yuhang began to struggle, and fearing a fall, Li Dong set him down. The moment he touched the ground, Shi Yuhang dashed towards Li Sijia, clinging to her leg, and began to complain, Mom, Uncle is so annoying. He made my face all wet." Hearing this, Li Sijia shot Li Dong a fierce glare before soothing Shi Yuhang. Moments later, Li Dong's parents and Shi Min emerged, each carrying a bag of gifts. After securing the door, the family piled into the car and set off towards great-grandmother's residence. Li Dong's grandmother lived a mere 7 kilometers from Li family town. In his childhood, every holiday was spent at his grandmother's, and one could say that he was raised by both his mother and grandmother. With recent economic advancements, his grandmother's home had been designated as a development zone, resulting in local residents receiving both housing and compensation, significantly elevating their standard of living. A few minutes later, Li Dong drove into the resettlement housing complex, navigating a few turns before parking the car. Perhaps due to the splendid weather, his grandmother was basking in the sun on a lounge chair outside. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Dong's gaze immediately landed on her. In his previous life, his grandmother had passed away several years prior to his rebirth, and seeing her again filled him with immense joy. "Grandma, I'm here," he exclaimed, rushing to her side and gently rocking the lounge chair. His grandmother, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. Upon recognizing her most beloved grandson, an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. "Oh, is it our Dong Dong who has returned?" she exclaimed. "My goodness, Dong Dong, You are growing more handsome by the day. After scrutinizing him closely, she remarked with delight. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. And you are looking ever more youthful and beautiful. Grandmother gently patted Li Dong's hand and chuckled. Oh, I am nearly 80. What is there to be youthful about? At that moment, Li's father, Li's mother, Li Sijia, and Shermin, accompanied by Shi Yuhang, approached and greeted her one by one. Very well, very well. It is delightful to see you all, Grandmother beamed, rising to stand before Shi Yuhang, affectionately ruffling his hair. Which little one is this? He truly is adorable. Grandmother, this is my son with Shermin, your great-grandson. Li Sijia explained. Shi Yuhang, quickly introduce yourself to great-grandmother. Hello, great-grandmother. I am Shi Yuhang, my mother's son. Laughter erupted from the group upon hearing Shi Yuhang's introduction. This joyous sound seemed to draw the attention of those inside the house, as 2 men and 2 women emerged. Greetings, uncle. Greetings, uncle. Greetings, aunt. Greetings, aunt. Li Dong hurriedly offered his salutations. Oh dear, your mother has been speaking of you for quite a while. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Aunt remarked with a smile. Li Dong bought a car. We drove here, hence the swiftness of our arrival, Li's father clarified. With the entire family gathered, lively conversation was inevitable. Li Dong, along with his father, uncle, and little uncle, congregated to share stories while puffing on cigarettes. Meanwhile, little aunt, Li's mother, Li Sijia, and grandmother gathered to chat casually about recent happenings. Li Dong's elder uncle was typically reticent, rarely engaging in conversation. He was tall and imposing, often emulating the film stars he admired by dressing in leather attire, which made Li Dong quite intimidated during his childhood. However, when Li Dong faced difficulties, his uncle silently provided financial assistance, which profoundly altered Li Dong's perception of him. In contrast, little uncle was quite loquacious, with only a 13-year age gap between them. Li Dong found a more harmonious rapport with him compared to his elder uncle. Chapter 33. My little cousin faces hardship as my uncle examined the car. He remarked, brother-in-law. A BMW X5. This vehicle comes at quite a price. It seems Donghua has struck it rich in the metropolis. Rich? Not at all. This unfortunate child simply has a penchant for showing off. Having just earned a little money, he couldn't wait to buy a car. He has started a small company, but it's still quite modest, Li's father responded, though the smile on his face was radiant. Li Dong has indeed made progress, my usually reticent uncle added, rare in his expression. Surprised, my uncle turned to Li Dong and jested, Donghua, you are becoming quite capable. Not only have you purchased such an expensive vehicle, but you also have a company in the metropolis. If I find myself in a bind one day, I shall seek refuge with you in the city. Li Dong smiled and replied, Uncle, you need not be so formal. Whenever you wish to come to the metropolis, I will ensure everything is arranged for you. As laughter filled the air, Li Dong suddenly recalled something and inquired, Uncle, I heard that cousin Xiao is at home. Why haven't we seen him? I asked Lu Mingxiao to deliver some fertilizer to the Kai family. You should be back shortly, my uncle interjected. My uncle ran a fertilizer and seed shop, which required him to frequently deliver goods to the countryside. Just then, an old van approached, emblazoned with the words fertilizer, pesticides, seeds, and a phone number. Once the van came to a halt, a robust man, standing at 6 feet tall with a buzz cut, emerged. His bulging muscles drew the envy of many young women. Cousin, Li Dong stepped forward and embraced Lu Mingxiao heartily. After releasing him, Li Dong playfully punched Lu Mingxiao's chest. What have you been doing in the army? How did you get so strong? Lu Mingxiao chuckled sheepishly. I didn't do much, just enjoy training. I heard you've been discharged. Have you considered what you want to do next? Li Dong offered Lu Mingxiao a cigarette. The military has arranged a job for me as the security chief at the county's agricultural bureau, Lu Mingxiao replied. Li Dong nodded. What is the salary? It's not high, just a little over 3,000, but the benefits are decent, with 5 insurances and 2 funds. I also get 1 day off each week. Having served 5 years in the army, Lu Mingxiao was now offered such a position, though Li Dong was uncertain about the quality of the benefits. Nonetheless, feeling indebted to his uncle's family, Li Dong decided to extend a helping hand to his cousin. Brother, why don't you come to the metropolis with me? I'll have you drive, and I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month, with meals and accommodation included, as well as the same benefits. This Lu Mingxiao looked at his cousin in shock, completely at a loss for words. At that moment, Li's father and my uncle approached. Seeing his son standing there dumbfounded, my uncle felt a twinge of irritation and kicked Lu Mingxiao playfully in the rear. "You foolish child, why are you just standing there? Don't you see your aunt and uncle have arrived? Hurry and greet them." The honest and simple cousin, upon receiving a reprimand from the elder uncle, promptly greeted Li's father and Sherman. The elder uncle shot a stern glance at the cousin, causing him to fidget uncomfortably. Observing this vaguely familiar scene, Li Dong approached the elder uncle and explained, "Uncle, please do not blame Xiao for his behavior. It was my words earlier that prompted him to act this way. The fault lies entirely with me." Hearing this, Li's father furrowed his brow and pulled Li Dong back beside him, inquiring, "What exactly are you up to, you rascal?" In response to his father's query, Li Dong reiterated his earlier conversation with Lu Mingxiao. Once the elder uncle comprehended Li Dong's explanation, his expression softened. However, being somewhat taciturn, he took a moment before expressing his gratitude. "Li Dong, thank you." "Ah, brother, what is there to thank me for?" Li Dong replied. "I was already going to hire a driver, and having Lu Mingxiao do it is far better than hiring a stranger." "Indeed, uncle," he continued, "there is a saying, a brother may be a tiger, but a cousin also stands as a close ally. Though Lu Mingxiao and I are not blood brothers, we are still family." He affectionately draped an arm over Lu Mingxiao's shoulders and added, "With him at the wheel, I feel much more at ease." Listening to the exchange between Li Dong and his father, the younger uncle, standing nearby, cast his eyes about, seemingly lost in thought. After conversing for a while longer and noticing the evening had deepened, they retreated indoors to prepare the meal. It is commonly known that in Sichuan, when guests arrive, it is typically the men who take to the kitchen. In Li Dong's family, all the men are adept at cooking, and thus, with their collaborative efforts, a grand feast of diverse dishes was soon prepared. Dishes such as boiled white meat, longan, braised pork, spicy boiled fish slices, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, garlic chives with fatty pork, and cold taoxijian were among the offerings, with the latter being prepared by Li Dong. This dish is a favorite among all Sichuan natives, often included even in hot pot sauces, as it enhances the overall taste. During the meal, upon hearing the elder uncle mention Li Dong's suggestion for Lu Mingxiao to pursue opportunities in Shanghai, the elder aunt felt a twinge of reluctance regarding her son leaving, but understood that following Li Dong would provide greater prospects for him. As the gathering unfolded, laughter and conversation flowed freely, resembling a lively symposium. Particularly, Li's father, who enjoys watching military programs in his leisure time, often engages in debates about them during social gatherings. Influenced by his father, Li Dong also developed an interest in military affairs. At that moment, the two fathers were fervently debating the situation in the Middle East, their words animated and passionate, while the younger uncle occasionally added fuel to the fire, filling the room with lively discourse. As the eldest in the family, Li Dong's grandmother remained cheerful, rarely interjecting her thoughts. Following the meal, the family enjoyed some tea before preparing to leave. After several rounds of polite insistence to stay, Li Dong and his family finally set off on their journey home. Once they departed, the younger uncle and aunt opened the bags brought by Li Dong's family, discovering a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maodai resting quietly inside. The items Li Dong presented to his uncle's family were identical, but for his grandmother, he had brought health supplements and a generous red envelope. Uncle gazed at the soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maodai, exclaiming, "It seems that Donghua has truly struck it rich." Aunt interjected, "Among Donghwa's generation, he has the most education and the best grades. Yuan is about to take the college entrance examination. We must encourage him to strive harder and gain admission to a prestigious university, aspiring to achieve success like Donghua." "Indeed, I will lock his computer right away," Uncle decisively nodded. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan, who had just returned home after extra lessons, beheld his locked computer and let out a lament of despair. Meanwhile, Li Dong, accustomed to late nights and leisurely mornings, was engrossed in a clandestine rendezvous with Morpheus when he suddenly felt a chill. Before he could fully awaken, A barrage of words assaulted him. Li Dong, the sun is already high. Why are you still in bed? Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, exasperated. Mom, it's only 9 o'clock. Why are you waking me up? Sleep, sleep, sleep. You spend the entire night avoiding slumber, yet can't rouse yourself during the day. Do you intend to become a recluse? Hurry up and get up for breakfast. After delivering this command, Li's mother, noticing that he was awake, exited his room. Li Dong, still sprawled on the bed and reluctant to rise, lamented to himself about having returned home, where even a peaceful night's sleep eluded him. Contrasting with the comforts of the metropolis. Complaining, he begrudgingly dressed and prepared for the day. Upon entering the dining room, he found only Shi Yuhang leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Noticing Li Dong's arrival, Shi Yuhang paused his meal and cheerfully called out, "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning to you as well," Li Dong replied with a nod. Shi Yuhang's enthusiasm in greeting Li Dong stemmed from the latter's generous treat, having taken him to the local convenience store, where he was told to take whatever he desired. This delighted the little fellow immensely, and henceforth he incessantly referred to Li Dong as uncle. Chapter 34. The troubles and nags brought by old classmates on October 1st. Not only is it National Day, but it is also the market day in Lijia town. As Li Dong descended from the second floor, he observed his parents busily tending to their stall in front of the house, with Shi Min assisting them. Noticing their efforts, Li Dong hurried over to help, counting money and providing plastic bags. This flurry of activity continued until after 11 o'clock. Wiping the fine sweat from his brow, he finally took a seat on a nearby bench, relieved that the rush had subsided. Once seated, Li Dong offered a cigarette to both his father and brother-in-law, Shi Min. As he smoked, he turned to his father and said, "Dad, I thought I told you not to engage in business anymore. Why have you set up shop again today?" His father exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "How much do we have left? The vegetables are nearly gone. We only have some fruit left, which should last us 2 or 3 days at most." "That's good," Li Dong responded. When lunchtime arrived, he suggested, "Mom, Dad, let us not set up the stall this afternoon. We're going to Minzhou. I want to buy you some new clothes. You think you can just lounge around after eating all day? Minzhou is so far away. It takes over 2 hours to go back and forth. If you want to go, go ahead, but I want tea," his mother replied. Li Dong looked at his father, hoping he would interject, but to his surprise, his father echoed his mother's sentiment, stating that Minzhou was simply too far. "Let us just shop in the county town." Li Dong had hoped to purchase some high-end clothing for his parents, but with their reluctance to travel, he resigned himself to waiting until they could visit the metropolis for shopping. After lunch, Li Dong drove the family to the county town. In a clothing store within a certain shopping mall, he watched as his parents tried on various outfits, noting down the pieces they were pleased with for the sales staff. "Old Lou, this outfit looks nice. You should try it on," his father suggested, picking up a light blue long-sleeve jacket and turning to his mother. "Mom, Dad really picked a great one. You should hurry and try it on," Li Sijie chimed in. "Yes, it seems good," his mother replied with a satisfied smile as she assessed the garment. While she went to try on the clothes, Li Dong instructed a nearby saleswoman, "Please note this one as well." "Certainly," the saleswoman replied mechanically, jotting down the clothing style. She had worked in the store for several years and had never encountered a customer as generous as Li Dong. After tallying up, she noted that the elderly couple had tried on nearly 10 outfits each. Although the prices were reasonable, ranging from 200 to 300 for the cheaper items and 700 to 800 for the more expensive, the sheer volume made it considerable. In novels, it is often the domineering male lead who splurges on clothing for the female protagonist, yet rarely does one see such extravagance directed towards parents. Is this truly what a real-life magnate should embody? At that moment, a voice called out from beside Li Dong. "Li Dong?" Hearing someone call his name, Li Dong turned towards the source of the voice. He saw a somewhat plump man cradling a child of 1 or 2 years in his arms, accompanied by a woman of above-average appearance standing beside him. Li Dong furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the individual before him, yet unable to recall his name at that moment. Noticing the look of confusion on Li Dong's face, the man's expression shifted abruptly, and his tone grew unfriendly. "Come on, you can't have forgotten your old classmate." After a moment of intense recollection, Li Dong finally remembered who this person was, Tu Wenwu. a classmate from high school with whom he had shared a decent camaraderie, often enjoying cigarettes together. How could he possibly have forgotten? Li Dong playfully punched Tu Wenwu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Old Tu." Upon hearing Li Dong mention him, Tu Wenwu's face instantly broke into a smile, acknowledging the quick wit of the young man. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Dong curiously gestured toward the child in Tu Wenwu's arms and inquired, "Is this your little one?" Otherwise, Tu Wenwu proclaimed with pride, "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you." He gestured towards the woman beside him and said, "This is my wife. It's been years since we last met. How is it that not only have you married, but you also have a child?" There is indeed a child, but we haven't tied the knot yet." Li Dong instantly grasped the situation and gave Tu Wenwu a thumbs up. Tu Wenwu feigned humility with a smile and remarked, "Didn't the classmates group say you were working in the metropolis? Why have you returned to your hometown?" "I am indeed employed in the metropolis. With the extended National Day holiday, I thought it would be nice to come back and spend time with my parents." Li Dong explained. "Yes, it's important to cherish time with your parents," Tu Wenwu agreed. After conversing for a while, Tu Wenwu mentioned he needed to take the child to the hospital for vaccinations, and they arranged to meet again when they had the chance. As soon as Tu Wenwu departed, Li's mother approached. Casting a glance at the family of three, she inquired, "Who was that?" "Just a high school classmate." Li Dong raplia dismissively. Li's mother withdrew her gaze and turned to Li Dong, her expression suddenly shifting. "Look at them, and then look at you. Their child is already so big, yet you remain single. You've earned so much money. Why haven't you brought someone home for me to meet?" Li Dong broke into a cold sweat, realizing that a chance encounter with an old classmate had led to such an incident. Faced with his mother's inquiries, he could only patiently explain, "It's not that I haven't found the right person." "Right person? What exactly do you consider suitable? Do you expect a fairy from the heavens?" At that moment, Li's father happened to arrive, and Li Dong quickly exchanged glances with him. Li's father nodded slightly and spoke. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? You know your son's situation. He can't just marry anyone at random. What if he encounters a woman solely interested in his wealth? In that case, half of his fortune could be taken away, and then you would regret it." Upon hearing her husband's words, Li's mother immediately felt apprehensive. I just want to hold my grandchild sooner." All right, I want to rush him. Let him take his time finding someone." It must be said, Mr. Li possesses a remarkable persuasive ability, managing to sway Mrs. Li with just a few words. Rest assured, you will never lack for grandchildren to hold in your arms throughout your life. There remained unspoken words from Mr. Li, given your son's demeanor. It is likely that you will feel quite dizzy with the responsibilities of grandmotherhood. Li Dong exhaled softly, relieved that the marriage discussions had finally concluded. That scoundrel Tu Wenwu. The next time I encounter him, I shall certainly give him a thorough reckoning for the considerable trouble he has brought upon me. Inexplicably, this incident had significantly dampened Mrs. Li's enthusiasm for shopping, and after Li Dong settled the bill, she insisted on returning home. Reluctantly, Li Dong acquiesced to his mother's wishes. Chapter 35. The heartache of motherly evening at the dining table. Li Dong suddenly announced, "Dad, Mom, I will be returning to the magical city in a few days. Why don't you join me for a few days of fun?" Li's father felt a flicker of excitement. In his youth, he had toiled in that very city. Now, after more than a decade, he yearned to revisit the place where he had once struggled. Seeing the spark in Li's father's eyes, Li's mother discerned his thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I am not averse to visiting the magical city. However, where shall we stay? We can't possibly reside in a hotel. That would be exorbitantly expensive." "Huh?" Li Dong scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Did I not mention that I have purchased a house in the magical city?" "You bought a house there?" Li's father gazed at his son in astonishment, but soon recalled that his son had amassed over $1 billion, rendering the revelation less surprising. "What was the price of that house?" Li's mother inquired, her concern primarily focused on the cost. She had heard tales of the astronomical prices for real estate in the magical city, where even a modest dwelling could cost several million. "Mom, my brother's house cost $90 million. Before Li Dong could speak, his sister Li Sijia eagerly interjected. "What? 90 million? Li's mother gasped, rising from her chair in shock, her expression one of utter bewilderment. "Is the house lined with silver or gold?" Li Dong shot a fierce glare at his sister. Did you grow up with nothing better to do than mind other people's business? Li father, embodying the stoic nature of a man, did not react as dramatically as Li mother. He remained seated, yet the trembling of the cigarette in his hand betrayed his inner turmoil, revealing that he was not as composed as he pretended to be. After a long moment, Li mother finally regained her composure. She gazed at Li Dong with a complex expression and sighed. You have grown up, and I have aged. I no longer wish to interfere in your decisions. Do as you please. With that, she left the dining table. Li Dong watched his mother's retreating figure, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Li father placed a reassuring hand on Li Dong's shoulder. Let your mother have some time alone. By tomorrow, she will come to terms with it. While Li Dong, as a son, could not fully grasp this sentiment, Li father, as a husband, understood his wife all too well. In their younger days, while he ventured out to earn a living, she had single-handedly nurtured their children. She had grown accustomed to being needed. Even as Li Dong and Li Sijia matured, her worries persisted. She constantly fretted over whether they were adequately fed and clothed. Yet suddenly, when her son announced his newfound wealth, having not only bought a car, but also a house that she could never afford, a wave of disillusionment washed over her. She felt as though her children could thrive without her. This unexpected sense of loss left her at a loss for words, engulfed in self-doubt. No one who has not experienced parenthood can truly comprehend such feelings. Although Sister Li Sijia had children, they were still too young to be independent. Listening to Li father's account, Li Dong fell into a deep silence. Tears slowly streamed down Li Sijia's face as she turned to her husband, Shermin, and confessed, I think I have made a terrible mistake, dear. Shermin gently patted Li Sijia's hand, offering comfort. It's all right. It was not intentional. Mother will come to understand. What was meant to be a joyous dinner had taken an unfortunate turn, leaving everyone disheartened and prompting them to retreat to their respective rooms. Li father stood silently on the balcony, smoking a cigarette, and after a long while, he finally returned indoors. Observing Li mother still enveloped in silence, he approached her, resting her head on his shoulder. What are you doing? Li mother protested, twisting her body in frustration. Li father disregarded her struggles, enveloping her in a firm embrace. After a considerable pause, he softly said, Old woman, let it go. Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Li mother's face like a torrential flood. After some time, Li father managed to soothe her emotions. Wiping her tears away, Li mother huffed, He is not that great at earning money. From now on, I shall spend lavishly and make him feel the pinch. Let us see if he regrets it. Hearing his wife's childlike words, Li father smirked internally, thinking, You only say that. When it comes to spending large sums, would you really be so willing? Yes, I'll spend his money extravagantly. He played along with the performance. The next morning, Li Dong surprisingly rose early. When he arrived at the dining room for breakfast, he scrutinized Li mother's expression and found it unchanged from usual. Seizing an opportunity when she was distracted, he cast a questioning glance at Li father. Li father merely gave a casual glance in return, leisurely sipping his bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean meat. Li Dong was eager to inquire, but hesitated in front of Li mother, choosing instead to wait for a moment of privacy with Li father. Once Li mother took Sure You hang out for a stroll, he could no longer contain himself. Dad, is Mom all right? Rest assured, with me around, there's nothing I can't handle. Li father replied with a proud smile. However, you should avoid provoking your mother. During her recent checkup, the doctor mentioned her blood pressure was a bit high. She shouldn't get too upset. I understand. I will try my best not to upset her, Li Dong assured. Suddenly recalling something, he added, Dad, our house is almost 20 years old. Isn't it? It's been 19 years. Next year marks 20. Why do you ask? Li father responded, puzzled. Well, my sister and I initially planned for you and Mom to live in Shanghai, but knowing your habits, I doubt you would last long there. So, I thought about building you a better house here in our hometown. We are quite comfortable in this house. Why build another? It would be a waste of money. Li father said, displeased. Dad, if I remember correctly, this house is a prefab. Isn't it? And what of it? Your mother and I have lived here for 19 years already. Li father struggled to accept any criticism of the house, which represented his hard work, even from his own son. Dad, I'm not saying prefab houses are bad. I am concerned about the health of both of you. Although our Sichuan region does not experience the severe cold of the north, winter temperatures often plummet below zero. I wish to build a house for you, complete with central heating. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Father Li couldn't help but nod in agreement, stating that he would discuss it with your mother before proceeding. Chapter 36. Little brother. After concluding his conversation with Li's father, Li Dong made his way to the balcony, gazing at the river that flowed not far from his home. The river, known as Peijiang, spanned approximately 600 to 700 meters in width, its waters perpetually coursing, never ceasing. Li Dong recalled his childhood days when, during heavy floods, he would often venture to the riverbank to collect driftwood washed ashore, which he would carry home to dry and use as firewood. Uncle! An unknown moment. Shi Yuhang had arrived before Li Dong, tugging at his clothing. Li Dong was jolted back to reality by the persistent pulling and looked down to see Shi Yuhang. With a smile, he inquired, "What do you want, Shi Yuhang? Can I play with your phone?" Shi Yuhang gazed at Li Dong with hopeful eyes. Bending down, Li Dong pinched the boy's cheek playfully. "Didn't you have a tablet?" "My mom took it away," Shi Yuhang replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Then the rest nothing I can do?" Li Dong shrugged. "Your mother took your tablet away to prevent you from playing games. If I let you use my phone, she would definitely scold me." "Uncle, I know you play Honor of Kings too. I can carry you," Shi Yuhang exclaimed eagerly. "You can carry me?" Li Dong was taken aback. "You, a 5-year-old, can carry me? Don't underestimate me. I'm at the king rank. Carrying a mere stone player like you is a piece of cake." Shi Yuhang pounded his chest proudly. "Can you really carry me?" Li Dong asked, skeptical yet intrigued. "Just let me play a game, and you'll see. I promise to dominate the enemy." Scratching his head in disbelief, Li Dong thought, "Can a 5-year-old really be that skilled?" A few minutes later, Li Dong stared at the results screen in astonishment. 13-2-6 with Shangwan Wanner. "Wow, I was hoping to find a strong teammate, and it turns out my own nephew is that very player. Wait for me, I'll grab something." A minute later, Li Dong emerged with a brand new iPhone XR. He had 2 of these devices, originally intended for his parents, but after a brief attempt at using them, they had returned them to Li Dong, feeling they were not suitable for their needs. Shi Yuhang's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the phone and immediately began downloading Honor of Kings. The internet speed at Li Dong's home was quite decent, and soon enough, the game was ready. As they entered the game, Li Dong inquired, "So, dear nephew, what is your strongest position?" "Li Bai and Bai Li Xian so. Can you play as Han Xin?" Li Dong asked casually. "Of course. I'm best at Han Xin. However," Shi Yuhang's enthusiasm suddenly waned. "But I don't have that hero on my account." "You don't have that hero, yet you say you're the best? Are you joking with me?" "Uncle, I'm not lying. I use my classmate's account. He has Han Xin. Li Dong nodded in agreement. "All right then. As long as you can carry me, I'll not only gift you Han Xin, but I'll also help you clear out all the skins in the shop." "Really?" Shi Yuhang gazed at Li Dong in disbelief. As a 5-year-old child, he possessed merely a handful of coins, insufficient for any meaningful top-up. Now, with Li Dong offering not only the coveted hero, Han Xin, but also the promise to clear the entire skin shop, he marveled at the generosity of such an extraordinary uncle. When his nephew dared to question his prowess, Li Dong playfully pinched the boy's cheek, declaring, "I am a billionaire. Do not underestimate me. Acquiring a few skins is a trivial matter, and I could effortlessly purchase a professional team." Although Shi Yuhang was not entirely clear on what a billionaire entailed, he was aware that a professional team housed the most formidable players in the game. Upon hearing that his uncle could afford such a team, he immediately believed him. Upon entering the game, Li Dong selected the mid-lane hero, Ying Zheng, while Shi Yuhang took control of Li Bai. As the match commenced, Li Dong occasionally glanced at Shi Yuhang's screen, observing his maneuvers. However, his divided attention soon bore consequences, as Angela, the opponent, noticed that Ying Zheng was low on health yet still positioned too boldly. She swiftly activated her skills. The sudden turn of events caught Li Dong off guard, prompting him to use his flash ability in haste. Yet, Angela's damage proved overwhelming, and despite his efforts, he could not evade his fate. With Angela's attack landing, the screen darkened, signaling his demise. First blood, while focused on farming in the jungle. Shi Yuhang heard the announcement of this unexpected first kill and cast a sidelong glance at Li Dong. Uncle, stop watching me and concentrate on the game. Being admonished by a child, even a thick-skinned individual like Li Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He retorted, I intentionally allowed that first blood to ensure your performance. He continued, besides, Angela came at me. Why didn't you seize the opportunity to ambush her? Li Dong's feeble defense made it clear to Shi Yuhang that his uncle's gifts were not easily attained. Thus, he chose silence and focused diligently on the game. Observing Shi Yuhang's lack of response, a victorious grin spread across Li Dong's face, as if he had been the one to secure the first blood. Double kill. Triple kill. While Li Dong was nurturing his champion in the mid lane, he was suddenly alerted by the triumphant announcements from the side lane. Upon checking the scoreboard, he was bewildered to see Li Bai's record at 3-0-0. 5 minutes later, as Li Bai achieved yet another triple kill, the opposing team conceded defeat. Gazing at Li Bai's impressive score of 12-0-3, Li Dong found himself at a loss for words. To his astonishment, the child prodigy who would later become a sensation was his very own nephew, filling him with joy. Hand me your phone. Uncle will clear the shop for you. Hearing that his uncle truly intended to empty the shop, Shi Yuhang's face lit up with excitement, nearly bursting with joy. Taking the phone, Li Dong swiftly made the necessary purchases, not only clearing all of Shi Yuhang's skins, but also acquiring several honor crystals, completely depleting the honor shop as well. Shi Yuhang received the phone and beheld the dazzling array of skins, leaping with delight. Yay! Long live Uncle! Long live Uncle! After receiving the reward, unbeknownst to the occasional bonuses it bestowed, Shi Yuhang's combat prowess surged dramatically, leading him and Li Dong to a remarkable streak of 7 consecutive victories. In every match, Shi Yuhang and Li Dong wreaked havoc upon their opponents. As a result, Li Dong's rank ascended smoothly to Diamond 1. Just as they were poised to embark on their next game, a voice resonated from within the room. The two divine beings outside, coming quickly for dinner. At the dining table, where Shi Yuhang typically sat beside his mother, he forsook his usual place next to Li Sijia and instead settled beside Li Dong, a beaming smile adorning his face. Li Sijia cast a puzzled glance at Li Dong, silently urging him to elucidate the situation. Li Dong shrugged and replied with pride. Isn't it perfectly normal for a nephew to be affectionate towards his uncle? Right, Shi Yuhang? Uncle is absolutely correct. Ignoring the morsels of food clinging to the corners of his mouth, Shi Yuhang proclaimed loudly, My uncle is the best uncle in the world. I absolutely adore him. The entire table gazed at Li Dong in astonishment. When did their relationship become so amicable? Chapter 37. Following my uncle. 3 meals a day. As Li Dong observed the incredulous expressions of those around him, a sense of pride surged within him. Indeed, wealth afforded one the liberty to act as one pleased. He exchanged a knowing glance with Shi Yuhang, and the two shared a tacit smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Li Sijia cast her eyes about, pondering. Something must have transpired between these two. Otherwise, their relationship could not have transformed so swiftly. Did Li Dong treat Shi Yuhang to snacks? Or perhaps he had sent him a monetary gift? Li Sijia found herself utterly perplexed. After the meal, Li Dong was the first to rise from the table. Before departing, he subtly signaled to Shi Yuhang, indicating that he should meet him at their usual spot. Shi Yuhang returned a knowing look, bowing his head to feign continued eating. Shortly after Li Dong's departure, Shi Yuhang followed suit. Li Sijia, observing Shi Yuhang's retreating figure, stood and decided to follow. I must uncover what mischief these two are up to. To her surprise, the petite Shi Yuhang dashed away with surprising speed, and soon he vanished from her sight. Leaning against her knees, Li Sijia caught her breath and began searching the area, but despite her efforts, she could find no trace of them. She had nearly scoured the entire town, yet remained unsuccessful in locating the two. Meanwhile, after evading his mother, Shi Yuhang hurried to the bridge under the small river to meet Li Dong. Upon seeing Shi Yuhang, Li Dong inquired, Why are you so late? I've been waiting for quite some time. Shi Yuhang sat upon a stone, slightly breathless, and explained, Uncle, I had barely stepped outside when I noticed my mother trailing behind me. To shake her off, I had to circle around the streets several times. Now I understand. Li Dong replied, I shall excuse your tardiness. Let us begin without delay. All right, As Li Dong and Shi Yuhang immersed themselves in their game, Li Sijie unknowingly approached the riverside. "Where on earth has Li Dong taken my son? You better not let me find you, or I swear I will make you regret it." After searching for over half an hour with no sign of them, Li Sijie began to feel exasperated. Just as she contemplated giving up and returning home, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Uncle, uncle, don't steal it. I got a pinnacle." "Yay, pinnacle, take that." Recognizing the voice, Li Sijie followed it down the path to the riverside, glancing around until she spotted Li Dong and Shi Yuhang under the left arch of the bridge. At that moment, Shi Yuhang was jubilantly celebrating his pinnacle, oblivious to the watchful gaze fixed upon him from a short distance away. Li Sijie stifled her anger and quietly approached the duo, while Li Dong remained engrossed in his admiration of his nephew's accomplishment, unaware of Li Sijie's arrival. As Shi Yuhang celebrated his remarkable achievement of a pinnacle, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Confused, he turned to see a formidable abyssal creature gazing at him. Nervously swallowing, he exclaimed, "Mom, how? What did you get up here? Where did you get that phone?" Li Sijie replied with a haunting tone. His uncle had once advised him that a true man must uphold loyalty and never betray his kin. Yet at that moment, faced with his mother, who resembled an unparalleled sorceress, he felt compelled to apologize to his uncle, for he simply could not abide by those principles. "It was my uncle who gave it to me." Upon hearing Shi Yuhang betray his uncle so easily, Li Dong's fury ignited. "How could you betray your uncle? What about your loyalty? Be quiet." Li Sijie shot a fierce glare at Li Dong. "Once I deal with him, I will take care of you." Turning back to Shi Yuhang, she commanded, "Hand over the phone." Initially reluctant, Shi Yuhang hesitated, but as Li Sijie's expression darkened, he reluctantly surrendered his phone. "I will confiscate this. Both of you, return home with me now." Seeing their reluctance to move, Li Sijie counted 1, 2. "Mom, please don't count. I'm coming home, right away." Shi Yuhang hastily replied, seemingly recalling unpleasant memories. Terrified of Li Sijie, he walked obediently alongside his uncle, who was equally apprehensive. On their way home, Shi Yuhang discreetly tugged at Li Dong's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle, you must help me." Li Dong, overwhelmed with his own troubles, could only offer a mournful glance, silently wishing Shi Yuhang good luck. Upon arriving home, Li Sijie dragged Shi Yuhang into the house, and soon the anguished cries of Shi Yuhang echoed from within. "Mom, please stop. I understand my mistake." Listening to the cries, Li Dong sighed. "Xiaohang, I'm sorry. I will make it up to you later." After a considerable time, the wails subsided, leaving only faint sobs. "Moments later, Li Sijie amarja," her expression cold as she took a seat across from Li Dong. "Li Dong, I formally warn you. If you ever take Shi Yuhang to play games again, I will sever our sibling relationship and cease all contact." Li Dong, realizing the depth of her anger, was taken aback by her severity. "Sister, must it really come to that? It's just a game. Is it really necessary to react this way? What did you say? Do you understand the dangers of gaming? If Shi Yuhang becomes addicted, how will he focus on his studies? How can he hope to attend a good university or secure a decent job? If he can't find a good job, he's simply 1T. Li Dong retorted. "Shi Yuhang is my nephew. Would I allow him to go hungry? If you are concerned about this issue, I shall establish a personal fund for him, ensuring his lifelong comfort and security. That should suffice, right?" Upon hearing Li Dong's words, inexplicably, Li Sijie's anger intensified. She glared at Li Dong, exclaiming, "Is wealth truly that impressive? Can money purchase everything? As his uncle, do you genuinely wish for him to become a mere parasite, living off others?" At these words, Li Dong fell silent. During this period since his rebirth, he seemed to be losing his true self, increasingly tying all matters to the concept of wealth. The vibrant era's silver moon, an encounter with Jiang Xiyu at the bar. "Sister, I acknowledge my mistakes." Chapter 38. The proper use of money once. Someone remarked to Li Dong that affluent individuals also bear their own burdens. In his previous life, Li Dong scoffed at such notions. However, he now found himself grappling with genuine concerns. Faced with his sister Li Sijie's probing questions, he became acutely aware of his growing obsession with wealth, as if he were on the brink of becoming a devotee of money. If this trend continued, he risked transforming into a slave to currency, losing touch with the warmth and chill that other experiences could offer. Taking a deep breath, Li Dong finally awakened to the truth. Money is merely a tool. While it may grant him access to the majority of what he desires, there are certain aspects of life that demand heartfelt engagement. He must differentiate between these elements and approach them in varied ways, rather than mindlessly seeking monetary solutions. This realization marked a pivotal moment in his growth, steering him away from the path of becoming an insufferable individual. After enduring a severe reprimand, Shi Yuheng, upon encountering Li Dong, no longer exhibited the warmth of their previous interactions. Instead, he offered a curt greeting before immersing himself in his meal. Observing this change, Li Dong approached him, saying, "Hongzi, it was not that your uncle failed to come to your aid yesterday. I too faced your mother's wrath. Just look at the severity of her discipline." Li Dong rolled up his sleeve to reveal the dark bruises on his arm. Shi Yuheng glanced at the marks and immediately felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared misfortune. "Uncle, I am sorry for misjudging you." "Not at all. After all, I am your uncle," Li Dong replied. "However, let us refrain from playing games in the future. Your mother is rather formidable, and I have no desire to face her wrath again." "Agreed." Shi Yuheng nodded vigorously, the pain from his own injuries still fresh in his memory. And he dared not err again. After finishing their meal, Li Dong intended to step outside when he noticed his father returning home, his expression notably grim. Curiosity piqued. Li Dong inquired, "Father, who has upset you? Why the long face?" "Umph," Father Li exclaimed in anger. "Isn't it all due to that wretched captain? A mere official of insignificant stature dares to put on airs before me. When I was serving in the military, battling foreign adversaries, he was still digging in the dirt. How audacious of him to display such arrogance in my presence." Li Dong furrowed his brow and replied, "Dad, weren't you supposed to be seeking out the village secretary? How did you end up at odds with the captain?" The situation is as follows. After listening to Father Li's account, Li Dong said, "Father, I suspect this individual is seeking some personal gain." "Seeking gain?" Li's father was momentarily taken aback, then retorted in anger, expressing his disdain for the notion of benefits. His land was firmly established, and he merely sought to expand it. Why was that unacceptable? All right, please do not be upset. It is not worth your health to quarrel with such a petty individual," Li Dong said, gently patting his father's back to ease his agitation. "Rest assured, I will not only resolve this matter effectively, but will also ensure that foolish captain is dismissed," Li Dong assured him. With these words, Li's father felt a sense of relief. As a seasoned veteran who had faced the battlefield, he harbored a deep disdain for corrupt officials. Regarding the words spoken by Li Dong, suggesting that the captain should take his leave, Li's father believed it was merely a jest uttered by his son to amuse himself, without any serious intent. Shortly thereafter, having reassured his father, Li Dong stepped outside and located Jin Yang's contact number, dialing it promptly. "Hello, this is Li Dong. Could you assist me in finding out if there are any well-known brand development factories in Sichuan County? I require the information urgently." 5 minutes later, Li Dong received a return call from Jin Yang, who informed him that Honka had established a factory in Sichuan County, employing over 2,000 individuals. Li Dong's most vivid recollection of Honka from his previous life was their generous donation during the pandemic, which enabled the struggling company to swiftly recover from its operational crisis, transforming into a beacon of national pride, with orders reaching unprecedented heights. The company's valuation continued to soar, becoming an extraordinary case study. "Director Jean, are you familiar with the current status of Honka?" "Certainly, Mr. Li. Although Honka is currently facing challenges, it remains a listed company. However, their recent years have been quite difficult. They have been seeking financing, yet the market's capital has little faith in them, making their situation precarious, with the risk of delisting looming." Contemplating this, Li Dong reflected for a moment and instructed Jin Yong, "Please convey to the owner of Honka that our company is willing to provide financial assistance. Share my number with them so they may reach out to me." "Understood, Mr. Li." After hanging up, Li Dong did not wait long before receiving a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the caller identified himself as Wu Rongzhao, the owner of Honka. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Dong inquired, "Mr. Wu, if I recall correctly, your company has a factory located in Sichuan County, correct? Uncertain of Li Dong's intentions, Wu Rongzhao nonetheless confirmed the information. Li Dong then presented his inquiry, to which Wu Rongzhao promptly assured him that he could resolve the matter within half an hour. Once the genuine concern was addressed, Li Dong arranged to meet Wu Rongzhao in the bustling metropolis after the National Day holiday. Not long after, a call came in from someone claiming to be the head of a certain department, informing Li Dong that the approval documents for his new house construction had been finalized and would soon be delivered to him. At that moment, Li's father emerged, asking, "How did it go?" "Rest assured, the documents will be delivered shortly," Li Dong replied. As he finished a cigarette, a car pulled up in front of the Li residence, and a man in his 30s alighted. Approaching Li Dong, the man respectfully inquired, "Are you Mr. Li Dong?" "I am." "Greetings, here is your package. Please accept it." The man retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Li Dong. "Thank you." Once the man departed, Li's father, intrigued, asked, "What is this?" Li Dong raised the document in his hand and smiled. "It's the approval for our house construction." "Is it genuine?" Li's father questioned skeptically, taking the document to examine it. Indeed, it was the authentic construction approval. What began as a simple jest to lift his father's spirits unexpectedly blossomed into a fortunate turn of events. Unexpectedly, Li Dong encountered Honka, which prompted him to genuinely consider investing in the latter. This development not only offered an opportunity for Li Dong to avenge his father, but also allowed for the expansion of his business ventures, a twofold success. As for the financial aspect, there exists an abundance of overseas markets. Rather than squander resources on foreign entities, it would be far more prudent for Li Dong to utilize them himself. Momentarily pleased, Li's father inquired about how Li Dong intended to resolve the situation. Not wishing to deceive his father, Li Dong recounted the details of the matter. After absorbing the information, Li's father remained silent for a considerable time before finally articulating, "Since you have decided to invest, then commit fully to it. Engaging in tangible industries is far superior to your financial endeavors." Li Dong nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Chapter 39. The ever-changing Jiang Shiyu having arranged the construction of the new house, Li Dong transferred 10 million to each of his parents. Upon receiving the funds, they decided to deposit 15 million in the bank, reserving 5 million for home repairs and household expenses. Li Dong did not oppose their decision, understanding that the mindset of people from their generation is not easily altered. After spending 2 days at home, the time arrived for Li Dong to return to the bustling metropolis on October 5th, as the National Day holiday was swiftly coming to a close. Meanwhile, Li Sijia and her family were also setting off back to Linen to manage their previous commitments before heading to the metropolis. Upon landing, Li Dong, carrying a large bag of local delicacies prepared by his mother, made his way to the parking lot. He settled into his Bentley Continental GT, which had remained untouched for several days, and drove away from the airport. Returning to his spacious flat at the Binjiang Triumph Gate, Li Dong placed the assortment of treats, cured meat, Sichuan sausages, and a large box of pre-prepared spicy herbs into the refrigerator. Grabbing a bottle of Armani natural mineral water, he reclined on the sofa and called his mother to inform her of his safe arrival in the metropolis. After ending the call, Li Dong scrolled through DY for a while, but found it lacking in interest. He then decided to reach out to Jiang Shiyu. During the holiday, she had attempted to contact him numerous times, but he had only responded briefly and had not engaged further. The wise adage suggests that one should not be overly attentive to women, allowing for moments of indifference. This principle resembles the notion that money is not merely for spending, but serves to be showcased, aiming to cultivate a woman's understanding of boundaries. Jiang Shiyu, chatting with her roommates in the dormitory, was elated to receive Li Dong's call. After hanging up, she sought her roommates' opinions on which outfit to wear. One slightly plump friend inquired, "Shiyu, was it your boyfriend on the phone?" "Indeed," she replied with a smile. "Wow, Shiyu, that outfit is stunning. When did you buy it?" Another roommate asked. Jiang Shiyu beamed. "Isn't it lovely? I spent over 10,000 on it. It's the latest from Chanel. Trust me, the moment you wear that, your boyfriend will be utterly captivated," her friend asserted. "I believe so too." Jiang Shiyu chuckled before heading to the bathroom to change. A moment later, she emerged, adorned in a delicate pink long-sleeve top with a sweet bow and a matching cake-style skirt. Her long, straight legs were clad in nude stockings, complemented by a pair of flat white shoes and white knitted calf-length socks. Her golden hair, cascading in soft curls, lent her an air of youthful innocence, transforming her style from sophisticated to sweet. Once satisfied with her appearance in the mirror, Jiang Xiu gathered her belongings and exited the dormitory. After her departure, her roommates began to chatter excitedly. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon hearing the sound of the doorbell, Li Dong rose to open the door. However, when he swung it ajar, he was met with the sight of an unfamiliar, yet charming young woman standing at his doorstep. Stunned, Li Dong inquired, "Excuse me, who are you?" With a playful smile, Jiang Xiu covered her mouth and replied, "Brother Xiaodong, it's me, Xiu. Don't you recognize me, Xiu?" Li Dong furrowed his brow and scrutinized her closely, eventually realizing that the person before him was indeed Jiang Xiu. "Tada! Today, it's the super sweet Jiang Xiu. Does Brother Xiaodong like it?" Jiang Xiu cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with mischief, exuding an irresistible charm. "This delightful surprise is something I truly cherish," Li Dong expressed, his actions revealing his profound joy at that moment. 2.5 hours later, with one arm draped around Jiang Xiu and the other flicking the ash off his cigarette, Li Dong remarked, "I am quite pleased today. What reward do you desire?" As a man with a girlfriend of such versatile charm, Li Dong felt an immense sense of joy. "I merely wish for Brother Xiaodong to be happy. I don't need any reward," Jiang Xiu playfully replied. "Are you certain?" "I'm not always in such high spirits," Li Dong teased. Gently rising, Jiang Xiu wrapped her arms around Li Dong's neck, her smile illuminating her face as her adorable dimples appeared. "Then I shall find a way to ensure Brother Xiaodong is this happy every day." Human nature often reveals a paradox. We tend to desire what we do not need, yet become miserly when it comes to what we truly want. In the kitchen, Jiang Xiu busied herself cooking, while Li Dong sat at the dining table, engrossed in his phone. Amidst her culinary endeavors, Jiang Xiu glanced at Li Dong, her heart brimming with joy as she thought, if only this could last a lifetime. Before long, Jiang Xiu finished preparing a meal. Li Dong set his phone aside and took the bowl, ready to eat, when suddenly he recalled the cold mixed dish of Hautuinia chordata stored in the refrigerator. Rising to fetch it, Jiang Xiu followed curiously, observing as he retrieved a container from the fridge. "Brother Xiaodong, what is this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "This," Li Dong said with a mysterious smile, "is my absolute favorite." Jiang Xiu's face lit up with intrigue. She was eager to understand Li Dong's preferences, and hearing that it was his favorite only intensified her anticipation. As Li Dong opened the lid, revealing its contents, Jiang Xiu exclaimed, "Cold mixed Hautuinia chordata. Don't you like it?" Li Dong castunat. Hautuinia chordata is famously adored in the Southwest. It holds a special place in every Southwestern heart. Yet, for outsiders, its slightly fishy flavor can be quite unpalatable, and even the strongest of wills might struggle to keep it down. "Of course not. I genuinely enjoy Hautuinia chordata," Jiang Xiu explained. "But aren't you from Fujian? Don't people there enjoy Hautuinia chordata too?" Li Dong inquired. "Not at all. My fondness for it stems from my childhood neighbor, a Sichuan auntie who frequently prepared cold, mixed Hautuinia chordata. Initially, I didn't like it, but over time, I grew to love it," Jiang Xiu recounted with a nostalgic smile. "Come, savor the flavor. This is a dish prepared by my mother." Li Dong picked up some fish mint and offered it to Jiang Xiu's lips. "Hee, Brother Xiaodong is feeding me. What a significant progress." Grateful to Aunt from Sichuan, a single cigarette can swiftly bridge the gap between two unfamiliar men, and a pair of individuals can grow closer through a shared passion. Couples who share common interests often exhibit a greater affection than typical pairs. Li Dong had previously dated girls from other provinces, yet they all expressed a certain fear towards fish mint. Although he understood their sentiments, it left him with an unshakable discomfort. Jiang Xiu's enthusiastic reaction to fish mint significantly heightened Li Dong's fondness for her. If, in the past, Jiang Xiu held a mere 30 points in Li Dong's heart, her score has now soared to over 60. Chapter 40. The Femme Fatale. After enjoying a heartwarming dinner, Li Dong gently encouraged the reluctant Jiang Xiu to take a stroll outside to aid digestion. Since 2018, the realm of short videos has burgeoned at an astonishing pace. with platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin dominating the online landscape. Fragmented short videos have begun to monopolize people's online time, causing a significant decline in user engagement on long video platforms. The rise of Douyin and Kuaishou has also given birth to a burgeoning profession, the internet live streamer. The platforms fervently promote this phenomenon, boasting that some streamers earn millions in gifts overnight, enticing an ever-increasing number of individuals to join the ranks of live hosts. Some streamers, in their quest for attention, have resorted to outrageous antics, including live-streaming provocative encounters. Consequently, the internet has become a chaotic realm rife with all manner of oddities. Huang Su is one such individual. His motivations for entering the streaming industry starkly contrast with those of the majority. He is not driven by financial gain, but rather seeks enjoyment. Recently, a seemingly innocuous act, flirting with a beautiful woman, garnered him considerable admiration from online viewers. The intoxicating sensation of being revered by many led to an inflated sense of self-worth, compelling him to incorporate flirting segments into his daily broadcasts. Armed with youthful charm and a certain charisma, he rarely faltered in his endeavors. However, he soon discerned that the fervor of his audience had waned. Following the advice of a sycophantic strategist, he resolved to flirt with women accompanied by male partners. Remarkably, this new approach was met with renewed enthusiasm from viewers. Despite the indignation of the women's male companions, Huang Su's charm managed to win them over, further feeding his inflated ego. This evening, he set up his live stream by the Bund, showcasing the splendor of the area to his audience before commencing his performance. As he scoured the crowd for targets, he engaged in light-hearted banter with his viewers. "Brothers, wasn't I impressive yesterday? I flirted with that lovely lady effortlessly, and the expression on her boyfriend's face was priceless. He looked furious yet powerless. It was absolutely hilarious. No doubt, Huang, you're the real deal. Huang, did you have a deeper conversation with that beauty after your approach?" "Exactly. We want to know what happened next." "Come on, Huang. You can't keep all the fun to yourself." "Hey, while she was indeed beautiful, her makeup was excessive. I doubt anything substantial could occur. Just wait until I flirt with a truly stunning beauty. I'll share the video in my fan group, and we can all revel in it together." Streamer, there's a gorgeous lady behind you." Yes. To your right, a super beauty." "Huang, go for it." Responding to the barrage of comments, Huang Su turned to see that his viewers were not mistaken. A striking beauty was indeed nearby. However, upon noticing the handsome man accompanying her, a surge of jealousy erupted within him. It was infuriating enough that the man was more attractive than he was, but to possess such a beautiful girlfriend as well was utterly maddening. To entice me is quite simple. Simply elevate my likes to 1 million. Currently, there are 200,000. Once it reaches 1 million, I shall promptly engage. The envious Huang Su yearned for greater recognition of his prowess in charming younger men, successfully undermining their relationships. Upon hearing Huang Su's proclamation, the amusing netizens in the live stream transformed into fervent champions of rapid clicking, and in no time, the number of likes surged to 1 million. Meanwhile, Li Dong strolled along the Bund with Jiang Xiyu, enjoying a leisurely walk. After a while, he found the outing rather dull and contemplated returning. At that moment, a stylish young man with striking red hair obstructed their path. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I trouble you?" Huang Su smirked at Jiang Xiyu with a roguish grin. Li Dong immediately furrowed his brow, displeased, and retorted, "What do you want?" Huang Su turned slightly, dismissively regarding Li Dong. "Hey there, I don't recall addressing you. Isn't it rather annoying for you to interject?" Li Dong had never encountered someone so shameless. He found himself momentarily amused by the absurdity of the situation. Taking a step forward, he towered over Huang Su and said, "Which impudent child dares to act out? Has no one taught you respect? How dare you call me a wild child? Do you believe I wouldn't toss a bit of cash to have you dealt with?" Huang Su threatened, but Li Dong merely smiled. "Are you really wealthy?" "Of course," Huang Su boasted, lifting his chin arrogantly. "My family possesses several hundred million. Do you, country bumpkin, even comprehend what that entails? I could easily spare a little to put an end to you." "Several hundred million?" Li Dong chuckled. "In this day and age, such wealth grants you the audacity to behave so brazenly. Has the offspring of the affluent in the Magic City become so lowly? Huang Su, mistakenly believing that Li Dong was intimidated by his wealth, grew even more arrogant. He pointed at Li Dong, taunting, "You insolent brat, while I'm in a good mood, hand over your girlfriend to me, or I shall make you regret it." In any lifetime, Li Dong despised having anyone poke him, especially someone attempting to seize his woman right before his eyes. With a cold smirk, he swiftly struck out with his right hand, grasping Huang Su's index finger and forcefully bending it upwards. It hurts," Huang Su cried out in agony. Behind Huang Su, his sycophantic assistant, holding the live streaming equipment, was taken aback by Li Dong's sudden reaction. As he moved to intervene, Li Dong shot him a fierce glare, paralyzing him with fear. "If you wish to live, I suggest you depart." A person's presence is defined by their confidence, with Li Dong's net worth exceeding several billion. The ferocity he exuded was insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Redirecting his focus, Li Dong intensified his grip, and with a resounding crack, Huang Su's finger was brutally broken. Li Dong released his hold, and Huang Su collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, howling in distress. "Breaking off one of your fingers today is merely a lesson for you. Here, as my final advice, in the Magic City, several hundred million doesn't even get you a seat at the table." At that moment, Huang Su, writhing on the ground in agony, was utterly indifferent to Li Dong's counsel. The excruciating pain from his severed fingertip nearly rendered him unconscious. As he inwardly cursed Li Dong, he simultaneously vowed to exact revenge. After Li Dong finished speaking, he intended to leave with Jiang Xiyu, but at that juncture, a slightly plump woman sprang forth. "You cannot leave. I have already called the police," she declared. Li Dong furrowed his brow, retorting with a mocking smile, "Are you blind, or is your heart blind? Did you not see that he instigated me? I don't care. Having struck someone, you shall not escape." The woman obstructed Li Dong's path. Li Dong, wishing to disregard this senseless woman, contemplated forcefully moving past her, only to be met with her insistence. "I am recording this. If you dare to leave, I will upload your misdeeds online for everyone to hunt you down, to unleash a barrage of online harassment upon you." Chapter 41. The Temptress 2, the slightly plump woman, perceiving Li Dong's intentions, immediately shouted, "I warn you not to move. I am recording this, and if you dare to act, I will expose your vile deeds online, and everyone will unleash their wrath upon you." Just as Li Dong hesitated, the arrival of two police officers shattered the stalemate. It must be said, the police in a magical city respond with remarkable swiftness. From the time of the call to their arrival, at most, only 2 or 3 minutes elapsed. "Who called the police?" one of the officers inquired. "Officer, it was I who called." The slightly plump woman stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Li Dong. "This villain assaulted Huang Xiao. You must apprehend him immediately." "Who is Huang Xiao?" I am." Huang Su, supported by a sycophantic advisor, managed to stand, albeit with a pale complexion, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and his lips quivering incessantly. "What transpired here?" I had a dispute with this gentleman. He became enraged and struck me," Huang Su explained, raising his broken finger. "Officer, see this? It was he who did this." The officer nodded, turning his attention to Li Dong. "Sir, do you have anything to say regarding Huang Xiao's claims?" Before Li Dong could respond, Jiang Xiyu interjected, "Officer, do not listen to this scoundrel's fabrications. The truth is, he approached me with unwelcome advances. When I refused, he threatened my boyfriend, saying he would pay someone to harm him, and he obstructed our exit. My boyfriend, unable to tolerate this, confronted him, and it was during that altercation that his finger was accidentally broken." Li Dong was somewhat astonished. It is often said that beautiful women lack intelligence, yet Jiang Xiyu proved to be a remarkable exception, and he found himself increasingly drawn to her. The officer, seasoned and not a novice, chose not to take sides based on mere assurances. Instead, he opted for the most prudent course of action, to bring both parties to the precinct for further deliberation. "Officer, may I make a call to my lawyer?" Li Dong inquired. "Certainly. That is your right," the officer readily agreed. Huang Su, overhearing Li Dong's request, also expressed his desire to make a call, albeit to his mother. "Director Jean, this is Li Dong. I've encountered a situation here. Please bring lawyer Luo Xiang to XXX police station shortly." After placing the call, Li Dong and Jiang Shiyu were escorted to the XX police station by the officers, while Huang Su was taken to the hospital for urgent treatment of his finger before he would join them at the station. Inside the precinct, after completing their statements, Li Dong and Jiang Shiyu sat on adjacent chairs, engaging in idle conversation as they awaited the resolution of their predicament. The nearby officers merely observed them, refraining from any commentary. Individuals who could maintain their composure in such circumstances were not typical. Thus, there was no need to provoke them. Moments later, a middle-aged officer entered, inquiring if their statements were complete. "Yes, everything has been finalized," replied the officer in charge. "Very well." Li nodded and then walked in front of Li Dong, saying, "Mr. Li, Miss Jiang, someone is waiting for you in the adjacent room." Upon hearing this, Li Dong took Jiang Shiyu by the hand and stood up, expressing gratitude to Director Li. Upon entering the next room, Li Dong encountered Jin Yong and Luo Xiang, who had been waiting. "Lawyer Luo, I sincerely apologize for troubling you at such a late hour," Li Dong said. "Not at all, Mr. Li. Wherever there's a need, our law firm will always stand firmly by your side," Luo Xiang replied earnestly, adjusting his glasses. "Indeed, I believe there will be further opportunities for collaboration between us." Li Dong remarca meaningfully. After greeting Luo Xiang, Li Dong turned to Jin Yong, saying, "Director Jin, I appreciate you making this trip as well." "You flatter me, Mr. Li. It is my honor to be of service to you," Jin Yong responded, adeptly complimenting him. Li Dong patted Jin Yong on the shoulder, indicating that he would remember his efforts. Once Li Dong finished speaking with Jin Yong, Luo Xiang addressed him. "Say, Mr. Li, I have gathered some information from the police regarding your situation. I would appreciate it if you could recount the details to me once more. The more detailed, the better." "Certainly. The sequence of events is as follows." Li Dong began. "Mr. Li, you mentioned that he was live streaming at the time, correct?" "Yes, I'm certain of it." Luo Xiang nodded slightly, stating, "If we can obtain the playback of the live stream, we will have absolute justification. I am 100% confident that I can ensure you bear no culpability." Upon hearing this, Li Dong immediately turned to Jin Yong, instructing Director Jin, "Please reach out to DY and find a way to acquire Huang Su's live stream replay." "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I have friends who know executives at DY. I will definitely secure it," Jin Yong assured. "Good, please make haste." Meanwhile, Huang Su, after receiving urgent medical treatment at the hospital, was taken to the XX police station by the authorities, accompanied by his parents. "Director Li, I do not care who the other party is. Since they have harmed my son, they must face appropriate punishment," Mr. Huang stated sternly. "A mere slap on the wrist is insufficient. I want them imprisoned for life, Mrs." Huang shouted vehemently. "Enough of the noise," Director Li interjected, rapping the table. "This is a police station, not your home. Such uproar is inappropriate. How we handle the case is our responsibility, not something you can dictate. According to the records, it was revealed that your son had sexually harassed someone else's girlfriend, and then not only obstructed their path, but also threatened their safety. If the other party pursues these charges, your son could very well face imprisonment. It is best to resolve grievances rather than escalate them. My suggestion is for you to seek reconciliation, which would benefit both parties." Hearing this, Mr. Huang furrowed his brow. He understood some aspects of the law. While there might be ways for Huang Su to evade other issues, sexual harassment was a serious matter, especially given the rise of women's rights in recent years. Any issues related to women tend to attract significant attention. He was a traditional businessman, valuing discretion and wealth accumulation, and despised being featured in major news stories. "Director, are the things you just mentioned truly the case?" "Old Huang, as friends, I genuinely advise against prolonging this dispute. Moreover, the other party does not seem to be an ordinary individual." Upon learning that they have the assistance of the leading attorney from Tianjin law firm, Huang's father became convinced of Li Dong's extraordinary identity. As a businessman, his principle is to cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries. Unless absolutely necessary, he refrains from inviting trouble. Therefore, we must trouble Attorney Li. We are willing to seek reconciliation with the other party. Chapter 42. A man must bend and stretch, Dad. It hurts so much. My finger is so painful, Huang Su cried out, feigning distress to incite his father against Li Dong. Upon hearing her son's cries, Huang Mu could no longer contain herself. "No, I refuse to agree to any reconciliation, she declared fiercely. That wretched boy has injured my son. I will not rest until he pays for it. Huang Wenhua, her husband, was already in a foul mood, and the uproar only ignited his pent-up anger. He raised his hand and struck his wife's face, pointing at her and scolding, You foolish woman, what do you understand? Do you think I don't want the other party to suffer consequences? Use your brain for once. Can anyone who can hire the top lawyer from Tianjin law firm be an ordinary person? Do you truly believe I am the wealthiest man in the world, capable of dealing with anyone at will? When Huang Wenhua saw his wife still attempting to speak, he snapped, Our son is in this dreadful state because of your indulgence. If you keep butting in, I might just divorce you. The mention of divorce sent Huang Mu into a panic, silencing her immediately. Meanwhile, Jin Yong had contacted friends for assistance and, after a wait of 10 minutes, received the live video replay in his inbox. Mr. Li, I have obtained the live video replay, Jin Yong announced as he approached Li Dong. Well done. Please forward the video to me. Li Dong commended him. Sure, Jin Yong replied. Upon receiving the video, Li Dong began to watch it. As he viewed the footage, his expression darkened. What he initially thought was a simple encounter had revealed itself to be premeditated. At that moment, the door swung open, and Director Li from the police station entered. Is there something you need, Director Li? Li Dong inquired, concealing his emotions. Your esteemed self, Huang Su's father wishes to discuss a reconciliation with you. What are your thoughts? Director Li asked. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong responded, All right, please arrange it. Right this way, Director Li said, relieved by Li Dong's agreement. Xia Dongyi. Jiang Xiu tugged at Li Dong's arm, her brow furrowed with concern. Li Dong gently squeezed her delicate hand, reassuring her, Don't worry. It's just a discussion. Nothing will happen. Following Director Li, Li Dong entered a small room of approximately 10 square meters, where Huang Wenhua was already waiting. As Li Dong stepped inside, Huang Wenhua did not assert his seniority, but instead stood up and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Huang Su's father. He introduced himself politely. Li Dong, recognizing the courtesy, reciprocated the handshake. Once seated, Huang Wenhua began, Mr. Li. I have come to understand the circumstances surrounding the incident involving my son. On his behalf, I sincerely apologize for his transgressions. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to escalate them. I believe we should consider this farce concluded. Li Dong observed Huang Wenhua's actions closely. Although the latter verbally expressed an apology, his demeanor was rather indifferent. Li Dong smiled faintly and remarked, Mr. Huang, do you think a mere apology will suffice for reconciliation? That seems rather simplistic, don't you think? Do you take me for a minor player? Huang Wenhua furrowed his brow and replied sternly, What does Mr. Li propose then? Do you expect my son to kneel and beg for your forgiveness? Li Dong shrugged and chuckled. That was your suggestion, Mr. Huang, not mine. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Young people should not be too impetuous. Li Dong sneered. Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Huang. But what is youth without a bit of fervor? You. Huang Wenhua glared at Li Dong. At that moment, Director Li, who had just entered with tea, interjected. What is going on here? Reconciliation must reflect a spirit of reconciliation. If you continue this commotion, who knows when this matter will be resolved? It is nearly 11 o'clock. I may not be tired, but I am sure you are. Being mindful of their surroundings at the police station, both men fell silent. After a brief pause, Huang Wenhua, unable to hold back any longer, spoke first. Being older, he could not match the youthful vigor of Li Dong. Mr. Li, please state your demands. As long as they are not unreasonable, I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Instead of answering Huang Wenhua, Li Dong retrieved his phone, opened a video of the live stream replay, and handed it to him. Confused, Huang Wenhua took the phone, and before long, his expression began to darken. By the time he finished watching the entire video, his face was ashen. Before Huang Wenhua could speak, Li Dong introduced himself. I am the sole proprietor of Dream Investment. It will be prudent for you to verify that before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenhua felt the name Dream Investment was familiar. As he quickly searched his memory, he recalled it was the financial investment company that had recently been making significant waves in the film industry. Realizing this, he pulled out his phone and swiftly searched for Dream Investment. Upon discovering that the company had a registered capital of 500 million and an actual contribution of 200 million, he looked at Li Dong in astonishment. Coupled with the recent investment of 160 million, the strength of this company was formidable. Although Huang Wenhua's net worth was in the billions, most of his wealth was tied up in real estate and stocks, making it difficult to liquidate quickly. The fact that the other party could invest 160 million in film indicated that their wealth far exceeded that amount, making them a force not to be trifled with. In that instant, he understood that he needed to concede. Huang Wenhua stood up and deeply bowed to Li Dong. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. Regarding my son's offense, I take full responsibility as his father. Please state your demands, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Li Dong had already learned about Huang Wenhua's assets through a friend of Jin Yong, and the only thing of value that caught his interest was a 1% stake in Dousha Live. The current valuation of Dousha stands at approximately 10 billion yuan, and upon its initial public offering, the highest market capitalization of Dousha Live is expected to reach $6.5 billion. Li Dong remarked nonchalantly, I have heard that, Mr. Huang possesses shares in Dousha Live, is that correct? Huang Wenhua was taken aback to discover that his information was already known to Li Dong. After a brief moment of surprise, he nodded slightly. Yes, I hold 1% of Dousha Live shares. Mr. Huang, if you sell your shares in Dousha Live to me, all grievances between us will be resolved. Rest assured, I will acquire them at the current market price, ensuring you do not incur any losses. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenhua felt considerably relieved, realizing that he would not suffer significant losses. Very well, I can transfer the shares to you, but I require the funds to be received promptly. Not a problem. Once the transfer contract is signed, the funds will be deposited within half an hour. Chapter 43. Apology. In the year 2018, virtually every industry had been dominated by powerful figures. For Li Dong, aspiring to penetrate any of these sectors required significant sacrifices. The live streaming industry appeared to be a promising avenue. However, the platforms hosting this sector seemed utterly oblivious to the intricacies of achieving profitability and attracting new users. They fixated on a horde of gaming enthusiasts, mistakenly believing that securing gaming streamers would automatically generate traffic. Consequently, they engaged in exorbitant offers to lure gaming hosts, only to find that these streamers failed to deliver the anticipated influx of viewers and revenue. Ultimately, they resorted to dubious tactics in a desperate bid to turn a profit, leading to their eventual downfall and imprisonment. In stark contrast, DY excelled in this realm by initially enticing high-quality content creators with generous compensation to produce exceptional material, subsequently retaining users and attracting new ones through this premium content. As these creators began to reap substantial rewards, an increasing number of individuals gravitated toward content creation. The continuous innovation of content, coupled with DY's industry-leading algorithms, propelled DY's rapid ascent, eclipsing all other video platforms. DY not only shattered the barriers set by BAT, but also evolved into a genuine super unicorn enterprise, rivaling the giants. Acquiring shares in Dousha Live from Huang Wenhua, this investment not only promised lucrative returns, but also served as a pivotal key to unlocking potential ownership of Dousha in the future. After finalizing negotiations with Li Dong, Huang Wenhua summoned Huang Su and bowed in apology. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. My previous actions were driven by my desire to showcase myself, which led to my offense against you. I beg for your forgiveness. After enduring a stern reprimand from his father, Huang Su bore the pain and bowed again in apology. Your transgressions have been wholly shouldered by your father. I do not wish to dwell further on this matter. Let's consider it resolved. I hope you heed your parents' advice moving forward and refrain from causing further trouble, for not everyone possesses my capacity for generosity. Upon hearing Li Dong's admonition, Huang Su seethed with anger. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, he was silenced by Huang Wenhua's sharp rebuke, urging him to express gratitude for Mr. Li's guidance. Huang Su's expression shifted several times, but he ultimately restrained himself, bowing once more. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your teachings. I shall not err again. Li Dong nodded slightly, exchanged a courteous greeting with Huang Wenhua, and then departed the police station with Jiang Xiu. Throughout their journey, Jiang Xiu gazed at Li Dong with unabashed admiration. At the moment Huang Su had bowed in apology, her reverence for Li Dong reached its zenith. That evening, upon returning home, Jiang Xiu was particularly enthusiastic. The insights Li Dong had yearned to share previously were now met with her eager agreement, filling him with delight. In the aftermath, Jiang Xiu, reminiscent of a languid kitten, nestled against Li Dong's chest, playfully tracing circles on him with her finger. "My dear, you were absolutely incredible tonight. I have truly fallen for you." I investigated Huang Su, and he is indeed a malevolent figure, having shattered numerous couples and incited widespread public resentment. Many wish to teach him a lesson, yet his connections deter them from doing so. Tonight, you humiliated him in front of so many people, and I suspect he will think twice before attempting to flirt live again. Li Dong shook his head slightly. Huang Su's family possesses a fortune in the hundreds of millions, and ordinary individuals truly fear to provoke him. This time, he has met his misfortune by his own hand. After being delayed at the police station for so long and then engaging in intense physical activity, Jiang Xiu fell asleep shortly after. Watching her drift off, Li Dong extinguished his cigarette and embraced her as he too succumbed to slumber. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Li Dong called the bank. After discussing matters with them, he transferred 300 million to the company account. He summoned Jin Yong and Su Bing to his office. "Director Jin, I have transferred an additional 300 million to the company account. You may contact the 3 production teams of the Wandering Earth to prepare for the funds." "Understood. I will reach out to them immediately," Jin Yong replied. Turning to the financial director Su Bing, Li Dong added, "Director Su, please collaborate with Director Jin to disperse the funds to the 3 companies. Certainly, once the funds are sent, arrange for a few individuals to oversee the usage of the funds at the 3 production teams. I want a monthly report on fund utilization. I will ensure timely reporting. Are there enough personnel in your department at present?" "Currently, we have just enough, but if projects increase, we may need to expand our recruitment." Li Dong nodded. "Do not wait until you are short-staffed to consider hiring. Our company will accelerate its development, and investment projects will multiply. As the financial director, you must pay close attention to staffing matters." "Understood, Mr. Li." "Very well. You may return to your duties." Li Dong waved them off. Shortly after Jin Yong and Su Bing left, the HR supervisor Zhang Qian knocked and entered. "Mr. Li, you previously instructed me to recruit an assistant, and I have recently received several high-quality candidates. Would you be available to interview them?" Li Dong glanced at the time. His cousin Lu Mingxiao would be arriving in Shanghai shortly. "Please inform them that the interview is scheduled for 2 p.m. today." "Understood." After Zhang Qian departed, Li Dong took the car keys, preparing to head to the train station to pick up his cousin. Upon arriving at the Shanghai train station, Li Dong noted that due to traffic, he was over 20 minutes late. He pulled out his phone and called Lu Mingxiao. After a moment, the call connected. "Cousin, where are you?" "All right, stay put. I'm nearby and will be there shortly." A few minutes later, Li Dong found Lu Mingxiao outside a kanji shop. "Cousin, didn't I ask you to wait for me at the station entrance? How did you end up here?" Lu Mingxiao scratched his head sheepishly. "I waited at the entrance for over 10 minutes, but you didn't arrive, and I was a bit hungry, so I came here to grab something to eat." Li Dong gently patted the other's shoulder, saying, "All right, it's my fault, cousin. I set out a bit later than intended." "It's nothing, cousin. I didn't wait too long," came the reply. "Now, don't bother with that porridge. Come with me. I shall treat you to a splendid feast, as a way to welcome you." "Oh, cousin, please don't go to such expense. I'm perfectly fine with this," Lu Mingxiao hastily declined. Before coming, his parents had advised him to avoid causing any trouble for Li Dong. "Come on, let us go. I've already made the arrangements," Li Dong insisted, grasping Lu Mingxiao's arm and leaving no room for further refusal. Lu Mingxiao, resigned, had no choice but to follow. Chapter 44. Young Master Huang in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. The most renowned dining establishments are the Magic City Grand Hotel and the Peace Hotel. Most visitors from afar tend to frequent these 2 iconic venues, which are celebrated as popular social media hotspots. However, the local affluent and elite individuals have a penchant for private dining experiences. Today, Li Dong is escorting Lu Mingxiao to the esteemed establishment known as Young Master Huang's Private Kitchen. Nestled in the heart of the XH district, Young Master Huang's Private Kitchen is discreetly located at the innermost part of Hengshan Lane, housed within an entire villa that exudes a sense of seclusion and tranquility. Among the many private kitchens in Magic City, this one enjoys considerable acclaim. Founded by a woman known as Young Master Huang, the establishment caters to only a select few tables each day. The dishes served here are not only delectable, but also nourishing. After a long night, Li Dong is in urgent need of a nutritional boost. Upon arriving at the villa of Young Master Huang's private kitchen, Li Dong quickly spots Jiang Xiyu waiting outside. As she sees Li Dong approaching, she rushes toward him, colliding into his embrace just as he opens the car door. Lu Mingxiao, who has just exited the vehicle, gazes in bewilderment at the beautiful girl who has leapt into his cousin's arms. After exchanging tender greetings with Jiang Xiyu, Li Dong introduces her, saying, "Xiyu, this is my cousin Lu Mingxiao. Cousin, this is my girlfriend Jiang Xiyu." "Hello, sister-in-law," Lu Mingxiao exclaims, admiring Jiang Xiyu's stunning visage and feeling genuinely happy for his cousin. Yet, a question lingers in his mind. Previously, his uncle had mentioned that his cousin was too busy with his career to entertain a romantic relationship. How then? Had he suddenly introduced this enchanting lady as his girlfriend? After the introductions, Li Dong wraps his arm around Jiang Xiyu's slender waist as they proceed into the restaurant. At that moment, a young waitress approaches them, greeting Mr. Li, Miss Jiang, and this gentleman, welcome to Young Master Huang's for your dining experience. Your table is located on the second floor. Please follow me. Young Master Huang's private kitchen features 2 dining levels, each comprising only 1 private room. The spacious rooms can comfortably accommodate a dozen diners. The passage leading to the second floor room is separate, ensuring excellent privacy as it does not require traversing the first floor. Once inside the private room, Li Dong gestures for his cousin to take a seat. The waitress pours tea for the trio before excusing herself. Moments latte. A woman dressed in a white qipao enters the room. She possesses a slender figure and exudes elegance, though her beauty may be merely above average. Her graceful demeanor lends her an undeniable charm. "Greetings, everyone. I am the owner of this establishment. Please feel free to call me Young Master Huang. Today, I shall take on the role of your server," she announces with a gentle voice, rich with the characteristics of a Jiangnan woman. Yet her demeanor carries the boldness reminiscent of a northern lady. Typically, Young Master Huang only assumes the role of a waitress when distinguished guests arrive, and it is evident that Li Dong, with his substantial fortune, qualifies as such. After exchanging pleasantries, Young Master Huang inquires, "Mr. Li, what would you and your companions like to dine on today? Please serve all the signature dishes from your menu, followed by a nourishing hot pot," Li Dong replies. "Certainly. Please wait a moment while I summon the kitchen staff to prepare." After the departure of Master Huang, Jiang Xiyu inquired with curiosity, "My dear, the items here seem rather expensive, don't they?" "Indeed, they are not cheap at all. I estimate our expenditure today will reach several tens of thousands," came the reply. Lu Mingxiao, seated nearby as an invisible observer, was utterly astounded by his cousin's remark. What sort of dishes could possibly cost such a fortune? Could it be dragon meat? Jiang Xiyu was equally taken aback. The most extravagant meal she had previously indulged in barely exceeded 10,000, and that included beverages. The fact that the meal alone was poised to cost tens of thousands left her feeling overwhelmed and unable to afford such luxury. Not long after, the waitstaff began to serve the dishes. The first course was the summer 5 flavors platter, which concealed a notion of wellness. As the saying goes, better to eat without dishes than without soup. Master Huang himself presented a black clay pot, ladling out a rich old hen soup for each of the 3 diners. Upon tasting it, all 3 displayed expressions of satisfaction. "It seems there's an old hen in this," remarked Li Dong. "Precisely," Master Huang nodded with a smile. "In addition to the hen, this broth contains cordyceps. It nourishes the yin and replenishes the kidneys, making it an excellent tonic for enhancing health." Subsequently, the server brought forth an array of delicacies: celestial bird's nest, private black truffle braised abalone pork, bluefin tuna belly, and imperial oyster abalone, alongside Nepalese rock rice flour glue mixed grain porridge, among others. Once all the dishes were presented, Master Huang excused himself and exited the private room. Li Dong then urged his cousin and Jiang Xiyu to enjoy their meal. "Wait a moment," Jiang Xiyu suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Li Dong asked, puzzled. "My dear, May I take a few photos first? Jiang Xiu feigned a pitiful expression. Of course, but please don't include me or my cousin in them, Li Dong cautioned. I swear I want T. I just want T post him on social media, Li Dong affirmed. Although Jiang Xiu was his girlfriend, he did not consider himself her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiu pouted, losing interest quickly and hurriedly snapped a few photos before concluding. Her cousin looked at Li Dong in confusion. He was utterly bewildered. The relationship between his older cousin and Jiang Xiu seemed far more intricate than it appeared. Jiang Xiu, aware that winning over Li Dong entirely would not be a simple task, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet swiftly regained her energy, becoming affectionate with him once more. Observing this scene, Lu Mingxiao scratched his head, unable to comprehend the complexities of the situation with his simplistic mind. He decided to disregard it and focus wholeheartedly on the exquisite cuisine before him. After the meal, when Li Dong settled the bill, he silently thought, as expected. Upon hearing the serveress quote, the total was 29,888 yuan. After departing from Master Huang's private dining establishment, Li Dong escorted Jiang Xiu back to her school before taking his cousin Lu Mingxiao to the company. After ensuring the HR department completed his cousin's onboarding paperwork, Li Dong summoned Lu Bu to assist in finding a suitable apartment for Lu Mingxiao. Bu confidently patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, your cousin is as good as my own. I shall make suitable arrangements for him." After ensuring that Bu would assist his cousin in finding accommodation, Li Dong returned to his office. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Human Resources Department, Zhang Qian, entered. "Mr. Li, the candidate for the assistant position you scheduled an interview with is waiting in the conference room. Would you prefer to conduct the interview there, or shall I bring the candidate to your office?" "Please bring him to me in 10 minutes, he replied. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Once Zhang Qian exited, Li Dong picked up a cigarette, intending to take a moment to relax. Chapter 45. The layout for London Gold 10 minutes later. Zhang Qian brought in the first interviewee. The individual, in his 20s, stood at a height similar to Li Dong's, though his physique was slightly more slender. Li Dong glanced at the resume and said, "Please introduce yourself." "Certainly. My name is Zhou Xing, a native of Lushur City, age 25. I graduated with a Bachelor S degree in finance from Aurora University and subsequently pursued a Master S degree at the same institution. I have also completed a 3-month internship at Goldman Sachs. I am proficient in both English and Japanese." After listening to Zhou Xing's introduction, Li Dong inquired, "Mr. Zhou, your resume is indeed impressive, and I am personally quite satisfied. However, if I may be so bold, why did you choose our company? My 3-month internship at Goldman Sachs taught me a great deal. Yet, I also discerned certain shortcomings within large investment banks, rigidity. If I were to secure a position at Goldman Sachs, even with relentless effort, it would take me over a decade to ascend to a director or senior executive role. This duration seems excessively protracted to me. Although your company is newly established, it possesses substantial financial strength, having invested nearly 200 million in promising projects within less than a month of its inception. I am confident that your company is destined for remarkable growth. I am eager to join a company with such a bright future." Li Dong pondered for a moment before responding. "You are astute and self-assured. I am willing to extend you an opportunity. Welcome to Dream Investment." Li Dong rose and shook hands with Zhou Xing. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your confidence in me. I will work diligently. The internship lasts for 3 months, with a monthly salary of 20,000. Upon confirmation, the salary will increase to 30,000, along with double pay at year-end and bonuses. Do you have any questions?" "None at all," Zhou Xing replied. Li Dong turned to Zhang Qian. "Zhang Qian, please take Zhou Xing for onboarding. Mr. Li, there are still 3 more candidates waiting. Would you like to interview them? Let them in. I shall conduct the interviews," he replied. An hour later, Li Dong dismissed the 3 interviewees. He sighed, recognizing that while they were adequate, they paled in comparison to Zhou Xing. With such a capable assistant at hand, Li Dong felt no immediate need to recruit additional aides. At that moment, the receptionist, Li Weiwei, knocked and entered. "Mr. Li, there is someone outside claiming to be Huang Wenhua, seeking your attention. Bring him to my office," Li Dong instructed. "Certainly." Moments later, Huang Wenhua entered Li Dong's office. After taking a seat, he asked, "Mr. Li, I have brought the share transfer agreement. When shall we proceed with the transaction?" "We can do so now," Li Dong replied. "Very well." Although Huang Wenhua could not afford to offend Li Dong, he was also reluctant to overly humble himself before a younger individual. Consequently, they swiftly finalized the transfer contract. After signing, Li Dong instructed the finance department to process the payment. Huang Wenhua waited briefly, received the notification of the transaction, exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Dong, and then departed from Dream Investment. After bidding farewell to the cultural exchange, Li Dong secured the shares and the contract in a safe. After a brief respite, he commenced his analysis of the London gold market. During the National Day holiday, the fluctuations in London gold were minimal, with daily variations hovering around a few points. Through his research, he discovered that in the coming days, the gold market was poised for a brief surge, with potential profits exceeding several dozen points. Eagerly, he summoned Jin Yong, instructing him to gather the investment department's personnel in the newly renovated trading room. Upon hearing Li Dong's directive, Jin Yong was instantly filled with excitement, realizing that the boss was gearing up for significant action once again. 10 minutes later, Li Dong entered the revamped trading room, a newly added space spanning 120 square meters, equipped with 12 seats and 22 computers. A large display monitor hung on the wall by the entrance, showcasing a plethora of financial product data. Li Dong nodded in satisfaction. It finally resembled something substantial. Standing before everyone, Li Dong announced, as per our usual protocol, all electronic devices must be surrendered. After ensuring that all electronic items were collected, he continued, "This trading cycle may extend a bit longer than usual. If anyone feels they cannot endure, please voice it now. Once the trading commences, I will not permit anyone to leave the trading room." "No one." The 10 members of the investment department chorused. "Excellent. This time, there are 10 of you participating in the trading, which simplifies your task considerably. Each of you will only need to manage 5 trading accounts. Although the number of accounts has decreased, the capital remains comparable to last time, with each person overseeing $2.5 million. I will now assign the task. The current price of London gold is $1,182 per ounce. When it drops to $1,180 per ounce, you will open positions with a 100-fold leverage at 25 of your capital. Is that understood?" "Understood." "Good, everyone. Please turn on your computers and prepare for the trade." With that, Li Dong returned to his seat. This significant market movement, if navigated correctly, could yield Li Dong several hundred million in profits. Time flew by, and after a simple dinner in the trading room, Li Dong and the others resumed their focus on the candlestick charts. As the time approached the American trading session, the previously sluggish London gold began to awaken. "Mr. Li, the price of London gold has reached $1,180 per ounce," Jin Yong announced. "Everyone, open positions and go long," Li Dong commanded. Moments later, Jin Yong called out again. "Mr. Li, the price of London gold continues to decline and has now fallen to $1,178 per ounce. Now, begin to increase your positions with the same 100-fold leverage, adding 50 more capital. Mr. Li, London gold is still in a downward trend and is about to breach $1,177 per ounce." Li Dong replied calmly, "Do not panic. As long as the price does not drop below $1,175, we are in no trouble. Continue to hold your positions." Time flies, and it has been 2 days since Li Dong initiated his strategy with London gold. The price of gold has lingered around $1,190 per ounce, neither rising nor falling. On the evening of October 11th, at 8 p.m., Li Dong gazed at the market chart for London gold, silently pondering when the anticipated surge, hinted at by external indicators, would finally arrive. It has already been 2 days, and the wait was becoming exasperating. Just then, an urgent news alert flashed across the screen. Tensions in the Middle East had escalated once again. Shortly thereafter, another alert followed. American CPI data slightly exceeded expectations. Yet initial jobless claims figures were disappointing. Upon reading these 2 pieces of information, Li Dong's spirits lifted. He understood that the price of London gold was poised for a significant increase. Mere seconds later, a colossal bullish candle emerged on the hourly chart of London gold, and the price surged rapidly upward, Chapter 46. A Bountiful Harvest. Mr. Lee, the price of London gold has surged. It has skyrocketed. Jin Yong exclaimed suddenly. After being confined in the trading room for several days, he appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and stubbled cheeks, far from resembling a polished investment executive. After days of anticipation, the moment of fruition had finally arrived, and it was impossible for anyone to remain composed. Li Dong raised his hands in celebration, clapping alongside Jin Yong. He then issued a command, instructing everyone to pay attention. Once the price reached 230 per ounce, they would proceed to close positions in batches. Understood. The 10 traders in the room were brimming with excitement, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Li Dong. Their leader had once again demonstrated his uncanny foresight, guiding them to another lucrative endeavor. Half an hour later, Jin Yong approached Li Dong with a statistical report, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Li, this time we made a total profit of 156 million. Li Dong raised an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated a substantial gain, he could not help but laugh heartily upon hearing the precise figure. 156 million converted to the currency of the Dragon Nation amounted to approximately 1 billion. The total funds in the account had surpassed 200 million. Li Dong's cumulative assets had now exceeded 2 billion. Through just 2 transactions, the principal had escalated from 25 million to 208 million. The international market was exhilarating, far more rewarding than the domestic A shares. After toiling for over 2 months in the A shares to earn a mere 1 billion, Li Dong was immensely grateful to the director. Had it not been for the director's encouragement to explore the international market, he would have remained oblivious to its lucrative nature. Director, I hold you in high regard. Wishing you a son with all the blessings. Director Jin, please retain 10 million in the account and transfer the remaining funds back to the domestic market. Understood, Mr. Lee. I will handle it immediately. A large withdrawal required a 2-day waiting period for the funds to arrive, which left Li Dong feeling somewhat disgruntled. Deposits were instantaneous. Yet withdrawals were sluggish. After expressing his frustrations, Li Dong addressed everyone. I declare the trading session concluded. Each of you will receive a bonus of 20,000 and enjoy a paid leave of 2 days. For those wishing to unwind, feel free to seek approval from Director Jin. I will allocate 50,000 for your leisure activities. Hurrah! Long live the boss. Mr. Lee, I adore you. Li Dong shook his head, choosing not to engage with their revelry. He rubbed his sore neck and exited the trading room. Noticing the time, he realized it was already past 10 in the evening, and he recalled the skilled masseuses at the Bountiful Era Club. He made a call to the club, requesting that they prepare technician number 88 for his arrival. Driving directly to the Bountiful Era, he found Su Hui waiting at the entrance. Mr. Lee, welcome back to the Bountiful Era. All right, we are old acquaintances. No need for such formality. I'm quite sore and in no mood for idle chatter. Very well, I wish you a pleasant experience. Su Hui maintained an exceedingly polite smile as he entered the familiar private room. Number 88 was already awaiting his arrival. As per usual, he said. Very well, Mr. Lee. As number 88 pressed on the sore spots on his shoulders, Li Dong let out a deep sigh of relief. The sensation was immensely pleasurable. Perhaps due to the lack of rest over the past few days, Li Dong soon succumbed to slumber. When number 88 completed the massage on his back and prepared to work on the front, he noticed that Li Dong had already fallen into a deep sleep. After a moment of hesitation, number 88 decided against continuing the massage and instead fetched a blanket to cover Li Dong. Exiting the room, he sought out Su Hui. Manager Su, Mr. Lee has fallen asleep on the massage table due to his exhaustion. What should we do now? As the manager of the Vibrant Era, Su Hui was well aware of the relationship between Li Dong and Yin. He promptly took out his phone, located Yin's number, and dialed. Before long, Yin hurried down from upstairs. Manager Su, you mentioned Mr. Lee is here. Where is he now? Do not worry, Missine. Mr. Lee is in that private room, but he is currently asleep. We were uncertain how to proceed, so we decided to inform you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin replied, Manager Su, please assist me in finding a movable bed to transfer Mr. Lee to my room. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Su Hui returned with 2 attendants. Pushing a wheeled bed into the private room. Carefully, They lifted Li Dong onto the bed and wheeled him onto the elevator, arriving at Yin Yu's room. Once again, with utmost caution, they transferred Li Dong to Yin Yu's bed before Su Hui and the attendants departed. Gazing at the slumbering Li Dong, Yin Yu removed her shoes, approached him, and gently nestled into his embrace, slowly closing her eyes. The following morning, as Li Dong groggily stirred, he felt as if something was pressing down on him, prompting him to push it away. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yin Yu, who had been sound asleep, awoke with a start. Upon realizing that Li Dong was the cause of her disturbance, she frowned. "Humph, you naughty one, always picking on me." Li Dong, roused by her reaction, slowly opened his eyes to find Yin Yu's playful expression. Startled by Li Dong's awakening, Yin Yu gasped. Li Dong gently caressed her with his right hand and said softly, "I will speak with Hongjie. You need not return to the vibrant era anymore." At his words, Yin Yu trembled in his embrace, slowly lifting her head to gaze at him with teary eyes. "Brother, are you saying, I will arrange for you to have a house? You shall reside there from now on." "Brother, thank you," Zhao Yu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. In the past, Li Dong would never have acted in such a manner. However, after receiving a stern lesson from his father, he had come to understand the essence of responsibility. Now, with his wealth significantly increased, he realized that certain things should remain untouched, yet anything he had engaged with should rightfully belong to him. After Zhao Yu assisted him in dressing, Li Dong sought out Hongjie to share his thoughts. Hongjie smiled faintly. "Since President Li and Yin Yu share a deep connection, how could I possibly stand in their way? Please, take Yin Yu with you." "Very well. Thank you." Chapter 47. The Auto show many assert that the Qing dynasty has been long deceased for over a century, and that its archaic remnants ought to be consigned to the annals of history. Yet, the human experience is a perpetual cycle of repetition. Indeed, some contend that the greatest lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that it has learned nothing at all. In a bygone era, a woman like Zhao Yu would undoubtedly have been the unrivaled belle of the establishment, a prize too precious for the matron to relinquish easily. Hearing of the recent significant developments at Dream Fantasy Investments, Sister Hong sought to cultivate a connection with Li Dong and extended a personal favor. Upon exiting the vibrant era, Li Dong escorted Zhao Yu to her institution, and after arranging a time to view properties, he made his way to the company. Upon arrival, the office appeared notably less populated due to the investment in a film observing a holiday today. Assistant Zhou Xing commenced his formal duties today, stationed just a few paces from Li Dong's office. After a brief respite in the office, pondering his next course of action, Li Dong was drawn to a piece of news. An extravagant auto exhibition was taking place at the Magic City Exhibition Center today. This revelation sparked a recollection. He had yet to fulfill his earlier promise of providing company executives with vehicles. Seizing the opportunity presented by the auto show, Li Dong resolved to procure the executives' cars and perhaps indulge himself with a fine automobile as well. With a click of the computer, Li Dong vacated his office and sought out his cousin, Lu Bu, who was mingling nearby, inviting both him and another companion to join him at the exhibition. Upon hearing of the auto show, Lu Bu's face lit up with a cheeky grin. "Brother Dong," he exclaimed, "are there many beautiful ladies at the car show?" Li Dong shot him a disapproving glance, playfully reprimanding him. "Quickly stow that cheeky expression. You are now an esteemed employee of Dream Fantasy Investments. Do not bring shame upon us." "Brother Dong, you do me an injustice. I am merely expressing my admiration for splendid things. How can you stifle my enthusiasm?" Lu Bu protested with mock indignation. "You're the most talkative of us all. If we don't leave soon, I might just have to give you a good thrashing." Li Dong jested as they continued their banter. With laughter echoing around them, the trio made their way to the parking lot, where Li Dong started the car and set off towards the Magic City Exhibition Center. "Brother Dong, your car is quite splendid, but the back seat feels rather cramped. You ought to consider acquiring a spacious SUV. They're not only roomy, but also robust," Lu Bu remarked, having to hunch down in the back seat due to his more robust stature. "I have no particular interest in SUVs," Li Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu merely grunted in response, choosing to remain silent. Each individual harbors their own preferences, and since Li Dong was disinterested, he refrained from further suggestions. After purchasing tickets at the entrance, the trio stepped into the Magic City Exhibition Center. Upon entering, they were met with a throng of people, a lively bustle of diverse individuals. Inside the exhibition hall, Li Dong soon discerned that the event was divided into two segments. The first showcasing well-known automotive brands such as BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, and Maserati, while the second featured super luxury vehicles including Bugatti, Pagani, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, and Ferrari. Guiding Lu Bu and his cousin, Li Dong led them directly to the nearest Mercedes-Benz exhibition hall. Upon arrival, Lu Bu's gaze was immediately captivated by a stunning sight. He promptly abandoned Li Dong and his companion, immersing himself in the crowd, fervently snapping photos with his phone. The car model was undeniably exquisite, with a striking silhouette. Particularly captivating were the headlights. Round and perky, they were truly dazzling. As Lu Bu photographed, he couldn't help but voice his admiration, causing the model to flush with embarrassment. Yet, constrained by her professional demeanor, she refrained from admonishing him, casting a sharp glare instead. Listening to Lu Bu's musings, Li Dong turned his attention to the model beside the vehicle. With fair skin, beauty, and long legs, she certainly qualified as attractive. However, she paled in comparison to Jiang Xiyu and Zhao Yu. In the era of live streaming, Li Dong noticed numerous influencers holding their phones aloft, enthusiastically promoting the vehicles. Some seemed eager to press themselves against the models for closer shots, inciting Li Dong's disdain. What a gaggle of lecherous individuals. Li Dong approached a staff member, inquiring whether test drives were available for these cars. After a quick assessment of Li Dong's attire, the staff member confirmed, albeit with the stipulation of a deposit. When asked the amount, he replied, 5,000 will suffice. After paying the deposit, Li Dong instructed his cousin, Lu Mingxiao, to accompany the staff for a test drive. Before long, Lu Mingxiao returned, and Li Dong asked, "How was the car?" "Quite impressive, very easy to drive," Lu Mingxiao replied, lacking familiarity with luxury vehicles, but sharing his impressions nonetheless. Li Dong nodded slightly and beckoned the staff member over, asking for details about the car's model and price. "Sir, this is our Mercedes-Benz S-Class 450L 4MATIC, priced at $1.318 million, he responded. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong stated, "I'd like to purchase too, and I will pay in full. Can you offer a discount?" "I'm afraid I need to consult with my manager about that," the staff member replied. "No problem. Please do so promptly." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, saying, "Good day, Mr. Li. I have been informed of your request by Xiao Wang. The total for two vehicles amounts to $2.636 million, but I can offer a discount of 60,000. "Very well," Li Dong agreed. The onlookers, witnessing Li Dong's effortless purchase of two Mercedes-Benz vehicles, turned their attention to him. Even the models stationed beside the cars could not help but gaze at him with wide, admiring eyes. As the cars were intended for Jin Yong and Su Bing, they needed to be registered under the company's name. Li Dong paid a portion of the deposit, providing the company address for the Mercedes team to finalize the contract at a later date. With the vehicles secured for the company executives, Li Dong pulled Lu Bu and Lu Mingxiao towards the adjacent section, an exhibition of super luxury cars. Upon entering, it was evident that the crowd had dwindled significantly. Most people were restricted to the barriers, left to admire the magnificent supercars from a distance. The staff observed Li Dong's recent car purchase and did not impede his entry along with his companions into the banner area for a visit. A young man, noticing that Li Dong and his companions had successfully gained access, could not help but feel puzzled. He turned to a nearby individual and inquired why they were allowed entry. The person cast a disdainful glance at him, replying, "They just purchased two Mercedes-Benz cars. Do you really think anyone would deny such a valuable customer access?" The young man, filled with envy, gazed at Li Dong, letting out a sigh that seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul. Chapter 48. I believe it is worth 100 million. As Li Dong and his companions entered, they were greeted by an impressive array of supercars. The Ferrari 812, McLaren P1, Aston Martin 1-77, Pagani Huayra, Koenigsegg Agera R, Lamborghini Veneno, and the Piece de Resistance, the Bugatti Chiron. Each of these magnificent machines commanded a price in the millions, with the most expensive being the Bugatti Chiron, which was virtually priceless in the domestic market. At that moment, a jovial young man of slightly stout build approached Li Dong. He inquired, "Brother, which one catches your eye?" Li Dong glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "The Koenigsegg Adra R and the Bugatti Chiron." "Excellent taste, my friend. These two vehicles are undoubtedly the most striking and impressive among this collection. Of course, their prices reflect that as well." The man, who introduced himself as Wang Yang, a local from Shanghai and a member of the SSCC Supercar Club, quickly struck up a rapport with Li Dong. He jokingly suggested that should Li Dong decide to purchase the Koenigsegg Adra R and the Bugatti Chiron, he must join their club. Li Dong merely smiled at Wang Yang's invitation, choosing not to respond. Wang Yang, undeterred by Li Dong's reticence, continued to inform him, "Brother Li, to purchase these supercars, one must first obtain a bidding card and participate in the auction. The highest bidder prevails. These cards are specially issued by the showroom organizers to those deemed capable of making a purchase, to prevent individuals lacking sufficient means from causing unnecessary disruptions by calling out prices. Without this card, the staff will not acknowledge any bids you make." Wang Yang approached a staff member and, after a brief exchange, returned with 2 cards in hand. "Brother Li, this card is for bidding on the Koenigsegg Adra R, and this one is for the Bugatti Chiron." "Thank you," Li Dong replied, appreciating Wang Yang's assistance, as he was unfamiliar with the process. "Hurry, let's head over to the Koenigsegg Adra R. I overheard the staff saying the bidding will start shortly," Wang Yang urged. "All right, let's take a look," Li Dong responded, calling over Lu Bu and his cousin to follow Wang Yang to the Koenigsegg display area, which was already bustling with over 20 attendees, predominantly young individuals in their 20s, with only a few exceeding 30 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the grand showcase of our Koenigsegg flagship product, the Koenigsegg Adra R, with a starting bid of 43 million. We invite everyone to place their bids. 44 million, came a voice as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking. 45 million. Another bid followed. "Brother Li, the bidding has begun. Will you not participate?" Wang Yang reminded him. "No hurry. Let them place their bids first," Li Dong replied calmly. Before long, the price surged from 44 million to over 50 million. As the bidding price reached 52 million and no one else stepped forward, Li Dong made his move. He gently raised his paddle, declaring 55 million. A collective gasp resonated through the room as all eyes turned towards him. The landing price for the Koenigsegg Adra R in the country typically range between 48 million and 50 million. Thus, a bid of 55 million represented a premium exceeding 10. It was anticipated that few would be willing to raise the stakes further. Indeed, the red-haired youth who initially called out 52 million sighed, decisively relinquishing his bid. "Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the Koenigsegg Adra R at a price of 55 million. Moments later, a representative from Koenigsegg approached Li Dong to confirm the purchase. After Li Dong paid a deposit of 100,000, the staff proceeded to prepare the purchase agreement and other related matters. Having acquired the Koenigsegg Adra R, Li Dong then made his way to the Bugatti display, eager to contend for the Bugatti Chiron. Upon their arrival, a young man with a stylish buzz cut approached them with a rather nonchalant demeanor. "Wang Yang, what brings you here?" he inquired, his tone slightly mocking, indicating a less-than-friendly rapport with Wang Yang. "Xiahui, this is not your family's establishment. If you can come, why can't I?" Wang Yang replied, arms crossed, with a hint of indifference. "Huh, with your meager pocket money, don't embarrass yourself here. This isn't a place where a few million can make an impression. Perhaps you should return home and ask your father for more funds before coming back." Xiahui retorted with a derisive laugh. "I may not afford it, but can you?" Wang Yang shot back defiantly. "Though I cannot, my brother certainly can," Xiahui responded, a smug expression gracing his face. "Look over there, Guogu is here today." "You," Wang Yang seethed, unable to contain his frustration, muttering, "You're something else." "Ah, the squabbles of these second-generation heirs mirror our own discussions," Lu Bu remarked with curiosity. Li Dong interjected calmly, "We are all human. We cannot escape the whims of desire. It is merely a quarrel over the value of possessions." At that moment, Wang Yang returned to Li Dong's side, whispering, "Li Ge, we may not have a chance at that Bugatti Chiron. Is it not for sale?" Li Dong inquired. Wang Yang hesitated before explaining, "It's Guogu, the nephew of our city's wealthiest tycoon." "Oh, I assumed the tycoon himself was present. It turns out to be just a nephew, Li Dong remarked, undeterred. With a net worth exceeding $2 billion, he felt no intimidation even in the presence of billionaires. Wang Yang gazed at Li Dong with astonishment, unsure whether Li Dong possessed genuine confidence or was merely putting on a facade. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Should Li Dong showcase sufficient prowess, he could very well join the ranks of Xie Hui as one of Li Dong's followers. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is our Pai Sida, our assistants. The Bugatti Chiron, starting at $65 million. Let the bidding commence. $70 million. $73 million. $75 million. The incessant shouts elevated the price of this Bugatti Chiron by an astonishing $10 million. Moments later, the price soared to an impressive $85 million. Goodness, it has already reached $85 million. This is indeed a premium, Wang Yang remarked. $90 million, exclaimed a man in his 30s holding a placard beside Xie Hui. Once this gentleman made his bid, no one else dared to raise the stakes. The price had already exceeded reasonable limits, and the identity of the bidder was formidable, making it unwise to offend him. Wang Yang, do you believe this car is worth $100 million? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang turned to Li Dong, who said, the value of an identical item can vary greatly. Some deem it priceless, while others consider it worthless. Whether this car is worth $100 million depends on who its owner is. What if its owner were me? Li Dong replied with a subtle smile, and, much to Wang Yang's astonishment, he boldly declared, $100 million. I believe it is worth $100 million. Chapter 49, Principal Wang, unwittingly under fire $100 million, exclaimed the auctioneer, his voice brimming with excitement as Mr. Number 10 placed his bid. In an instant, Guojun's expression shifted from a smile to an icy demeanor. He turned to gaze at Li Dong, who was holding up the number 10 paddle, a myriad of emotions flitting across his face. $100 million, twice. $100 million, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring ownership of our Bugatti Chiron, becoming a distinguished Bugatti owner. Let us all extend our warmest congratulations to him. The applause resonated throughout the venue. Those present were predominantly second-generation elites or successful individuals, all of whom possessed a certain decorum, affording the necessary courtesy. As the clapping gradually subsided, Guojun approached Li Dong. Hello, I am Guodong. At this moment, Guojun wore a smile that betrayed no hint of his inner turmoil. In both his past and present lives, Li Dong had always adhered to the principle of mutual respect. If others treated him with deference, he would reciprocate. Otherwise, even a mightiest would find no favor in his eyes. Greetings, I am Li Dong. It seems that Mr. Li is not a local resident of our magic city. Guojun continued to smile. Is it that locals do not welcome us outsiders? Li Dong replied coolly. Not all. Guojun shrugged slightly. The development of our magic city is attributed to the support of the entire nation. We wholeheartedly welcome visitors from all corners of the country. Mr. Guo possesses remarkable eloquence. Likewise, Guojun replied. May I inquire as to where Mr. Li is currently employed? I would love the opportunity to visit. Dream investment. Li Dong replied. Mr. Guo is welcome to visit any time. I shall take you up on that. Excuse me, Li Dong said, as he and his companions, including El Bu, departed to finalize the vehicle purchase contract. Once Li Dong had left, a bespectacled man standing beside Guojun leaned in and whispered, Young Master Guo, I've gathered some information. Dream Investment in Magic City, with Mr. Li Dong as its legal representative, was registered at the beginning of last month, boasting a registered capital of $500 million, all fully paid. Earlier this month, Dream Investment invested $160 million in the film industry. Additionally, it seems their company had a bountiful harvest in overseas markets last month, although the precise figures remain unclear. So, they are into financial investments. No wonder they possess such wealth, treating money as if it were inconsequential. Guojun mused. Young Master Guo, my suggestion is to make every effort to cultivate a relationship with them. At the very least, do not allow them to become adversaries, his assistant continued. Yes, I understand. My uncle has also advised me that those in finance operate with the lowest of moral standards. They will do anything for money. If one were to provoke them and cannot eliminate the threat swiftly, it would lead to endless troubles. Guojun was not one of those second-generation heirs who squander their lives. He was a highly educated individual with an Ivy League background. In his eyes, unless absolutely necessary, he sought to avoid creating any additional enemies. After bidding farewell to Guojun and the others, Li Dong began signing contracts and making payments with the staff. As soon as Li Dong successfully completed the payment, Wang Yang's admiration for him reached its zenith. From this day forth, brother Wang Yang, you shall be my esteemed elder brother. I implore you to accept me as your younger sibling. After some contemplation, Li Dong concluded that having a local acolyte who is adept in social matters would be advantageous. Thus, he acquiesced to the request. Upon receiving Li Dong's affirmation, Wang Yang was elated. Brother Dong, what are your thoughts on my previous invitation for you to join the SSCC Club? Regarding the SSCC Supercar Club, Li Dong had heard whispers in his past life, recognizing it as an assembly of affluent second-generation elites, where the members were either extraordinarily wealthy or influential. Although Li Dong preferred to operate independently, he acknowledged that it would not hurt to expand his acquaintances. Therefore, he consented to join. Half an hour later, outside the exhibition center in the magical city, Li Dong's Bugatti Chiron led the procession, followed closely by his cousin piloting a Koenigsegg Agera R. Then came Wang Yang's Lamborghini Aventador, and lastly, a Bentley Continental GT driven by El Bu. As for the other two Mercedes, Li Dong instructed the staff to drive them directly to the company parking space. As the quartet of supercars lined up and began to glide out of the magical city exhibition center, onlookers outside were driven into a frenzy. Reporters and internet influencers eagerly brandished their devices, capturing footage and streaming live. When the staggering value of the convoy, $1.7 billion, was revealed, the viewers were left in astonishment. My goodness, $1.7 billion? With my 3,000 yuan salary, how many years would I have to work to earn that? Bro, let me calculate that for you. You need to start working from 700 years ago. The most expensive is that Bugatti Chiron. I estimate it to be worth at least 80 million. Wow, these wealthy second-generation elites are truly extravagant, spending 80 million on a car. If that were mine, I could lounge for a lifetime. Brother, there's a saying that resonates well. Some things we were simply not born into, and thus we may never possess. In the age of the internet, the speed of information dissemination is unparalleled. In no time, the $1.7 billion convoy made its way onto the trending search list. Wow, the Bugatti Chiron. ISNT that the car just showcased at the Magical City Exhibition Center? It's already been purchased? Brother, I was there at the scene. That car was acquired by a young, handsome gentleman for 100 million. That handsome fellow is exceedingly wealthy. He didn't tee just by the Bugatti Chiron, but also the Koenigsegg Agera are for 55 million. Such extravagance. Could it be that Principal Wang has made the purchase? Those upstairs are rather short-sighted. Our great Dragon Kingdom has plenty of wealthy individuals. While Principal Wang is rich, he certainly lacks the charm. Exactly. Old Wang isn't handsome at all. He merely possesses a bit of wealth. I'm 100 times more attractive than him. Meanwhile, upon arriving in the magical city, Wang Tsung's expression darkened upon seeing this information. Damn it. What does my looks have to do with you? Why must you take a jab at me? On the other side, Li Dong and his companions arrived at the SSCC Supercar Club. The SSCC Supercar Club currently boasts over 300 members, among whom nearly 200 are owners of high-performance vehicles such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, and Aston Martin. More than 65% of these owners are young individuals born in the 1980s, with a quarter of them being self-made entrepreneurs and the remaining three-quarters being children of established business figures. Additionally, approximately 35% of the membership consists of successful professionals from the 1970s. Having parked his car, Wang Yang, accompanied by Li Dong and another friend, entered the SSCC Supercar Club. Upon reaching the reception, Wang Yang greeted the front desk staff with familiarity and inquired, "Shaoli, is Brother Zhang here today?" "Yes, Mr. Wang," she replied. "Great, I shall go find Brother Zhang then." "This way, please, Mr. Dong." Shaoli, observing Wang Yang's charming demeanor, quickly discerned that yet another affluent young man had arrived. However, this particular gentleman was exceptionally handsome, perfectly embodying her ideal image of a Prince Charming. As she gazed at him, Shaoli found herself lost in a reverie. Chapter 50. SSCC Club, standing before the door of the president's office on the second floor. Wang Yang knocket. Kumin. Wang Yang pushed the door open. Zhanggu, today I have brought you a tremendous surprise. Li Dong followed Wang Yang's gaze to the man referred to as Zhanggu. He appeared to be around 30, with a slightly gaunt, elongated face, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. His physique mirrored that of Li Dong, dressed in a casual gray suit. Oh, what surprise do you have? Zhanggu scanned Li Dong and the others before returning his attention to Wang Yang. Zhanggu, this is my elder brother whom I met at the auto show. His name is Li Dong. He made quite the splash at the event, spending an astonishing $55 million to acquire a Koenigsegg Agera R, and furthermore, he outbid Guijun, securing a Bugatti Chiron for an eye-watering $100 million. Upon hearing Wang Yang's introduction, Zhanggu looked at Li Dong in astonishment. It is rare to encounter a young man capable of such extravagant spending on automobiles. And to think that he would cross paths with someone as simple-minded as Wang Yang. What a surprise indeed. Donggu, this is Zhanggu Zhangpeng, our current president of the SSCC. Hello. Li Dong shook hands with Zhangpeng. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhangpeng invited the trio to sit down. Once seated, Zhangpeng spoke. Li Dong, possessing both a Koenigsegg Agera R and the Bugatti Chiron, you undoubtedly meet the qualifications for membership in our SSCC Supercar Club. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us. Zhanggu, I forgot to mention earlier that I have already invited Donggu to join our club, and he has agreed. Wang Yang interjected. Is that so? Zhangpeng expressed mild surprise, then smiled. In that case, we are thrilled to welcome you to our club. Li Dong, with such a formidable member as yourself, I am confident that the SSCC will reach new heights. President Zhang is being too kind. I have a personal interest in the SSCC as well. I am delighted to be part of it. Excellent. Zhangpeng clapped his hands. It is a rare pleasure to have someone like you join the SSCC. Today, we must host a welcome banquet in your honor. All right, President Zhang, I leave the arrangements in your capable hands. Let us swiftly finalize your membership procedures, and then we shall set off. After quickly completing the membership formalities, Li Dong followed Zhangpeng toward the designated restaurant. This time, the luxurious supercar convoy added another opulent vehicle, a McLaren P1, valued at over $30 million. Such a lavish parade of supercars attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. As the convoy passed through a traffic light, 3 more supercars trailed behind: the Ferrari SF90, Porsche 911, and Lamborghini Huracan. The procession of 8 supercars lined up, captivating the gazes of countless onlookers. Unsurprisingly, this spectacle swiftly ascended the trending charts on social media. Moments later, the 8 supercars came to a slow halt at the entrance of the Modu International Hotel. After Li Dong and his cousin, El Bu, alighted from the vehicle, Zhangpeng approached with Wang Yang and 3 other young men. Li Dong, allow me to introduce you to these 3, Zhang Yang, Lu Wei, and Zheng Qian. The 3 cars trailing us belong to them. The order of the cars corresponds to the introduction of the individuals below. Hello, Donggu. The trio greeted Li Dong with cheerful smiles. They were invited by Zhao Peng and were members of the SSCC Club, deeply impressed by Li Dong's story. Hello to you as well, Li Dong replied with a smile. Shall we head into the restaurant to chat? Lingering here may disrupt the establishment's business, he suggested. Certainly, everyone agreed, and they proceeded into the restaurant. The waiter standing nearby trembled in apprehension. These young masters, even if they stood at the entrance for a day, would not face any attempts to be ushered away. As the group prepared to enter, the waiter hastily exclaimed, "Welcome to the Magic City International Hotel. How may we assist you?" "I have reserved a private room. Snow drifting in the world," Li Dong responded. "Very well. Please follow me," the waiter replied. Li Dong was aware of the reservation policies at the Magic City International Hotel, which only accepted bookings from individuals of certain stature. A glance at Zhangpeng revealed that this president of the SSCC indeed held some influence. Under the waiter's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Snow, drifting in the world private room. At that moment, the female attendant stationed on either side promptly opened the grand door, inviting Li Dong and his companions inside. Once settled, Li Dong and Zhangpeng took charge of ordering dishes. All present were young, with the eldest, Zhangpeng, barely around 30, allowing everyone to quickly become acquainted. As conversation flowed, Zhangpeng inquired about Li Dong's origins. "Li Dong, unreserved, candidly revealed that he hailed from Sichuan province. Sichuan is a marvelous place. I've been there several times. The culinary delights are simply abundant, though a tad spicy for my taste, Lu Wei remarked. Fear not. Our Sichuan gastroenterology is renowned nationwide, ensuring your safety, Li Dong jested. Donggu, your accent hardly resembles that of a Sichuan native. How long have you been in Magic City? Lu Wei asked. I arrived shortly after graduating college and spent years adrift, working various jobs. Recently, my father provided some capital, allowing me to start a company, Li Dong replied, mindful not to divulge too much to those he had just met. Wow, Donggu, you've already established a company. That's impressive. Unlike us, who merely drift through life, Lu Wei exclaimed. Hey, Lu Wei, speak for yourself. Don't drag us into it. Zhang Yang, Wang Yang, and I have legitimate jobs, Zheng Qian teased. Legitimate jobs? You merely hold idle positions in your family business. Tell me, have you ever worked a proper 2 days? The irritable Zheng Qian exclaimed. Today marks the first occasion for Donggu to participate in our event. Could you not show a little courtesy? Why must you constantly unveil our past misdeeds? Zhang Yang retorted, clearly vexed. Zheng Qian raised his middle finger, jesting. These trivial embarrassments of ours, Donggu will inevitably discover them sooner or later. What is there to conceal? At that moment, Zhang Peng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Li Dong, what is the name of your company, and what does it do? It is called Dream Investment, and we engage in financial investments. Dream Investment? Zhang Peng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Could it be the same Dream Investment that recently made a staggering investment of 160 million into the film industry? Indeed, Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. I truly did not anticipate that Dream Investment belonged to you. We were previously curious about this suddenly emerging magnate. It turns out you and he are one and the same. Brother Zhang, have you heard my story? Chapter 51 Fame and Reputation. Li Dong inquired with curiosity. Brother Zhang, have you heard my story? Of course. Zhang Peng responded affirmatively. Then continued, you have no idea how significant your reputation has become in the metropolis. A company with a registered capital of 500 million and an actual capital of 500 million, established less than half a month ago, has already invested a staggering 160 million in film and television productions. Such a substantial investment is indeed a major headline, even in the metropolis. Wow, I didn't expect Dong Ji's company to be so impressive. No wonder you blinked not even once when you shelled out 150 million for a car. Truly admirable. Zheng Qian remarked with a smile. In my lifetime, I have seldom admired anyone, and you are the first. This toast is for you. I shall drink, and you may do as you please. With that, Zheng Qian tilted his head back and downed most of his glass of red wine. 500 million in actual capital to start a company, Lu Wei expressed with envy. When Principal Wang started his venture, his wealthy father provided that so-called 500 million in several installments. Dong Ji's father is exceedingly generous, and we can only envy him. Indeed, among those present, Zhang Peng was the wealthiest, with assets in the billions, followed by Wang Yang, whose family's assets were in the tens of billions. As for Lu Wei, Zhang Yang, and Zheng Qian, their family assets were around several hundred million. Faced with Li Dong, who possessed a startup capital of 500 million, their feelings of envy and jealousy mirrored how ordinary individuals envied and resented them. Noticing the atmosphere at the dining table had become somewhat strained, Zhang Peng took the initiative to interject, all right, let us refrain from such tangential discussions. Today, we are fortunate to have met, and this is a tremendous fate. Let us toast to this fortune. Yes, let's toast to our acquaintance. Wang Yang Li Ichoet. Cheers. As for Li Dong's situation, Lu Bu had some understanding. However, his cousin Lu Mingqi was utterly bewildered, much like Wang Yang and the others. He had thought his cousin merely earned a bit of money, but he never imagined that his cousin had become a billionaire. He was completely taken aback, just as he was about to ask Li Dong about it. He recalled his father's admonition, always heed Li Dong's counsel and refrain from asking questions that ought not to be posed. With this thought, Lu Mingqi buried himself in his meal, entirely disengaged from the ongoing conversation at the table. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Wei, seated closest to the entrance, rose to open it, only to be greeted by the familiar figure of Wang Kong Principal. What brings you here? Wang Song nodded to Lu Wei, his gaze shifting to Zhang Peng. Old Zhang, I spotted your vehicle outside, so I inquired and discovered that you fellows were indeed here. Old Wang, what brings you here? Zhang Peng exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at Li Dong from the corner of his eye. They had just compared Wang Song with Li Dong, and to their surprise, the two protagonists were meeting so soon. Wang Song casually found a seat and quipped, it's all due to those silly netizens. It is not easy for me to visit the bustling metropolis, yet upon my arrival, I was immediately enveloped in a sense of gloom. Thus, I sought solace in a meal to alleviate my discontent. What transpired to cause such vexation in a person of your stature? Pray, share with us your woes, that we may find amusement in them. Umph. Wang Song raised his hand, defiantly presenting a middle finger to Zhang Peng. There exists a figure on the trending list who extravagantly spent billions to acquire both a Koenigsegg Agera R and a Bugatti Chiron. Under ordinary circumstances, the wealth of others would not concern me. However, a group of foolish netizens asserted that the purchaser was far more handsome than I. Indeed, he is considerably more handsome than you, Zhang Peng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Li Dong, stifling a laugh. Wang Song, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Peng's jest, continued, while this alone does not incite my ire, for one's appearance is bestowed by one's parents. I cannot change the fact that others may possess greater beauty. Yet, those imbecilic netizens have gone too far, claiming that I am utterly devoid of charm. Is this not sheer bullying? Wherein lies my lack of attractiveness? Even my admirers proclaim my handsomeness to be overwhelming. Laughter erupted from Li Dong, caught off guard by Wang Song's humor. Wang Song, perplexed by Li Dong's amusement, turned to Zhang Peng and inquired, Old Zhang, who is this brother? Zhang Peng, fully aware of the reason behind Li Dong's laughter, nearly succumbed to his own mirth. What a coincidence! This brother happens to be the owner of the Koenigsegg Agera R and Bugatti Chiron, Li Dong. Wang Song was taken aback. Glancing between Zhang Peng and Li Dong with incredulity, Old Zhang, you jest, do you not? The man stands before you. You may inquire for yourself. Zhang Peng replied with a smirk. Wang Song turned to Li Dong, his tone uncertain. Brother, is it truly you? Indeed, it is I, Principal Wang. It is an honor to finally meet you. The pleasure is mine, Wang Song replied awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Stealing furtive glances at Li Dong, he mused inwardly. Is it truly possible for someone to be both wealthy and remarkably handsome? After all, I have always maintained that no one possesses more wealth than I. Thus, in my eyes, one must possess at least tens of billions to be deemed affluent. Among the familiar second-generation elites, I, Wang Song, have prided myself on my looks. Yet at this moment, I grasp the profound wisdom in the notion that there are always those who surpass us. Li Dong teased, Principal Wang, I wonder how my appearance measures against yours, and whether the netizens' judgments hold any merit. Wow, brother. Spare me. I concede, Wang Song replied, his demeanor becoming exceedingly amicable in the presence of an equal. In my years traversing this world, I have yet to encounter anyone who surpasses me in every conceivable aspect. You're the first. I hold you in high regard. With that, Wang Song poured himself a glass of red wine. Brother Li Dong, my earlier words may have been offensive. Allow me to apologize. With a swift gulp, Wang Song emptied his glass of wine. How refreshing, Li Dong applauded, exclaiming truly, Principal Wang is a man of his word. I have a penchant for forging friendships with those who uphold loyalty. Allow me to join you for a toast. With a tilt of his head, the crimson wine flowed gracefully down Li Dong's throat. The camaraderie between men is remarkably simple. After sharing a glass of red wine, the bond between Li Dong and Wang Song blossomed instantaneously, soon finding themselves with arms draped over each other's shoulders. To the untrained, eye appearing as old friends despite their acquaintance lasting less than half an hour. Unbeknownst to them, with the minor misunderstanding cleared, the atmosphere in the private room rejuvenated. As guests exchanged toasts, and before long, 5 or 6 bottles of red wine had vanished. The dinner continued until nearly 8 p.m., drawing to a close. Chapter 52. The sudden arrival of Wang Song at the entrance of the restaurant. Wang Song, inebriated, draped an arm around Li Dong's shoulder. "Brother," he slurred, "I've had a bit too much to drink today. Another time, I promise to host a sumptuous banquet for you. Please don't decline. Consider it my way of making amends as your elder brother." All right, Li Dong replied courteously, accommodating the intoxicated Wang Kong. Having a background in sales, Li Dong possessed an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. A few bottles of red wine barely affected him. Consequently, his mind remained remarkably clear. After finally extricating Wang Tsong and settling him into his own vehicle, Li Dong bid farewell to Zhang Peng and the others. Once they had departed, he awaited the arrival of his designated drivers, a man and a woman. His cousin, Lu Mingxiao, who had an allergy to alcohol, had refrained from drinking. Upon seeing the luxury vehicle that required a driver, both were taken aback. The female driver hesitantly remarked, "Sir, this car is far too expensive for me to drive. Perhaps you could take the car behind and let this gentleman drive this one?" Hearing her suggestion, the male driver felt a pang of anxiety, thinking, "I too am hesitant to drive such an extravagant vehicle." "Do not worry," Li Dong reassured them, "as long as it is not intentional. I will take full responsibility for any damages." After exchanging glances and contemplating the hefty fee for the designated driving service, the two mustered their courage and climbed into the car. Half an hour later, Li Dong and his companions finally arrived at the Binjiang Triumph Gate. He paid a sum of 500 for the driving service and watched as the two drivers departed. As they exited the community, the male driver glanced back at the name of the complex, marveling, "It truly lives up to its reputation. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to reside here for even a single day in my lifetime." "Brother, you are overthinking it. The residences here are worth at least several million. We could never afford such luxury." "Oh, so now you're calling me brother? What about when I asked you to drive that car? You were too afraid to do it. Hey, are you looking for trouble? How dare you mock me?" The girl playfully swung a fist at the boy, who dodged, prompting her to chase after him. They began to frolic and banter down the street. "Sis, we earn $1,000 on this ride. We should celebrate our good fortune. Let us not. Since it's still early, let us take on a few more rides. You still haven't saved enough for your college tuition next year." "All right then." The following day, in the company office, Li Dong summoned Jin Yong and Su Bing, saying, "When you joined the company, it was stipulated that positions above the director level would be provided with dedicated vehicles. Yesterday, at the auto show, I purchased 2 cars. Here are the keys. Feel free to take them for a spin when you have the time and see if they meet your satisfaction." As they took the keys, both immediately noticed the emblem and were filled with delight. "Thank you for your generosity, boss." They bowed in gratitude. "Very well. There's nothing else for now. You may leave." After the two individuals departed, the bored Li Dong began to analyze the gold market, only to be met with disappointment. It appeared that gold would remain stagnant for an extended period, fluctuating by merely a few points each day. If one failed to seize the right moment, the meager profits would be overshadowed by transaction fees. With the gold market proving unfruitful, Li Dong shifted his focus to other financial products. After a while, his eyes began to tire, prompting him to pause and take a smoke break. "Ding dong. Hey Li, where's your company? I'm coming over to hang out," Wang Tsong announced. During their drinking session the previous evening, Li Dong had casually mentioned his work in financial investment, prompting Wang Tsong's insistence on visiting his office. Li Dong had assumed his friend was merely speaking out of intoxication, yet he had agreed nonetheless, now surprised that Wang Tsong was indeed coming. "The address is XXXX. Come on over." "Okay, I'll be there shortly." Li Dong anticipated Wang Tsong would arrive promptly, but 20 minutes elapsed without any sign of him. Growing impatient, Li Dong sent a message via WeChat, only to receive a reply stating that Wang Tsong had just departed. This familiar scenario triggered memories of an old acquaintance, his uncle. Whenever Li Dong invited him to dinner, his uncle's words mirrored Wang Tsong's, always claiming he was on his way when he had yet to leave. Not wishing to endure further tedium, Li Dong opened the game Honor of Kings. Upon entering, the system announced the release of a new hero, Shun Mengshi. Intrigued by the hero's description, Li Dong promptly made a purchase with vouchers, believing that such heroes acquired with vouchers were far superior to those bought with in-game currency. 20 minutes later, a familiar voice echoed, "Defeat." Damn it. This ridiculous system claimed this hero had high burst damage and mobility. What happened to my performance? Li Dong stared at his dismal stats of 1-11-6, unable to comprehend the humiliation. Knock, knock. Come in. Moments later, a slightly plump figure entered the room. Upon seeing Li Dong's screen, he immediately scoffed. Seriously? Is this the kind of score a person can achieve? I could throw some grains on the screen, and even the chickens wouldn't perform this poorly. Li Dong looked up to find Wang Tsong, the unabashed rascal. Didn't you say you'd arrive shortly? It's been almost an hour. Traffic was terrible. Shanghai is just so congested. I left early, but who knew I'd still get caught in a jam? Wang Tsong casually grabbed a cigarette, lit it, and tossed one to Li Dong. I can't believe a word you say, despite their short acquaintance. Li Dong held no trust in Wang Tsong's words. Believe it or not, Wang Tsong shrugged, finding a seat and adding, your company isn't bad at all. Especially the two receptionists, they're quite lovely. Behave yourself, they are respectable young ladies. Li Dong retrieved 2 bottles of bottled Pepsi from the refrigerator nearby and tossed one to Wang Kong, cut it out. What are you worried about? My taste is well known across the internet. I wouldn't even glance at such things, he remarked. Wang Tsong caught the Pepsi, opened it, and took a long swig, emitting a satisfying sound. Upon hearing this, Li Dong recalled that this fellow's aesthetic standards revolved entirely around the big-eyed, sharp-chinned faces of internet celebrities. Every girlfriend he had was a social media influencer, with virtually no ordinary women among them. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Not much. I just heard that your company has also invested in the Wandering Earth, right? Yes, why? Li Dong inquired, Pujlat. I heard that executives at Wanda Film suggested withdrawing investment from the Wandering Earth to instead fund Love Saint 2. Since you're also invested in the Wandering Earth, I wanted to ask why you chose to invest in it. Is that all? Can I not talk about it? Of course, you can, Li Dong replied nonchalantly. I reviewed the script and filming segments of The Wandering Earth, and I can only say this. If such a film were to incur losses, then all other films deserve to fail. P.S. I have received numerous messages questioning the inclusion of scenes featuring a young girl and her mother. As a newcomer unfamiliar with the sensitive points of the community, I appreciate the reminder. If it truly displeases everyone, I shall endeavor to refrain from writing their storyline in the future. Chapter 53. The lack of funds, how can you be so certain? Wang Tsong inquired, perplexed by Li Dong's unwavering confidence. Noticing Wang Tsong's skepticism, Li Dong proceeded to elaborate, stating that in the current landscape of Longhua, for a film to achieve commercial success, it must either possess an exceptionally captivating theme or showcase spectacular special effects. Have you seen Pacific Rim? Of course, Wang Tsong replied. Li Dong explained that rather mediocre storyline, coupled with decent special effects, managed to gross $700 million in 2013. Its effects rival those of, or perhaps even surpass, The Wandering Earth. With a compelling narrative, I firmly believe The Wandering Earth could easily attain a box office of $2 billion. And what about Love Saint 2? Do you think it will be a hit? Wang Tsong asked again. I'm uncertain, but I believe the chances of this film being a blockbuster are quite slim. There are very few directors in our country capable of crafting a successful sequel. That's not entirely accurate. Wasn't last year's X3 a sequel? It performed exceptionally well. Wan Gong Gao De. Last year's X3? The quality of that film was average, and its success stems from a rather complicated set of circumstances. Moreover, I've heard that the marketing budget for that film reportedly exceeded several hundred million. Most importantly, there seem to be some troubling issues regarding the lead actor's personal conduct. Should any scandal surface upon its release, the film would face catastrophic consequences. Surely not. It's merely a matter of personal conduct. Such things are usually not dealt with so severely. Wang Tsong frowned, puzzled. As far as I know, very few celebrities in the industry are without flaws, and they seem to get by just fine. You are correct. However, these matters typically remain hidden from public view. Furthermore, I've heard that this actor's issues extend beyond personal conduct to include legal troubles. If exposed, it would be devastating for Love Saint 2, and there is a significant likelihood it could be pulled from distribution. Li Dong's reminder to Wang Tsong served a purpose of his own. At this stage, Li Dong remained relatively insignificant, cultivating a good relationship with Wang Tsong, and by extension, Wang Shoufu, could provide substantial support for Li Dong's aspirations. After all, he understood the dangers of harboring precious resources without protection. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tsong replied, "Thank you. I will look into it. Do as you wish." Li Dong responded, still unwilling to concede, as he picked up his phone in hopes of continuing their game. Noticing Li Dong's eagerness to play, Wang Tsong remarked, "My dear Dong, we don't engage in gaming with the intent of being humiliated. If you truly wish to play, find two professional players to guide you. There is no need to muddle through on your own. My apologies. I do not know any professional players. There are countless skilled players and streamers online. Given your stature, a modest investment would attract a multitude of individuals eager to assist you." Li Dong replied nonchalantly, "Forgive me, but I have never been one to shower streamers with gifts. I'd much prefer to spend that money on myself," he added. "Wow, that is quite stingy of you. It feels somewhat beneath your status." Wang Tsong expressed his confusion regarding Li Dong's approach. "Let it be. My circumstances differ significantly from yours," Li Dong replied ambiguously. Wang Tsong pouted, struggling to comprehend Li Dong's perspective. In Wang Tsong's view, it is quite normal for everyone to be wealthy second-generation individuals who enjoy live streaming and offer some tips, akin to the young nobles of ancient times visiting the theater. After a brief pause, Wang Tsong spoke again. "Brother, are you aware of my IG team?" "Yes, I am. What's up? Are you interested in joining? I can offer you a share." Having established the IG team for 7 years, Wang Tsong had invested a considerable amount of money, yet he had not achieved significant results. The elusive championship title in the League of Legends S-Series had remained out of reach, and as the team's expenses continued to rise, Wang Tsong found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Li Dong, however, was not interested in Wang Tsong's invitation. Although the League of Legends market was expected to peak following IG's championship win this year, he believed that such a pinnacle would be fleeting, soon descending rapidly. The reasons were twofold. First, the substantial loss of players had hindered growth in the League of Legends gaming market, causing it to decline over time. Secondly, the salaries of professional players were exorbitantly high, often reaching millions annually, making it impossible for clubs to turn a profit solely through sponsorships and prize money. Li Dong recalled that when he was reborn, the domestic LPL league was in a state of near demise, with no club turning a profit. "Old Wang, thank you for the invitation, but I have no interest in establishing an esports club." Li Dong directly declined Wang Tsong's proposal. Wang Tsong, feeling somewhat disheartened, said, "Well, everyone has their own aspirations. If you're not interested, I cannot force you." The two chatted casually for a while longer before Wang Tsong suggested taking him to an entertaining location. When Li Dong inquired further, Wang Tsong feigned mystery, saying he would know once they arrived. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Wang Tsong gazed at the Bugatti Chiron parked in a space and lamented, "Damn it, I originally came to the Magic City for this, but my father blocked my funds at a critical moment, causing me to miss out. What a pity indeed. If you want to drive it, just say so. There is no need for so many excuses," Li Dong retorted without mercy. "Heh," Wang Tsong chuckled awkwardly. "It's not easy to say." Li Dong tossed the car key to Wang Tsong, saying, "You drive mine, and I'll take your 918. "All right." Wang Tsong happily accepted the key and handed over his own to Li Dong. Moments later, the two supercars roared out of the parking lot, speeding into the distance. Following Wang Tsong, Li Dong noticed the road becoming increasingly narrow as they approached the outskirts of the Magic City. Just as he began to wonder where Wang Tsong was leading him, the Bugatti Chiron gradually slowed and came to a stop outside a grand entrance. After a moment, the gates opened, and Wang Tsong gestured for Li Dong to follow. As they entered, Li Dong caught a glimpse of the plaque above the gate, Wang's Manor. After parking, Wang Tsong pointed to the verdant landscape before them and said, "What do you think of this place?" The scenery was indeed splendid. "Hee, this is something my father created. Covering an expanse of 300 acres, this place boasts not only man-made slopes suitable for climbing, but also a vast lake ideal for fishing. Additionally, there exists a horse path that winds around the hills, perfect for equestrian pursuits. In the nearby woods, there are even some wild game to be hunted, should you be inclined to take your air gun. Furthermore, several plots of land are dedicated to cultivating fresh vegetables. Do take some with you when you leave, for these are entirely organic and natural." Just previously, Li Dong believed his standard of living was nearing that of the wealthy. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that these affluent individuals have taken leisure to such extraordinary heights. A 300-acre private estate, no less, situated in the bustling metropolis. Li Dong was left wondering just how much his father had invested in this estate. Oh, merely a trifling sum, Wang Tsong replied with a sense of pride. Just 500 million. 500 million. This amount constituted a quarter of Li Dong's net worth. Moreover, he could confidently assert that had he been the one to finance this estate, 500 million would undoubtedly fall short, as even the approval for 300 acres of land would pose a significant challenge to secure. Chapter 54. The life of the wealthy. After Li Dong and Wang Tsong concluded their discussion, the staff member waiting nearby hurried over to Wang Kong. Young Master Tsong, what activity do you wish to partake in today? Wang Tsong did not respond immediately, but turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, what would you like to do? I'm inclined to try airsoft shooting and see if I can hit some targets. As a man, who wouldn't wish to engage in such sport? Li Dong replied. Wang Tsong laughed heartily, his expression one of realization. You're just like I was when I first visited this place. My initial desire was also for airsoft shooting. We shall partake in this activity. Please prepare everything. We shall be there shortly. Wang Tsong instructed the staff. Understood. I will get everything ready right away. As Li Dong and Wang Tsong strolled and chatted, they soon arrived at a modest single-story brick building, approximately 200 square meters in area. This is where the airsoft guns and ammunition are stored. Let's enter, Wang Tsong said. Inside, the walls were adorned with a variety of airsoft guns, most crafted to resemble authentic models. Li Dong, upon seeing this, eagerly picked up an airsoft gun designed to mimic the 98K. Observing Li Dong's fascination, Wang Tsong grinned with satisfaction. I told you I would bring you to a fun place. I was not deceiving you, was I? Lost in the allure of the airsoft gun, Li Dong had no time to respond. Wang Tsong, noticing Li Dong's absorption, approached the wall to select his preferred airsoft gun. Old Chun, please instruct my friend on how to use it, Wang Tsong requested of the staff member nearby. Under Old Chen's guidance, Li Dong quickly grasped the operation of the airsoft gun. Once familiarized, he turned to Wang Kong. Old Wang, let us venture into the woods for some practice shots. Certainly. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess, Wang Tsong declared confidently. Old Chun then stepped outside to retrieve a robust German shepherd from a nearby kennel, following the two as they made their way toward the woods. Upon entering the forest, it wasn't too long before they spotted a target, a remarkably exotic, artificially bred pheasant. Li Dong raised his gun, aimed, and after a brief moment, the airsoft gun discharged with APOP, sending the pellet hurtling towards the pheasant, which was several dozen meters away. Just as Li Dong brimmed with confidence, believing he would hit the target, a small hole suddenly exploded in the tree trunk beside the pheasant, with bark flying in all directions. The unexpected commotion startled the pheasant, which flapped its wings and took flight. What the? I clearly aimed for the pheasant. How'd I hit the tree instead? Lamented Li Dong, disappointment evident in his voice. Hee, Wang Tsong chuckled mischievously. I told you. It's nearly impossible to hit the target on your first try. Now do you believe me? This endeavor requires skill. Wang Tsong smiled with pride, then began to boast about his knowledge. What Old Chin taught you earlier may only help you fire a bullet, but to hit a moving target, one must engage in relentless practice. As for me, it took months of training before I could strike a moving target. Upon hearing Wang Tsong's words, Li Dong nodded in agreement, resolved to practice diligently in hopes of hitting his mark soon. Wang Tsong, Li Dong said, when we encounter prey again, watch me demonstrate. All right, Wan Gong Ziplit. Before long, the duo came across a sizable domesticated wild boar, which was leisurely rooting around in the soil. Haha, I remember this wild boar. I released it in this forest last year, and look how much it has grown, Wang Tsong exclaimed. Li Dong, watch me take it down with a single shot. Li Dong glanced at the wild boar with keen anticipation for Wang Tsong's shooting prowess. After a moment's focus, Wang Tsong took aim seriously, and mere seconds later, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Whether it was Wang Tsong's remarkable marksmanship or the boar's sheer foolishness, the bullet struck the creature directly in the eye, causing a vivid spray of crimson to erupt in the air as the boar collapsed. At that moment, Old Chin released the rope he was holding and shouted to his German shepherd, Storm, go! The obedient dog dashed toward the fallen boar and pounced on it, pinning it down with its powerful forepaws, preventing any further struggle. Ha ha ha! Li Dong, did you see that? I told you I wouldn't exaggerate. A single shot, and it's down. No need for a follow-up. This wild boar is done for. Impressive. Your shooting truly is accurate, Li Dong admitted, surprised by Wang Tsung's skill. Shortly thereafter, Old Chun returned with the boar slung over his shoulder. Li Dong estimated its weight to be around 100 pounds. Today feels good, Li Dong. Let's keep going. Go. Wang Tsung exclaimed, clearly exhilarated by his first successful shot. The two began to weave through the expansive forest, nearly 100 acres in size, with the sounds of gunfire reverberating throughout, sending the local wildlife into a frenzy of escape. They continued their pursuit for nearly 3 hours, and had it not been for their exhaustion from the relentless chase, they might have gone on indefinitely. In a pavilion by the artificial lake, they began to grill the wild boar meat, expertly prepared by the staff. Li Dong, this lettuce was just harvested from the field. You can't find this in supermarkets. You must eat plenty. Li Dong nodded and took a leaf from the platter, wrapping it around a piece of grilled boar meat before taking a bite. This lettuce is indeed delightful. It even has a hint of sweetness. It's unlike the lettuce from the supermarket, he remarked curiously. Haha, of course. My father managed to obtain second-generation space seeds through connections at the Aviation Bureau. The inferior produce in supermarkets cannot compare, Wang Tsung boasted. Wang Tsung explained to Li Dong with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Wang Tsung's words, Li Dong was taken aback, truly impressed by the wealth of the tycoon, who even sourced his vegetable seeds from space tourism. Incredible, he exclaimed. Aside from this lettuce, most of the vegetable seeds from our fields are procured from the Aerospace Agency. These vegetables are regularly flown to the capital, and they're my mother's absolute favorites. Listening to Wang Tsung, Li Dong couldn't help but reflect on the vast disparities between individuals, which seemed even greater than the differences between humans and dogs. Chapter 55. A serendipitous encounter after indulging in a delightful barbecue at old Wang Tsung's estate. Li Dong drove back to the Binjiang Triumph Gate. The following day, shortly after arriving at the office, Jin Yong sought him out. President Li, we have received an invitation to an investment forum, he announced. Is it organized by the government or a private entity? Li Dong inquired, curiosity piqued. President Li, it is hosted by XX School in the Magic City. The institution fosters an entrepreneurial spirit among its students, leading to a considerable number of budding entrepreneurs. I suspect the forum aims to attract investment for these ventures. Jin Yong elucidated. Upon hearing the name of the school, Li Dong felt a flicker of recognition, as if someone had mentioned it in passing, yet the memory eluded him. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it and smiled at Jin Yong. When is the forum scheduled to take place? Tomorrow, Jin Yong replied. Li Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall attend. The day unfolded without incident, and as the clock approached 4, Li Dong decided to leave the office. Before departing, he reminded his cousin, Lu Mingxiao, to come to his home the following morning so they could attend the investment forum together. Given the nature of the event at the school, Li Dong opted for the most economical mode of transportation, a Bentley Continental GT. XX School in the Magic City. Revered as one of the nation's most prestigious universities and a key national institution, contrasted sharply with Li Dong's own modest university experience at a standard second-tier college. Arriving at the entrance of XX School, Li Dong was overcome with an inexplicable sense of excitement. Exiting the vehicle, he presented the invitation to the gatekeeper, who briefly glanced at it before granting entry. Under normal circumstances, external vehicles are prohibited from entering XX School. However, today was an exception for invitees, who were predominantly executives from investment firms and venture capital companies. True to its reputation, the renowned institution boasted an expansive campus, significantly larger than that of an ordinary university. The drive from the entrance to the auditorium where the investment forum was to be held took approximately 7 to 8 minutes. After securing a parking spot, Li Dong and his cousin proceeded into the auditorium. Upon their arrival, the forum had yet to commence. A student guided them to their designated seats. With time to spare, Li Dong took out his phone to pass the time. Suddenly, a gentleman seated in front of him turned around, his face lighting up with recognition. President Li, what a surprise to encounter you here. Indeed, Li Dong looked up and, upon recognizing the man, exclaimed, I never anticipated running into you, Director Zhang. What a fortuitous meeting. Director Zhang was the branch manager of the China Merchants Bank in the Magic City. Li Dong not only possesses several hundred million in deposits at this branch, but also manages the corporate account of Dream Investment Company here. Ah, my dear General Manager Li, I have been searching for you these past few days, said Zhang. The branch manager. Looking for me? What do you need? Li Dong Rupia Pujlet. Zhang quickly clarified. Your company has recently transferred over 100 million US dollars from overseas. It arrived yesterday, and I wanted to inquire if you have any thoughts regarding this sum. Upon hearing this, Li Dong fell into a brief silence before responding, Manager Zhang, I still have use for this money. It can be accessed at any time. I apologize. Oh, is the general manager preparing for another significant venture? Zhang inquired, astonished. Li Dong's funds have been channeled through the Cosmic Bank, which even assisted in registering his international account in Hong Kong. As the branch manager of Cosmic Bank, Zhang was well aware that Dream Investment's investment actions were quite routine. Well, I am currently observing the market and am not yet certain, Li Dong replied. I see. Zhang nodded slightly. A few seconds later, he continued, General Manager, your company's 2 investment activities have been nothing short of exemplary. I wonder if your company has any plans for private equity. Certainly, Li Dong responded, but our company is still small. I intend to develop it further for a while. Once we grow a bit larger, I will consider private equity. Based on Li Dong's previous investment experiences, he knew that once he publicized this information, a multitude of people would flock to him, seeking his investment assistance. However, Li Dong aimed higher. He sought to attract genuine magnates, intending to leverage their influence to bolster his own growth. Zhang, undeterred by Li Dong's refusal, recognized that although Li Dong's track record was commendable, it was still not dazzling enough to garner widespread attention. His inquiry was merely a trial to gauge Li Dong's openness to forming connections. Li Dong's reaction aligned perfectly with Zhang's expectations. Observing Zhang's retreating figure, Li Dong reflected, it seems someone has begun to take notice of me. Old Zhang's words were merely a probe. Clearly, I must expedite my growth. As Li Dong pondered these matters, 2 youthful and radiant young women entered. One of them was Zhao Yu. At that moment, Zhao Yu wore a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts and pristine white sneakers, exuding a sense of freshness and vitality. Her steps were light, and the gentle breeze tousled her long hair, infusing the atmosphere with vibrant energy. As Zhao Yu passed by Li Dong, a casual glance revealed him seated. Her face instantly transformed into a mixture of surprise and joy. She approached Li Dong, saying, Brother, what are you doing here? Her friend, Du Xiaoli, watched in astonishment as Zhao Yu approached a man, particularly awestruck by the expression on Zhao Yu's face. The typically introverted and shy Zhao Yu was smiling radiantly in front of a man. Could this be your boyfriend? Lost in thought, Li Dong was suddenly roused by a familiar voice. He lifted his gaze and beheld the radiant smile of Zhao Yu before him. Zhao Yu, what brings you here? Li Dong instinctively inquired. I'm a student at this school, you know. I mentioned it to my brother. Zhao Yu replied, a hint of grievance lacing her tone. Although she was aware of her insignificant status in Li Dong's eyes, the reality of the situation still left her feeling somewhat disheartened. I'm sorry. Li Dong stammered. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot. It's all right. It's only natural for you to be occupied. I shouldn't hold it against you. Zhao Yu reassured him, her expression still tinged with disappointment. Observing her forlorn demeanor, Li Dong gently ruffled her hair and said, All right. It's all my fault. I'm free this afternoon. Shall we go out and have some fun? Sounds good. Chapter 56. An intriguing discovery. Li Dong occupied a seat specifically designated for invited guests. Zhao Yu declined Li Dong's request to join him and returned to her close friend. Yeah. Is that boy your boyfriend? Du Xiaoli inquired with curiosity. Well, I suppose so, Zhao Yu replied, uncertain how to articulate her relationship with Li Dong, ultimately opting for ambiguity. Yeah, you have quite the eye. This young man is rather handsome and seems to complement you perfectly. Du Xiaoli, with her straightforward and candid nature, always voiced her thoughts without reservation. It was precisely this trait that endeared her to the introverted and shy Zhao Yu. Thank you. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding their acquaintance, no one had ever suggested that she and Li Dong were well suited. Receiving her friend's blessing brought Zhao Yu immense joy. Meanwhile, Back with Li Dong, his cousin Lu Mingxiao, though simple-minded, was not foolish. He observed that Zhao Yu's manner of speaking with Li Dong bore a striking resemblance to how she interacted with Jiang Xiu. He had surmised that this girl must also be his cousin's girlfriend. He recalled his cousin's childhood boast about having multiple beautiful girlfriends in the future. At that time, Lu Mingxiao had thought it merely a jest. Little did he know that this jest had now materialized. As a staunch advocate of pure love, he harbored disdain for both scoundrels and the unworthy, wishing to confront any he encountered. Yet now, his cousin had transformed into the very scoundrel he loathed, leaving him utterly perplexed about how to react. Li Dong, casting a casual glance, noticed the turmoil etched upon his cousin's face and asked, "Old cousin, what are you pondering?" After a prolonged internal struggle, Lu Mingxiao finally spoke. "Cousin, I believe that if we truly like someone, we must treat them with unwavering sincerity, not with divided hearts." Li Dong was momentarily taken aback by his cousin's earnestness. Perhaps his cousin's military service had imbued him with a touch of Navet. Just as Li Dong contemplated how to dismiss his conscience and reassure his cousin, he encountered Lu Mingxiao's innocent gaze, which inexplicably stirred feelings of guilt within him. As Li Dong grappled with whether to compromise his integrity, the host suddenly announced the commencement of the forum. "Ah," Li Dong sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at the host. He then addressed his cousin. "This matter is quite complex, and I cannot elucidate it at this moment. I will explain it to you in detail when I have the time. For now, let us focus on the meeting." Lu Mingxiao nodded emphatically, immediately redirecting his attention to the host. His mother had often advised him to heed his cousin's words during significant occasions. With the host declaring the start of the investment forum, several college students took to the stage to present their entrepreneurial projects. After a string of presentations, Li Dong found himself on the verge of slumber. He could not help but scoff. Are these college students overly naive? The projects they present are nothing but castles in the air, utterly impractical. Do they still believe that simply concocting a fanciful idea will attract investors? Just as Li Dong's impatience began to surface, a bespectacled young man stepped forward. The young man had a slender face and an ordinary height and build. Yet when he spoke, Li Dong was astounded by his words. "Greetings, esteemed investors. The product we are showcasing is an innovation in short dramas. The concept of short dramas began to gain traction in our country approximately a decade ago, notably with a student-produced piece titled The Lives of College Roommates, which, upon airing, garnered immense popularity among the youth, particularly university students. Time has swiftly passed, and 10 years have elapsed. Our short dramas now require a more significant evolution. Our company thrives on creativity and exaggeration. We firmly believe that short dramas, which challenge traditional norms, will undoubtedly earn the audience's approval. The market is currently largely untapped, and our journey is one of vast potential." Upon hearing this, Li Dong could not help but reflect on the rapid development of short dramas in later years, which became a customized product exclusive to the KX brand, establishing a market worth over $100 billion. This market has been expanding at a remarkable speed, even beginning to challenge traditional series. Short dramas have not only flourished domestically, but have also outperformed in international markets, once soaring to the top of the iOS app download charts. By the time Li Dong was reborn, the short drama market had already surpassed $1 trillion. Such a colossal market can effortlessly give rise to a unicorn enterprise valued at $1 trillion. When existing avenues seem insurmountable, venturing into short dramas presents a commendable alternative. Thanks to this young man's reminder, I nearly overlooked this blue ocean market. Later, I shall provide you with an opportunity. If you are discerning, there may be a little reward for you. After the student concluded his presentation, Li Dong approached him. At the back of the stage, Li Dong addressed him. "Hello, Yang. I am Li Dong from Dream Investment." Yang felt a rush of excitement upon seeing Li Dong approach him. "Hello, Mr. Li. Your idea is impressive. Could you elaborate on your company?" "Of course." Yang, filled with enthusiasm, began to describe his venture. Once he finished, Li Dong remarked, "Your concept is indeed commendable, but it seems your company's revenue is lacking. If I were to value your enterprise, I would only offer $3 million at most. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing Li Dong's offer, Yang felt somewhat dissatisfied, yet Li Dong was the only investor who had approached them. and he did not wish to miss this chance. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Mr. Li, a valuation of 3 million is acceptable, but we can only offer 30 of our shares." Li Dong maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, I need to consider this. I will contact you once I have made a decision." Yi Yang was taken aback by Li Dong's sudden departure after showing initial interest. Watching Li Dong's retreating figure, he opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. For a company with such a limited product range, my offer of 3 million already reflects the utmost respect. To propose only 30 equity is indeed an overestimation of oneself. Since you do not wish to partake in the reward, you shall not even taste the broth. Old Yi, how did General Li from Dream Investment leave? I'm not certain. He mentioned he needed to think it over. Yi Yang glanced at his companion, perplexed. Is that so? It seems we finally have hope, his companion exclaimed with delight. Hearing his friend's words, Yi Yang shook his head slightly, sensing an inexplicable feeling that Li Dong had already turned them down. Chapter 57. Opportunity. With the successful conclusion of the investment forum, Li Dong allowed his cousin Lu Mingxiao to return on his own, opting instead to accompany Zhao Yuan outing. They indulged in a delightful meal and then strolled through the streets, during which Li Dong assisted Zhao Yu in selecting some clothing before safely escorting her back to school. Given the persistent downturn in the London gold market, Li Dong began to redirect his focus towards other investment spheres. While researching the Brent crude oil market, he unexpectedly uncovered a significant market opportunity. He predicted that oil prices would plummet by approximately 26 per barrel in the near future, a decline exceeding 30. Suppressing his inner excitement, Li Dong promptly contacted President Zhang to convey his urgent need for funding. President Zhang responded with alacrity, assuring him that the funds would be available shortly. Following the call, Li Dong summoned Jin Yong, instructing him to gather all members of the investment department in the trading room. Jin Yong immediately recognized that Li Dong had devised another new investment plan. In the previous two ventures, Jin Yong had garnered an additional income of 100,000, far exceeding his regular salary. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of another opportunity. Upon Jin Yong's arrival at the investment department to relay Li Dong's orders, the staff erupted into cheers of excitement. In the trading room, Li Dong surveyed everyone present and calmly stated, "As per our usual practice, please submit your mobile phones." Once the phones were collected, he continued, "This time, we will not be trading London gold. Instead, we will focus on Brent crude oil futures. First, please familiarize yourselves with the oil trading process using the simulation platform. I do not wish to encounter any errors during the official trading. Understood?" "Understood," came a unified response. "Excellent. Let us all work diligently. Should the trading be successful, I assure you that your bonuses will not be overlooked." Upon hearing the mention of bonuses, excitement illuminated the faces of the team members as they eagerly prepared for the task at hand. At 8 p.m., the price of crude oil futures began to rise, reaching nearly 85 per barrel. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Li Dong realized that the price had failed to break through, possibly marking the day's peak. Based on the information received, crude oil was expected to continue its descent to 51 per barrel from that day forward. Deciding not to wait any longer, Li Dong issued a direct instruction: begin short selling at the current price, utilizing 10x leverage and allocating 50 of the funds to established positions. Received. At Li Dong's command, 10 traders swiftly sprang into action, quickly completing the establishment of their positions. Meanwhile, across the distant financial street of M Country, within GS Company, Mr. Charles noted a sudden influx of crude oil futures short positions in the Hong Kong market. A young Caucasian man reported this. As the head of the investment department at GS, Charles wielded considerable power within the company. He was responsible for managing GS's investments across multiple markets, including London gold, M stocks, and crude oil futures. Charles had ascended to the position of head of the investment department due to his triumph in the financial battle of '98. This victory not only yielded billions of dollars in cash profits for GS, but also facilitated the acquisition of numerous high-quality enterprises. From then on, he not only ascended to the position of head of the investment department, but also became one of the most powerful figures within the company. Charles slightly nodded, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What a foolish gesture. To short at this price is simply to court impatience. Issue the directive to go long on crude oil futures. We shall devour the opponent's capital. At your command, Mr. Charles. As a substantial influx of long positions flooded into Financial Street, crude oil prices began to oscillate and surged upward, soaring from 84.3 per barrel to an intraday peak of 85.5 per barrel. Observing the near $1 ascent in crude prices, a satisfied smile spread across Charles's face. Indeed, a jester remains a jester, without a little color to show. One might mistakenly believe the international market to be easily navigable. Mr. Lee, the crude oil prices reached today's peak, Jin Yong reminded. Yes, I am aware. Li Dong replied calmly, his expression as tranquil as still water. Now, increase the position by another 25, maintaining a leverage of 10 times. Understood. After a series of operational sounds, Jin Yong reported, Mr. Lee, the adjustments have been made. Well, now we shall await the price decline. For reasons unknown, Jin Yong felt no inclination to contest Li Dong's words. At 8:45 p.m., the XXX organization announced, in the short term, the countries within the XXXX oil organization have no plans to reduce crude oil production. Upon the release of this news, crude oil prices, after a prolonged rise, faced immediate setbacks, and the momentum for further increases rapidly diminished. On the 5-minute candlestick chart, as the current phase concluded with a candlestick, a gap down opened, forming a bearish candle, plunging directly downward. Mr. Lee, the crude oil price has fallen significantly. Jin Yong exclaimed excitedly. Li Dong nodded. Do not be overly excited. Continue to increase the position, investing all capital into short positions on crude oil. Understood. In the trading room of the GS Investment Department on Financial Street, Charles stared blankly at the information on the computer screen. The XXXX organization had audaciously defied the commands of the great M Nation. Damn it! These oil tycoons dare to challenge the authority of M Nation. Before Charles could finish his sentence, a young Caucasian man rushed over, breathless. Sir, we have a serious problem. What is it? Charles glared at the young man with the fury of a lion on the verge of a roar. What has happened? Our superior says. The young man appeared intimidated by Charles's intensity, stammering, He said that the current oil prices are excessively high and detrimental to future economic development. No sooner had the young man finished speaking than Charles erupted in a frenzy, smashing objects on his desk. The half-finished imported Cuban cigars scattered wildly, littering the area. How dare this wretched fellow? I shall make him pay. After a brief outburst, Charles noticed the young man standing frozen beside him. He bellowed, What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and notify the traders to immediately reverse and short the market. Why, yes, sir. A young Caucasian man hurriedly dashed towards the trading room. Chapter 58. Some rejoice, others grieve, Chuan Zhangwo remarked. The current price of crude oil is excessively high. Such elevated prices are detrimental to the future of America. My most esteemed president, you are absolutely correct. The oil prices are soaring to the point where I can scarcely afford to refuel, replied a descendant of Texas rednecks. Those wretched oil tycoons have inflated prices beyond reason. Mr. President, you ought to issue them a warning. I shall do so, my loyal friend, Chuan Zhangwo assured. Our greatest president of America, Chuan Zhangwo, appeared particularly jubilant today. Having posted another tweet moments ago, to the OPEC organization, I hope oil prices can revert to a reasonable range, my friends. Upon reading Chuan Zhangwo's words, the officials managing the Twitter account for OPEC in the Middle East felt a wave of elation. This businessman president is known for his steadfast credibility. When he commits to supporting an increase in oil production, he truly backs it with action, far more agreeable than his predecessor. With Chuan Zhangwo personally engaging in a campaign to diminish crude oil prices, the long-standing elevated prices plummeted like a flood breaching a dam. On the hourly chart, what was once a doji candlestick swiftly transformed to green, then plunged downward. The previously scarce short positions in the oil futures market seemed to multiply overnight, sending long positions into a frantic retreat. In an instant, the multitude of long positions was obliterated by the tsunami of decline, leaving many investors unable to react in time to supplement their margins, receiving notifications that their accounts have been forcefully liquidated, with funds dwindling to almost nothing. A wave of despair engulfed numerous long investors. As the longs lamented their losses, those with surplus funds, having faced liquidation, hastily replenished their capital to take short positions, fortifying the bear's strength, an unstoppable tide. In the face of such circumstances, even divine intervention would require a slap to escape unscathed. In the trading room of Dream Investment Company in the magical city, Li Dong gazed at the waterfall-like descending candlestick, and a flicker of excitement finally illuminated his otherwise placid expression. Over the following week, the price of crude oil continued its descent, soon approaching 55 per barrel. Although oil prices remained in a state of decline, Li Dong understood a fundamental truth. In a speculative market, one cannot seize all profits for oneself. A portion must be left for others, lest one becomes a target of collective ire. The remaining few dollars of declining potential were the crumbs he left behind. Li Dong promptly issued liquidation instructions, and after half an hour, all short positions were closed. Jin Yong, reviewing the summary profit report, felt his seasoned hands tremble with disbelief. He had never witnessed such extraordinary profits. President Li, here is the profit report for this venture. Jin Yong stammered as he handed the report to Li Dong. Upon receiving it and glancing at the figures, Li Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. This profit was simply spectacular. After deducting fees, the final total profit amounted to 526 million, bringing the total funds across all accounts to 726 million. Converting to the current currency of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Dong's net worth has already surpassed 5 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Gazing at the staggering figure in his hand, Li Dong felt a momentary daze. Having been reborn to this moment for just over 4 months, he had remarkably transformed from a state of utter financial destitution to possessing over 50 billion in assets. The pace of this transformation was astonishing. Regaining his composure, Li Dong addressed the crowd, expressing his gratitude for their hard work over the past days. He announced a reward of 50,000 yuan for each person, along with a paid 5-day vacation. As for other matters, if they still had the energy, they could seek approval from Director Jin, with requests under 100,000 being easily approved. Upon hearing Li Dong's generous rewards, the crowd was eager to celebrate. Yet the past week of relentless toil had left them utterly exhausted. All they desired was to return home and enjoy a good night's sleep. As for other concerns, they wished to shoo them away and not disrupt their much-needed rest. Recognizing their fatigue, Li Dong added that upon their return from vacation, he would look for an opportune moment to take them on a trip to Cheong Province. With that, everyone departed the company to return home for rest. "Thank you, boss," they expressed. "Old Gene, leave $400 million in the account and transfer the rest back to the homeland." "Understood, Mr. Li." Once everyone had left, Li Dong exited the company with Jin Yong, each heading home. In America, within the investment department of Goldman Sachs, Charles was listening to a report from his assistant, a young man with fair skin. "Sir, the above summarizes our profit situation this time. FCK. After finally encountering such a significant market trend, we have only managed to profit a mere few $100 million. That damned country bumpkin. I should have done everything in my power to prevent him from entering Bygone." Charles cursed vehemently. After venting his frustration about Chuan Jiangwo, Charles inquired, "What about the investigation I asked you to conduct previously?" "Yes, sir. The funds from Hong Kong did not exit until they reached around $55. We estimate they accrued nearly $500 million in profit. Damn it. How could their profit surpass that of our esteemed Goldman Sachs?" After another round of curses, Charles pressed further. "Have we determined which investment institution was behind this operation?" "Not yet," the young man replied, shaking his head. "We only know that their funds entered the international market through the Dragon Kingdom Universe Bank. As you are aware, the confidentiality of the Dragon Kingdom's Universe Bank is exceedingly high, making it impossible for us to glean detailed information." "Oomph," Charles sneered. "Spend money to crush them. I refuse to believe those Dragon Kingdom folks can resist the allure of the dollar. I must uncover who nearly caused our esteemed Goldman Sachs to suffer losses." "Understood, Mr. Charles. I will do my utmost to handle this." Upon returning home, Li Dong powered on his previously shut-off phone. In an instant, dozens of messages and missed calls flooded in, with unread messages on WeChat nearly causing the device to crash. Li Dong began to sift through the notifications. bypassing trivial messages and only responding to urgent matters. Upon seeing Wang Tsung's WeChat message, the sight of 99 unread notifications caused a wave of annoyance to wash over Li Dong. Was this fellow so idle that he had nothing better to do than to flood my inbox with such an abundance of messages? Ignoring the previous communications, Li Dong replied curtly, "Is there something you need?" To his surprise, mere seconds after sending the message, Wang Tsung initiated a video call. As soon as the connection was established, Wang Tsung, in a flurry of urgency, exclaimed, "Old Li, where have you been all this time? I've sent you so many messages." And you Haven T responded. Li Dong, wearing an expression of exasperation, observed Wang Tsung's incessant chatter, resembling a machine gun in action, and retorted, "If there's something to discuss, just say it. I'm quite tired and not in the mood for your rambling." Sensing Li Dong's discomfort, Wang Tsung quickly replied, all right. Just glad to reach you. You take a rest. I'll contact you tomorrow. Goodbye." Without waiting for Li Dong's response, he abruptly ended the call. Li Dong, wishing to avoid the overly enthusiastic Wang Tsung, tossed his phone aside and retreated to his room to sleep. Chapter 59. The gift from the wealthy. Li Dong slept for a remarkable 18 hours. Upon awakening, he found himself ravenously hungry. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to a nearby restaurant. "Boss, I'd like 2 portions of noodles to start, followed by 3 of your signature dishes. Please be quick. I'm absolutely famished." "Of course, just a moment." A few minutes later, the noodles were served, and Li Dong began to eat rapidly while blowing on the hot dish. Once he finished the bowl, his hunger was significantly alleviated. Finally, he turned his attention to his phone, responding to the messages he had neglected the previous day. Just as he had replied to a few texts, a call came through. His sister, Li Sijia. "Hello, sis. I'm fine. I was a bit busy with work, so I turned off my phone." "Yes, you mentioned you'll be arriving in Modu tomorrow." "All right, I'll come and pick you up." As soon as he hung up from his sister, another call came in from Wang Kong. "What is up? I'm at a restaurant near your place. Then come over. I'll send you the address." After satisfying his hunger, Li Dong checked the time and realized Wang Tsung would be arriving soon. So he settled the bill and headed home. Shortly after he arrived, the property management called to inform him that Wang Tsung had arrived and inquired whether Li Dong recognized him for clearance. After a few minutes, Li Dong opened the door and welcomed Wang Tsung inside. "There are drinks and mineral water in the fridge. Help yourself." Wang Tsung, feeling quite at home, went straight to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of mineral water. "Hey, I see you have this brand of mineral water too. We keep the same brand at my place. You mentioned you needed to discuss something with me. Is it time to talk?" Li Dong inquired, bypassing Wang Tsung's previous question. Wang Tsung did not respond immediately. Instead, he wandered to the balcony for a moment. "Old Li, your place is truly impressive. The view is far better than mine." Noticing Wang Tsung's deliberate change of subject, Li Dong chose not to engage, leaving him hanging. Wang Tsung, sensing the awkwardness, smiled sheepishly. "Old Li, you warned me that there might be issues with the cast of Love Saint 2. I had a professional look into it, and sure enough, we uncovered some explosive news. That scoundrel had the audacity to do such things. I promptly informed my father. After verifying the facts, he advised the other investors to replace the actor, but they were reluctant. Consequently, my father decided to withdraw from Love Saint 2 and allocate those funds to the Wandering Earth instead." "Is this really worth the urgency you've shown?" Li Dong asked. "Certainly. It's not just that." Wang Tsung waved his hand dismissively before continuing, "To express his gratitude for your assistance in helping us avert losses. My father has generously gifted you a car. I've already instructed the driver to park in your lot." "Oh, your father is quite generous. ISNT?" Li Dong replied, taken aback. "Alas, regardless of the circumstances, my father has once ascended to the pinnacle of wealth, which speaks volumes about his stature." Wang Tsung declared with pride. His assertion held merit. Despite his ostentatious demeanor, the elder Wang's character was indeed unmatched by many of his contemporaries in the realm of affluence. In later years, as Wanda grappled with overwhelming debt, the elder Wang resorted to selling land and cinemas, ultimately even parting with prime assets like Wanda Plaza. Yet, in such dire straits, he never contemplated fleeing abroad, remaining resolutely focused on repaying his debts, far surpassing the likes of Su Padai. "What kind of car did your father gift me?" Li Dong inquired with curiosity. Why not accompany me to the underground parking lot and discover for yourself? Wan Gong Dizet, reluctant to reveal the surprise directly. Li Dong, unfazed, was grateful for the unexpected gift. Let's go take a look. They descended to the parking area via the elevator, and Li Dong's gaze was immediately drawn to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked beside a Bentley Continental GT. The car's sleek, ebony exterior shimmered under the lights, and its elegant design captivated Li Dong at first glance. Wow, this car is absolutely stunning. Upon hearing Li Dong's exclamation, Wang Tsong beamed with pride. This vehicle is far from ordinary. It has been professionally modified to be bulletproof, boasting a safety rating increased by 20 over the original model. Li Dong regarded the bulletproof feature as somewhat superfluous, considering that the Dragon Country is one of the safest nations in the world, prohibiting private firearm ownership. Nonetheless, an enhancement in safety was certainly commendable. Did your father truly gift me this vehicle? Of course. I even brought the transfer contract, Wang Tsong replied, opening the car door to retrieve the document from his seat. Just sign here, and the car will be yours. Li Dong nodded, took the contract and pen, and swiftly inscribed his name. I was just planning to purchase a vehicle for business travel. I never expected such a generous gift from your father. Thank you, he expressed courteously. Thank you for what? I've told you. This is merely my father's token of appreciation for you. There is no need for formality. After inspecting the car, Li Dong and Wang Tsong returned indoors. Wang Tsong suddenly posed a question. Old Li, what were you up to the other day? I couldn't reach you by phone. When I inquired at your company, your staff mentioned you had urgent business out of town. Nothing much. Just gathered a bit of money abroad, Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Gathered money abroad? Wang Tsong looked perplexed and curiously asked, did you unearth some antiques or treasures? What led you to that conclusion? Isn't that the case? Certainly not. Li Dong gently shook his head. A few days ago, international futures plummeted, and I seized the opportunity to make a modest investment, yielding a small profit. You actually engage in such ventures? Wang Tsong stared at Li Dong in astonishment. Brother, my company is named Dream Investment, specializing in financial investment products and film investments. It's perfectly normal for me to dabble in crude oil futures, Li Dong explained, somewhat exasperated. Upon hearing Wang Tsong's words, he chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. I truly didn't pay attention to the scope of your company's operations. I assumed it was similar to mine, merely investing here and there for a bit of fame. Li Dong, upon listening to Wang Tsong, was at a loss for words. If he had a wealthy father, why would he toil so tirelessly to earn money? Surely, he could have long since reclined and indulged in a life of leisure. Chapter 60. A modest fortune, Old Li. I never would have guessed you possess such financial acumen, Wang Tsong remarked, visibly impressed. At Wanda, we have our investment department, but they only dabble in companies, squares, and cinemas. They have never ventured into futures trading. In my father's words, while the financial industry can yield quick returns, it can just as swiftly incur losses. Even the elites of Wall Street frequently encounter setbacks. The risks in this market are exceedingly high. It is far more prudent to engage in tangible industries. Li Dong wholeheartedly concurred with Wang Tsong's sentiment. Investment is defined by foresight of outcomes, whereas gambling is characterized by uncertainty. Were it not for his divine perspective, he would not dare to tread into the financial sector, particularly in the realm of high leverage, where some individuals may amass wealth overnight while others may lose everything in an instant. Li Dong was uncertain how long his advantage would last, yet until then, he intended to earn diligently and transform his profits into solid enterprises. There's an ancient adage that states, 100,000 laborers are dependent on their sustenance. A sudden shift from canal to sea is absolutely forbidden. When your security is intertwined with the livelihoods of many, few would dare to challenge you lightly. Well, the gifts have been delivered, and I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall not impose any further. We shall meet again when time permits. Wang Tsong said as he rose from his seat. Take care. I shan't see you off, Li Dong replied, escorting Wang Tsong to the door before returning to his room. The following day, after breakfast, Li Dong, accompanied by his cousin Lu Mingxiao, set off in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan gifted by Wang Tsong, heading towards the train station. Upon arrival, Li Dong dialed his sisterly CGS number, after learning that she would arrive in a few minutes. He beckoned his cousin to disembark and wait at the entrance of the station. After finishing a cigarette, Li Sijia's family soon appeared in his line of sight. Sister, brother-in-law, welcome to the magical city, Li Dong greeted with a broad smile. His cousin Lu Mingxiao chuckled, echoing the greetings. Hello, cousin sister, cousin brother-in-law. Li Sijia ignored Li Dong's playful demeanor and approached Lu Mingxiao, inquiring, Cousin Xiao, how have you been these past few days? Your cousin hasn't bullied you, has he? Li Dong, hearing this, felt a surge of indignation and lamented, Sister, he is my little cousin, my own blood. How could I possibly bully him? As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Lu Mingxiao. Thank you for your concern, cousin sister. I have been quite well. Cousin treats me kindly, often taking me out for lavish meals. Lu Mingxiao quickly responded, catching Li Dong's cue. That's good to hear. Just remember, if your cousin ever dares to bully you, inform me, and I shall ensure he gets what he deserves, she assured. All right, there are too many people around. Any sibling grievances should be discussed at home. Brother-in-law Shermin interjected. Li Sijin nodded in agreement, turning to Li Dong. Lead the way, little brother. Li Dong exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at brother-in-law Shermin as he took the lead, guiding a slightly dazed Lu Mingxiao ahead. Moments later, a group of 4 arrived at the parking area. Li Sijia glanced around and, not spotting the silhouette of the Bentley Continental GT, inquired, Brother, where is your car? Did you not bring it? The back seat of that car is too cramped, so I switched to a different vehicle, Li Dong replied, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with Lu Mingxiao, who promptly produced a key and unlocked the car. Li Sijia gazed in astonishment at the glimmering Cullinan before her. Is this your new car? She asked. No, it was gifted to me by a friend, Li Dong explained. Gifting a car? What kind of friend would be so generous? Telling to send me one too. It was evident that Li Sijia was skeptical, as she could not fathom that such a lavish gift could come from anyone else. Although she was unaware of the precise value of the vehicle, she recognized the Rolls-Royce emblem, which undoubtedly signified a worth of several million. Who, indeed, would present such an extravagant item as a gift? Li Sijia suspected that Li Dong was fabricating a story to deflect her criticism of his spending habits. My dear sister, your brother is a billionaire. I could easily purchase this car without fabricating a story. It truly was a gift from a friend. In gratitude for assisting him in recovering a significant loss, Li Dong clarified. Then pray tell, who is this benefactor of yours? I'm most curious to meet such a magnanimous individual. Li Sijia's disbelief was palpable. In her eyes, her brother had only recently achieved success. How could he possibly know someone capable of bestowing a Rolls-Royce as a present? It is Wang Tsong, the son of the former tycoon, Old Wang, Li Dong explained. That Wang Tsong, Li Sijia exclaimed, astonished. How did you come to know him? Moreover, what exactly did you assist him with? Understanding Li Sijia's tenacious nature, Li Dong recounted the circumstances of his acquaintance with Wang Kong. Finally, he added, my cousin was present during our introduction and can attest to my account. True, I may have deceived you in the past, but my cousin would not lie. You can trust his words, he insisted. Lu Mingxiao, sensing Li Sijia's scrutinizing gaze, quickly affirmed. Cousin, everything my brother says is true. He did not deceive you. Very well. I shall let this matter slide this time and refrain from mentioning it to our parents. After clarifying the situation, Li Dong instructed his cousin to drive them back to Binjiang Triumph Gate. In the parking lot of Binjiang Triumph Gate, Li Sijia's expression soured as she beheld the 2 supercars parked next to the Bentley Continental GT. Brother, you are certainly living the high life. So, the young master making headlines recently is none other than you. Li Xiao? Sister, I. Do not attempt to concoct some excuse that these cars belong to someone else. Realizing that Li Sijia was observing him with a knowing smile, Li Dong understood he had to come clean. All right, I admit it. These 2 cars are indeed mine, and the individual mentioned in the news is also me. However, I was merely caught up in the excitement of having made a small fortune. It was not a calculated purchase. When Li Dong attended the auto show, he never anticipated that he would purchase such an extravagant sports car. His initial budget was around 10 million, but in a moment of impulse, he found himself unable to restrain his desires. Have you made more money? Li Sijia was astonished. How is it possible that you have earned so much in such a short time? Indeed, he replied. How much did you earn? Well, approximately doubled, I suppose. Li Dong mused inwardly. I am not deceiving you this time. It has indeed doubled, and in fact, it has exceeded that. Doubled? Does that mean it has increased from 1 billion to 2 billion? Li Sijie was perplexed. Is it truly that easy to earn money in the financial market? Chapter 61. The schemes of a beautiful woman. After a lengthy pause, Li Sijie sighed, resigning herself to the fact that it was his money to spend as he pleased. She could only hope that when he was affluent, he would not forget the times of scarcity, always keeping their parents in mind and sparing them any worry. Dear sister, I am aware. I shall remember your words, Li Dong replied, understanding that Li Sijie had his best interests at heart. He was not ungrateful. He retrieved a bag of documents from the drawer of the coffee table and handed it to Li Sijie. Sister, here are the registration materials and business license for your company. I have taken care of everything. The registered capital amounts to 10 million, fully paid. Really? You have indeed set up a company with 10 million? Li Sijie exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, I, a reputable billionaire, would never speak idly, Li Dong declared with pride. Li Sijie narrowed her eyes at her boastful brother. Why is there an additional 5 million? I earned a little over 100 million the other day. As a gift to myself, I purchased a luxury car, and naturally I should also buy a gift for my dear sister. I am not well-versed in what you ladies prefer, so here is 5 million for you to spend as you wish. In the past, I was foolish and often caused you distress. Consider this my sincere apology for my previous misdeeds. Please forgive your disappointing brother. You insufferable little brother. Why must you utter such touching words for no reason? Li Sijie turned her head, attempting to conceal her emotions from Li Dong. At that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, moved by his gesture. Sherman leaned forward slightly to shield Li Sijie from view. She patted her wife's hand and turned to Li Dong. Xiao Dong, your sister has always aspired to start her own business. However, as her husband lacks substantial means, I could not provide her with the support she needed. Here, I express my gratitude to you for helping her realize her dream. Sherman worked in a public institution. Although the benefits were decent, they were merely adequate when compared to others. In the past 2 years, they had drained their savings to purchase a home. Until the mortgage was paid off, they truly lacked the funds to help Li Sijie establish her company. Even in such circumstances, when Li Dong faced hardship in his previous life, Li Sijie had still gritted her teeth and lent him money to help him through. Such profound kindness could not be easily repaid. Had he not feared startling his sister, Li Dong would have directly given them 100 million. Brother-in-law, why do you speak so formally? Li Dong declined his brother-in-law's gratitude. We are family, and one cannot write 2 Li characters with a single stroke. Besides, before I had earned my fortune, you both supported me immensely, and I have always held your kindness in my heart. I have merely returned a fraction of what you have given. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Sherman felt a deep sense of gratitude. She marveled at how fortunate she was to have such a generous brother-in-law. Xiao Dong, regardless, as your brother-in-law, I thank you. Ah, brother-in-law, you are thanking me too soon. There is still something I have yet to mention to you. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Li Dong deliberately remarked, tomorrow at 10 a.m., I have arranged for you to visit some properties. Binjiang Triumph Gate, Kafko No. 1, and Tangchini Pin. Choose whichever you prefer. I shall cover the cost. What a delightful surprise. As Li Dong's words hung in the air, the room fell into an astonished silence. Li Sijie, unable to contain her surprise, stared at Li Dong in disbelief. You mean to say you're buying us a house? Not just a house, but I will also provide you with a fine vehicle, Li Dong replied. Sister, didn't I mention this before? How could you have forgotten? Upon hearing this, Sherman glanced at his wife, a look of confusion in his eyes, as if to say, if you already knew, why are you so moved? Are you merely pretending? Under the scrutiny of so many, Li Sijie's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, I thought you were joking. I had no idea you were serious. Li Dong, exasperated, covered his head with his hand. My dear sister, do you truly find me so unreliable? How could such matters ever be a jest? That's just how you have always been, Li Sijie replied softly. Sighing, Li Dong reflected. As the ancients say, a scholar should be viewed anew after 3 days apart. It seems I remain in your mind exactly as before. Indeed, the biases of the heart are formidable obstacles. He borrowed the words of Shen Gongbao to express his current predicament. A soft laugh escaped Li Sijie, unable to suppress it any longer. I'm sorry, brother. I simply couldn't hold it in. Li Dong rolled his eyes in resignation. I will retreat to my room for a moment. You may entertain yourselves. When Jiangu and the others arrive, you can summon me. Sherman glanced at the retreating figure of Li Dong and softly cautioned, All right, enough laughter. Be careful not to upset Xiaodong. Hearing her husband's words, Li Zijian nodded in acquiescence. Fine, I shall not laugh anymore. Watching television will suffice. Their relationship had always been characterized by a blend of fondness and playful rivalry, having grown closer through years of playful bickering. Cousin Lu Mingxiao envied the dynamic between his cousins. Although he shared a good relationship with his sister, their personalities were more reserved, leaving little room for the playful banter that Li Dong and his sister enjoyed. Meanwhile, far away in Hong Kong, an unremarkable young man exited the Cosmic Bank's Hong Kong branch. Not far off, a strikingly beautiful mixed-race woman waved at him. Angela, what brings you here today? The young man, Chiu Ming, exclaimed, his eyes fixated on her alluring figure. Despite her disdain for his gaze, Angela maintained a cheerful demeanor. What? Do you not enjoy my company, Chiu Ming? On the contrary, I would be delighted if you visited me every day. I'm feeling a bit down today. Would you join me for a drink? Angela slightly parted her crimson lips and spoke softly. Of course. Chiu Ming was elated at the prospect of sharing a drink with the goddess of his dreams, in a room adorned with an air of romance. Chiu Ming quickly succumbed to inebriation under Angela's relentless pouring of drinks. As the night wore on, Angela seized the moment when Chiu Ming was at his most relaxed and inquired, My dear Chiu, I have heard that a client of your company has recently made a substantial profit in the futures market. Is this true or merely a rumor? How did you come to know of this? I heard it from a friend, he replied. But is it indeed true? Company policy prohibits the disclosure of client information to outsiders. Chapter 62. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind our company has established a strict policy prohibiting the disclosure of client information to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Angela's eyes immediately glistened with tears. Oh, despite everything we've been through, you still consider me an outsider? I can't bear it any longer. As she spoke, she attempted to rise and dash towards the balcony. Chiu Ming's expression changed dramatically at this sight. He quickly extended his arm to pull Angela back, embracing her tightly. Angela, please do not misunderstand. I misspoke earlier. You're the woman I cherish most. How could you ever be an outsider? Oh, it's all my fault. If I and T spoken out of turn, we wouldn't be arguing. I promise I wouldn't say anything unnecessary again. Hearing his beloved woman express such concern for his feelings deeply moved Chiu Ming. After a brief contemplation, he reasoned that while the company forbade casual disclosure to outsiders, Angela was his partner. Sharing a few words with her would not lead to any repercussions. He firmly believed that Angela, who loved him just as dearly, would not divulge anything that could put him in a difficult position. My dear, what your friend said is indeed true. Recently, a significant client made a substantial profit in the futures market. The value of that gain is quite rare, even among other companies, Chiu Ming remarked with a sigh. Is he from Hong Kong? Angela inquired eagerly. No, that client is from Shanghai. Who in Shanghai? Please tell me. Angela pressed, her demeanor piquing Chiu Ming's curiosity. My dear, you seem particularly interested in this individual. Realizing she had been too hasty, Angela quickly concocted an excuse. You know how expensive living in Hong Kong is, especially housing. Now that we are together, we must plan for the future. While I may not mind the absence of a home, I dislike the thought of others gossiping about my man. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Chiu Ming nodded vigorously. Angela, I will work hard to ensure we can buy a home soon and bring you into my life. My dear, it's not that I doubt you, but housing in Hong Kong is exorbitantly priced. Even if we save diligently, it would take us 5 to 6 years to accumulate a down payment. By then, I will be 30, and the doctor has warned that having a baby after 30 poses significant risks. But I am at a loss, Chiu Ming lamented. My dear, I have a potential solution, though I'm uncertain whether I should share it. Please do tell, Chiu Ming exclaimed with delight. If we follow that major client from your company in investing, we are bound to reap substantial profits. In time, we could not only afford a home, but perhaps even a villa in Shamshui. Indeed, that client made such a considerable profit at once. If we merely follow his lead a couple of times, we are sure to earn a fortune. My dear, you are incredibly clever. In a moment of excitement, Xiaoming cupped Angela's face and pressed his lips against her enticing red ones. A fleeting expression of distaste flickered in Angela's eyes, quickly replaced by a charming smile as she discreetly wiped her lips. My dear, as an employee of your company, it may be inconvenient for you to approach that major client directly. Why don't you give me his information? I shall personally negotiate with him, if that is all right with you. Very well. I shall provide you with the information regarding that significant client after I commence work tomorrow, Xiaoming assured. Upon hearing his response, Angela felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. Her sacrifices from the previous night had finally borne fruit. Early the next morning, Xiaoming entered the office of his supervisor. Supervisor Zhang, he began. The events transpired as follows. Supervisor Zhang, upon listening, remarked, It appears that those individuals on Wall Street can no longer contain themselves. You have executed this task commendably. I shall reserve the next promotion opportunity for you. Thank you. Supervisor Zhang, should I convey the information about the prominent client to them truthfully? Certainly, you may disclose it. Given their influence, they will discover it sooner or later. Informing them now allows us to dangle a bait. It would be to our advantage. Supervisor Zhang spoke with an air of mystery. Xiaoming nodded slightly, in agreement with his supervisor's perspective. Very well, I shall inform them shortly. Xiaoming, there is one matter I do not comprehend. How can you be so certain that Angela has ulterior motives? Supervisor Zhang expressed his curiosity. Xiaoming, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, Supervisor Zhang, while I may not be exceptionally clever, I am not entirely foolish either. I am acutely aware of my own modest attributes. It is a fantasy for a strikingly beautiful young woman to be enamored with an ordinary individual like myself. Such occurrences belong solely in fairy tales. When this fairy tale scenario manifested in my life, I immediately recognized her intentions were less than honorable. I refrained from exposing her earlier, as I wished to see if I could extract anything of value. Clap, clap, clap. Supervisor Zhang applauded. Well done, Xiaoming. I have high hopes for your future. Keep it up. Thank you. After departing from Supervisor Zhang's office, Xiaoming promptly sent the information to Angela via his mobile device. On the other end, upon receiving the message, Angela's face lit up with satisfaction. After a few triumphant chuckles, she dialed Wall Street. Hello, this is Angela. I have acquired the information you desired. Once the funds are transferred, I shall send it to you immediately. After hanging up, Angela waited a couple of minutes before her phone buzzed with a message from the bank, confirming the arrival of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. The information has been sent to your email. Please check it. Meanwhile, in the investment department of Goldman Sachs on Wall Street, a young Caucasian man approached Charles's office and stated, Esteemed Mr. Charles, we have identified the rat that has been feasting on our fruits. Splendid. Read it to me. Charles's mood lifted slightly. Yes. The Dreamland investment from the Magic City owned by Li Dong. Charles scoffed. So, it is a dragon from the East. I thought as much. Few from other nations possess the audacity to snatch from our plate. But this nation's people show no fear of us. Mobilize our forces and launch a significant campaign against him online. Mr. Charles, would this not inadvertently assist him in gaining notoriety and garnering more attention? I intend to elevate him to great heights, only to bring him crashing down with tremendous force. Only in this manner can I utterly destroy him. Charles declared with a menacing tone. I want the entire world to witness that anyone daring to oppose us on Wall Street will meet a dire fate. My esteemed Mr. Charles, you truly deserve the title of the Fox of Wall Street. Your sagacity leaves me in awe. To learn by your side is the greatest honor of my life. Charles seemed to relish the admiration directed towards him. He patted his assistant on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, You are quite commendable. I am free tonight. Let's dine together. Very well, Mr. Charles. Though a sense of revulsion stirred within him, he felt compelled to accept the friendship extended by Charles. Chapter 63. An unexpected turn. Zhang Jian, Lu Haiyan, and Zhang Zhouwen stood before the opulent Binjiang Triumph Gate community, uncertain if they had arrived at the correct destination. Zhang Jian swallowed nervously and inquired, Dear, have we perhaps come to the wrong place? I have seen this community online, and it appears to be extraordinarily expensive, costing over 100,000 per square meter. I am not sure either, Lu Haiyan replied. The address sent by Dongzi on VX is indeed here. She retrieved her phone, confirming the information. Why don't you call Dongzi and ask if the location is correct? All right, I shall do that. Zhang Jian took out his phone, located Li Dong's number, and dialed. Hello, Dongzi, it's me. We are currently outside the Binjiang Triumph Gate community. That's south the right place. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Zhang Jian turned to his wife, saying, Dongzi confirmed that this is indeed the location and instructed us to enter. He has already notified the security. Then let us proceed. After announcing Li Dong's name, the trio smoothly entered the community. As they approached the base of Building 3, Li Dong emerged from within. Brother Jian, Sister Yin, Zhang Jiao, and welcome. Dongzi, do you truly reside here? Zhang Jian questioned. Is that so surprising? Li Dong chuckled. Online it claims the cost is over 100,000 per square meter. Is that genuine? Brother Jian, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us save these matters for when we reach home, Li Dong suggested. Agreed. We shall speak of it at your residence. The group took the elevator to the 22nd floor, where Zhang Jian noted that there was only one door on the entire level, raising his curiosity. Is there only one apartment on this floor? Li Dong did not respond. Instead, he stepped forward and opened the door, inviting the three of them inside. Upon entering, like most first-time visitors, they were astonished by the spaciousness of the home. Particularly striking was the view from the living room that extended outdoors, revealing the Oriental Pearl Tower and the three giants across the river. You have finally arrived. We have been awaiting you for quite some time. Just as Zhang Jian was about to stride toward the balcony, Li Sijia, Shermin, and Lu Mingxiao emerged from the adjacent room. After a round of pleasantries, everyone settled onto the sofas in the living room, enjoying fruit while engaging in conversation. As Zhang Jian surveyed the lavish decor of the residence, he felt a pang of conflict within. The family's visit today served two purposes: to welcome Li Sijia and her husband, and to discuss matters regarding the factory. Recently, through a friend's introduction and considerable effort, Zhang Jian had secured a significant order that promised to yield around 500,000 for the factory. Before arriving, he had intended to share this joyous news with Li Dong and celebrate together. Yet, confronted with the grandeur of the home, he hesitated. Although he had previously known that Li Dong had earned a substantial amount, he had assumed it was around 10 to 20 million. However, it was now evident that this single apartment alone was worth over 30 million. The significant order he had painstakingly acquired might not pique Li Dong's interest in the slightest. With a sigh, Zhang Jian quietly pondered, his expression clouded with hesitation as he contemplated whether to confide in Li Dong at that moment. Noticing the unease etched on Zhang Jian's face, Li Dong inquired, Brother Jian, is there something you wish to share? After a brief pause, Zhang Jian resolved to speak up. Dongzi, the situation is as follows. Brother Jian, this is indeed a positive development. Why were you troubled just now? Li Dong questioned, perplexed. Indeed, Zhang Jian continued. The fact that you could secure such a substantial order indicates that my younger brother has placed his trust in you. I am confident that under your stewardship, the factory's profitability will only improve. Li Siji interjected, but I was concerned that Dongzi might not value the 500,000 profit. Zhang Jian admitted with a hint of shame. Come now, Brother Jian, that sentiment is unwarranted. Although I currently possess a fair amount of wealth, I am not at a stage where I can disregard 500,000 entirely. Every penny I earn is through hard work, and the prospect of an additional 500,000 brings me nothing but joy, Li Dong replied. Indeed, we are all family here. Remember, you must not think this way in the future, or I shall have Sister Yin deal with you. Li Sijia teased, casting a glance at Lu Haiyan. Absolutely, we are indeed a family. Should he dare to act in such a manner again, I shall ensure he kneels on a washboard. Lu Haiyan chimed in. Once the matter was laid bare, the atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. Under Li Dong's guidance, Zhang Jian and his companions toured the entire residence. Dongzi, your house is quite expansive. What is its total area? Zhang Jian inquired. 500 square meters. Li Dong replied. 500 square meters? Zhang Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Doesn't that mean this property is worth 50 to 60 million? The precise figure is 90 million, priced at 160,000 per square meter. I was with my younger brother when he chose this property, Lee Sijia clarified. Goodness, just a million shy of 100 million. That is truly extravagant. Far more expensive than many villas, Lu Haiyan remarked. Come evening, when we enjoy barbecues and beer on the balcony while admiring the river view, you will understand why I spent so much on this location, Li Dong explained. As time pressed on, they decided to have a simple meal nearby before heading to the supermarket to prepare for the evening's barbecue gathering. At noon, Li Dong treated everyone to a modest meal at a nearby Tanggu, the cost exceeding 30,000. After lunch, they took a brief respite before proceeding to the nearby supermarket to procure supplies. Upon completing their shopping, Li Dong and his companions returned to Binjiang Triumph Gate. As they approached the entrance, Li Dong spotted a familiar figure lingering at the community's entrance. He halted, scrutinizing the individual, and soon recognized her, Jiang Xiyu. At that moment, Jiang Xiyu turned around, their eyes meeting, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She rushed towards Li Dong, and moments later, she collided into his embrace. Xiao Dongge, where have you been lately? I missed you so much. Li Sijia, Zhang Jian, and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene unfolding before them. What is happening? Do I now have a sister-in-law? Are we gaining cousins? Is this beautiful lady my cousin? Li Sijia feigned a cough several times, approaching Li Dong with an expression of curiosity. Little brother, could this enchanting woman be the sister-in-law you have found for me? Oh no. Upon hearing Li Sijia's words, Li Dong sensed that trouble was brewing for the day. After much hesitation, he ultimately admitted to Jiang Shiyu's identity. Chapter 64, Trending. Although Li Dong was reluctant to introduce Jiang Shiyu as his girlfriend to Li Sijia and the others, the unfolding of events rarely aligns with one's desires. Jiang Shiyu, not expecting to encounter Li Dong's family during her long-awaited visit, fortuitously found herself transitioning into a formal relationship. When she heard Li Dong acknowledge her as his girlfriend, sheer joy enveloped her. The little voice within her rejoiced, exclaiming, "At last, my perseverance has borne fruit. I have officially become his girlfriend." Indeed, her name was Jiang Shiyu. Faced with Li Sijia's inquiries, Li Dong had no choice but to concede. "Shiyu, this is my sister, Li Sijia. Hello, I am Li Dong's girlfriend." Jiang Shiyu, she stammered, her excitement nearly overwhelming her. "Hello, Shiyu. You are truly beautiful. My brother is fortunate to have you as his girlfriend," Li Sijia remarked, oblivious to the intricate circumstances surrounding Li Dong and Jiang Shiyu. Now that Li Dong had achieved success, her greatest concern was whether he would, like many others, become corrupted by wealth. Seeing her brother with such a lovely girlfriend brought her genuine happiness. Subsequently, Li Dong introduced Jiang Shiyu to Zhang Jian and others. Zhang Jiawen, captivated by Jiang Shiyu's tall stature and striking features, found herself instinctively becoming familiar with her, affectionately addressing her as Auntie, which delighted Jiang Shiyu to the extent of generously offering Zhang Jiawen over 2,000 yuan in cash. This generous gesture further endeared Jiang Shiyu to Zhang Jiawen. Once inside, Jiang Shiyu took the initiative to handle the ingredients in the kitchen, shooing everyone else away. Li Sijia exited the kitchen and sat beside Li Dong, teasingly commenting, "Brother, your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also quite diligent. However, will she manage to clean all those ingredients?" "Haha, indeed. She's quite industrious." Li Dong replied with a forced smile. "Her culinary skills are commendable. There is no need for concern," he added. In the kitchen, Jiang Shiyu hummed a cheerful tune while preparing the ingredients, singing about good days. "Today is a wonderful day. Today is a wonderful day." In the evening, everyone gathered on the spacious balcony, enjoying barbecue delicacies while taking in the night view of the Huangpu River. Zhang Jian remarked, "I have visited the Bund numerous times, yet none have been as refreshing as this experience. Wealth truly has its advantages. When I purchased this apartment, it was the balcony and the view that captivated me. I envisioned summer evenings spent here with friends, indulging in barbecues and engaging in conversation. A truly delightful prospect," Li Dong reflected. Lu Haiyan added, "In our childhood, you were the most mischievous, and your aunts often scolded you for it. Yet, unexpectedly, among our generation, you were the first to make a name for yourself. Ha! Perhaps luck was simply on my side, Li Dong acknowledged, knowing well that without the divine opportunity of rebirth, success would have eluded him. Thus, he remained humble and unassuming. The following day, as Li Dong remained in a deep slumber, embracing Jiang Xiyu, an urgent phone call roused him from his dreams. Grasping the phone, Li Dong glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Zhang Yin, the manager of the company's public relations department. Upon answering the call, Zhang Yin's anxious voice resonated through the receiver. Presently, we have a crisis. News related to you has surged to the top of the trending list on Zhaolong, occupying the first, second, and third positions. What? Li Dong instantly awoke, hastily inquiring, how did I end up on the trending list? What is going on? President Li. This is connected to the investment strategy you implemented recently. It seems a financial blogger has disclosed that you made a staggering profit of $500 million in the crude oil futures market. After absorbing this information, Li Dong replied, investigate who leaked this information immediately. I will return to the office at once. Although Li Dong preferred to conduct his affairs discreetly while accruing wealth, the former was a conscious revelation of his identity, not an involuntary exposure such as this. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyu, who had been nestled in Li Dong's embrace, was filled with curiosity upon hearing about his trending status. Once Li Dong had dressed and exited the room, she eagerly seized her phone and opened Zhaolong Weibo. Upon entering the trending list, Jiang Xiyu was met with the headline, "Who is Li Dong?" As she scrolled down, she encountered the second trending topic, the new national husband, Li Dong. The third, dream investment profits, $500 million overseas. Intrigued, she clicked on the trending entry and was immediately taken aback. I am financial blogger Lao Chen. Today, we will introduce a company called Moda Dream Investment Company Limited, which has a registered capital of $500 million, fully paid. The legal representative and general manager is Li Dong. Business scope, stocks, futures, spot trading, and film investment. According to reliable sources, Dream Investment engaged in a crude oil futures investment last week, overseen by General Manager Li Dong. In this operation, Dream Investment aggressively shorted the crude oil futures market, securing profits exceeding $500 million. From what I have gathered, numerous domestic investment institutions also ventured into crude oil futures during this significant decline, primarily betting on rising prices. Although these institutions have yet to disclose their investment losses, they are generally facing severe deficits. Only Generally of Dream Investment correctly anticipated the market's direction and reaped enormous rewards. Claiming a spot, I remained silent, pretending to be a master investment tycoon, too formidable to contend with. Having earned such wealth, why not donate some? Truly, the affluent are all the same, lacking in compassion. Did someone upstairs consume explosives? They earned this money through skill. Those who wish to donate may do so. My goodness, I mentioned just days ago why my funds were in the red. Now I see the reason. Similarly, my funds have also plummeted, with losses exceeding 20. A petition with thousands urging President Li to establish a public fund. I wish to invest. 1,100,086. Did Xiao Dong earn $500 million? Jiang Xiyu, how much is $500 million? 152,500. 250 times 10. 35 billion Longwa currency. Oh my, the man I've set my eyes on has suddenly earned a staggering 35 billion Longwa currency. Far away in the capital, the singer Wang gazes skyward, lamenting why. Why does he encounter such monumental events with every album release? He recalls his last time topping the trending charts and wonders why his wishes remain unfulfilled. Online discussions about Li Dong are gaining momentum, and many have begun to unearth detailed information about him. In this age of the internet, secrets are elusive. This adage rings true in many instances. Li Dong's simple background cannot deter those eager to unearth the truth, and thus, information about Li Dong continues to proliferate. Chapter 65. The Red-Headed Half-Sky. Initially, many believe this to be yet another fabrication by a disreputable newspaper. After all, the notion of amassing billions in mere months seemed utterly fantastical. However, upon investigation through Tianyanka, it became evident that both Li Dong and Dream Investment were indeed real entities, and the leaked information was verifiable. At that juncture, further revelations emerged, indicating that a relative of his was employed at the Universal Bank, and Dream Investment had indeed received a colossal sum of $500 million from overseas. This revelation served to validate Li Dong's claims. As netizens delved deeper, extensive details about Li Dong surfaced online, drawing the attention of an even larger audience. Name: Li Dong, formerly known as Li Xiaodong. Gender: male. Height: 181 centimeters. Age: 25 years. Interests: football, novels, sports cars, investment enterprise, Magic City Dream Investment Company, Limited. Net worth: over 4 billion. Dragon Kingdom currency. Education: Sichuan Normal University. Parents: local vendors in Sichuan County. Rise to fame: in the latter half of this year, Li Dong ventured alone into the A-share market, amassing hundreds of millions in a matter of months, subsequently founding Dream Investment to explore overseas financial markets. Film investments: The Wandering Earth, Ne Zha, and Eastern Palace. Shortly after, the emergence of a certain individual caused this information to spread like wildfire, dominating the trending lists across all social media platforms. On that day, aboard Wang Tsong was perusing Weibo in search of potential new romantic interests when a particular headline caught his eye. Magic City Dream Investment secures $500 million overseas. Dream Investment? Wasn't that Li's company? What on earth was happening with this astounding sum? Intrigued, Wang Tsong clicked on the link. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. His expression one of sheer incredulity. Goodness, is old Li really that formidable? He is practically superhuman. Wang Tsong promptly dialed Li Dong's number. But after a prolonged wait without an answer, he decided to leave a message on Li Dong's Weibo. Old Li, you've struck it rich? Don't forget to treat me to a meal. As a self-proclaimed disciplinary commissioner of the entertainment industry, Wang Tsong boasted millions of followers, many of whom were drawn to him through lottery giveaways. Yet among them were a number of genuinely devoted admirers. These followers would eagerly engage and share any of Wang Tsong's posts the moment he updated his Weibo. Li Dong's Weibo featured a solitary post from when he first registered, accompanied by a photograph. This image, taken when he had just entered university, showcased an 18-year-old Li Dong sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of his idol, the master of time management, featuring a light golden punk style. Though he may not have possessed the striking handsomeness of certain readers' grandfathers, he certainly eclipsed the majority of contemporary young heartthrobs. Upon noticing Wang Tsong's address to Li Dong, the female netizens quickly deduced that this Li Dong must also be a wealthy heir. Consequently, they flocked to Li Dong's Weibo. Upon entering his page, they were instantly captivated by his handsome visage, and one by one, they abandoned Wang Tsong, switching allegiances to Li Dong and inundating his post with comments. Darling, I have finally found you. Sweetheart, I am your most obedient wife. I declare that from this day forth, he is my husband. In just half an hour, Li Dong's post garnered tens of thousands of comments, with likes and shares soaring past 100,000. Thus, propelled by both intentional and unintentional forces, news about Li Dong exploded, sweeping across the internet. At 11 a.m., Li Dong hurriedly arrived at the company. As soon as he settled into his office, he summoned the public relations manager, Zhang Yan. Manager Zhang, what is the current situation regarding the information about me online? Mr. Li, initially, our PR efforts had nearly overshadowed your trending topic with other news. However, due to the involvement of one individual, your trending topic has gained unstoppable momentum, now reigning at the top of all social media hot search lists. One individual? Who could that be? Li Dong inquired anxiously. It is your good friend, Wan Gong. Wan Gong? What does this have to do with him? Li Dong was bewildered, suspecting that someone was deliberately plotting against him. Mr. Li, the sequence of events unfolded as follows. After hearing Zhang Yan's account, Li Dong was infuriated, his clenched fists trembling with rage. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Wang Tsong, you better not let me see you, or I will make you regret it in an instant. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Li Dong called towards the door. Mr. Li, your friend, Wang Tsong, is here to see you. Should I let him in? Wei Wei, sensing the tense atmosphere inside, peeked her head in and asked, Good, I was just thinking of finding him, and now he has come to me. Let us see what he has to say. Li Dong thought maliciously to himself. Bring him in. All right, Wei Wei, noticing Li Dong's unusual expression, responded and quickly exited. Continue to investigate who leaked my information, Li Dong instructed Zhang Yan. Understood. Mr. Li. Zhang Yan turned and left the office. A minute later, a nonchalant Wang Tsong pushed open the door to Li Dong's office. Old Li, I've come to see you. Upon entering, Wang Tsong glanced toward the desk and, finding Li Dong absent, felt puzzled. Just then, a long arm wrapped around his neck, rendering him breathless. As he neared suffocation, the grip loosened slightly, and a voice pierced the air. Speak. Why did you attempt to harm me? Wang Tsong looked up to see Li Dong glaring fiercely at him, his expression exceedingly terrifying. Cough, cough. What on earth did I do to you? Please do not wrongfully accuse a good person. After finally catching his breath and regaining some strength, Wang Tsong forcefully broke free from Li Dong's grasp. He then addressed Li Dong. You still claim there's nothing happening? Then what is this? Li Dong handed his phone to Wang Tsong, gesturing for him to take a look. Upon receiving the phone and glancing at it, Wang Tsong discovered several trending topics related to Li Dong. A closer examination revealed that it was indeed his comment that had propelled the information about Li Dong into the limelight. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Tsong looked at Li Dong and offered an awkward smile. My good brother, I truly did not intend for this to happen. I never imagined things would escalate to this extent. Seeing that Li Dong remained skeptical, Wang Tsong began to defend himself. Hey, you can't place all the blame on me. When I first saw the news online, I intended to call you for clarification, but you kept ignoring my calls. With no other option, I resorted to leaving a comment on your Weibo. If you don't believe me, check your phone. You will certainly find my missed calls. Upon hearing this, Li Dong pulled out his phone and, to his surprise, found indeed that there were missed calls from Wang Kong. Feeling somewhat guilty, Li Dong's stance weakened. Even though I didn't answer your call, that does not justify your actions. You must make amends. All right. I owe you a favor. Will that suffice? Wang Tsong replied. Fine. I'll let this slide this time, but if they're essay next time, I won't be so forgiving. Li Dong understood that blaming Wang Tsong alone for the current situation was futile, as Wang Tsong's comment had merely provided a boost. The primary responsibility lay with another party altogether. Chapter 66. The launch of private equity, clarifying his responsibilities. Wang Tsong sat on the sofa and addressed Li Dong. Old Li, what are your plans moving forward? Li Dong pondered briefly before responding. My information has been entirely exposed. Any hope of maintaining a low profile is now futile. I intend to gradually step into the limelight. Were you considering establishing a private fund? Wan Gong Yin Guit? Well, I initially planned to wait until I had sufficient strength to pursue private equity, but given the current circumstances, I suspect many will soon come knocking at my door. To outright refuse them might offend, Li Dong explained. Mr. Zirin has informed us that to grow and thrive, one must cultivate numerous friendships. Rather than being coerced into this later, I would prefer to take the initiative, thus retaining absolute control and excluding those I do not wish to include. Wang Tsong nodded slightly and then asked, Old Li, may I partake in this venture? What amount can you contribute? Li Dong queried. 1 or 2 billion should not be an issue, Wang Tsong replied. 1 or 2 billion. That's reasonable. I plan to launch the first phase of the private equity with a total of 1 billion USD. 1 billion USD? Wang Tsong exclaimed in astonishment. Old Li, are you really aiming so high from the outset? Hi, Li Dong Shukulat Sufli. I possess 700 million USD in cash myself. If I cannot attract at least 300 million, then one must greatly underestimate human greed. You have 700 million in cash. Wang Tsong gazed at Li Dong in disbelief. Although he was the son of the wealthiest man, his personal assets barely reached a few billion, largely tied up in his father's holdings. At that moment, Li Dong's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhang Jian, the president of the Cosmic Bank's branch in Shanghai. He exchanged a glance with Wang Tsong, saying, Look, someone is indeed approaching. Hello, President Zhang. Yes, certainly understood. All right, I shall see you then. Whose call was that? Wang Tsong asked, curiosity piqued. The branch president of the Cosmic Bank in Shanghai, Zhang Jian, Li Dong replied. That Zhang Jian, what does he want with you? Wang Tsong inquired, knowing that Wanda had numerous interests in Shanghai. Although Zhang Jian was not directly involved, he was a director at Wanda and occasionally attended social gatherings. Li Dong had met him at one such event. He mentioned wanting to treat me to a meal, stating he had an important message to convey. Could it be related to your private equity? Wan Gong speculate. I am uncertain. He had hinted at something last time we met, but I deemed the timing not ripe and declined. He did not mention this during his invitation just now. Li Dong clarified. I should accompany you. My status as the son of the wealthiest man might prove advantageous, Wang Song suggested. Of course, you are welcome to join. Even if you hadn't offered, I intended to bring you along. If anything seems amiss, I can leverage your father's influence. I trust he has sufficient clout, Li Dong said with a smile. Suit yourself. Wang Song waved his hand, adding, my father is quite interested in your endeavors as well. He has always held a fondness for capable young individuals. Perhaps after your meeting, in a moment of delight, he might even adopt you as his godson, at which point I would be your elder brother. With my protection, you could roam freely throughout the dragon country. Ha! Upon hearing Wang Song's jest, Li Dong chuckled as well. However, he would not dismiss the idea of acknowledging Lao Wang as a foster father if an opportune moment presented itself. With the backing of the affluent Wang, the troubles Li Dong would face in the future would significantly diminish. In return, he could offer some guidance to the other party. In ancient times, many emperors and generals sought a protector during their vulnerable youth, adopting them as foster fathers to ease their path. Li Dong, not being arrogant about his status as a dragon, believed that acknowledging a foster father was nothing to be ashamed of. When the time was right, Li Dong and Wang Song exited the company and set off for the location provided by Zhang Jian. Upon arrival, Li Dong discovered a moderately upscale restaurant, neither ostentatious nor lavish, yet elegant, dignified, and impressive, clearly favored by government officials. Approaching the entrance, Li Dong informed the waiter of Zhang Jian's name and followed him to the entrance of a private room. Once the waiter opened the door, Li Dong and Wang Song stepped inside, finding Zhang Jian alone in the room. Director Zhang, I apologize for our tardiness. President Li has not arrived late. I, Zhang, merely came a bit early, Zhang Jian responded, acknowledging Li Dong before noticing Wang Song beside him. He stepped forward and greeted, Oh, is this not young President Wang? Do you two know each other? Hello, Director Zhang. I am a good brother of Lao Li, Wang Song replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, I see. Then it is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Come, let us sit and discuss. Once seated, Li Dong addressed Zhang Jian. Director Zhang, could you please elaborate on the matter you mentioned over the phone? Zhang Jian took a sip from his teacup and replied, President Li, regarding your information, it was leaked from Wall Street, and they have been orchestrating things from behind the scenes. Zhang Jian did not keep him in suspense, but directly answered Li Dong's concerns. Li Dong pondered for a moment before speaking again. The Universe Bank truly lives up to its reputation as the largest commercial bank in the Dragon Country. After our extensive search yielded no results, you managed to uncover the information effortlessly. I am genuinely impressed. Li Dong firmly believed in the power of the Universe Bank. Yet he suspected that the leak of his information was indeed connected to them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how they could ascertain so swiftly that Wall Street was involved in the underhanded dealings. Sensing the implications in Li Dong's words, Zhang Jian promptly clarified, President Li, to be candid, the leak of your information was indeed an oversight on our part at the Universe Bank. Wall Street hired a beautiful JD who seduced an employee responsible for data files at our Hong Kong branch, and it was that employee who leaked your information. We have since terminated that employee and permanently banned them from the industry. We hope, President Li, that you can forgive us for this lapse. In this regard, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Universal Bank. With that, Zhang Jian rose and gave a slight bow to Li Dong. Indeed, the breach of my information is connected to the Universal Bank. However, the bank's acknowledgement of the mistake is commendable. For now, we can continue our collaboration with them. Zhang Xingyan asserted, given the magnitude of the Universal Bank, it is not uncommon to encounter a few rogue elements. I do not hold your side accountable. Yet I hope this will be the last occurrence of such an issue. Li Dong stated solemnly. Rest assured, Mr. Li, we guarantee there will not be a next time. Chapter 67. Collaborative Universe Bank. After resolving the misunderstanding, Zhang Jian beckoned Li Dong and Wang Song to commence their meal. As they neared the end of their dining experience, Zhang Jian suddenly remarked, Mr. Li, during our previous encounter at XX University, I inquired about your plans to establish a private equity fund, to which you deemed the timing inopportune. Now, I wish to revisit the subject. What is your current decision, Mr. Li? Indeed, my prior refusal stemmed from unavoidable circumstances. However, I now believe the moment is ripe, Li Dong replied. No witties. Good things often take time. As long as it is feasible now, that is what truly matters. Zhang Jian responded with a smile. May I inquire as to how much you plan to raise for your inaugural private equity fund? Zhang Jian inquired. $1 billion. Li Dong replied. What do you think of that figure? Zhang Jian asked. I believe that amount is just right, Li Dong replied with a light chuckle. Zhang Jian nodded slightly and continued. May I ask if our Universe Bank can participate in your private equity fund? Of course. My collaboration with Universe Bank has always been harmonious, and I warmly welcome your institution's involvement. How much are you considering? How does $500 million sound? Zhang Jian proposed. Li Dong frowned, astonished by the audacity of the request to claim half of the allocation. Zhang Jian, $500 million seems rather excessive. Mr. Li, while this $500 million may appear substantial, it is not solely for our Universe Bank. To be candid, out of this $500 million, only $200 million originates from our institution, while $200 million belongs to the Capital City Universe Bank and $100 million to the Hong Kong Universe Bank. Divided this way, it truly is not excessive, Zhang Jian explained. Perhaps you could issue $2 billion instead. Our Universe Bank would cover $1 billion, leaving you with another billion in allocation, Zhang Jian suggested. Li Dong immediately rejected the notion, as this is my first venture into private equity. $1 billion is already a considerable sum. Issuing another billion exceeds my expectations. It is not feasible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian fell silent, refraining from further discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong addressed Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian, while your Universe Bank's request for $500 million is acceptable, I have a stipulation. Please go ahead. Mr. Li, I require Universe Bank to assure me that when I need to access the funds, they must be made available immediately, provided my requests are reasonable and compliant, without any delays for any reasons. Certainly, that is not an issue. The reputation of Universe Bank for reliability is renowned globally. You can rest assured, Mr. Li. Zhang Jian assured him. Very well, then. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, to our successful partnership. After finalizing the allocation, Li Dong proceeded to discuss the management fee structure. Zhang Jian, my private equity fund operates differently from others. It stipulates, if returns reach 50, a management fee of 20 is charged. If returns exceed 50 but are under 100, a fee of 25 applies. And for returns exceeding 100, a fee of 30 is imposed. Do you have any objections? Zhang Jian pondered for a moment before responding. No issues here. If such returns can indeed be achieved, it is only fair for you to charge such management fees, Mr. Li. All right, then let us convene at our company tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to finalize the contract. I shall arrive punctually. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jian, Li Dong settled into his seat and extracted a cigarette to light. Old Li, the Cosmic Bank truly lives up to its name. It has swiftly consumed half of the allocated funds. I previously thought that $1 billion was a substantial amount, yet here it has diminished by half in an instant. Wang Tsong remarked, his tone tinged with astonishment. Li Dong nodded slightly. Old Wang, you should promptly ascertain the amount you intend to invest. I will cease accepting contributions to the private equity fund within 3 days. Wang Tsong contemplated seriously, realizing that if the Cosmic Bank had such faith in Li Dong's capabilities, it was highly likely that this investment would yield profits. Given that the opportunity had presented itself, there was no justification for him to invest too little. Old Li, my personal funds amount to a maximum of $200 million, but I could request some from my mother. I will strive to gather an additional $100 million. Very well. Prepare your funds and come to my company to sign the contract, Li Dong affirmed. Understood. I will book a flight back to the capital to ask my mother for the money. Wan Gong, despite his usual carefree demeanor resembling that of a Navi landlord's son, displayed remarkable decisiveness when it came to serious matters. After securing the next available flight, he bid farewell to Li Dong and departed. Due to having consumed alcohol, Li Dong waited for his cousin Lu Mingxiao to arrive before leaving the restaurant together. Upon returning to Binjiang Triumph Gate, as soon as Li Dong stepped inside, he was immediately interrogated by Li Sijia about his hurried departure that morning. Not wishing to worry her regarding his company's affairs, he concocted a casual excuse to deflect her concerns. Settling onto the sofa, Li Dong inquired, "Sister, have you and brother-in-law settled on which property to purchase?" Li Sijia exchanged glances with Shermin before responding. "After discussing with your brother-in-law, we have decided to buy at Tang Chinipin." Upon hearing this, Li Dong regarded Li Sijia with a quizzical expression. "Sister, you're not aiming to live among the celebrities residing there, are you?" "Hee." Li Sijia replied somewhat bashfully, "Little brother, you know how much I adore Zhang Jie's music. I've heard that he resides in Tang Chinipin, so..." Li Sijia's fondness for Zhang Jie's songs was well known. She had attended several of his concerts. Li Dong had accompanied her to one a few years prior. To put it mildly, Zhang Jie's singing was commendable, establishing him as one of the more formidable talents among the younger generation of singers. During his gaming days, Li Dong often listened to Zhang Jie's song Mesmerized during guild battles, gradually developing a liking for it. "Whatever you wish," he replied. "Have you contacted the sales department of Tang Chinipin to schedule a viewing?" "Not yet," Li Sijia admitted, her embarrassment evident. "I am astounded by you. Wait a moment. I shall call to make the appointment for you." 2 minutes later, after hanging up the phone, Li Dong informed Li Sijia, "I have successfully made the reservation for you. You may visit at your convenience. Simply mention my name. Once we have identified a suitable property, I shall transfer the funds to your company's corporate account, purchasing the property in the name of the company, which will significantly reduce tax liabilities. My dear brother, it would be wonderful if you could accompany us to view the properties. Without your presence, both your brother-in-law and I feel somewhat uncertain." "Very well. When do you plan to go for the viewing?" "Naturally, the time is now," exclaimed Li Sijia with excitement. "All right, let us set off then." Li Dong stood up and stretched, feeling considerably more at ease. The Binjiang Triumph Arch is located a mere 2 or 3 kilometers from Tang Chinipin, and the group, preferring not to drive, decided to leisurely stroll along the banks of the Huangpu River towards their destination. Chapter 68. An unexpected invitation. Jiang Xiyu clung to Li Dong's arm, leisurely strolling while gazing at her phone screen. Her expressions fluctuated between joy and anger, creating an engaging spectacle. Observing her reactions, Li Dong inquired, "What captivates you so much, causing such a vivid display of emotions?" "These online commentators. They dare to accuse you of being unkind despite your wealth, claiming you should be donating. This money is hard-earned. Why should it be given to unrelated individuals? They are merely engaging in moral coercion." "Hey, why are you hitting me? I'm standing up for you," Jiang Xiyu exclaimed, covering her head in playful reproach. Li Dong withdrew his hand, remarking, "Some of their comments are indeed excessive. However, I must admit I did forget about donations. One ought to benefit the world while also nurturing oneself. Since I possess the means, I certainly wish to assist those in need. Life encompasses more than mere wealth, power, and pleasures. It is essential to pursue meaningful endeavors. Who would have thought you've gained such awareness, little brother?" Li Sijia approached Li Dong, expressing her surprise. Li Dong chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I've only just attained this realization. It's a start." At that moment, his brother-in-law, Shermin, interjected, "Dongzi, you are already quite commendable. At least you possess this awareness. Our forebears once stated, the affluent should uplift the less fortunate, paving a path toward shared prosperity. Yet, many who have prospered choose to emigrate, becoming banana people, donating overseas while remaining miserly at home. Brother-in-law, although I may not be virtuous, I am certainly far better than those banana people like Pan Shi," Li Dong replied. "Enough of this. Discussing such wretched individuals dampens my spirits," Shermin sighed. "Since it troubles you, let us refrain from mentioning them in the future. Though our nation does have its share of scoundrels, they are ultimately a minority," Li Sijia reassured him. As a public servant, Shermin's profession fueled his disdain for banana people like Pan Shi. In his eyes, those who do not love their homeland do not deserve to be regarded as human, and calamity would inevitably befall them. How I wish America would seize the assets of such banana people and reduce them to homelessness, haha. Upon entering the sales center of Tangchong Yiping, Li Dong announced his name, and a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s approached briskly. Hello, Mr. Li. Greetings to all gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to Tang Shinipin. E.O.M. on Fei Fei. The sales supervisor here. Please, follow me to the reception area. Mr. Li, would you like something to drink? No. Let us first view the properties. Very well. Currently, we at Tang Shinipin have available properties only in Building A above the 26th floor and in Building B above the 27th floor. The layout of Building A features 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 6 bathrooms, encompassing a substantial area of 597 square meters, with a price of 130,000 per square meter. The unit enjoys a north-south orientation, with a master bedroom facing south and a thoughtfully designed terrace. In contrast, Building B offers a layout of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, with a total area of 434 square meters priced at 120,000 per square meter. Both buildings boast a 1 elevator per unit design, ensuring utmost privacy and confidentiality. Li Dong arranged the property viewing through the ultra-high-end private bank, Universe Bank. Han Feifei understood that such clients possess significant purchasing potential, thus providing a detailed introduction. Although Tang Shinipin has been established for several years, its river view does not compare favorably with that of Binjiang Triumph Gate. Additionally, the presence of numerous tenants and celebrities within the community has led to a certain disdain from affluent individuals, resulting in a decline in the property's market value. Many of the wealthy who initially chose to purchase in Tang Shinipin have now opted to sell, causing it to gradually fall off the list of premier luxury residences in the metropolis. Let us consider Building B. The layout of Building A is too expansive for us. Li Si remarked to Han Feifei. Han Feifei quickly glanced at Li Dong's expression, noting no change, before responding, "Very well, please follow me. I will show you the available units." The group then boarded a small electric vehicle to the base of Building B, subsequently taking the elevator to the 28th floor. "Please, come in," Han Feifei said as she opened the door. After touring the interior, they proceeded to the balcony. The balcony of this unit is slightly smaller than Li Dong's, yet the river view remains comparable, subject to personal taste. "Sister, what do you think? Do you like this one?" "Yes, it's quite nice. I really like it." "Great, then let us go with this one. We'll return to the sales office to sign the contract." Li Dong's decisiveness astonished Han Feifei. She had accompanied numerous clients to view properties, but most would deliberate extensively, haggling before making a purchase. She had never encountered a client so swift in their decision-making. Intriga. Han Feifei ponderad Li Dong esa identity. Upon returning to the sales office, Li Dong instructed Han Feifei to prepare the contract and had Li Sijia and Shermin sign it. After signing, Li Dong handed Han Feifei the corporate bank card of Li Sijia's company for payment. Beep, beep, beep. As the transaction receipt emerged, it signified the successful completion of a property deal valued at 52 million, marking this unit's new ownership. Upon confirming the payment, Han Feifei stated, "Ms. Li, Mr. Sher, your property certificate will be processed within 3 days and delivered to you." Accompanying Li Dong, Jiang Xiu gazed at the opulent 52 million residence purchased so effortlessly, her admiration for Li Dong intensifying, her eyes nearly sparkling with awe. "Darling, you are so handsome." Observing Jiang Xiu's expression, Li Dong playfully tapped her head, cautioning her to be mindful of their surroundings. Just as Jiang Xiu was about to retort, Li Dong's phone began to ring. "On this windy day, I have tried holding your hand, but alas, the rain has intensified to the point where I can no longer see you." Upon checking the caller ID, he noticed it was a call from Hongjia of the colorful era. Li Dong furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why this woman would be calling him. After a brief pause, he decided to answer the call. "Hello, Hongjia, is there something you need?" "All right, I shall see you at 8 this evening." Hearing that it was a woman on the line, Jiang Xiu felt a strong urge to inquire further, yet she hesitated, fearing that probing too much would displease Li Dong. Hence, she feigned ignorance and moved over to Li Sijia, engaging her in conversation. Li Dong, oblivious to Jiang Xiu's subtle antics, remained preoccupied with the question of why Hongjia had chosen to contact him at this particular moment. Chapter 69. The power behind Hongjia. After pondering for a while, Li Dong could not comprehend the purpose behind the call from the other party, inviting him to dinner at that moment. He summoned his cousin, Lu Mingxiao, and instructed him to accompany him to a certain location that evening. Once Han Feifei had completed all the necessary formalities, Li Sijia took the group back to the newly purchased residence. Li Sijia and Jiang Xiu began to bustle around the house, deliberating on what items to acquire for decorating their new abode. That evening, Li Dong and his cousin Lu Mingxiao arrived at the Bountiful Era Club. As they entered, Lu Hui, who had been waiting in the lobby, approached Li Dong with alacrity. "Good evening, Mr. Li. Hongjia has instructed me to escort you to her office." "Very well. Lead the way," Li Dong replied with a nod. "Right this way, please." They took the elevator to the 6th floor, and, after a brief walk, Lu Hui halted in front of a door marked with the title General Manager. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Hongjia. "Mr. Li, you have arrived. Please come in," she welcomed, her tone both warm and respectful. Li Dong, slightly taken aback by her formal address, surmised that she must have heard the online rumors. Although Hongjia was rumored to be the mistress of a prominent figure in Shanghai, a mistress remains just that, unable to ascend to the same stature. Faced with Li Dong's considerable fortune, one could not merely be dismissive. At the very least, she must exhibit a degree of decorum to avoid offending him. Li Dong mused to himself. Indeed, wealth is the ultimate authority. Upon entering the room, Li Dong noticed two other individuals present. One was a slender middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, with a slightly receding hairline and high forehead, who was smiling at Li Dong. Li Dong found his face somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately place where he had seen him before. Returning the smile as a matter of courtesy, he turned his attention to the other individual, a man in his 30s standing behind the middle-aged man, presumably an assistant. After scrutinizing Li Dong for a moment, the middle-aged man spoke. "Indeed, a young talent who can seize opportunities on Wall Street. Mr. Li, you are truly impressive, far surpassing us older gentlemen." Perhaps sensing that Li Dong did not recognize him, the gaunt man introduced himself. "I am Guo Guang, a fortunate star. I apologize for the presumptuousness of inviting you here through Hongjia." "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Guo. My youthful eyes failed to recognize you at first. Please accept my apologies." Li Dong suddenly realized that this was indeed the esteemed figure he had heard of, thus revealing that the powerful ally behind Hongjia was none other than him. Once Li Dong was seated, Guo Guang continued, "Hongjia, please serve Mr. Li some tea. Although this tea does not come from the mother tree of Weishan's de Hong Pao, it is grafted from its branches and possesses a delightful flavor." Li Dong accepted the teacup handed to him by Hongjia, inhaling the aromatic fragrance that was both invigorating and refreshing. After taking a gentle sip, he remarked, "Truly, the flavor of tea grafted from the mother tree's branches is exceptional." To my surprise, Mr. Li is also an aficionado of the tea ceremony. In the future, should the opportunity arise, we might gather more frequently. Upon hearing Mr. Li's commendation, Guo Guang's smile instantly brightened, clearly perceiving Mr. Li as a fellow tea enthusiast. At this remark, Mr. Li merely smiled subtly, refraining from a response. In truth, Mr. Li possessed little knowledge of tea. He simply found it quite enjoyable to drink. After savoring 2 cups, Guo Guang spoke again, indicating that he had asked a Hong to invite Mr. Li over to discuss a matter, inquiring if it was a convenient time for Mr. Li. Following Guo Guang's gaze, Mr. Li's attention fell upon his cousin, Lu Mingxiao. Retracting his gaze, he declared, "He is my cousin, one of the individuals I trust most. If you have something to say, Mr. Guo, please feel free to express it." Guo Guang nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Mr. Li, your investment returns in the overseas market have been remarkably impressive. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for me to ride on your coattails." At this, Mr. Li finally grasped the intention behind Guo Guang's invitation. Following the exposure on Wall Street, Mr. Li had anticipated that prominent figures would take notice of him, which is why he had readily agreed to collaborate with the Universe Bank, seeking to use them as a shield for protection. Little did he expect that the first to approach him would be the esteemed Guo Guang. Mr. Li was confident that Guo Guang would certainly not be the last influential figure to come knocking. Fortunately, prior to this, he had already secured ties with the Universe Bank and Wang Tsong, providing him with ample assurance. Of course, Mr. Li replied, I have established a private equity fund, and we are over halfway through the preparation for the first phase of fundraising. May I inquire how much Mr. Guo intends to invest? Guo Guang, taken aback by the speed of Mr. Li's endeavors, curiously asked which entities had invested in Mr. Li's private equity fund. The Universe Bank and the Wang family of Wanda. Mr. Li replied. Upon hearing this, Guo Guang was astonished. These were formidable players he could scarcely afford to offend. He gazed intently at Mr. Li, asking Mr. Li, "Can you share how much capital you are planning to raise this time, and what the remaining gap is?" "I aim to raise $1 billion for the first phase. Currently, we have secured $600 million. I will personally invest $300 million, and I can offer you a maximum allocation of $100 million. Guo Guang thought to himself, relieved that he had acted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, "Very well, I will take the $100 million allocation." "That is agreeable," Mr. Li responded. "However, my private equity fund differs from others. The management fee is within a reasonable range and not excessively high." "I have no objections," Guo Guang acknowledged. "Nonetheless, I require Mr. Li to adhere to the standard operational procedures of private equity funds, providing us investors with a report on the previous month's earnings at the beginning of each month." "That is certainly acceptable. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, to a successful partnership." Mr. Li rose to his feet and shook hands with Guo Guang. After finalizing their agreement, Mr. Li and Guo Guang engaged in light conversation before Mr. Li expressed his intention to depart, leaving with his cousin from the vibrant establishment. Once Mr. Li had exited, Hong Jie approached Guo Guang and sat beside him, commenting, "Isn't it a bit excessive to invest $100 million on the first go?" Guo Guang cast a glance at Hong Jie and remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, you, with your cleverness in abundance yet lacking in profound wisdom. I have conducted an investigation into Li Dong. He appears to have emerged overnight, rising with remarkable speed. In just a few short months, he has amassed a fortune in the billions. From the perspective of the Cosmic Bank, he is destined to become an unprecedented financial prodigy. If one does not seize the opportunity to invest while the stakes are favorable, it will soon become exceedingly difficult to join the fray as the crowd swells. However, you are the wealthiest in Shanghai. If he wishes to establish himself here, how could he possibly disregard you? Such folly." Guo Guang slightly shook his head, softening his tone. "Remember, the Dragon Kingdom is vast, and there are countless wealthy and powerful individuals. Although I hold a certain status in Shanghai, I'm not someone to be so easily dismissed. This time, considering your assistance in arranging the meeting with Li Dong, I shall refrain from further admonishment. Should there be a next time, I advise you to tread carefully." Guo Guang had little patience for women who failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, regardless of their beauty. After leaving the vibrant era, Li Dong instructed his cousin to drive them home. Although Li Dong had initiated a private equity fund, he intended to deploy his other capital for investments as well, albeit separately. His decision to involve Guo Guang stemmed purely from the potential benefits of his influence in Shanghai for Li Dong's future endeavors. Otherwise, Li Dong would never have acquiesced. Chapter 70. Journey to South Korea. The next day, Li Dong arrived at the company and summoned Jin Yong, who had just returned from vacation. "Mr. Li, did you call me for something?" Jin Yong, filled with profound admiration for Li Dong, was unwaveringly loyal, bolstered by the generous bonuses Li Dong had awarded him. "I am preparing to launch the first phase of a private equity fund with a total amount of $1 billion. The Cosmic Bank will contribute $500 million. Wang Tsung from Wanda will contribute $100 million. Guo Guang from Fuxing will also contribute $100 million, and I intend to invest $300 million myself. Please coordinate with the Cosmic Bank to open an additional 200 investment accounts." "Mr. Li, should we still operate the previous 50 accounts?" Jin Yong inquired. "Of course, Li Dong affirmat. However, this means our current team may be insufficient for the investments. We will need to recruit more personnel," Jin Yong suggested. "That's not an issue. The company has ample funds at present. Hire 10 more individuals," Li Dong replied. "Mr. Li, our existing trading room cannot accommodate that many people," Jin Yong pointed out. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong recalled what he had seen upon arriving at work. "I noticed that the company next door has gone bankrupt. Contact the property management to rent that space as well. We can then merge the two, and it will easily accommodate 30 people." Understood. I will reach out to the property management and ensure the renovations are completed promptly, Jin Yong responded. Yes, make it happen before the end of the month. Li Dong instructa. Having thoroughly analyzed the situation, Li Dong anticipated a significant market surge at the beginning of next month, and if they seized that opportunity, considerable rewards awaited them. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. As time flew by, it was soon November 1st. The new trading room had been completed, and the investment department had successfully expanded to 20 members. The funds from the Cosmic Bank, Wang Tsong, and Guoguang were all in place, merely awaiting the right moment for Li Dong's new venture to set sail towards the stars and the vast ocean beyond. On that day, Wang Tsong arrived at Li Dong's company once more. Li Dong cast an exasperated glance at Wang Tsong, who was lounging with his legs crossed. I must say, you certainly do not treat this place as foreign territory, Li Dong remarked. Wang Tsong chuckled and replied, Old Li, why the formality? We are like brothers, albeit not by blood. Your company is essentially my company. One should feel at home in their own domain. Not wishing to engage with Wang Tsong's audacity, Li Dong pressed. Enough of this. What do you want? Hee. My team has made it to the finals of the LOL Championship, and I will be flying to Incheon, South Korea, tomorrow to cheer them on. I want to see if you are interested in joining me for a bit of fun. What is there to enjoy in South Korea? Aside from gaming, perhaps girl groups are somewhat appealing, Li Dong replied, declining the invitation outright. I do not have time. I need to keep an eye on the futures market. Oh, are you preparing to enter the market? Wang Tsong stood up hastily and approached Li Dong's desk, peering at the computer screen. Not yet. The market activation is still a few days away, Li Dong responded coolly. Then it's settled. We'll go tomorrow and return the day after. It won't take long, Wang Tsong reassured him. Seeing Li Dong still hesitating, Wang Tsong once again tempted him. I have some connections in South Korea. I can arrange for you to meet some girl group members. For instance, Lin Yin, Jing Ziyan, Pei Xiuji, Zhang Xiuqing, and so forth. Upon hearing this, Li Dong's interest was piqued significantly. Are you sure you can get them? Wang Tsong felt somewhat insulted by Li Dong's skepticism and retorted with frustration. Come on, brother. Are you looking down on me, Wang Tsong? After all, I am the son of the former richest man in Asia. If I can't even manage this, what am I even doing here? He added dramatically, if I can't arrange for those girl group members, I'll just crash into a tofu stand. Seeing Wang Tsong's fervent promise, Li Dong reluctantly agreed. Just so you know, I'm only going to South Korea to watch the LOL finals, not for the girl groups. I got it. I'm booking the tickets now. Wang Tsong thought to himself, I can't believe you. You can't even name a few LOL heroes, and yet you want to watch the finals. In the afternoon, Li Dong, accompanied by his cousin Lu Mingxiao and Wang Tsong, boarded a flight directly to Incheon, South Korea. Upon landing, Li Dong looked around at Incheon, which resembled a fourth-tier city back home, and thought, wait, ISNT Incheon supposed to be South Korea's third-largest city. This doesn't look quite right. Brother, why bother with such details? Don't forget why we're here, Wang Tsong reassured him. As a nation renowned for its infrastructural prowess, the construction in Longhua, Dragon Country, is unparalleled globally. Just as they exited the airport, Li Dong noticed a few individuals approaching them, one of whom looked particularly familiar. A stout figure accompanied by a delicate beauty. It was PDD, the star streamer from Panda TV. As the person drew nearer, Li Dong finally recalled his name. Wang Xiao. You've arrived a bit late. Wang Tsong patted the man on the shoulder. Lu Mao, this is my good friend Li Dong. Old Li, this is Lu Mao, a pillar of our Panda TV, Wang Tsong introduced. Hello, Li Xiao. I'm a streamer PDD. Just call me Lu Mao, PDD said warmly. Recognizing that Li Dong was on par with Wang Tsong, he adopted a courteous demeanor. Hello, Lu Mao. I've watched your streams. They are quite entertaining. Really? I'm truly honored. I appreciate Li Xiao's recognition. Whenever you have time, feel free to visit my stream, PDD said, showering Li Dong with compliments, regardless of their truthfulness, as it was merely a matter of flattery. All right, I'll check it out when I can, Li Dong replied. His statement was genuine. Although he didn't fully understand LOL, he had developed an interest in streaming, particularly because PDD's streams were quite engaging, and he had watched them several times. After some pleasantries, the group departed the airport. After resting at the hotel for a while, they decided to grab a bite at a nearby barbecue restaurant. Following their meal, Wang Tsung suggested they visit a nearby nightclub. With nothing else on their agenda, Li Dong was curious to see how South Korean nightclubs differed from those back home. Upon entering the nightclub, Li Dong observed that South Korean nightclubs bore a striking resemblance to those in his homeland. However, the dance floors in South Korea were more vibrant and exuberant. Many women donned attire that was not only more revealing, but also more provocative than that typically seen domestically. The South Korean populace is indeed a fascinating one. Numerous office workers frequent nightclubs to dance the night away before heading to the gym until the early hours of 3 or 4 a.m. Only then do they allow themselves the luxury of rest. Statistics reveal that the majority of South Koreans enjoy a mere 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day. This scant amount of slumber has led to a prevalence of frailty among the South Korean people, particularly among men who often find themselves in poor health. Yet, these men possess an undeniable penchant for revelry, making Viagra an exceedingly popular choice among them. It is rumored that the concentration of Viagra in the Han River is alarmingly high. Chapter 71. The girl group they settled into a booth near the dance floor. And Li Dong felt somewhat overwhelmed by the exuberance of the South Koreans, his brow furrowed in discomfort. After ordering drinks from the waiter, Wang Tsung joined Li Dong at the table. Noticing Li Dong's frown, he inquired, "Old Li, what's wrong? Are you feeling out of place?" "Somewhat." Li Dong nodded in response. "Hey, this is relatively tame. If you ever get the chance to visit a nightclub in New York, then you'll truly understand what a nightlife experience entails. It's absolutely wild, I tell you." "Well, that's America for you. Nothing strange about that." Before long, the waiter arrived, accompanied by several stunning women dressed in revealing attire, their figures accentuated alluringly. Li Dong observed the South Korean women and noted the significant difference in their makeup compared to that of their counterparts back home. Their skin appeared excessively shiny under the bright lights. Accustomed to the beauties of the Dragon Kingdom, he found the sight somewhat overwhelming. In contrast, Wang Tsung seemed thoroughly captivated. Li Dong turned to Wang Tsung and said, "Old Wang, didn't you claim you could summon girl group members? Why are these strangers instead?" "Indeed, they are members of a girl group," Wang Tsung replied earnestly. "However, they have just debuted, so it's only natural you wouldn't recognize them." "Come on, can you not have some dignity? You did not mention this when you convinced me to come," Li Dong retorted. Wang Tsung threw an arm around Li Dong's shoulders, explaining, "Ah, you simply don't understand. Those established girl group members have been exploited countless times. These newcomers, who haven't been as extensively developed, are the real deal. Don't be fooled by their debut status. They're just as talented as the renowned ones. I went to great lengths to arrange this for you, so just enjoy yourself." With that, Wang Tsung beckoned to the most attractive of the girls and instructed the translator, "Tell her to keep my brother company. She will not regret it. Understood?" The translator promptly conveyed Wang Tsung's message to the girl. Initially hesitant, she eventually approached Li Dong and sat beside him under the translator's stern gaze. "Hello, I am Zhao Meiyin from the DL group," she introduced, compelled by the situation. Though Li Dong had never heard of this DL group, he could not ignore her overture. "Hello, I'm Li Dong. Your Mandarin is quite impressive." "Thank you. I only know a little," she replied. As the lights swept across Li Dong's face, Zhao Meiyin caught a clear glimpse of his features, and her heart leapt with joy. She had not anticipated that the man she was to accompany would be so handsome. His appearance rivaled that of many male idols, and his presence exuded a charm that surpassed theirs. She had heard tales of numerous seniors sent to older men, enduring unthinkable hardships. However, her luck was exceptional. Not only was her charge strikingly attractive, but his demeanor was also remarkably gentle. At that moment, Li Dong assessed Zhao Meiyin as well. She possessed a sweet, beautiful visage adorned with subtle makeup, a hint of blush on her cheeks, and a small, well-defined nose. Clad in a pink strapless pleated mini dress and adorned with black high heels, she emanated an enchanting blend of purity and allure, evoking a sense of innocent desire. Noticing her timid demeanor, Li Dong inquired, "It appears you did not come here of your own volition." "I did not. I came willingly," Zhao Meiyin attempted to respond, but was swiftly silenced by a stern glare from the translator, who also served as their manager. She shrank back, hastily altering her statement. Observing this, Li Dong turned his gaze to the translator, who immediately shifted his demeanor, bowing and smiling obsequiously at Li Dong. In that instant, Li Dong grasped the situation. He had previously heard tales of the chaotic nature of the South Korean entertainment industry, where one must comply with the whims of their agency. He had thought it mere hearsay, yet here he was experiencing it firsthand. In contrast, the domestic entertainment industry treated its stars with far greater benevolence. Li Dong gently wrapped his arm around Zhao Meiyan's slender waist and whispered, "Do not move. Your manager is watching. You certainly do not wish to incur his wrath again." Having invested in Wang Tsung's endeavors, it was unthinkable to let her go without reaping some benefit. Realizing her reluctance, he devised a way to encourage her consent. Indeed, upon hearing Li Dong mention her manager, Zhao Meiyan shuddered slightly. Gradually, she lifted her gaze and implored, "Mr. Li, I hope you will show mercy." Li Dong comforted the trembling Zhao Meiyan, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. "Do not worry." The following morning, Li Dong awoke from slumber to find the bed beside him empty, save for a few strands of hair scattered across the sheets. He sipped some water and lit a cigarette. The girl group member proved to be quite remarkable, her knowledge extensive. He had heard that South Korean agencies often required their performers to study educational materials for a more authentic performance. It seemed this was indeed true. In the hotel restaurant, Li Dong and Wang Tsung enjoyed their meal while engaging in conversation. "Old Li, how was your night? The girl group member's charms were to your liking, I trust?" Wang Tsung's expression was one of knowing amusement. Li Dong replied nonchalantly, "It was all right." "Ha, after the deed, you suddenly seem so composed." "Keep pretending," Wang Tsung scoffed. Li Dong, feeling exasperated, retorted, "The girl was indeed lovely, but you spoke of Lin Yuner and her companions. The disparity is quite pronounced, making it hard to feel entirely satisfied. Buddy, it's not that I am unwilling to part with my money. The likes of them, in their prime, are beyond my reach. I did make inquiries. They said dining together is acceptable, but nothing more. If you truly desire it, you would need connections with a local chaebol," Wang Tsung elucidated. Li Dong, incensed, exclaimed, "If you hadn't tempted me with them, I wouldn't have brought it up. Your ineptitude is not my fault." Acknowledging his fault, Wang Tsung refrained from further argument. All right. It's all my fault. I shall make amends. When we return to the homeland, let me treat you to a grand feast as compensation." "That sounds more like it." With the promise of a sumptuous meal, Li Dong's irritation dissipated considerably. Just as they finished their meal and prepared to depart, a middle-aged man in a suit approached their table. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Dong from the Dragon Kingdom?" A middle-aged man approached Li Dong, bowing deeply before inquiring. Li Dong furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "Sir, I believe we are not acquainted." The gentleman replied with a smile. "How could one as renowned as yourself, the illustrious financial prophet, possibly know someone as humble as I?" Li Dong retorted, "I'm not the financial prophet you speak of. Please, state your business directly." The gentleman continued, "My master, Zheng Yishuan, the president of the Linear Dynamics Group, cordially invites you to partake in afternoon tea." Noticing Li Dong's furrowed brow, Wang Tsung interjected, "Old Li, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The other party seems amicable, and they likely mean us no harm. We should consider their invitation." Heeding Wang Tsung's advice, Li Dong replied, "May I bring my friend along?" "Of course, given Mr. Wang's esteemed status, our president will be delighted to have you both join." "Lead the way," Li Dong said nonchalantly. "This way, please." Chapter 72. The invitation for modern collaboration. Li Dong and Wang Tsung followed the middle-aged man out of the hotel. After walking for a minute, they arrived at a Korean-style building. "Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, please, my master is inside," the man said. Li Dong nodded slightly and entered with Wang Kong. Once inside, after another minute of walking and passing through a wooden door, Li Dong encountered a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, with graying hair at the temples and wearing black-framed glasses. He was of average build and appearance. At that moment, the middle-aged man appeared to notice Li Dong and Wang Kong. He stood up and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Li. I apologize for the abruptness of this invitation. I hope you can forgive me. I am Zheng Yishuan, the president of the Modern Group." Seeing the man's courtesy, Li Dong also extended his hand for a handshake. "Hello, President Zheng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Mr. Wang, you too," Zheng Yishuan said, inviting them to sit down. Once they were seated, Zheng Yishuan personally poured tea for both Li Dong and Wang Kong. Mr. Wang. This is the finest Longjing tea imported from your country. Please give it a try. Li Dong took a gentle sip, and the delightful aroma enveloped him. As he swallowed, a refreshing sensation invigorated his mind. Excelente, he exclaimed. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Li. I have been fond of the culture of the Dragon Kingdom since childhood, particularly the art of tea. I have invested a great deal of effort to procure this tea. President Zheng, I appreciate your admiration for our culture. However, I believe it is time you share the purpose of your invitation. Instead of answering Li Dong's question, Zheng Yishuan shifted the conversation to Li Dong's recent encounters on Wall Street. I seldom admire anyone, not even my father. Yet, I hold you in high regard, Mr. Li. Do you know why? Why? Li Dong was puzzled by the man's cryptic words and could only ask. Because you are one of the very few individuals who can make America suffer losses. While you may view your recent investment as merely a fleeting experience in your life, to me, you are akin to a superhero. President Zheng, you flatter me, Li Dong replied, furrowing his brow. You are too humble, Mr. Li. You must be aware of the historical context of our South Korea. I studied it in my middle school history textbook. Alas, since ancient times, Korea has been a small nation, continually surviving in the crevices of great powers. A war divided us, rendering us even weaker. Although we established our nation with the support of America, our fate lies firmly in their hands. We must comply with their demands without daring to resist. The 1997 Asian financial crisis was, in fact, a result of America's own troubles, yet they shifted the blame entirely onto Asia. The Dragon Kingdom, being a major power, had the capacity to refuse to accept their issues. As a diminutive nation, we, South Korea, have reluctantly accepted their demands. In an effort to resolve their issues, we have presented the fruits of several decades of economic development following our meteoric rise. Consequently, South Korea has found not only its military lifeblood under the control of America, but also its economy. Companies such as Samsung, SK, Hyundai, and LG, virtually all notable enterprises in South Korea, have approximately 90% of their shares held by American interests. As the leader of the anti-American movement, our Hyundai Group was dismembered by America in collaboration with other domestic conglomerates, resulting in the formation of several smaller companies. Henceforth, we lost the capacity to resist American influence. At this juncture, Zheng Yishuan's expression darkened. He appeared to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards America. After taking a deep breath, his demeanor softened somewhat, and he apologized to Li Dong, saying, Mr. Li, I beg your pardon for my outburst. It seems not all South Koreans are inclined to heed America's commands. Li Dong gently shook his head, responding, Mr. Zheng, I comprehend your patriotic sentiments. Just as I felt indignation while studying historical accounts of the Opium Wars and the suffering inflicted upon the Dragon Nation during the War of Resistance against Japan. Upon hearing this, Li Dong began to discern the true purpose of Zheng Yishuan's invitation. I may have spoken too much. I hope Mr. Li understands, Zheng continued. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Continue to enjoy your tea. Zheng Yishuan lifted his teacup, savoring the tea slowly. Li Dong took a small sip, then set down his cup and addressed Zheng Yishuan. If I am not mistaken, your invitation aims to discuss a potential collaboration against America. Indeed, you are aptly named the financial prophet of Wall Street. Nothing escapes your keen insight, Zheng replied, straightening his posture. He continued in a serious tone, Mr. Li. America is not only an adversary of the Dragon Nation, but also a foe of our Republic of Korea and a nemesis of the Hyundai Group. It is said that while an enemy's enemy may not necessarily be a friend, they are assuredly not an enemy. Our Hyundai Group wishes to collaborate with you, Mr. Li, to oppose America's hegemony. You flatter me, Mr. Zheng. I am merely a humble financial investor and may not possess the capability to join forces with the Hyundai Group against America. Li Dong gently declined Zheng Yishuan's proposal. Mr. Li, please do not be hasty in your refusal. I understand that your current endeavors are solely within the financial sector, but a company that relies solely on finance is akin to a rootless plant, vulnerable to being swept away by the slightest current. Upon hearing this, Li Dong's expression turned serious. He replied, I understand your point, Mr. Zheng, but I believe the timing for our collaboration is not yet ripe. Oh, when does Mr. Li deem the timing to be appropriate? Li Dong paused momentarily before responding. When I feel sufficiently strong. Ah, I grasp your meaning, Mr. Li. I shall await the opportune moment. Zheng Yixuan understood that the disparity between them was substantial. Should they collaborate now, Li Dong would find himself at a disadvantage. In time, as Li Dong continued to develop, the prospect of collaboration with Hyundai would become viable. Zheng Yixuan firmly believes in Li Dong's capabilities, and that day is not far off. President Zheng, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, as we have other engagements this evening. Please feel free, Mr. Li. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. President Zheng, when you next visit Longhua, I shall reciprocate and host you in kind. Very well. Safe travels, Mr. Li. With that, Li Dong rose to depart. But Zheng Yixuan suddenly had a thought and halted him. Mr. Li, as it is your first visit to South Korea, it is customary for me, as your host, to present a gift as a token of welcome. I have already prepared something that I believe you will appreciate. Li Dong turned back to Zheng Yixuan, noticing the old man sporting a mysterious smile. Puzzled by this gesture, Li Dong could only respond, "Well then, I am most grateful for your thoughtful gesture, President Zheng." Chapter 73. The gift from Zheng Yixuan was truly surprising. Leaving the Korean-style building, Li Dong and Wang Tsong strolled towards the hotel. Old Li, what do you think that old fellow will gift you? Wan Gong In Guit? Li Dong rolled his eyes. If you ask me, who should I ask? Do you think he might present you with an antique from South Korea? Wan Gong Spe Gut? Come on, South Korean antiques aren't worth much. Besides, most of what they call antiques were actually bestowed upon them by us. There's nothing remarkable about that, Li Dong retorted. Well, I cannot guess then. However, that old man mentioned you would surely like it. Surely he wouldn't gift you a beautiful woman, would he? Wan Gong Zestet, Suden Li, Li Zong Hatet, Doning Do Wan Gong. Old Wang, I never expected you to be so astute at critical moments despite your usual silliness. Huh? What do you mean? Wang Tsong looked at Li Dong in confusion. Look over there, Li Dong pointed to a middle-aged man not far away, the same individual who had invited them to meet Zheng Yixuan. At that moment, standing beside him was a strikingly graceful young woman. Although her large sunglasses obscured much of her face, it was evident she was a stunning beauty. She wore a black and white V-neck fitted long-sleeve knit top paired with a knee-length black pleated skirt, complemented by pure white flats. Her attire exuded a blend of youthful vivacity and a hint of alluring charm, epitomizing the pinnacle of innocent beauty. Following Li Dong's gaze, Wang Tsong exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, old Zheng really did send a person over for you. But why does she look familiar?" Just as Wang Tsong pondered over the identity of the woman, the middle-aged man approached with her. "Hello, Mr. Li. This is Lin Lianer from the Era Girl Group. During your remaining time in South Korea, she will accompany you," he announced. "Hello, Mr. Li Dong. I am Lin Lianer from the Era Girl Group. I shall serve as your guide in South Korea, and I look forward to your guidance," Lin Lianer said, removing her sunglasses to reveal a radiant smile. "Hello, Miss Lin Lianer," Li Dong replied, astonished, realizing that Zheng Yixuan truly understood him well. In an instant, his impression of Zheng Yixuan shifted from negative to neutral. "Mr. Li, I wish you a pleasant and enjoyable journey in South Korea. I shall take my leave now," the middle-aged man bowed. Li Dong nodded slightly, then turned to the man. "Please convey my thanks to President Zheng, and tell him I greatly appreciate his gift." Once the middle-aged man departed, Li Dong said to Lin Lianer, "Miss Lin, it seems we have drawn some attention. Let us go inside to discuss further." Upon hearing this, Lin Lianer glanced around and noticed several onlookers, some of whom bore expressions she recognized from her fans. "All right, Mr. Li Dong," she replied. It was only when Li Dong and Lin Lianer entered the hotel that Wang Tsong finally processed what had occurred. He internally mused, "Wow, Zheng Yixuan really spared no expense in bringing Lin Lianer here." As the unequivocal center of the Era's girl group, Lin Lianer enjoys the highest popularity. Having debuted over a decade ago, she has consistently remained a star and is the most vital asset in SMP Company's treasure trove. Although SMP is not on par with the leading conglomerates, it possesses considerable strength. For SMP to relinquish her, the leading group must certainly offer something of value. Despite Wang Tsong carrying the title of the former richest man in Asia, In the eyes of SMP, he is merely someone they cannot afford to offend, rather than a figure they would fawn over. Should Wang Tsong desire Lin Ranner, SMP would neither aid nor obstruct him. It is solely up to him to pursue her, or else his chances are bleak. Wang Tsong has now grasped the significance of Li Dong and has resolved to diligently maintain their relationship. Meanwhile, he contemplates how to fortify his bond with Li Dong. In a private room of the Hotel CF, Lin Ranner bows her head in apology to Mr. Li Dong, saying, "I'm terribly sorry for the trouble I may have caused you." The prevalence of obsessive fans in South Korea often results in them stalking celebrities and documenting their activities and lives. Lin Ranner has clearly sensed that someone had just captured a photograph of her with Li Dong. Although she is unaware of Li Dong's precise identity, she understands that anyone capable of attracting the attention of the leading conglomerate must be a person of significant stature. Hence, she felt compelled to apologize. "Oh, this is not your fault. It is simply that Miss Lin Ranner's popularity is so immense that she encounters fans wherever she goes," Li Dong responds, gently assisting her to her feet. After all, the person before him was one of his youthful crushes, and the sudden intimacy inevitably stirred excitement within him. The touch of their skin brought forth a palpable sensation, momentarily entrancing Li Dong. Since his rebirth, he has interacted with numerous women, yet they were all ordinary. The appearance of his childhood fantasy in reality left him momentarily flustered. After silently chastising himself for his lack of composure, he quickly regained his demeanor. "I appreciate your understanding, Mr. Li Dong," Lin Ranner expresses gratefully. Initially, when she received the company's directive, she felt a desire to resist. However, upon learning it was a request from the president of the leading conglomerate, her defiance vanished. Indeed, after years of working in the industry, she has earned a measure of wealth. Yet, when confronting the colossal presence of the leading conglomerate, she felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly powerless to resist. Just as she braced herself for a humiliation, akin to what some of her predecessors had endured from older men, she was informed that her companion would not be as she had imagined. Upon seeing Li Dong's youthful and handsome visage, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It seemed that fortune favored her. The man she was to accompany was not only youthful and attractive, but possessed a noble aura that surpassed the members of her company's boy band. If I can seize this opportunity with the man before me, I might very well attain my freedom. This thought led Lin Ranner to cooperate rather than resist, as Li Dong supported her. He noticed a distinct difference between her and Zhao Meiyan. While Zhao Meiyan had shown initial reluctance, Lin Ranner was entirely accommodating. Even when Li Dong occasionally shared jokes that fell flat, she laughed naturally and effortlessly. It must be said that Lin Ranner's acting skills, when showcased on screen, would likely silence any detractors. Li Dong was quite pleased with this. He relished the mutual understanding that fostered more harmonious and comfortable interactions. Lin Ranner possessed commendable proficiency in Chinese, ensuring that their conversations flowed effortlessly. Before long, their feelings for each other began to intensify rapidly, and Li Dong took to holding Lin Ranner's delicate hand, attempting to read her fortune. "Odi, your career line seems rather modest," Li Dong jested, casting a playful glance at Lin Ranner's dining area. "What should we do about that, Appa?" Despite knowing that Li Dong was younger, Lin Ranner adeptly called him by the endearing term. Li Dong pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "I possess a unique ancestral technique that can remedy this, though it will require considerable effort. I wonder if you would be willing, Ranner." "Appa, as long as you can enhance my career line, I would be willing to do anything you ask. This is not the appropriate setting. Let us retreat to my room to proceed," Li Dong said with utmost seriousness. "Appa, I shall heed your wishes." Chapter 74. Fortune-telling him? How peculiar. Where are old Li and the others? Did not the waiter mention they were here? Why can't I seem to find them? Wang Tsong stood in the CAF, scanning the surroundings. He glanced at his wristwatch, which indicated that it was 2 p.m., leaving 2 hours until the commencement of the LOL World Championships. Growing somewhat anxious, Wang Tsong took out his mobile phone and began dialing Li Dong's number. Meanwhile, Li Dong had just entered his room with Lin Tian'er to assist her with a minor issue concerning her career line. No sooner had they stepped inside than Li Dong's phone began to ring. Upon checking, he saw it was Wang Tsong calling. Initially reluctant to answer, he decided it would be prudent to do so. Hello, what's the matter? Oh, I'm just going to rest in my room for a bit. Got it. I'll be there on time. Please have 2 people stay with my cousin. Once I'm rested, they can guide me to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian'er inquired, Appa, do you have other things to attend to later? No, it's just that Wang Tsong invited me to watch the LOL World Championships. The LOL World Championships? ISNT that taking place right here in Incheon. Do you enjoy this game? Lin Tian'er slightly shook her head. Not particularly. My teammates once dragged me into playing a few times, but I was dreadful at it and found it uninteresting, so I never played again. Well, it seems we are quite similar in that regard. Is that so? Then I suppose Appa and I share a special bond. Lin Tian'er replied with a cheerful smile. By the way, didn't you say you would help me with my career line issue? When shall we begin? Li Dong nodded slightly and led Lin Tian'er to sit beside the bed, saying, Tian'er, once I commence this technique, I cannot pause. Regardless of what I ask you to do during the process, you must cooperate. Otherwise, it could lead to my failure and nullify all my efforts. Rest assured, Appa, I will cooperate fully. Lin Tian'er assured with a serious demeanor. Seeing her determination, Li Dong placed his hand on her shoulder. Tian'er, do you feel anything yet? Just a little, she murmured, her head slightly bowed. Excellent. I shall begin to channel my energy now. It may become a bit warm, so I hope you can endure it. Li Dong cautioned with a grave expression. All right, Appa, Lin Tian'er softly responded. Afterwards, a cigarette is worth 1,000 pleasures. Li Dong lit a cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Appa, you look so stylish when you smoke. Lin Tian'er nestled against Li Dong, gazing adoringly at him. Thank you. You are quite beautiful as well, Li Dong complimented. Appa, does this mean I am your woman from today onwards? Lin Tian'er looked at him with hopeful eyes. Li Dong paused for a moment, contemplating that it was merely a verbal promise, and thus he acquiesced. Of course. Thank you, Appa. I love you so much. Lin Tian'er managed to sit up and planted a kiss on Li Dong's cheek. Filled with joy at Li Dong's promise, Lin Tian'er beamed with happiness. Understanding the dark underbelly of the South Korean entertainment industry is a challenge for those not immersed in it. Foreigners may possess a degree of caution, but for locals, regardless of gender, once one garners the attention of influential figures, the only path forward is one of compliance. Although Lin Tian'er's family possesses modest capital, it pales in comparison to the wealth of the industry's heavyweights. In the early days of the Korean wave, the gaze of these powerful individuals was fixed upon Korean actors. However, in recent years, the spotlight has shifted towards the once lowly idol groups, which have now taken the world by storm. Lin Tian'er is acutely aware that, given her fame and beauty, she will inevitably attract their covetous eyes. Li Dong, a figure that even the president of the Hyundai Group, Zhang Yishuan, seeks to align with, could offer her the protection she desires, allowing her to evade the entanglements of insidious forces and become a true free spirit. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, Lin Tian'er harbors these sentiments as he revels in the fulfillment of his youthful dreams. Haha, I love you too, Li Dong casually replied. On that windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but alas, the rain poured down so heavily that I could no longer see you. As he glanced at his phone, he noticed yet another call from Wang Kong Old Wang. What is it? He answered. All right, I'm on my way. After ending the call, he began to rise and dress. Observing this, Lin Tian'er inquired, Appa, where are you going? Oh, Wang Song is urging me to watch the LOL finals. Appa, can I come with you? Lin Tian'er gazed at him earnestly. Didn't you say you didn't like LOL? Li Dong responded while putting on his clothes. Indeed, but I would rather be with you. Appa, Lin Tian'er replied, her eyes sparkling like a fawn's, a cheerful smile gracing her face. Li Dong tenderly brushed his fingers over her eyes and softly said, If you wish to go, then rise quickly. Thank you, Appa. Appa, Sarangi. All right, hurry and get dressed, or we'll be delayed, he said, turning away with a suppressed smile as he made his way outside. Lin Tian'er hastily gathered her clothes and swiftly dressed, chasing after him. Upon exiting the hotel, Li Dong called for his cousin and 2 bodyguards, and they boarded the prearranged vehicle to the venue of the LOL finals. Throughout the journey, Lin Tian'er nestled her head against Li Dong's shoulder, relishing the closeness. She understood that Li Dong's time in South Korea was limited, and thus she sought to cultivate their relationship quickly to ensure her safety. Before long, they arrived at the venue for the LOL finals. Lidong Asista, who donned oversized sunglasses, out of the car as they entered the arena, followed closely by his cousin and the two bodyguards. As they stepped inside, Li Zong's pot wan gong haputing bodiki. Wang Tsong glanced at Lin Nier, who was entwined with Li Dong, then quickly diverted his gaze and said, "Old Li, hurry up. The match is about to start. There's no need to rush. An LOL match lasts several hours. We have plenty of time," Li Dong replied nonchalantly. "Alas, this is the most promising opportunity for my team to clinch the championship. We must not be late. Let us hasten our steps." Wang Tsong appeared quite anxious. Li Dong shrugged, taking Lin Ranner by the hand, and followed Wang Tsong into the competition venue. Chapter 75, Bringing Glory to the Nation. Wang Tsong, as the owner of the IG team, occupies a distinguished position. Li Dong followed him and took a seat behind the coaching staff of IG. At this moment, the match had officially commenced, with both teams' coaches beginning the band pick phase to select their champions. Li Dong had watched several League of Legends matches before, but this was his first time experiencing the live atmosphere, particularly so close to the stage. Once both teams had finalized their champions, the fans in attendance erupted in cheers, fervently supporting their respective teams. The enthusiasm was akin to that of fans at a major concert for a popular celebrity. Indeed, the audience here is remarkably passionate. The esports industry in South Korea is flourishing, with a vast number of individuals who enjoy gaming. Although many have shifted their focus to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds due to its surge in popularity this year, League of Legends remains one of the most favored games in South Korea. Time flew by, and IG successfully secured the first game, leading 1 o'clock against FNC. "Yes, we won the first match. Wan Gong et Glim et Siten Li." After the cheers subsided, he turned to Li Dong and said, "Old Li, our IG team is doing well, isn't it?" "Yes, quite impressive," Li Dong replied. "Hee. If we can secure just 2 more games, we'll be crowned champions. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. By the way, is the prize money for the championship substantial?" Although the prize money itself isn't particularly high, the accompanying commercial value is immense. If IG clinches the title, it could bring in over 100 million in commercial value. Only over 100 million? Li Dong was somewhat taken aback. He had expected the championship to yield several hundred million in revenue, so he found the figure surprisingly modest. "Boss, not everyone is a financial mogul like you. 100 million is already considerable," Wang Tsong responded, somewhat disheartened. Since meeting Li Dong, he often felt overshadowed by him. In terms of wealth, looks, and even in courting women, he felt he fell short in every aspect. Li Dong merely pursed his lips, not wishing to further dampen Wang Tsong's spirits. At this moment, the global audience watching the finals via live stream had surpassed 60 million, with a peak concurrent viewership of 38 million and an average minute viewership of 18 million. Suddenly, the live broadcast switched to a shot of the IG coaching staff. "Dear viewers, IG has successfully won the first match. We can see that Principal Wang is in high spirits, vigorously cheering for IG with a raised fist. With Principal Wang's support, we believe IG will continue to strive for victory and ultimately seize the championship title." "Hey, why does that man next to Principal Wang look so familiar? Oh my, he looks just as handsome as I am." Those above have no shame, placing me, the esteemed Wu Yanju of Liangwang, in comparison. "Don't leave, esteemed Wu Yanju of Liangwang. I, Jiao Zhuan of Lu Province, refuse to back down." Why is everyone focused on the man? Have you not noticed that the beauty beside him bears a striking resemblance to Lin Ranner? Oh my, it really is her. I'm Hone, and I'm certain this is Lin Ranner. But why is she holding on to that man's arm? Such rage. JPG. Foolish fans. Your Lin Ranner is in a relationship. The popularity of the era's girl group in Longwa, particularly among the youth, is quite significant. As the face of the group, Lin Ranner enjoys immense popularity in Longwa, being the dream goddess of many young admirers. Now that the goddess has appeared in the live stream, an increasing number of fans flock to the channel. The director also noticed Lin Ranner's presence. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly shifted the camera away. "Where's Lin Ranner? My Lin Ranner. Lin Ranner, my love, I adore you. You incompetent director. Why are you switching the camera? I want to see Lin Ranner." The barrage of comments from Lin Ranner's fans displeased the gaming enthusiasts, prompting them to retaliate with their own comments. Faced with this overwhelming numerical superiority, it took mere moments for the screen to be devoid of any comments supporting Ranner. Some mischievous fans began to search for information on Li Dong, who was seated next to Lin Ranner. As these fans delved into Li Dong's background, the second round of the competition commenced. IG, being the frontrunner in this championship, granted FNC no opportunities and smoothly secured victory in the second round, bringing the score to 2 o'clock. IG was now at match point, and with just one more victory, they would claim the championship title. During this round of gameplay, Lin Ranner's fans finally uncovered Li Dong's information. Upon discovering that Li Dong was a financial mogul, they surprisingly refrained from expressing opposition to his relationship with Lin Ranner and instead began to offer their blessings. Perhaps they understood the chaotic nature of the Korean entertainment industry. Lin Ranner, without you, how could I possibly live? You must be happy. Mr. Lee, please take good care of our Lin Ranner. She truly deserves it. Wishing you both a harmonious union and a prosperous family. The rumors regarding Li Dong and Lin Ranner smoothly transitioned from the live stream to the trending topics on Weibo, reaching the top of the charts. Some enthusiastic fans eagerly commented and shared their thoughts. Finally, our Longhua men have scored a win. Dongzi, we support you. Bring Lin Ranner back to Longhua. In contrast to the congratulatory remarks and curiosity from Longhua netizens, South Korean netizens were far from composed. The audacity of a Longhua man to win over their goddess was utterly outrageous, leading to a flood of insulting comments. Many even rushed to the SMP official website to voice their disapproval of Ranner and Li Dong's relationship. Historically, SMP artists faced severe repercussions for engaging in romantic relationships without permission. However, when confronted with Li Dong, SMP, previously warned by the modern group, chose to bury its head in the sand, merely stating, "Dating is the artist's freedom. We respect her choices." The perfunctory response from SMP infuriated numerous South Korean netizens, prompting them to invade Longhua's online space with insults and attacks on Li Dong. Upon witnessing the situation, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom could not allow the minor provocations of the South Koreans to go unchecked. Consequently, a multitude of online users began to retaliate, causing their South Korean counterparts to retreat in disarray from the Dragon Kingdom cyberspace. Li Dong, however, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events until PDD informed Wang Tsong, who subsequently relayed the information to Li Dong. Upon hearing this, Li Dong scoffed, dismissing the matter as merely the antics of a troupe of clowns, incapable of causing any real disturbance. Regarding the insults hurled by the South Korean users, Li Dong felt powerless, as he lacked the means to confront them on their own turf. Although he could leverage the resources of the modern group to address the situation, he deemed it unnecessary to owe any favors for such trivial matters. "Appa, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not disguising myself properly," lamented Lin Tanner, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's all right. Let them call out as they please. I have nothing to lose," Li Dong reassured her, gently wiping away her tears. Despite his comforting words, a simmering anger brewed within him. He had already resolved to investigate the South Korean stock market upon his return, seeking an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Watching Li Dong and Lin Tanner in their tender exchange, his cousin Lu Mingxiao sighed, pondering the number of future cousins-in-law he might acquire. Chapter 76. Efforts will yield rewards. Chase, chase, chase. Up we go. Only two remain on the opposite side, and IG has lost just one member. Their SA chance for a final strike. They've taken him down. The last opponent has fallen, and FNC has 10 seconds left for a rapid revival. It's over. We are the champions of champions. Amidst the host's exuberant shouts, FNC's base erupted in a spectacular explosion. IG triumphed over FNC with a score of 3 o'clock, clinching the ultimate victory. LPL has finally celebrated its first ever championship in a grand finals. Congratulations to IG. We are the champions. Wang Tsong stood up in exhilaration, letting out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. After investing 7 years in IG, and through considerable financial expenditure and a lengthy wait, he finally witnessed IG's first global championship. At this moment, Wang Tsong was overwhelmed with joy. Alongside the substitutes and coaching staff, he dashed towards the stage. On the stage, the entire IG team embraced one another, reveling in their jubilant celebration. Above them, golden rain gently cascaded down, showering the stage and each player of the IG team. At this moment, their long-cherished dreams had finally come to fruition. Once the celebration subsided, Wang Tsong descended from the stage and approached Li Dong. "Old Li, my team has secured the world championship." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, congratulations to you," Li Dong replied. His sentiments about IG's victory were akin to that of a bystander. He offered his blessings, yet felt little emotional upheaval. Naturally, had it been his own invested team that emerged victorious, he would have been overjoyed, for a championship signifies increased sponsorships and potential profits. "Come on, Old Li, I've booked a nightclub. Let us celebrate properly." "No, I'm a bit tired. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll have a meal and return to the hotel to rest." After experiencing the nightlife in South Korea, Li Dong had lost interest. He preferred to spend his time with a beautiful companion by his side, as he would be returning to Dragon Country the following day, and he was uncertain when he would return again. Thus, he needed to cherish the moment. Upon hearing Li Dong's refusal, Wang Tsong felt a twinge of disappointment. But soon this feeling was eclipsed by the fervor of victory. "All right, take care and rest well. We shall celebrate." "Yes, go ahead." After temporarily bidding farewell to Wang Tsong, Li Dong departed the venue with Lin Yin'er, his cousin, and 2 bodyguards. Glancing at the time, which read 7 p.m., he inquired of Lin Yin'er where they could find a good restaurant. Lin Yin'er pondered briefly before responding, "Appa, there's a nice Japanese restaurant nearby. I visited it once before. Let us go there." Being a local of South Korea, Lin Yin'er was well aware that the culinary offerings were generally mediocre, and Chinese restaurants in South Korea lacked authenticity. Thus, she opted for a Japanese cuisine establishment. "All right, let us enjoy some Japanese food. While it may not be extraordinary, some of its dishes are quite decent." Upon entering the Japanese restaurant, a server guided Li Dong and Lin Yin'er to a moderately sized private room, while the cousin and 2 bodyguards settled into a nearby booth outside the room. As the menu was primarily in Japanese and Korean, Li Dong entrusted the task of ordering to Lin Yin'er. "Sushi, let us have a tempura roll accompanied by succulent shrimp. Then, for sashimi, 2 servings of salmon, please. Finally, 2 portions of grilled eel and 2 bowls of miso soup." "Appa, do you require a staple dish?" Li Dong inquired. "What staples do you have?" he asked. "We have ramen and fried rice." "Then I shall have the fried rice," Lin Tian'er declared as she closed the menu and continued to speak to the waiter. "Please bring us 2 servings of fried rice." Before long, the dishes arrived. Observing that Lin Tian'er had also ordered a portion of fried rice, Li Dong could not help but comment, "So what your fans say about you is indeed true." "What is true?" Lin Tian'er blinked innocently. "Her curiosity piqued. They say you're a big eater, a foodie," Li Dong chuckled. "Ho, MPO, Lin Tian'er poodle adobly, wrinkling her beautiful nose. I simply possess a physique that doesn't gain weight no matter how much I eat. If I don't indulge a bit, wouldn't that be a disservice to myself?" Upon hearing this, Li Dong paused, recalling the information he had encountered in his previous life regarding this matter. It stated that if a person does not gain weight regardless of their consumption, it is either due to engaging in high-calorie exercises post-meal, thereby burning off calories, or there is an underlying health issue causing poor absorption. Uncertain of which scenario applied to Lin Tian'er, he nonetheless advised, "Tian'er, do you regularly have health checkups?" "Of course. As idol singers, we frequently travel for engagements. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could impede our earnings, the company ensures we undergo regular medical examinations," she replied. "Appa, why do you ask?" "Oh, it's just that." Li Dong proceeded to share his insights with Lin Tian'er. "Thank you for your concern, Appa. I'm well aware of my own body. Although I may feel somewhat frail at the moment, everything is functioning normally. Once the new year is over, our activities will lessen, allowing me to rest and recuperate properly." "That's good to hear. Should you ever feel overwhelmed, you might consider reaching out to President Zheng of the Modern Group. He would be able to assist you. I will provide you with his number shortly." Li Dong, not being devoid of compassion, displayed tenderness towards his beloved. "Thank you, Appa. With your reassurance, I believe no one in South Korea shall trouble me further." It is the innate nature of women to yearn for strong men, regardless of their own status. This is woven into their very genes. Subsequently, Lin Tian'er became quite proactive, taking a bite herself before feeding Li Dong a morsel. The delight she offered him left Li Dong somewhat entranced. This warm dinner extended for nearly 2 hours before concluding. The following afternoon, Li Dong bid a reluctant farewell to Lin Tian'er and, accompanied by Wang Tsong and others, boarded a flight back to the bustling metropolis of Longhua. As Li Dong departed, Lin Tian'er, under the guidance of her manager, left Incheon Airport to return to Seoul. Inside the van, her manager addressed her, Tian'er. Yesterday I received several scripts, and, among them, this one stands out the most. Take a look. The investors have designated you as the lead female role. Lin Tian'er took the script and, upon glancing at it, exclaimed extreme escape, an investment of 13 billion Korean won. Being the leading lady in such a grand production was once a mere dream for Lin Tian'er, a thought she scarcely dared to entertain. To her astonishment, shortly after embarking on a relationship with Li Dong, she received an exceptional script. Furthermore, the company mentioned that after the new year, they would assist her in producing a personal album, and they're currently in the process of selecting songs. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian'er gazed through the car window towards the southwestern sky, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Chapter 77. Assistance from OPEC. The moment Li Dong stepped out of PD Airport, he stretched lazily, finally back home. Old Li, I won't accompany you any further. I need to return to the team base, Wang Tsong remarked. All right, you go ahead. I shall head directly home. Li Dong replied as he settled into the Cullinan driven by his cousin, steering towards the Binjiang Arc de Triomphe. Upon arriving at the office that day, Li Dong convened a brief meeting with Jin Yong and the personnel from the investment department. He informed them to prepare for another investment opportunity. Once they committed, they would be required to remain within the company for the next fortnight, with no one permitted to leave midway. The seasoned employees recognized this as a chance to earn bonuses. The new employees, having heard tales from their senior counterparts, unanimously chose to participate. Since their entry into the finance sector, their goal had been to generate wealth and achieve financial independence. With a lucrative opportunity at hand, none would dare to exit. The newly renovated trading room spanned over 200 square meters, equipped with 42 top-of-the-line computers, each configured to handle even the most demanding tasks without faltering. Even when running 3 instances of League of Legends simultaneously, understanding that tools must be sharpened for success, Li Dong not only upgraded the computer systems, but also enhanced the company's network infrastructure, ensuring that neither network nor equipment issues would impede trade executions. That afternoon, Li Dong led Jin Yong and 20 employees from the investment department into the trading room. Everyone, please check the computer equipment and network, if all is in order. Log into your accounts and verify fund availability. Should any issues arise, come to me directly. Understood, Mr. Li. With a wave of his hand, Li Dong signaled for everyone to commence their tasks, taking his seat to delve into market analysis. After experiencing a significant decline, crude oil prices had slowly climbed back to approximately 72 per barrel. As Li Dong gazed at the screen displaying the oil prices, a series of numbers materialized before him, indicating that crude oil prices would plummet once more, potentially dipping to around 46 per barrel, marking the lowest point since 2018. Although the profit margin was not as substantial as the last time, it still presented a rare opportunity. For this significant market movement, Li Dong prepared 1.3 billion. In addition to the 1 billion allocated to the private equity fund, his personal account held an additional 300 million. That evening, as crude oil prices peaked at 73.5 per barrel, Li Dong declared, "Everyone, pay attention. Immediately open short positions, allocate 75 of your capital, and employ 10x leverage." Understood. With that, the team busied themselves, the rhythmic clattering of keyboards filling the air. Moments later, Jin Yong announced, "All positions have been established." Li Dong nodded slightly. Good. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a Goldman Sachs office on Wall Street, a young assistant named Bob hurried into Charles's private office. "Dear Mr. Charles, we have detected a substantial influx of short positions in the crude oil market, originating from the Hong Kong market. Can we confirm that this funding belongs to that Li Dong?" Charles inquired. "I apologize, my dear Mr. Charles, But this matter is beyond our capability. The channels through which this capital enters the market are exceedingly discreet and secure, rendering it impossible for us to ascertain whether it belongs to Li Dong. That damned Li from the east, I shall find you eventually and put an end to you, Charles muttered angrily. Mr. Charles, our previous long positions remain, and they still deviate significantly from the cost price. Should we take any action? After a moment of contemplation, Charles replied, no need to concern ourselves. The market is currently bullish. Since some choose to act contrary to the trend, we shall give them a financial lesson, making it clear that following the trend is the golden rule of the financial markets. Yes, Mr. Charles. Once Assistant Bob departed, Charles ignited his Cuban cigar, relishing each puff. The crude oil market did not exhibit a downward trend despite the influx of numerous short positions. Instead, it remained stagnant around 73 per barrel, oscillating without any substantial movement. As time slipped away, the clock struck past midnight in the capital, yet crude oil prices continued to hover around 73 per barrel, showing no signs of change. Just when everyone presumed the market would conclude for the night, a piece of news arrived, prompting a shift in the situation. At 12:45 a.m., local time, the OPEC Oil Organization announced plans to increase production starting next year. Upon this announcement, crude oil prices abruptly diverged from their stagnant phase, slowly descending. However, once prices approached 68 per barrel, the market once again entered a sideways trend, even slightly rebounding to around 70 per barrel. Charles scrutinized the candlestick chart before him and remarked, "Humph." The news of OPEC's production cuts was entirely anticipated. That brief dip earlier has already absorbed this information. Henceforth, crude oil prices should begin to rise gradually. Funds from the East, regardless of your affiliation with that damned Li, you are destined to incur losses this time. Let it be your misfortune that compensates for the losses that cursed Li inflicted upon me. By 4:30 a.m., as trading drew to a close, crude oil prices remained largely unchanged, settling at 69.8 per barrel. The following day, as the oil market resumed, prices began to decline slowly, halting only near 65.8 before entering a sideways phase. Days later, the American Energy Department suddenly announced the discovery of a shale gas reserve in California, estimated to contain nearly 100 billion cubic feet. This revelation caused crude oil prices to swiftly abandon their stagnant trajectory, turning downward until they reached approximately 60 per barrel. At this juncture, many long positions in the market had been obliterated by the recent downturn, while those remaining who possessed sufficient capital and believed in a future rise of oil prices began to accumulate more shares. Those lacking funds resorted to praying that prices would not continue to plummet. Meanwhile, several investment institutions appeared to recognize that the crude oil rebound had definitively concluded. Some reluctantly liquidated their long positions and initiated short trades, while others steadfastly maintained their long positions, continuing to add to their holdings. A new day dawns, and the announcement regarding the inventory of American crude oil reveals a substantial increase of nearly 1/4 compared to the previous week. The renowned economist Sada has indicated that global economic growth is set to decelerate from this year into the first half of the next. This prolonged upward trend in the global economy is likely to culminate next year, leading him to adopt a pessimistic outlook for the economy ahead. As this series of news unfolds, its repercussions are felt across the financial markets. While gold in London begins to ascend, oil prices continue their relentless descent, perpetually setting new lows for November. The crude oil market is enveloped in a mournful atmosphere. Chapter 78. The Billionaire, Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles. We have liquidated all our long positions in crude oil. We currently hold 1/4 of our positions in short. The current loss stands at $210 million. As soon as Assistant Bob finished speaking, Charles erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! This wretched oil market has cost me $200 million. Curse you!" After venting his frustrations, Charles regained his composure and messaged Angela, instructing her to investigate whether the shorts in Hong Kong were indeed placed by the Eastern Li. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Bob promptly exited to contact Angela, who was far away in Hong Kong, while Charles was in a rage. The investment department of J.P. Morgan Chase on Wall Street was engulfed in celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a momentous occasion. Under the leadership of Lord Rogers, our esteemed investment department has profited a staggering $2 billion from the oil market. Let us rejoice and celebrate the greatness of Morgan. As the words left his lips, the office doors were forcefully swung open, and a group of alluring women entered. These women were collectively known as escorts. Upon their arrival, the men in the office erupted into cheers, clamoring to approach the enchanting ladies. In the office of the J.P. Morgan Investment Department, Rogers was listening to his assistant's report. Excellent. Tonight's gains are quite satisfactory. I trust this year's returns will please the old gentleman, Rogers remarked with a smile. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, Jack, I've heard that Goldman Sachs has experienced some losses. Is that true? Yes, esteemed Lord Rogers. Our personnel have reported that Goldman Sachs indeed faced a setback tonight, with the total amount around $210 million. Ha! I never expected that barbarian Charles would meet such a fate. It truly brings me joy, knowing Charles as I do. He must be in his office, throwing a tantrum and smashing things. TSK, truly a descendant of the Germanic barbarians. He cannot be compared to us, the noble Celts. Rogers, a descendant of the Celts, prided himself on his nobility bestowed by the Queen, holding a deep disdain for the Germanic lineage of Charles. Although Charles had proven to be more capable, particularly during the financial war of 1997, where Rogers also profited but fell short of Charles's success. It became widely known on Wall Street that Charles was the premier investor. This notoriety incensed Rogers, who considered himself a nobleman and harbored resentment towards Charles. Now, hearing of Charles's misfortune, he felt a glee unmatched by anyone else. He even contemplated reaching out to Charles to mock him, but rationality prevailed, and he quickly dismissed this rather juvenile notion. In the enchanting city known as the Magic Capital, amidst the realm of dream investment, Li Dong gazed at the profit summary presented by Jin Yong, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Excellent. Truly splendid. Li Dong's personal account now boasted a total of 42 billion, with a remarkable profit of 42 billion from this venture. The private equity fund account totaled 35 billion, yielding an impressive 7,335 billion in returns. The cumulative profit this time reached an astonishing 1,536 billion. I am now a billionaire. He laughed heartily. Congratulations, Mr. Li. You have become the youngest billionaire in history. I believe that in the near future, you will also ascend to the title of the youngest centibillionaire, a trillionaire. Jin Yong swiftly complimented. Under your astute leadership, we at Dream Investment will soon become the envy of all financial professionals. At that time, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder with giants like Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan Chase. As Jin Yong's praise washed over him, Li Dong felt a sense of elation. Gazing at the shimmering lights of the global center in the distance, he mused, one day, I shall erect an even taller edifice to serve as the headquarters for Dream Investment. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Please announce the rewards for the employees on my behalf. Of course, Mr. Li. Take care. Gradually, Li Dong's excitement began to subside. He summoned his cousin, Lu Mingxiao, who had been waiting to drive him home. Upon returning home, Li Dong skipped his bath and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following afternoon, shortly after 4, Li Dong was abruptly awakened from a dream of hunger, in which he felt insatiably famished. Startled, he opened his eyes, his stomach growling in agreement. Exiting his room, he intended to rummage through the refrigerator for sustenance, but was suddenly enveloped by the enticing aroma of food. Just then, his cousin Lu Mingxiao emerged from the kitchen. Cousin, you finally awakened. Indeed, I seem to smell a delightful feast. Are you cooking? Li Dong inquired, gesturing toward the kitchen. Lu Mingxiao scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. Cousin, you know me well. Cooking is not my forte. I merely reheated some takeout from a nearby restaurant. I will bring it out for you shortly. Thank you kindly. Li Dong settled at the dining table. Moments later, the table was adorned with an array of dishes. Eggplant and garlic sauce, shredded pork with green peppers, pickled fish slices, steamed egg custard, and turtle soup. Cousin, you have been working so hard lately, and I am unsure what to prepare for your nourishment. So I simply arranged dishes according to your previous favorites. I heard that turtle soup is highly nutritious, so I included it for you. Ah, thank you. Turtle soup is indeed nourishing, and I enjoy it immensely. Lu Mingxiao, though often appearing simple-minded, prove his worth in crucial moments, justifying Li Dong's decision to bring him from their hometown. Hee, I'm glad you like it. After taking a few bites, Li Dong noticed his cousin still standing, prompting him to say, "Cousin, please sit and eat with me." "No, thank you. I have already eaten outside," Lu Mingxiao declined. As two individuals who have grown up together, Li Dong possesses a profound understanding of his companion. A mere glance at his friend's abdomen instantly reveals that he has not eaten, with an abundance of food before him. It would be a shame to waste it. Thus, he urges his companion to join him in dining. "Oh, very well," replies the ever-frugal friend, who immediately rushes to the kitchen to fetch dishes, and soon they are both indulging in the meal. Watching his companion devour the food heartily, Li Dong lets out a sigh. Given his friend's earnest nature, it seems likely that he will have to rely on arranged introductions to find a spouse in the future. In a previous life, his friend met his wife through such means, yet their marriage was short-lived. She strayed and left him for another man, departing to a distant province, leaving him to raise their daughter alone. Li Dong once inquired whether his friend harbored resentment towards her, to which he replied that he felt too dull to attract a woman's affection. Rarely would a woman find someone like him appealing. He believed they were never truly suited for each other. Her parents had married her off to him solely for the sake of a dowry. Now that she has found someone she truly desires, he bears her no ill will. In his past life, Li Dong lacked the capability to intervene. But in this new existence, should his friend continue to pursue that woman, Li Dong vows to step in and prevent it. Such a woman is unworthy of being with his friend. Chapter 79. The former her. After enduring a fortnight of relentless busyness, Li Dong finally found a moment to rest. On a radiant morning, he cast aside his work and set off for a leisurely excursion to Linen with his cousin. Their first destination was the West Lake, a popular initial stop for many tourists visiting Linen. This year's weather was particularly warm. Despite being mid to late November, the temperature soared to a sweltering 31 degrees. On a grassy expanse by the lakeside, a group of children, around 5 or 6 years old, were joyfully chasing one another, immersed in play. These children were from the senior class of the 3rd kindergarten in Linen, and with the splendid weather, their art teacher had brought them to the lakeside for a sketching outing. Behind a large rock at the edge of the lawn, several children were huddled together, chattering animatedly. At the center of their circle was none other than Li Dong's nephew, Shi Yuhang. At that moment, Shi Yuhang was utterly engrossed in the screen of his mobile phone, his chubby little hands deftly tapping away. He was playing Honor of Kings, wielding the most illustrious hero, Li Bai. "Quick, take down Dodgy. She is almost finished. Use your second skill to dodge her control." "Yes. Incredible. A quadruple kill. We can push for victory now." As the game neared its triumphant conclusion, the furrow in Shi Yuhang's brow finally relaxed. "Guys, I'm not lying. My Li Bai is truly exceptional. Look, I've reached King rank, 5 stars. That SA tier only the most skilled players can attain. Shi Yuhang, you're amazing. Can you lead me? I'm still stuck at the diamond rank. Please, please. Just take me along, and I'll give you the chocolate my mom made." As his friends clamored to win his favor, Shi Yuhang beamed with joy, his smile blooming like a flower. Just as he reveled in the adulation of his peers, a figure approached. "What are you all doing?" The familiar yet intimidating voice silenced the children instantly. Trembling, they turned to see their teacher, Wu, glaring at them. "Teacher, we weren't playing games," a timid child confessed, betraying their secret. "Oh, I wondered why you were hiding here. Turns out you were gaming. Don't you know that phones aren't allowed during class?" Upon hearing this, the remaining children shot glares at the one who had spoken, while he lowered his head, realizing his misstep. "Whose phone is this? Hand it over immediately." With a sigh, Shi Yuhang stepped forward. "Teacher Wu, the phone is here." When Teacher Wu inspected the device, she jested, Well, it seems our Shi Yuhang comes from a wealthy family. Your parents have gifted you an Apple XR. Hee, Teacher Wu, this phone wasn't bought by my parents. It was given to me by my uncle." "Your uncle bought it for you? He must dote on you quite a bit. This phone is quite expensive." "Teacher Wu, my uncle is incredibly wealthy. My mother claims he is a billionaire. When I once played games with him, he was so pleased that he purchased every skin and hero in Honor of Kings for me," boasted Shi Yuhang. "Is that so? seemingly to verify Shi Yuhang's words. Teacher Wu opened the Honor of King's store and indeed discovered that he possessed every purchasable skin. Putting away her phone, Teacher Wu addressed Shi Yuhang. Student Shi Yuhang, you have been using your phone during class. I shall temporarily hold on to it for safekeeping. Inform your parents to come to school, and I will personally return the phone to them. Teacher Wu, is it possible for my parents not to come to school? If they find out I was playing on my phone during class, I will surely face dire consequences. Shi Yuhang pleaded with a pitiful expression. That is not permissible. Teacher Wu replied, wagging her right index finger playfully and giving Shi Yuhang a mischievous wink, thus denying his request. Teacher Wu, my uncle is tall, handsome, and wealthy. I could introduce you to him as a potential girlfriend. Shi Yuhang persisted, attempting to entice the young teacher with the prospect of his uncle. Your good intentions are appreciated, young Shi Yuhang, but they cannot alter the necessity of your parents' involvement. Teacher Wu responded with a chuckle. Oh, Shi Yuhang said, his head drooping in disappointment. At that moment, two young men approached from a distance, and the one in the lead was none other than Li Dong, who had come to enjoy the sights of Westlake, followed closely by his companion, Lu Mingxiao. As Li Dong passed by Shi Yuhang and the teacher, he caught a brief glimpse of the bowed head of Shi Yuhang. Instantly, he felt an uncanny resemblance between the child and his own nephew, Shi Yuhang. With a hint of curiosity, Li Dong called out, Shi Yuhang? Hearing the familiar voice, Shi Yuhang lifted his head and his gaze fell upon Li Dong, whose figure materialized before him. In the next instant, a look of excitement illuminated Shi Yuhang's face as he energetically waved and shouted, Uncle! Uncle! Teacher Wu had initially intended to reprimand Shi Yuhang, but upon seeing his lowered head in silence, her resolve softened. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort, she noticed Shi Yuhang waving behind her and calling out, Curious! Teacher Wu turned to see who Shi Yuhang referred to as his uncle, and her expression transformed dramatically in an instant. She quickly pivoted to avoid letting Li Dong see her face. Unfortunately, Li Dong's gaze was keen. Despite her swift movement, he caught a glimpse of her features, leaving a complex expression on his face. As Li Dong contemplated taking a step forward, Shi Yuhang had already dashed to his side, wrapping his arms around Li Dong's leg, thwarting his advance. Uncle, what brings you here? Shi Yuhang exclaimed joyfully, having not seen Li Dong for some time. His days spent with Li Dong were nothing short of splendid. Whatever he desired was readily provided, granting him a life of royal indulgence. Gently ruffling his nephew's hair, Li Dong chuckled, I am here for a leisurely excursion. And you, my dear, today is not the weekend. What brings you here? We are attending art class. Teacher Wu has brought us here for sketching, replied Shi Yuhang. Li Dong nodded slightly, patting Shi Yuhang's head. Stay here for a moment. I need to speak with your teacher Wu. With that, Li Dong walked towards Teacher Wu, who upon hearing his voice, realized he had recognized her. Just as she contemplated making a hasty exit, she felt a firm grip on her left wrist. Classmate Wu Ruolin, is it not a tad unkind to ignore an old acquaintance when we meet again? Wu Ruolin lifted her gaze slightly to see Li Dong smiling warmly at her. As she gazed upon the familiar yet strange face before her, her memories drifted back to several years ago. Chapter 80. Identity Revealed. First love is one of the most indelible memories in a person's life. No matter how many years have passed, it lingers deep within, ready to resurface at the slightest provocation. Li Dong's first love blossomed during his sophomore year in college, where he experienced an instant infatuation with her. Long time no see. You remain as beautiful as ever. Li Dong gazed at his former lover, and despite the years that had elapsed, she still exuded the same charm. Her attire had not changed significantly. Her lustrous black hair was styled in a classic side part, with strands habitually tucked behind her ear. Her delicate features had matured, shedding the innocence of youth, revealing a dignified elegance. Wu Ruolin bore a striking resemblance to Gao Yuan, yet her captivating dimples set her apart. She wore a blue, college-style dress that appeared to be a faux two-piece, its hem brushing just below her knees, complemented by white socks and casual low-heeled black shoes, presenting a rather ordinary look for a kindergarten teacher. Wu Ruolin smiled gently, though her eyes conveyed a hint of complexity. Indeed, it has been a while. You've changed quite a lot. I almost failed to recognize you at first glance. People inevitably change, Li Dong replied nonchalantly. After this exchange, a palpable silence enveloped them, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. Eventually, it was Li Dong who broke the ice, inquiring, "How've you been all these years?" Feigning ease, Wu Wolin smiled and replied, "I'm doing well. I have these adorable little children accompanying me every day, although they can be a handful at times. Most moments bring me great joy. How about you? I heard you went to work in the Magic City after graduation." Li Dong seemed reluctant to divulge his current circumstances, responding with a vague, "I'm doing all right. My boss values my contributions." A flicker of disappointment crossed Wu Wolin's eyes. "Is that so? If your boss holds you in such high regard, you must work diligently to repay that trust." Li Dong chuckled. "Of course, I have always been committed to my work." At that moment, a breeze swept through, tousling Wu Wolin's hair, and Li Dong felt a surge of impulse to step forward. However, recalling the nature of their current relationship, he hesitated, retracting his footfall. Reflecting on the information circulating online, Wu Wolin's sense of loss deepened. "It's getting late. I need to gather the children and head back to school. I must attend to my duties now." Li Dong, unaware of her inner turmoil, merely responded, "All right." As he observed Wu Wolin's busy silhouette, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. Their separation had stemmed from Li Dong's inability to offer her a promising future. Yet now that he possessed the means to do so, their relationship had devolved into mere friendship. He yearned to rekindle what they once had, but was uncertain of her current status or whether she would grant him another chance. "Uncle, do you know our teacher Wu?" Shi Yuhang, captivated by Wu Wolin's retreating figure, tugged at Li Dong's pants, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, I do. Uncle, my phone has been confiscated by Teacher Wu. Since you know her, could you please help me get it back?" Shi Yuhang pleaded. Li Dong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He leaned down to look at Shi Yuhang and asked, "Huangzi, can you tell your uncle why Teacher Wu confiscated your phone?" I told my classmates that I was very skilled at playing Honor of Kings, but they didn't believe me, so I secretly brought my phone to school to demonstrate." He confessed. "Did your teacher not inform you that using phones during class is prohibited?" "She did." "Then you have erred. Since you have made a mistake, you must face the consequences. I will not assist you in retrieving your phone." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuhang became anxious, finally encountering Li Dong. If he did not help him get back his phone, the only alternative would be facing the wrath of Li Sijia herself, and he would undoubtedly suffer further consequences. Thus, he urgently implored, "Uncle, please, I beg you, just tell me this once. Whatever you want me to do, I will comply." Hearing this, Li Dong suddenly had an idea and promptly changed his tone. "Huangzi, your uncle can agree to help you retrieve your phone, but you must offer me some form of compensation." "Uncle, you're already a billionaire. Why are you still concerned about my pocket money like my mother?" Shi Yuhang protested. "I truly don't have much left. I need to save some to buy a model of Ultraman Digga." The dilemma between choosing his phone and pocket money was excruciating for Shi Yuhang, nearly bringing him to tears. Li Dong's expression darkened. A dignified billionaire like me would concern himself with a child's pocket money? Are you jesting? Stop crying. I do not want your pocket money. Upon hearing that, Shi Yuhang immediately ceased his tears. "Uncle, I knew you cared for me the most. I love you, uncle." Observing Shi Yuhang's dramatic transformation akin to a Sichuan opera performance, Li Dong couldn't help but twitch his lips, silently pondering the swiftness of this change. Regaining his composure, Li Dong addressed Shi Yuhang. "Huangzi, find out if Teacher Wu has a boyfriend. If you can ascertain this, I will assist you in retrieving your phone. No need to inquire. Our Teacher Wu does not have a boyfriend." "Really?" Li Dong's heart soared with joy. "Of course it's true. I've been at Teacher Wu's house before. She lives alone." "What did you go to her house for?" "Well, my parents are too busy to pick me up. Teacher Wu takes me to her house until they are available to collect me." It seems I still have a chance," Li Dong muttered. "Uncle, what are you mumbling about? What chance do you have?" "I said nothing. You must have misheard." "Oh, uncle, I have already assisted you. Shouldn't you now retrieve my phone from Teacher Wu?" "All right, I will go and get it back for you." With that, Li Dong walked toward Wu Rolin, who was not far away. Upon discovering that Wu Rolin is currently unattached, Li Dong felt an immediate sense of relief. He approached her from behind and gently patted her shoulder. "Xiaolin," he called out. Wu Ruilin, who was busy gathering her students. suddenly heard a familiar moniker, one that only the past Li Dong would use. At that moment, her body trembled slightly, and she struggled to steady her racing heart. Slowly turning to face the significantly changed Li Dong, she softly inquired, "Li Dong, is there something you need?" Upon hearing this address, Li Dong found himself momentarily taken aback. With a wry smile, he replied, "Xiaolin, must we be so formal with each other? You are a distinguished billionaire, while I am merely a humble kindergarten teacher. The disparity in our statuses makes this formality quite fitting." Li Dong was left speechless by Wu Ruolin's response, astonished at how she could possibly be aware of his circumstances. Chapter 81. To pursue a girl, one must have thick skin. Li Dong furrowed his brow as he gazed at Wu Ruolin and inquired, "How did you come to know? After all, I am not someone who shuns the internet. Naturally, I learned about it online. Initially, I thought there might be another person with the same name. But your nephew Shi Yuhang's words confirm that you are indeed the Li Dong from the internet. You troublesome nephew Shi Yuhang. I shall certainly inform your mother about your phone usage during class." Not far away, Shi Yuhang suddenly sneezed, wondering who was speaking ill of him. "Aside from that, what else have you seen online?" Li Dong felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Wu Ruolin might have stumbled upon the news regarding his involvement with Lin Ranner. If she had, it would spell trouble. "What do you mean?" Wu Ruolin questioned, her brow slightly furrowed. "Do you have another hidden identity?" "None whatsoever," Li Dong replied, elated that she had not seen the news about him and Lin Ranner. "My only identity is being your ex-boyfriend. It's sufficient that you recognize that fact. Now, I must get back to work, so please step aside, ex-boyfriend." Wu Ruolin sensed something amiss about Li Dong's demeanor, yet she could not quite pinpoint what was off. "I can step aside, but you must promise me a meal in return," he insisted. "Li Dong, must you be so domineering? We have long since parted ways." Wu Ruolin was taken aback by Li Dong's transformation. He had shifted from being courteous to now exhibiting an unreasonable assertiveness. Li Dong shuja, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "I am not being domineering. I merely wish to treat you to a meal." "Very well, I concede. Can you now step aside?" Wu Ruolin, unable to counter his persistence, acquiesced. "Once you share your phone number in WeChat, I shall let you go." "All right then. My number is 135. And my WeChat is the same." After adding each other on WeChat, Wu Ruolin turned to Li Dong and said, "Is it good now?" Li Dong tucked his phone back in his pocket and smiled. "Of course it is. I will assist you in gathering the children." Without waiting for Wu Ruolin's consent, he grasped her wrist and began to call the children together. Wu Ruolin struggled fruitlessly against his firm grip, which felt as unyielding as a vice. After several attempts, she chose to relent. As she felt her resistance waning, a smile danced on Li Dong's lips. "If I could pursue you when I was broke, there is no reason I cannot do so now that I am prosperous." Not far away, Shi Yuhang observed Li Dong holding Wu Ruolin's hand, his expression one of confusion. "What on earth is my uncle doing? Is teacher Wu about to become my aunt?" Half an hour later, Li Dong accompanied Wu Ruolin as they returned all the children to the kindergarten. The other teachers looked on, intrigued by Li Dong's identity as he returned with teacher Wu. One of the female teachers closest to Wu Ruolin, Xie Xiaoli, pulled her aside and inquired, Lin, who is that handsome guy?" He is Shi Yuhang's uncle. I suspect there's more to it than that. The way he gazes at you is identical to how my boyfriend looks at me," Xie Xiaoli teased. "Lily, when did you become so fond of gossip, like Sister Wong from the little shop by the school gate?" I'm just concerned about you. I recall that in the past, many pursued you, yet you never accepted any. It seems there was a stunning gentleman waiting for you all along." Lin, you are so fortunate." Wu Ruolin shook her head slightly, saying, "What is there to be fortunate about? I wish he had never appeared." "What happened? Did you two have a quarrel?" Xie Xiaoli asked with concern. "I've already stated that I have no relationship with him. What must I say for you to believe me?" Wu Ruolin responded helplessly. Unbeknownst to them, Li Dong had approached their vicinity. Upon hearing Wu Ruolin's words, he stepped forward and wrapped an arm around her shoulder, declaring, "Xiaolin, how can you speak of our relationship in such a manner? Although we broke up previously, I am, in fact, pursuing you once more." "Hello, you must be Xie Xiaoli, right?" "I am Li Dong, Wu Ruolin's ex-boyfriend and current suitor." Xie Xiaoli glanced at Li Dong's arm around Wu Ruolin, noticing that Lin did not react significantly. So she smiled and replied, "Hello, I am Linling's good friend, Xie Xiaoli." At that moment, the principal suddenly called for Wu Ruolin to attend to some matters. Li Dong was about to offer his assistance, but then reconsidered and withdrew his step. Wu Ruolin glanced back at Li Dong and, seeing he had not followed, let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling both fortunate and a bit disheartened. Once Wu Ruolin's figure had vanished, Li Dong turned to Xie Xiaoli and said, "Miss Xie, I have been separated from Xiaolin for some time now. Could you enlighten me on how she has been faring lately?" "Li Handsome, you have come to the right person. I am Linling's closest friend, and I am well acquainted with her daily life." Upon hearing that someone was pursuing Wu Ruolin, Li Dong's heart tightened, but he soon relaxed upon learning that she had rejected the suitor. "Li Handsome, among those vying for Linling's affection, Lu Jun poses the greatest threat. Not only does he possess good looks, but he also comes from a well-off family. His father is a prominent company owner in linen, reportedly with assets in the hundreds of millions. To surpass him will not be an easy feat, realizing the nature of his rival." Li Dong felt a significant sense of relief. "Rest assured, Miss Xie, I too possess some assets." "Is that so?" Xie Xiaoli scrutiniza Li Dong's attira. Noting the high quality of his clothing, although she could not discern the brand, she was confident it was not inexpensive. "In that case, I shall feel reassured. I find Lu Jun quite detestable. I have heard that he frequently frequents bars and nightclubs, and I can tell he is not a good person. In comparison to him, you appear to be quite the good person. I feel at ease in trusting Linlin to you." Li Dong found himself in a state of bemused disbelief, never having anticipated that he would receive such commendation. Fortunately, the other party remained unaware of Li Dong's recent experiences. Otherwise, she might have unleashed a torrent of accusations, deeming him a scoundrel. "Miss Xie, I appreciate your kind words. I shall take good care of Linlin," he replied. "Yes, put in your best effort. I have faith in you," Xie Xiaoli responded with a playful smile, exuding a vibrant energy. Li Dong marveled at the uplifting presence of such a lively friend, making it difficult for him to remain in low spirits. Shortly thereafter, Xie Xiaoli divulged some personal details regarding Wu Ruolin, and Li Dong couldn't help but admire her fervent enthusiasm. Reflecting on his own conduct over the past few months, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that those were matters of the past. Moving forward, he would manage his behavior and strive to refrain from reckless actions. Chapter 82. The domineering Li Dong. After acquiring some valuable information from Xie Xiaoli, Li Dong felt increasingly confident in his ability to win back Wu Ruolin. Upon Xie Xiaoli's departure for class, Li Dong began to stroll around the kindergarten. As he reached the principal's office, he hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The principal, surnamed Zhang, full name Zhang Hong, was a woman in her 40s with a pragmatic bob haircut, embodying the essence of a strong female leader. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhang Hong looked up to see a young and handsome man enter, halting before her desk. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Glimpsing the nameplate on the desk, Li Dong responda a you, Principal Zhang. "I am Li Dong, the boyfriend of teacher Wu Ruolin. Here's my business card." Zhang Hong regarded Li Dong with curiosity. Teacher Wu had been working at the kindergarten for nearly 2 years, and she had never heard of her having a boyfriend. Who exactly was this young man named Li Dong? Out of politeness, Zhang Hong accepted the business card, glancing down to read, "Dreamland Investment Company, Limited, General Manager Li Dong." The name of the company struck a chord with Zhang Hong, though she could not quite place it at the moment. As she politely invited Li Dong to sit, she discreetly searched for information on Dreamland Investment Company, Limited on her computer. Upon discovering the details, she suddenly recalled where she had seen it before. The scale of Dreamland Investment ignited her enthusiasm, prompting her to pour a cup of hot water for Li Dong. "I must apologize for not realizing your esteemed presence, Mr. Li. Please forgive my oversight." Li Dong, upon hearing this, instantly understood that she was aware of his background. This, however, saved him the trouble of elaborating. He decided to be forthright, stating, "Principal Zhang, if I may be candid, I believe your kindergarten's facilities seem somewhat outdated and in need of renovation. I humbly possess some assets and am willing to invest 5 million to acquire shares in your institution. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Zhang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an audacious offer of 5 million. considering the total investment in her kindergarten was approximately the same amount. Was this the reality of a domineering CEO? Mr. Lee, your funds are exceedingly generous, enough to acquire our kindergarten entirely. You should understand my motivation for investing $5 million. I do not require any additional returns. I simply ask that you ensure Teacher Wu is well looked after and shielded from any unwarranted disturbances. Li Dong was acutely aware of Wu Ruolin's character. Her lifelong dream had been to become a teacher, a dream she had finally realized. Even if she reconciled with Li Dong, she would not relinquish her vocation. To provide her with a stable working environment, he was compelled to wield his financial influence. Zhang Hong, upon hearing his words, could not help but marvel at the billionaire's mindset. For the sake of his girlfriend's peace of mind at work, he effortlessly offered what would take an ordinary person a lifetime to earn. It was truly enviable. Understanding the mentality of affluent individuals, Zhang Hong did not decline Li Dong's investment. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your confidence in our kindergarten. I assure you I will manage it diligently. Certainly, I shall take good care of Teacher Wu Ruilin. Should anything happen to her, I will report it to you immediately. Upon hearing this, Li Dong smiled and said, Excellent. You're quite perceptive. Tomorrow, someone will come to finalize the contract with you, and once it is signed, the fund will be transferred without delay. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Li, she replied. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Principal Zhang. Mr. Li, please take care, she added as she accompanied him to the door, only to return to her seat once he was out of sight. As soon as Li Dong had distanced himself, Zhang Hong promptly took out her phone to call her husband, eager to share the delightful news. Departing from the principal's office, Li Dong continued to wander around the kindergarten. A few minutes later, he encountered Wu Ruilin, who had just finished her tasks. Surprised to see him, she inquired, What brings you here? I was merely wandering and happened to end up here. Is this place off limits? Li Dong replied. Wu Ruilin, I understand that you have recently come into wealth and feel quite accomplished, but this isn't your company. If you roam about carelessly, it could lead to misunderstandings. She cautioned. Li Dong took a step closer, reducing the distance between them. May I interpret this as you expressing concern for my well-being? The warmth of his presence made Wu Ruilin's cheeks flush, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Raising her hand, she firmly pushed him away. Li Dong, please don't do this. It could be inappropriate if someone sees us. Observing her reaction, Li Dong, possessing ample experience, reached out to grasp both of her hands. Pulling her into his embrace, we are, after all, in a romantic relationship. What is there to fear? His sudden move caught Wu Ruilin off guard, but she quickly began to struggle, exclaiming, Li Dong, let go of me at once, or I will call for help. Go ahead and call. The more witnesses, the better. For you, losing a little face is inconsequential, Li Dong replied with a grin. Li Dong, you must not be excessive. We have truly parted ways, Wu Ruilin cried, her voice tinged with tears. Absolutely not. I refuse to let go. I have regretted releasing you once for a lifetime. This time, I shall not let you slip away, Li Dong declared resolutely. In his previous life, Li Dong never married, partly due to financial constraints, but primarily because he could not let go of Wu Ruilin. The main reason for their breakup was her mother insisting that Li Dong purchase a 100-square-meter apartment in Linen. For Li Dong's family, that sum was astronomical. Consequently, he had no choice but to depart without notice, venturing alone to Shanghai to strive for success. In his past life, despite his sister's objections, he had advised her to wait and gather more experience before starting a business, hoping to earn enough to win back Wu Ruilin. However, due to the pandemic, his company went bankrupt, leaving him in debt, unable to face her again. This regret lingered until now, and Li Dong was determined not to let her leave him again. Upon hearing his words, Wu Ruilin felt perplexed. Although they had been apart for a considerable time, surely it was not an eternity. Li Dong's song released Wu Ruilin, fixing his gaze upon her with unwavering determination. This time, no one shall take you away from me, he asserted. Wu Ruilin was taken aback, pondering whether there were hidden reasons behind their initial separation. Chapter 83 at last. I awaited you. Fortunately, I did not give up. Wu Ruilin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Were there perhaps hidden reasons behind their initial separation? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She lifted her gaze and inquired, Li Dong, did you leave without a word, due to my mother? Li Dong was astonished by Wu Ruolin's perceptiveness. She had swiftly deduced the truth. At a loss for words, he could only remain silent. Although her mother treated her well, she possessed a certain flaw. She favored the affluent over the impoverished. The expression on Li Dong's face confirmed Wu Ruolin's suspicions. Surely, her mother must have said something unkind to Li Dong, prompting his abrupt departure. The realization that her mother's actions had caused Li Dong distress made Wu Ruolin's tears flow uncontrollably, cascading down her cheeks. Zong, Ima saw thee. I had no idea, truly no idea that my mother would treat you that way. I apologize. Wu Ruolin digli ambressa Li Dong. Her voice a continuous stream of remorse. Feeling the tremors of the person in his arms, Li Dong wrapped his arms around her waist, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. After a prolonged moment, Wu Ruolin's emotions finally settled. She gazed hopefully at Li Dong and softly said, Dong, let bygones be bygones. We can start anew. Li Dong's heart soared at her words, his smile radiant as the most exquisite blossom. Shaolin, as long as you are willing, we can begin anew at any moment. Li Dong's attitude brought Wu Ruolin great satisfaction, yet a hint of mischief lingered within her. Addressing Li Dong's hasty departure without consulting her, which had caused her to wait for 2.5 years, she felt the need to impose a light punishment. Dong, while I have forgiven your abrupt departure, if you wish for us to reunite, you must accept my punishment. Punishment? Wu Ruolin scrunched her delicate nose, declaring with a playful huff, if only you had informed me of my mother seeking you out, I would have stood by your side and fought alongside you. It was your foolishness that led to my prolonged wait of 2.5 years. Don't you think you deserve to be punished? Indeed, I do deserve punishment. Li Dong smiled at the sight of Wu Ruolin regaining her former lively and charming self, the long-buried regrets within him dissipating. Speak, how do you intend to punish me? As she pondered, Wu Ruolin habitually poked at the dimples on her cheeks. After a brief moment, she exclaimed with delight, I have thought of something. You must promise me 3 things. Only upon your completion of these 3 tasks will I consider being with you again. What do you say? Will you agree? Absolutely. Do not mention 3 tasks. Even if it were 300, I would agree without hesitation. Li Dong declared earnestly, thumping his chest. Upon hearing his response, the once impish Wu Ruolin flashed a sly smile. Then my first request is that you must promise me 300 tasks. Li Dong's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he stared at Wu Ruolin. I was just teasing you. With a cunning smile, Wu Ruolin thought to herself, how could such an understanding girlfriend ever put her boyfriend in a difficult position? Upon hearing her words, Li Dong instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he recalled that the lively and adorable Wu Ruolin also possessed a rather cunning side. Their acquaintance had begun when he inadvertently provoked her, leading her to concoct a scheme for revenge, which left him quite embarrassed. However, through a series of unforeseen events, their relationship blossomed, and on a moonlit night, he confessed his feelings to her, to which she graciously agreed. They became the most visually appealing couple at their school. Yet, it was precisely this playful Wu Ruolin that captured his heart. Li Dong gently pulled Wu Ruolin into his embrace and asked, Little Lin, could you fulfill one request of mine? Go ahead, tell me, she replied, inhaling the familiar scent that filled her with satisfaction and happiness. No matter what happens in the future, promise me you won't leave my side, all right? Will you love me forever, cherish me, never bully me, and never abandon me? Of course. Li Dong solemnly vowed. I, Li Dong, swear to love Ruolin eternally, to cherish her, never to bully her, and certainly never to forsake her. Should I break this vow, let me be condemned to a life of solitude, unloved until my dying days. Since you have promised me, I will reciprocate, Wu Ruolin declared. I, Wu Ruolin, vow that no matter what transpires in the future, I shall never leave Li Dong. Should I break this vow, let me also endure a life of loneliness and unrequited love. Upon hearing her words, Li Dong felt a profound sense of ease. The challenges he faced would not be resolved immediately, and after all they had endured, he truly could not guarantee that he could spend his life with Wu Ruolin alone. Therefore, he could only coax her into making such a promise. Although he was uncertain about the efficacy of such vows, having them was certainly better than being without. Heaven, you have granted me a chance to amend past regrets, yet have also transformed me into the very scoundrel I once despised. Alas, is this the price of second chance? With misunderstandings cleared, Li Dong and Wu Ruilin's relationship seemed to revert to its former state, shoulder to shoulder as they reminisced about the events of the past years. When Wu Ruilin learned that Li Dong had been surviving on merely 4 to 5 hours of sleep each day to maintain his job, tears welled in her eyes as she gently caressed his face, expressing her concern. "Dong, you have worked so hard over the years. For your sake, I am willing to endure any hardship." Li Dong firmly grasped Wu Ruilin's delicate hand and replied with deep affection. His performance could easily overshadow all the young stars of today. In the distance, Shi Yuhang observed the close bond between Wu Ruilin and her uncle with astonishment, realizing that the repercussions of Li Haoyu's actions would soon fall upon him. At 4:30 p.m., the kindergarten finally dismissed for the day. Shi Yuhang exited the premises, looking utterly dejected. Noticing his forlorn demeanor, his grandmother, who had come to pick him up, inquired, "How's he? What happened today? Why do you look so unhappy?" "Grandmother, my uncle is together with Teacher Wu. My future days are destined to be tragic." Shi Yuhang lamented with a sorrowful expression. "Huh? Your uncle? With Teacher Wu? Together?" The elderly lady's face was a portrait of confusion. She recognized each individual word, yet their collective meaning eluded her. "Look, grandmother," Shi Yuhang said, pointing towards the approaching figures of Li Dong and Wu Ruilin. The elderly lady followed the direction of his finger, witnessing Li Dong and Wu Ruilin walking hand in hand. Chapter 84. The spring of the cousin Li Dong took Wu Ruilin to stand in front of Shi Yuhang and the elderly lady. "Hello, Annie, it's been a while," he greeted. The elderly lady glanced at Wu Ruilin, who was beside Li Dong, and replied with a warm smile. "Ah, it's good to see you too, Li Dong. I never imagined that you would be Wu Laosher's boyfriend. Why hadn't you mentioned it before?" "Annie, we had a misunderstanding and were apart for a time. We had just cleared things up," Li Dong explained. "That's wonderful. If your sister Shiji knew you had a girlfriend, she would surely be delighted," the elderly lady chimed in. "Delighted? It would be a miracle if she didn't try to kill me," Li Dong thought, feeling exasperated as events spiraled beyond his control. He whispered something to Wu Ruilin, prompting her to lead Shi Yuhang aside. Li Dong then pulled the elderly lady aside and said, "Annie, my relationship with Xiaolin isn't stable yet, so please don't tell my sister just yet. You know her temper. She would insist on meeting Xiaolin, and that would be difficult for me to arrange." The elderly lady sensed that Li Dong was being less than truthful, but she believed young people should resolve their own matters, and she had no desire to intervene. "All right, I won't tell Shiji for now. Li Dong, Wu Laosher is both kind and beautiful. Don't let her down. Once your relationship is more stable, make sure to bring her to visit." "Yes, Auntie, rest assured, I will," Li Dong assured her. "Well, I want to interrupt your date any longer. I'll take Hangzi home now." "Auntie, I drove here. How about I give you a ride?" Li Dong suggested. "Since you offer, I wouldn't want to refuse." "Thank you," she replied. "Please wait a moment while I have someone bring the car around." After Li Dong finished his call, Wu Ruilin returned with Shi Yuhang. Whatever Wu Ruilin had said to Shi Yuhang had left him visibly dejected. His head hung low and silent. Li Dong could easily surmise that Wu Ruilin had teased Shi Yuhang using her aunt persona. He shook his head slightly. "Hangzi, your uncle feels for you just this once. But remember, you have many more good days ahead, so enjoy them slowly." A moment later, cousin Lu Mingxiao parked the car in front of them. Li Dong opened the door, allowing the elderly lady and Shi Yuhang to enter first. Before seating Wu Ruilin beside Shi Yuhang and taking the passenger seat himself, "Cousin, navigate to Rainbow Community," Li Dong instructed. "All right, cousin," Lu Mingxiao responded. Once the car was in motion, Li Dong introduced Lu Mingxiao to everyone. When Lu Mingxiao learned that he had gained another cousin-in-law, he was not at all surprised. He had seen enough to be unfazed. Even if tomorrow his cousin told him that Fan Bingbing was also his girlfriend, he would remain unperturbed. The car came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Rainbow Community. Li Dong exited, opened the door, and escorted the elderly lady and Shi Yuhang inside before returning to the vehicle. Shi Yuhang, noticing that Wu Laosher had not accompanied her uncle to his home, felt a surge of joy. After feeling the phone in his pocket, Shi Yuhang regained his vitality, grasping his grandmother's hand and skipping joyfully towards home. In a hot pot restaurant, Li Dong, Wu Rulin, and their cousin were seated in a booth, indulging in food while engaging in lively conversation. During the meal, Li Dong finally understood the reason behind Shi Yuhang's peculiar behavior. Wu Ruilin playfully frightened Shi Yuhang by saying that he would see her not only in class, but also at home, which left him feeling quite gloomy. Observing Rulin's radiant laughter, Li Dong Buddha satisfiasmida. After finishing their meal, he sent his cousin away and accompanied Wu Rulin to the cinema to watch a film. As they exited the theater, Wu Rulin playfully slapped Li Dong's arm, scolding him. "Look at what you've done. My lipstick is all smudged." Although her force was minimal, Li Dong exaggeratedly exclaimed in pain. Time flew by during their joyous moments, and when the clock struck 10, Li Dong reluctantly escorted Wu Ruilin home. His demeanor towards her differed from that towards other women. He exhibited more patience. Outside Wu Ruilin's community, after bidding her farewell with a kiss, he only started his car once her figure had completely vanished from view, returning to the hotel. The next morning, while having breakfast with his cousin, Li Dong noticed him grinning at his phone. With his wealth of romantic experience, Li Dong immediately discerned that his cousin was chatting with a girl. He inquired, "Cousin, who are you chatting with?" "I'm not chatting with anyone. I was just browsing DUI and saw a funny video," his cousin replied. Li Dong shook his head slightly, thinking, this silly boy is trying to deceive me. Does he not know who I am? Would I really believe that he could laugh so foolishly over merely browsing DUI? However, since his cousin was unwilling to share, Li Dong decided not to press further, advising, "Remember, everyone has their secrets. I won't blame you for not telling me, but if anyone bullies you, you must tell me immediately. I will always be there to protect you." "I really didn't lie to you. I was just browsing DUI," his cousin insisted. With a sigh, Li Dong patted his cousin's shoulder and said, "Take your time eating. I'm going to work out." After Li Dong left, Lu Mingxiao took out his phone and continued to gaze at the screen, where a petite, adorable girl was joyfully dancing. "Hey, everyone, I'm just a little short of completing my task. If you have any tickets, could you please help me out? I truly appreciate it," Fan pleaded sweetly. Seeing this, Lu Mingxiao hesitated for a moment before recharging 50 yuan and sending all of it as support. Upon receiving the 500 popularity votes from Lu Mingxiao, Fan exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you to the soldier who once served for sending these popularity votes. I'm incredibly grateful for the 500 votes, and I love you." While saying this, she made a heart shape with her hands. The ID the soldier who once served was indeed Lu Mingxiao's DYID. Lu Mingxiao felt a surge of joy upon hearing Fan's gratitude. He typed, "You dance beautifully. Thank you for the support, soldier." Fan's father is indeed a soldier, and she has cherished admiration for them since childhood. Her dream was to enlist, but her father's illness has necessitated substantial medical expenses, compelling her to seek work instead. Hearing that live streaming could be lucrative, she decided to give it a try. As Lu Mingxiao listened, his heart ached for the sweet girl named Fan, prompting him to recharge 50 yuan and generously gift it to her. Chapter 85 Title Issues. In a hotel room in Hong Kong, Xiaoming reclined against the bed, leisurely exhaling wisps of smoke. In the bathroom, Angela was taking a shower, muttering to herself, "Damn Xiaoming, I told you not to do that. Yet you insisted on proceeding. If you weren't so useful, I would have a mind to eliminate you." Angela understood that mere cleansing would not resolve her predicament. She would need to resort to medication. However, she felt an incessant discomfort without first washing herself. After a prolonged period of cleansing, Angela finally emerged from the bathroom, her anger now replaced with a captivating smile. She approached the bed and nestled into Xiaoming's embrace. "Darling, I heard you received a promotion recently. Is that true?" Xiaoming smiled at her inquiry, responding, "Indeed, it is largely thanks to you." "Huh? What does that have to do with me?" Angela exclaimed, taken aback. Had she inadvertently revealed something? Xiaoming keenly noticed the shift in Angela's demeanor, stifling a smirk before saying, "My mother had my fortune told, and the fortune teller indicated that once I found my destined lover, my luck would change and my career would flourish. Since I began seeing you shortly thereafter, I received a promotion. It seems you truly are my fated love." Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Angela finally sighed in relief. Darling, I heard there was a significant drop in crude oil prices recently. Did that big boss take advantage of this market movement? I'm not sure. He is a client directly managed by our supervisor, and I lack the authority to access his transaction information. Xiaoming replied with a slight shake of his head. Angela, why do I have the feeling that you are particularly interested in that big boss? I'm just curious. How can one person be so extraordinary, amassing wealth that could last several lifetimes? I wish to learn more about him to understand how to generate my own income. You wouldn't want me and our future baby living in a rented apartment, would you? Well, Xiaoming feigned hesitation. Angela, the information about that big boss has already raised company suspicions. If I were to disclose any further details, it is highly likely that the company would find out. If they do, I would surely lose my job. Darling, if neither of us says anything, who would know it was you who disclosed the information? Please tell me. One to you? I'm considering our future family. Xiaoming pondered for a moment, seemingly arriving at a resolution. Very well. For the sake of our future home and baby, I shall make an exception this once. Once something happens in this world, it paves the way for a second, third, and countless more. Just watch me take control of this situation, Angela thought, feeling a sense of triumph. The following day, Xiaoming returned to Supervisor Zhang's office. Xiaoming, is there something you need? Supervisor Zhang, I have new developments. Do tell, what is it? All right, here's the situation. Xiaoming began, contemplating his next steps. Upon hearing Xiaoming's account, Supervisor Zhang fell silent for a moment before speaking candidly. Supervisor, will this adversely affect our major clients? Xiaoming expressed his concerns. Rest assured, proceed with the task. The company will assume all consequences. Understood. I will inform her after work. Very well, you may leave. Focus on your work. Once Xiaoming departed, Supervisor Zhang picked up the telephone beside him, swiftly dialed a series of numbers, and awaited the connection. Hello, brother. It's me. Have you completed the task I previously assigned to you? Yes, I have instructed Xiaoming to follow through. Brother, has the Ministry of Central Affairs truly decided to elevate Li Dong as the emblem of the Easter Dream? Indeed, it is true. The rivalry between Longmei and our nation has solidified, and this standoff may endure for a decade or even several decades. In this struggle, surrender is not an option. Only the downfall of one side will bring true resolution. The representatives of the American dream have ranged from Bill Gates to Mark Zuckerberg, and most recently, Elon Musk. The ministry believes we too should establish a representative for the Easter Dream. After rigorous election, the elders of the ministry have ultimately resolved to choose Li Dong. Brother, if I may be frank, Li Dong seems less fitting compared to Ma and Xiao Ma. If not them, then perhaps Lei Jun. Li Dong appears too youthful in comparison. Ma is exceedingly ambitious. He will inevitably falter. As for Xiao Ma, ever since that incident, he has preferred to remain in the shadows and would be reluctant to step back into the limelight. Lei Jun is indeed suitable, but we require a representative who embodies youth. Such a person must reflect the vitality and tenacity of today's Longwu Dream. I have conducted thorough research on Li Dong. Although he has some minor indiscretions in his private life, they do not detract from his integrity. Most importantly, his lineage is impeccable. Not only is his father a Vietnam War veteran, but his grandfather was also one of our esteemed comrades. Only someone of such caliber can embody the representative of the new era's Longwu Dream. Referring to the military conflicts along the Sino-Vietnamese border from 1979 to 1989, a decade of strife, albeit on a smaller scale. I understand, brother. I know what must be done. After ending the call, Supervisor Zhang approached the window of his office, exhaling a plume of smoke as he murmured, Li Dong, I hope you can truly become the representative of the Longwu Dream as my brother envisages. If so, I too would take great pride. That evening, when Xiaoming went on a date with Angela, he relayed all the information entrusted to him by the supervisor. Angela was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated Xiaoming's remarkable efficiency in resolving matters so swiftly. Overjoyed, she rewarded Xiaoming generously. After he had drifted into a deep slumber, she retreated to the adjacent room and dialed Bob's number. On Wall Street, within the office of the head of the investment department at Goldman Sachs, Dear Mr. Charles, our previous assessment was mistaken. The funds from the East undoubtedly originate from Li of the East. Are you certain? Charles fixed his gaze intently on Bob, hoping for a denial of the previous statement. Sir, I'm certain. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Enraged, Charles began to wreak havoc, smashing objects around him. After a considerable time, having vented his frustration, Charles finally regained his composure and said to Bob, "Promote Lee's recent acquisition vigorously. I want him to become the most unpopular figure on Wall Street." Yes, my sir. Chapter 86. I want Pan to live on December 1st. The weather was clear with a wind speed of level 3, an auspicious day for marriage, travel, cleaning, moving, and engagements. Li Dong had returned to the bustling metropolis from Linen. Early in the morning, he arrived at the office. After attending to several documents, he summoned Jean Young. Director Jean, today marks the first day of a new month, as well as the day we report last month's earnings to our investors. Bulletin o'clock. Please ensure the earnings report is sent to them. Certainly, I will dispatch it punctually, Jean replied. By the way, please compile the current progress of the 3 film projects we previously invested in. I would like to review them. Understood. I will bring it to you once it's prepared. Well, there's nothing pressing at the moment. You may leave now. Once Jean Young exited, Li Dong reclined in his chair and immersed himself in a game. Timmy, launch the game. Having not played for quite some time, Li Dong noticed that a new skin had been released. Glancing at the hero associated with the skin, he realized it was a jungler, a role he was not adept at, thus losing interest in the purchase. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he achieved a triumphant 3-game winning streak, bringing an exuberant smile to his face. Just as he was about to embark on the 4th match, a video call interrupted him. It was Wang Kong. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dong accepted the call. As soon as the connection was established, Wang Song's enthusiastic voice erupted from the phone. Old Li, you are my deity. Can you fathom my excitement upon seeing the earnings? I wish I could fly to the metropolis right now and shower you with kisses. My goodness, you are truly a manifestation of wealth, a reincarnation of the stock market god. Accept my reverence. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Stop, stop, stop. Even Li Dong, who relished flattery, found himself overwhelmed by Wang Song's excessive adulation and hastily called for a halt. Song, you truly deserve the title of the most ridiculed sycophant on the internet. Darling, I'm currently receiving an infusion. I was thinking of you. In the past, Li Dong had harbored doubts about such sentiments, but now he was utterly convinced. This fellow was incorrigibly shameless. If your intention in calling was solely for this, kindly end the call. I wish to continue my game without indulging in your idle chatter. Idle chatter? What I speak are heartfelt truths. Wang Tsong responded, genuinely hurt that Li Dong dismissed his praises. Very well, I shall refrain from that topic. Surely, I can discuss something else. Speak quickly. My time is limited, Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Having bestowed $200 million in earnings upon Wang Tsong, the latter was at a loss for how to reciprocate. Thus, he made a difficult decision. Old Li, to express my gratitude, I wish to gift you my IG sports team. I thought you were going to present me with a Wanda Plaza. Instead, it's merely a gaming team, an endeavor that holds no interest for me. How disappointing. Brother Dong, is it all right if I call you that? Wanda is my family's enterprise. Although it will eventually belong to me, it is not yet mine. If one day I truly inherit Wanda, I will undoubtedly gift you a Wanda Plaza. However, as I have not inherited it yet, the most valuable assets in my possession, aside from Panda Live, are the IG team. The situation with Panda Live is well known. I would never let you leap into that pitfall. Therefore, I can only offer you the IG team, which just clinched the championship at the World Championship. Not to mention, it will still be profitable in the coming years. All right, then sell me Panda Live. Sure, but I was speaking of my team. Wait, Laoli, did you just say you want me to sell Panda Live to you? Am I hearing you correctly? Do you not realize? Li Dong, suprasing asmila, interrupted Wang Tsong, speaking sternly. Old Wang, listen to me. I am not asking for your Panda Live for free. I will pay you for it. 1 billion. Transfer your 40 stake in Panda to me. Hold on. Wang Tsong rubbed his temples, perplexed. With Li Dong's astuteness, how could he be interested in a severely loss-making Panda Live? Does he have a way to revive it? Yet, considering Panda's current operational state, how much capital would be required to survive and surpass other streaming platforms? Surely, Laoli wouldn't be that reckless. After a prolonged silence, Wang Tsong responded, Laoli, regardless of your intentions with Panda Live, I insist on one thing. I will not take your money. If you truly consider me a friend, do not mention finances again. Li Dong shrugged and replied, all right, since you don't want money, how about this? Once I reclaim all shares of Panda, I will reserve 10 for you. How does that sound? Okay, I will defer to your judgment. Wang Tsong nodded emphatically in agreement. Li Dong suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, hee old Wang, trust me, this 10 stake I reserve for you will far exceed a valuation of 1 billion in the future. Lao Li, while your money may come easily, it is still money. You must remain calm. In terms of capital, we cannot compete with Ali or Tencent. Wang Tsong expressed his concern. Li Dong shook his head slightly. I am well aware of my own limitations. Why would I compete with them in terms of capital? My intention with Panda Live is not solely for streaming. I have other purposes in mind. Wang Tsong's curiosity was piqued by this statement, prompting him to ask, Lao Li, would you mind sharing a bit more about that? Absolutely not. Li Dong rejected without hesitation. What I intend to do is still largely undiscovered by others. If I were to disclose it, and you inadvertently let it slip, it could lead to significant complications for me. Wang Tsong wanted to explain, but knowing his own tendencies, he realized he was not one to keep secrets. All right, I want to pry further. I will fly to Magic City this afternoon to transfer the shares to you. Agreed. Indeed. Please assist me in contacting the remaining shareholders. I am eager to swiftly acquire the outstanding shares. Very well. I shall reach out to them immediately. As you're already aware, the situation with Panda Live is rather dire. They are quite eager to divest themselves. After disconnecting the video call, Li Dong cheerfully commenced yet another match of Honor of Kings. Yet this time fortune seemed to have abandoned him, as he suffered 3 consecutive defeats, relinquishing all the stars he had previously earned. Ah, these wretched teammates, could they not refrain from feeding the enemy? It infuriates me. A record of 3-13-4. Such a splendid performance, and yet it ended in defeat. Li Dong was utterly demoralized. P.S. This chapter was meant to be released earlier, but the previous one was censored. Why must I be treated this way for merely pushing the envelope a bit? Chapter 87. The mission of the prison walk after suffering 3 consecutive defeats. Li Dong instantly lost the desire to continue playing games. He casually tossed his phone aside, opened his computer, and began watching Stephen Chow's films. Feeling quite wounded, he sought something joyful to mend his troubled spirit. Before long, laughter echoed through the office, a testament to his improved mood after finishing a movie. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 11. He shut down the video software, picked up the phone he had carelessly discarded, and stepped out of the office calling his cousin, who was daydreaming at his desk, to join him for a meal. Just as he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly ran into his long-lost friend, Elbu. Li Dong extended his hand and pulled the other out of the company. Brother Dong, it's still early for dinner, and I have work to do, Elbu protested. Ignoring his resistance, Li Dong continued to drag him into the elevator before finally speaking. I'm the boss. You'll do as I say. I have some matters to discuss with you shortly. Upon hearing that there was indeed something important, Elbu ceased his objections, curiosity piqued. Brother Dong, the company is running smoothly. What could possibly require my attention? Why the rush? We'll talk about it when we reach the restaurant. With Li Dong's assurance, Elbu suppressed his curiosity. A few minutes later, in a private room at a Sichuan restaurant, once the waiter had exited, Li Dong turned to Elbu and said, I spoke with Zhang Yin about your recent work performance. She mentioned you've been diligent, and your tasks have been executed quite well. I'm thinking of increasing your responsibilities. Are you willing? Will there be a salary increase? Elbu queried eagerly. Of course. Do you think I'm Chao Wang? In my company, as long as you work, you will receive every penny you deserve. Besides, given our relationship, I would never let you suffer, Li Dong replied, casting a stern glance at Elbu. Elbu chuckled awkwardly. Hey, Brother Dong, I was just asking casually. With our bond, even if you didn't raise my salary, I would still wholeheartedly assist you. Enough with the flattery. This new company is crucial for my future business layout, but currently, most of my energy is focused on dream investment. I hope you can help me keep an eye on things. Your eloquence and tenacity make you perfect for this new role. Brother Dong, may I inquire what my position will actually entail? Elbu asked with curiosity. You will be a short drama agent. Elbu scratched his head, puzzled. Brother Dong, could you clarify what a short drama agent does? You've read online novels, right? Of course. It was you who recommended them to me initially. What's the matter? I need you to connect with major renowned authors such as Tudo, Hamaguai, Shinji, and Zhangxi to acquire the adaptation rights for their works into short dramas. Brother Dong, 1T purchasing the short drama copyrights violate the rules? What if Singularity decides to sue us later? The oppressive film rights of Singularity have already incited the author's ire by offering them additional funds. I'm curious to see if the authors will support Singularity. If necessary, we can make slight modifications. Li Dong smirked and remarked, as for suing us, I have ample funds and lawyers at my disposal. I could pursue this case until the end of time. Is that even a viable option? Li Dong's audacious manuet leftle boastondit. He continued with a cold grin. Wasn't that wretched penguin merely exploiting loopholes in copyright law, incessantly plagiarizing games from other companies, thereby expanding its empire step by step? It's only 2018 now, and the debate surrounding whether online short dramas fall under the purview of film and television copyright persists. The clause affirming that online short drama copyrights belong to film and television copyrights, 1T be added until 2 years hence. Li Dong was capitalizing on this temporal disparity. If that foul penguin could achieve success, then he, Li Dong, could certainly surpass it. Ignoring El Bu's astonishment, he continued, I will have Zhang Yin arrange for a few individuals to assist you. Once you return, you should start reaching out to those authors to acquire their copyrights. I need you to secure the rights to all works from prominent and platinum authors within 3 months. Of course, if they possess any other copyrights, you should acquire those as well. I will provide you with a pricing report. Just negotiate according to the figures listed. Upon hearing this, Elbu felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders. There were at least 200 to 300 platinum and prominent authors on the market. The pressure to acquire their copyrights within 3 months was indeed immense. However, amidst this pressure, Elbu felt a surge of excitement. He finally had the opportunity to showcase his abilities and shed the label of being merely a connection-based individual. Understood. I recognize the gravity of your task, but rest assured that the rewards will be equally substantial. If you successfully complete the mission, aside from your salary, you will receive an additional 6-month salary as a bonus. For each day you finish ahead of schedule, another day's salary will be added to your bonus, with no cap. Furthermore, all travel expenses, as long as they are reasonable, will be fully reimbursed by the company. Donggu, with your assurance, if I fail to accomplish this task, you need not keep me. I might as well return home to raise pigs. Elbu replied with resolute confidence, his chest thumping loudly. Excellent. Let us toast to your success. Cheers. Let us drink. Back at the office, Li Dong summoned Zhang Yan, instructing her to transfer a few individuals from the public relations department to assist Elbu. Zhang Yan readily agreed. After addressing this matter, Jin Yong entered the office, bringing updates on the 3 film projects he had previously invested in. After dismissing the others, Li Dong began to review the information. The data indicated that the space scenes, as mentioned by Guofan, had been completed and that special effects were being expedited, with a full production expected by March of the following year. As for Neza, the team led by director Jiaozi had completed production and was currently finalizing the editing. Once editing was finished, it would be sent for review. According to director Jiaozi's estimation, it was likely to be released during the summer of the following year. Lastly, due to director Li Muji's insistence on filming entirely on location, only half of Donggong had been shot thus far. Fortunately, half of the filming consists of outdoor scenes, while the remaining portion takes place indoors. With just about a month left, we will complete the shooting. As for the release date, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is anticipated for next year, likely around mid-year or in the latter half. Chapter 88. Acquisition of Panda Live at a little past 3 in the afternoon. Wang Tsong entered Li Dong's office. As soon as he stepped in, he made himself at home, casually walking over to the refrigerator to retrieve 2 bottles of soda. He tossed one to Li Dong and kept one for himself. After downing nearly half of his drink, Wang Tsong let out a satisfied sound, exclaiming, "Ah, this is refreshing." Hearing this, Li Dong chuckled and playfully scolded, "Old Wang, after spending a few days in South Korea, you've even picked up a bit of Korean, huh? Hey, I learned it. Did you not? Don't tell me you're still innocent with Lin Yenner." Wang Tsong teased with a mischievous grin. Li Dong smirked coldly. "Humph. I truly haven't learned any Korean. Lin Yinner and I communicate in the language of the Dragon Country. Well, I forgot that this superstar speaks Dragon Country language very well. I concede, all right? Seeing Wang Tsong relent, Li Dong smugly smirked and downed the rest of his soda in one go. However, in his haste, he choked a bit, prompting Wang Tsong to roll on the sofa in laughter, pointing at Li Dong in amusement. After a while, once Li Dong had recovered, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He indignantly remarked, "Why do you come to my company every day when you have nothing to do? Hurry and leave. I have work to do and no time to entertain your antics." Wang Tsong, stifling his laughter, retorted, "Come on, aren't you the one trying to acquire Panda Live? Now that I'm here, you want me to leave?" Li Dong smiled awkwardly at Wang Tsong's words, momentarily forgetting about the acquisition amidst the earlier embarrassment. Realizing this, he walked over, draped an arm around Wang Tsong's shoulder, and said, "Hey, don't be upset. I just got a bit too busy and forgot. We're brothers. There's no need to take it seriously." Only would say that. If it were anyone else, even Lin Dong, I wouldn't easily forgive them today. Wang Tsong huffed, expressing his displeasure. Once Wang Tsong was pacified, Li Dong inquired about the other shareholders of Panda Live. The other shareholders were quite surprised to hear about the acquisition and are willing to sell their shares. However, the attitude of that old fellow, Zhou Hongyi from 360, is somewhat ambiguous. I've tried to persuade him, but he hasn't made a statement. Do you think he knows about your plans? Li Dong shook his head slightly, uncertainly replying, he shouldn't, as I've never disclosed his plan to outsiders. Then I suspect he might not be satisfied with the price. Should we consider increasing it? Wang Tsong speculated. Not for now. Li Dong declined Wang Tsong's suggestion. Since he wishes to hold out for a better price, I'll let him wait for 2 months. We'll see how desperate he becomes. Zhou Hongyi holds a total of 19.35 of Panda Live shares, which is considerable, but after Li Dong acquires the shares from the other shareholders, his stake will exceed 80. If Zhou Hongyi still refuses to sell at that point, Li Dong can easily maneuver to oust him from Panda Live. This is the power that comes with absolute control. Well, since you've said that, I shall refrain from offering any further opinions. By the way, when do you intend to acquire those shares? The sooner, the better. After acquiring Panda Live, I plan to purchase another company. I do not wish to engage on 2 fronts simultaneously. Oh, which company do you intend to acquire? Wangong in Guit Gudio Cili, Zhongheng and Qimao. You're looking to acquire a novel website. Do you intend to transform my Panda Live into a video platform? Li Dong smiled mysteriously. Indeed, it is a video platform, but it differs significantly from the current video websites. Do not inquire further, for even if you do, I shall remain reticent. You will understand when it officially commences operations. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsong felt a surge of curiosity, yet knowing Li Dong's temperament, he understood that since Li Dong had explicitly stated his intent to remain tight-lipped, he must quell his inquisitiveness. To divert his attention, Wang Tsong proposed, "Old Li, you have helped me earn so much this time. I have yet to properly celebrate with you. I have reserved a table at Speak Low for us to enjoy tonight." Li Dong had not visited a nightclub to unwind in quite some time, so he readily agreed. Noticing Li Dong's acceptance, Wang Tsong suddenly wore a mysterious smile. "Hey, Old Li, to express my gratitude, I have arranged for a remarkably beautiful lady to join us tonight. However, she is quite elusive. I have pursued her for quite a while without success. Given your superior qualities, I am confident you could win her over." To be candid, Wang Tsong was not unattractive. With a bit of grooming, he was somewhat of a handsome young man. Coupled with financial means, he rarely encountered a lady he could not charm. If he claimed she was difficult to win over, it indeed posed a challenge. Li Dong's curiosity was piqued, and he was eager to meet this enchanting lady. At 10 p.m., Li Dong and Wang Tsong drove their respective sports cars towards Speak Low Bar. As the sleek black Koenigsegg Agera R and the silver-gray Porsche 918 arrived at Speak Low, all eyes outside the bar were drawn to these 2 magnificent vehicles. As the crowd speculated about the owners of these supercars, the doors slowly opened, revealing Li Dong, and Wang Tsong was quite famous the moment he appeared. He was recognized, with numerous enthusiastic patrons calling out his nickname, Principal, as they greeted him. Perhaps due to his recent financial success, Wang Tsong was in exceptionally high spirits, cheerfully engaging with everyone. In contrast, while Li Dong had made a few appearances on trending topics, his fame was still relatively modest, and only a handful recognized him. Due to their uncertainty regarding Li Dong's character, those who recognized him did not greet him as they had Wang Kong. After handing over their vehicles to the bar's security personnel, Li Dong and Wang Tsong, under the enthusiastic guidance of the bar manager, entered Speak Low. Young Master Tsong, young Master Li, this is your reserve table. I have ensured it has been kept for you, the bar manager said with an exceedingly obsequious expression. The legendary plump sheep has arrived at the Speak Low bar, and how could one not feel delighted? Moreover, it was evident that the other party was in exceptionally high spirits today, likely to order more drinks. After all, this is all about money. What is there to be modest about? Wang Sung seemed to be quite familiar with the bar manager. He nodded slightly and said to him, "Please bring us 2 bottles of champagne and some appetizers to start. Once everyone arrives, you may serve me 3 sets of the Dragon Feast." "Certainly, young Master Tsong. Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I will fetch them right away." After the bar manager departed, Li Dong took in the ambience of Speak Low and thought to himself, "Indeed, it is quite splendid." The quality of the dancers within surpassed that of most bars by a noticeable margin. Chapter 89. The incident with my cousin Li Dong and Wang Tsong had scarcely settled in when Wang Tsong's bodyguards and his cousin Lu Mingxiao entered Speak Low bar, positioning themselves behind the two. Noticing this, Li Dong waved at his cousin, beckoning him over. "Cousin, is something the matter?" Lu Mingxiao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Listen, those behind you are bodyguards. It is their duty to protect. Why are you standing with them? Remember, you are my cousin, and you should enjoy yourself with me. Aside from the prohibition on alcohol, feel free to indulge in anything else. But there is no but about it. Have you forgotten what Uncle told you? He instructed me to have you heed my advice." Li Dong patted his cousin's shoulder. "That settles it. Just listen to your older cousin. Stay here and have fun. If you fancy any girls, do let me know, and I shall make arrangements for you." "Cousin, I cannot do that. I already have someone I like," Lu Mingxiao replied, his voice trailing off as he shyly lowered his head, his resolute features flushed crimson. Li Dong shrugged, choosing not to press the matter further. "By the way, do you know any veterans? I need to recruit a few individuals to serve as my bodyguards." "Yes, cousin. I have several comrades for my service, some of whom are particularly formidable, ones I cannot even contend with myself. I have heard they are retired special forces. Are there any women among them?" "There are female veterans, but none have served in special operations," Lu Mingxiao answered candidly. "Well then, please assist me in contacting them. I require 4 male bodyguards and 2 female ones. The starting salary will be at least 30,000, with specific wages determined post-interview. Benefits will be the same as yours, including comprehensive insurance. Such a generous salary. I'm certain they will be eager to try out. I will contact them immediately." Lu Mingxiao exclaimed excitedly as he dashed toward the exit. Unbeknownst to him, a careless soul had spilled cream on the floor and in the dimly lit bar. It was scarcely noticeable unless one looked closely. As Lu Mingxiao ran, he inadvertently stepped on the slick surface, causing him to slip and fall. At that moment, a young man with a rather unruly appearance emerged from a booth, colliding directly with Lu Mingxiao. Faced with the towering and robust Lu Mingxiao, the young man, pallid and bloated from excess, was sent sprawling. Lu Mingxiao quickly realized he had caused trouble and scrambled to assist the man he had inadvertently knocked over. However, the man's companions rushed forward, a group of young men with hair dyed in vivid colors who began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lu Mingxiao. Aware of his fault, Lu Mingxiao had no intention of retaliating. Beat him to a pulp. How dare he bump into young Master Qin? Right, teach him a lesson. Avenge young Master Qin. Lu Mingxiao initially believed that a few punches would suffice to vent their frustrations, but to his astonishment, the assailants continued their relentless assault. Despite his considerable resilience, he found himself on the brink of surrender. At that moment, Qin Shao, who had been sent sprawling, managed to rise with the assistance of his companions. He gingerly probed the sizable lump on the back of his head, which throbbed painfully at the slightest touch. With a glare of hatred directed at Lu Mingxiao, he approached a nearby table, seized a champagne bottle, and advanced towards Lu Mingxiao, delivering a savage blow to his head. Instantly, blood streamed from Lu Mingxiao's wound, trickling down his face. They've killed him. A timid girl, witnessing the grim scene, could not suppress a loud scream. Perhaps endowed with an extraordinary talent, her voice momentarily drowned out the music reverberating throughout the bar. Li Dong and Wang Tsong, alerted by the commotion, stood up to investigate, discovering several individuals mercilessly beating a man lying on the ground. Li Dong's eyes widened in shock as he recognized that the victim was none other than his cousin. Lu Mingxiao. Panic surged through him, and disregarding all else, he sprinted forward. Wang Tsong, noticing Li Dong's unusual demeanor, promptly signaled to his bodyguards and followed closely behind. With remarkable speed, Li Dong navigated through the crowd, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to the blonde-haired youth who was assaulting his cousin, sending him flying. Cousin! At that moment, the remaining assailants surrounding Lu Mingxiao ceased their attack, redirecting their focus towards Li Dong. Wang Tsong and his bodyguards soon arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the group of youths targeting Li Dong, he urgently instructed his bodyguards to protect him at once. Without hesitation, several burly men in suits lunged at the dyed-haired youths, swiftly subduing them to the ground. Meanwhile, the bar manager, who had been conversing with the bartender at the bar, noticed the escalating situation. He promptly instructed the DJ to cease the music and rushed towards the site of the altercation, shouting, "Do not act recklessly. Do not act recklessly." After the dyed-haired youths were subdued, Li Dong hurriedly crouched beside his cousin to assess his injuries. Upon discovering that Lu Mingxiao not only had head wound, but was also coughing up blood, Li Dong's eyes immediately filled with tears. As the bar manager approached the scene, he was taken aback at the sight of Li Dong crouched on the ground and Lu Mingxiao lying in a pool of blood, with Wang Tsong standing protectively behind him. A singular thought raced through his mind. It's over. Everything is over. Li Dong checked for his cousin's breath, and, relieved to find a pulse, forced himself to remain calm as he swiftly dialed emergency services. The bar manager, regaining his composure, quickly added, "Young Master Li, we have bandages and hemostatic sponges here. I will have someone bring them immediately." Without waiting for Li Dong's consent, he shouted to a nearby waiter, "Hurry and fetch the bandages and hemostatic sponges from the cabinet." The waiter, responding without delay, rummaged through the cabinet to retrieve the necessary supplies and rushed back. Taking the bandages and sponges, the bar manager expertly began to tend to Lu Mingxiao's wounds. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Dong, with a hoarse voice, addressed the bar manager. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you," he said. The bar manager promptly replied, "You are too kind, Mr. Li. It is my duty." After uttering these words, Li Dong instructed the bar manager to take good care of his cousin. He gradually rose to his feet, casting a cold glance over the assembled crowd, and declared in a chilling tone, "Who is responsible for this brutal assault on my cousin?" Chapter 90. Madness. Li Dong surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present, before sternly declaring, "How dare you assault my cousin to such an extent? Yet now you cower in silence. What? Do you wish to play the part of a turtle retreating into its shell? Who the hell do you think you are? Our young Master Qin does as he pleases. You are nothing." A young man with silver earrings and a crew cut retorted angrily. Li Dong turned his attention to the crew cut youth, instructing the bodyguard behind him, "Bring him over here and remove his hands and jaw." Understanding the bond between Li Dong and their young master, the bodyguard immediately charged at the crew cut youth upon receiving the order. The youth, seeing the burly figure in his suit rushing towards him, was struck with panic. Just as he attempted to flee, a firm grip seized his arm, lifting him off the ground. Moments later, with a resounding thud, he met the ground in a rather intimate encounter. Pain surged through the crew-cut youth as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Before he could react further, his arm was swiftly broken, and after a couple of agonized cries, his jaw was dislocated. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of vocalizing anything but muffled whimpers. Unable to contain himself any longer, the man referred to as young Master Qin stepped forward and confessed, "It was I who ordered the assault on your cousin." At this, Li Dong turned to face him, noticing a lean man in his 30s, adorned with tattoos on both arms, glaring defiantly back at him. The moment Li Dong laid eyes on him, A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered this individual before. Just then, Wang Tsung stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Dong, and with a cold smile directed at the man, remarked, "I was wondering who had the audacity. It turns out to be you. A beast." Seeing Wang Tsung take a stand, Qin Fan frowned slightly and replied, "Young Master Wang, we are both individuals of status. Why stir conflict over someone inconsequential? For today, could you grant me this favor?" At that moment, Li Dong finally recalled who this young Master Qin was. Many had jested that hard work does not necessarily equate to wealth, yet Qin Fan was undoubtedly affluent. According to some online gossip, Wang Tsung had once tweeted that he did not care about a friend's wealth, as none could surpass his own. Upon seeing this tweet, Qin Fan had commented, "What about me?" For reasons unknown, Wang Tsung had not responded, leading to media speculation that Qin Fan was of the same caliber as Wang Tsung, a super-rich heir. This was further sensationalized by reports of a Ferrari crash on the highway, where the owner remained unfazed, engrossed in his phone. Initially, Li Dong, like many netizens, believed this individual to possess significant influence akin to Wang Kong. However, years later, he came to realize that the notion of a super-rich heir was merely a fabrication, revealing him to be just the son of a mere gambler. Wang Tsung seemed to have caught wind of an international joke, scoffing, "You dare speak to me of status? Are you an imbecile? By what right do you presume to discuss status with me? Have you deluded yourself into believing you are of high standing after pretending for so long? What is my relationship with Lao Li, and what is yours? You, a mere offspring of a gambler, think you can compare with us?" Wang Tsung had always suspected that Li Dong's background was extraordinary, potentially on par with his own. Otherwise, with Li Dong's remarkable ability to generate wealth, he would have long been sought after by influential figures to assist them in their financial endeavors. What? You wish to discuss FL? You intend to converse with the architect of FL regarding FL? Pray, that was devised to restrain the common populace, incapable of containing those in positions of privilege. Wow. A single utterance from Wang Tsung shattered the carefully cultivated persona of Qin Fan, leaving onlookers engaged in hushed whispers and furtive discussions. Qin Fan cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his complexion darkening with fury. Having shared a few encounters with Wang Tsung and even shared drinks on 2 occasions, he considered himself a friend. Yet, he never anticipated Wang Tsung would so brazenly strip away his facade in front of such a multitude, exposing his sordid reality for all to witness. What does stacking chips mean? It refers to the thugs who bring people to gamble at the casinos. Ah, so he is the son of such a person. No wonder he is covered in tattoos. It seems he has followed in his father's footsteps. Once a man of pride, Qin Fan now resembled a jester, absorbing the derisive laughter and disdainful glances from those around him, wishing fervently to disappear into the earth. He glared fiercely at Wang Tsung. If fury could slay, he would have relished the thought of ending Wang Tsung's life on the spot. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Wang Tsung's background was not something he, nor even his father's superior, dared to provoke. With a final venomous glare at Wang Tsung and Li Dong, Qin Fan intended to depart. At that moment, Li Dong called out to him, "What is this? Our illustrious young Master Qin intends to flee with his tail between his legs?" Already having turned to escape, Qin Fan pivoted sharply, bellowing at Li Dong, "You Li, I may fear Wang Tsung, but I shall not fear you. What are you to mock me?" "Huh," Li Dong replied with a chilling smile, "I may be nothing of consequence, but dealing with a mere descendant of a chip stacker is within my capabilities." With that, he signaled to the bodyguard standing nearby. Receiving the cue, the bodyguard swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Fan, delivering a punch to his abdomen, rendering him incapable of resistance. He then seized Qin Fan by the collar, effortlessly tossing him 2 steps forward to land before Li Dong. Seeing this, Li Dong quickly advanced, raising his foot to stomp down hard upon Qin Fan's head. Bang! As Qin Fan's skull connected with the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Li Dong casually rubbed the sole of his shoe, while Qin Fan let out a pained cry from beneath his foot. Ignoring him entirely, Li Dong looked down from his elevated position and declared, "Young Master Qin, you are now beneath my foot, akin to an ant, wailing like a dead dog. How does it feel?" Young Master Li." Please, I beg for your mercy. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Wrong? My cousin lies unconscious due to your actions, yet you dare to speak of regret. As the fury within Li Dong intensified, the force beneath his feet grew ever more formidable, causing Qin Fun's head to break the skin. Blood began to flow instantly, staining Qin Fun's visage a deep crimson. Li Dong, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, showed no intention of halting his assault. Gradually, the anguished cries of Qin Fun diminished to a mere whisper. Witnessing the escalating ferocity etched across Li Dong's face, with his eyes ablaze and a wild expression overtaking him, Wang Tsung hurriedly stepped forward to pull Li Dong back. Calm down, old Li. If this continues, it could end in tragedy. Upon hearing Wang Tsung's urgent plea, Li Dong slowly regained his composure, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Thanks, old Wang. With a sigh of relief, Wang Tsung remarked, your demeanor just now was truly terrifying. You startled me. Casting a glance at Qin Fun, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, Wang Tsung suggested, let's leave for now. It would be unwise to remain should the authorities arrive. I prefer to wait for the ambulance before departing, Li Dong replied. Faced with this, Wang Tsung acquiesced. Very well, I shall stay with you. Chapter 91. To kill the chicken to warn the monkey. After witnessing the ambulance whisking away his cousin, Li Dong departed from the Speak Low bar alongside Wang Kong. No sooner had they left than the local constabulary arrived at the establishment. Although the bar manager was unaware of Li Dong's specific background, he recognized that anyone who could call Wang Tsung a brother must be of considerable standing. Thus, in an effort to curry favor with Li Dong, he informed the officers that it was merely a case of two groups getting excessively inebriated and engaging in a brawl. The constables, accustomed to such responses, issued a few warnings to the bar manager before taking their leave. In the hospital, Li Dong sat with his head bowed on a chair outside the emergency room, while Wang Tsung offered words of comfort, urging him not to worry, assuring him that the doctors here were the best in the city and that his cousin would surely be fine. Li Dong, overwhelmed with anxiety, merely nodded in silence. His heart was in turmoil. His cousin had been brought from their hometown, and if their parents learned of the severe beating he had endured, they would undoubtedly berate him, perhaps even subject him to a severe reprimand. Beyond that, Li Dong was deeply concerned about potential long-term effects his cousin might face, and he could hardly fathom how he would confront his uncle and aunt. Suddenly, the indicator light above the emergency room extinguished, and a middle-aged doctor wearing a mask emerged. Who are the guardians? He inquired. I am the patient's older cousin, Li Dong replied, rising swiftly from his seat. The doctor removed his mask, revealing a face etched with exhaustion, yet he managed to offer a faint smile as he addressed Li Dong. Congratulations, the operation was highly successful, and the patient is no longer in critical condition. He will soon be transferred to a ward. If you wish to visit, you may do so at any time, but please be mindful of the duration. Thank you, Li Dong exclaimed, gripping the doctor's hand with fervent gratitude. I'm immensely thankful for saving my cousin. Thank you. Thank you. The doctor, empathetic to Li Dong's emotional state and having encountered many similar scenarios, replied, there is no need for thanks. It is our duty as physicians. After imparting a few additional words of advice, the doctor departed. Li Dong exhaled a long sigh of relief, his expression visibly easing. See, I told you the doctors here are exceptional. It hasn't been long, and your cousin is already out of danger. Now he just needs to recuperate, Wang Tsung remarked. Indeed, Li Dong replied, but I will not let this matter rest. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice low and resolute. What do you intend to do? Wan Gong In Guit. Li Dong took a deep drag from his cigarette, then slowly released a thick cloud of smoke that nearly obscured his face, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Tonight, to avenge my cousin, I have severely injured Qin Fun. Although his father is merely a petty gambler, he possesses considerable wealth. If I allow this to go unchecked, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not retaliate against me and my family. For the safety of myself and my family, I must allow that father and son to descend into hell to enjoy their lives, for given their sins, they may not ascend to paradise. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsung gazed at Li Dong in astonishment. It was utterly insane to wish someone down to hell over a mere disagreement. Nevertheless, young Master Wang, was not one to be trifled with. Oli, we are friends. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, he stated. I genuinely need your help. Li Dong replied candidly. I would like you to utilize your connections at Wanda to ascertain the entirety of Qin Fun's father's assets. Not an issue. I will make a call right away to facilitate your inquiry. With that, Wang Song seized his phone and dialed. Moments later, he hung up and informed Li Dong. I have instructed someone to investigate. By tomorrow or the day after at the latest, we should have a complete account of Qin Fun's father's assets. Meanwhile, Qin Fun's father, Qin Shou, upon hearing that his son had been hospitalized due to an assault, hastily boarded a flight back to the metropolis from Haokon. He rushed to the hospital and, upon seeing his son lying in bed, head bandaged like a child of the subcontinent, his fury ignited. Tell me, who is responsible? Who has done this to my precious son? I will ensure they pay dearly. At that moment, Qin Fun's mother, a middle-aged woman of ample stature, lifted her head, wiping away the traces of tears from her face. Why direct your fury at me? I know you all too well. You're someone who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Do you dare to seek revenge? Ignoring his wife's derision, Qin Shou spoke again. It was Wang Song from Wanda and Li Dong from Dream Investment. Go on, seek your vengeance if you have the capability. It was them. Qin Shou was taken aback. Hadn't his son told him that he was good friends with Wang Song? If they were such close friends, then why had his son been so brutally assaulted? Observing her husband's shocked expression, Qin Fun's mother felt a swell of indignation towards his demeanor, but recognized the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, which was insurmountable for them. They could only succumb. Once Qin Shou regained his composure, he noticed the scornful expression on his wife's face, which irked him. What do you, a mere woman, understand? My elder brother's business is at a crucial juncture. Once we navigate through this period, not even Li Dong or Wanda will intimidate him. When that time comes, I will surely avenge our son. Qin Fun's mother scoffed, resuming her seat, fixating her gaze on their son. Seeing her demeanor, Qin Shou's expression darkened, and he exited the hospital room. Cousin Lu Mingxiao recovered remarkably quickly and awoke the following morning. Li Dong, observing his cousin's familiar, foolish expression, reproached him. Weren't you just boasting about how you could take on 5 at once? How is it that you were bested by a few youngsters? Cousin, this time I was at fault initially. It would have been unreasonable for me to retaliate. Unreasonable my foot. Those ruffians intended to incapacitate you. Under such circumstances, you refrained from fighting back, making you a complete fool. Listen to me. Should such a situation arise again, do not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Fear not the trouble it may incite, for I, your cousin, shall stand by you. Indeed, I, your brother Wang, shall also lend you my support. Wang Song interjected with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxiao could only nod in agreement, acknowledging that he would not exhibit such foolishness again. At that moment, Wang Song's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up and said to Li Dong, Old Li, the information has been gathered. I shall send it to you immediately. Excellent. Li Dong's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. This time, he intended to make an example of those who dared to covet his interests, ensuring that all who contemplated crossing him understood that Li Dong was not to be trifled with. Chapter 92. Li Dong's intentions. Li Dong received the materials sent by Wang Song and, upon opening them, discovered the following details. Name, Qin Shou. Height, 171 centimeters. Family, son Qin Fun, wife Shui Yin Industry, shareholder of Daong City Group, holding 10 of the shares, owner of a DU hall at the Macau Casino, holds 10 stakes in the online gaming site, New Lisboa, possesses luxurious villas across the Greater Bay Area. Total assets, 5 billion. As he perused the information in his hands, Li Dong was suddenly reminded of a news article he had encountered in his previous life. The headline read, Macau's new DU king, Sumi Hua, convicted on 168 charges, sentenced to 18 years in prison, in order to compensate the Macau government 5 billion, along with 143 billion to 5 companies, MGM, Wynn Macau, Venetian, Galaxy, and Macau Entertainment. When Li Dong first encountered this news, he had taken the initiative to research Sumi Hua, discovering that he had risen from a mere gambler to a magnate with a peak net worth of 40 billion. Primarily involved in online gambling and the DU industry in Macau, His Daeong City Group was a significant investor in many films, including Macau Wind and Cloud, Chasing the Dragon, and Drug War 2. It was rumored that only the sun could darken this man's operations, as most of the films he starred in were investments by Sumi Hua. In his pursuit of greater profit, Sumi Hua had begun directing customers to his online gambling site, New Lisboa. This website, as many would know, was widely recognized. It was common knowledge that Macau was a tourist city renowned for its gambling. And as Sumi Hua lured visitors online, the influx of tourists to Macau naturally dwindled. Initially, the Macau authorities remained indifferent. However, as a growing number of individuals opted for New Lisboa over a trip to Macau, the authorities could no longer ignore the situation. Consequently, they united with MGM, Wynn Macau, Venetian, Galaxy, and Macau Entertainment to wage a comprehensive war against Sumi Hua. Confronted with such a formidable alliance, it was unsurprising that Sumi Hua was ultimately defeated. Not only was he incarcerated, but he was also compelled to pay an exorbitant compensation of $8.6 billion. Following this debacle, his online gambling site, New Lisboa, collapsed, and the stocks of his publicly listed company, Daeong City Group, plummeted to a mere 0.043 Hong Kong dollars per share. It turned out that the father of our young Master Qin was a subordinate of the new gambling king, Sumi Hua. No wonder he carried himself with such arrogance. Wang Tsong, who had not examined the documents, interjected at this moment. What nonsense! This so-called new gambling king is merely a petty thug who has made a bit of money through deception. Li Dong turned to Wang Tsong and inquired from your tone. It seems you have some grievances with this new gambling king? Indeed, Wang Tsong readily acknowledged, explaining, when I was younger, I visited Macau and played at this fellow's DU hall. My luck was poor, and I lost a considerable sum. Just as I was about to leave, perhaps sensing my youth and naivety, incessantly urged me to borrow money from him. My father always warned me that gambling can be a harmless pastime, but one must not engage in high stakes. Becoming too immersed can lead to ruin. This old scoundrel kept pressuring me to borrow money, fully aware of my financial status, with the intention of deceiving me. In that moment, I confronted him directly, pushing him aside. His subordinate attempted to retaliate, but my bodyguard swiftly subdued him. Ultimately, it was Sister He who intervened to mediate the situation, allowing it to be settled. And who is Sister He, you may ask? She is none other than the current head of the He family, He Chaoqiong. Are you well acquainted with her? Li Dong inquired. To a certain extent, Wang Tsong explained. Mainly because their company has several collaborations with ours domestically, hence we have met on a couple of occasions. Upon hearing this, Li Dong said to Wang Tsong, please assist me in contacting Miss He. I have matters to discuss with her. Contact her? Wang Tsong was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, you intend to ally with the He family against Qin Shou. Hearing this, Li Dong smiled mysteriously, stating, there is no need to join forces with the He family to deal with a mere Qin Shou. My true target is the new king of washing rice. Undicesimo Miwa. What? Wang Tsong looked at Li Dong in utter astonishment, urging, old Li, do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. Sumi Hua is no insignificant figure. He will not be easily manipulated by us. Moreover, he has many ruthless individuals under his command. Once he learns of your alliance with the He family against him, he will stop at nothing to retaliate. Retaliate against me? Li Dong's expression suddenly turned cold. By the time he realizes I am targeting him, he will lack the means to retaliate. Prison will be his final destination. Observing Li Dong's unwavering confidence, Wang Tsong could not help but speculate. Has old Li resorted to using family power? I am genuinely curious which family produces such a twisted individual. Just as Li Dong was discussing strategies to confront Sumi Hua with Wang Tsong in the hospital, a new message suddenly appeared on Weibo, stating, Li Dong rakes in 20 billion in a single night, perhaps due to the influence of monetary prowess. This news quickly surged to trending status and began to climb the charts rapidly. Hello, everyone. I am your good friend, financial blogger Lao Chen. Today, we have explosive news. According to reliable sources, Dream Investment made another foray into crude oil futures last week, once again under the management of General Manager Li Dong. In this operation, Dream Investment significantly shorted the crude oil futures market, with profits far exceeding the previous $500 million, reaching a staggering 20 billion Dragon Kingdom currency. Dear family, I am your beloved financial blogger, A, and today I have some super exciting news to share. According to insider information, far exceeding the previous $500 million, reaching 20 billion Dragon Kingdom currency. Hello everyone, I'm your good friend, financial blogger Xian. Today I want to discuss what is happening. This foolish blogger is recycling old news just to grab attention. The person above is a typical half-reader. Finish the latter part before speaking. Ooh gao. Uncertain of what had transpired, the comments were filled with Wu Chao. I suppose I will add my own Wu Chao as well. Is this a cheat? This is definitely a cheat. Novels would not dare to portray such a scenario. An experienced investor remarked. Brother, embrace reality. There truly are geniuses in this world. Look at me. I have accepted it with equanimity. Li Dong's father, take me along, I implore you. A young individual with 15 years of stock market experience commented. The person above should leave. My husband belongs to me. Bah, Li Dong is rightfully mine. P.S. I am uncertain which adorable individual, a fan of NC, reported me, resulting in the suspension of recommendations for this book. It is truly exasperating. I am diligently working on revisions and will release a new chapter shortly. Chapter 93. The Iron Lady and Chao Qiong, the He family. Hailing from the illustrious city of Macau, is renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom, across Asia, and indeed, the entire world. The family's rise to prominence is attributed to He Hongla, the fourth-generation Diyu King of Macau, who is not only the wealthiest among his predecessors, but also the longest-lived and father of the most children. The intricate family feuds could easily fill 10 continuous dramas. Now, at the venerable age of 97, Diyu King He Hongla's health has significantly declined. He lies bedridden, reliant on costly medications for sustenance. The family's enterprises have been entrusted to his eldest daughter, He Chao Qiong, in her capable hands. In the new Macau Grand Lisboa Diyu Arena, He Chao Qiong's office occupies the uppermost floor, a spacious expanse of 300 square meters. At this moment, she listens attentively as her assistant, Julie, briefs her on the day's news from the government. Ms. He, that concludes the official announcements for today. He Chao Qiong nodded slightly, and perhaps on a whim, she inquired, is there any exhilarating news in the financial sector lately? If so, please share. Indeed, Ms. He. According to various financial news outlets and bloggers, Dream Investment Limited in the Magic City, under the leadership of General Manager Li Dong, made another foray into crude oil futures last week, yielding unprecedented returns amounting to approximately 20 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. What? 20 billion? He Chao Qiong gazed at Julie in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. Did I mishear, or did you misread that? Julie confirmed repeatedly, responding hesitantly, Ms. He, I did not misread. It is indeed 20 billion. Upon hearing Julie's confirmation, He Chao Qiong sat momentarily stunned in her chair, her gaze drifting into the distance. If her memory served her correctly, Li Dong had made a staggering profit of $500 million just last October, and now, in a little over a month, he had multiplied his gains several times over. Could it be that Li Dong is truly a financial prodigy? Julie, please investigate Li Dong's background, his family, friends, relatives, and all his connections. Certainly, Ms. He. I will attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, at a restaurant in the Magic City, Li Dong and Wang Tsong were enjoying a rare meal devoid of female company. Suddenly, while scrolling through his phone, Wang Tsong exclaimed, No way. Old Li, you're trending again. What is the reason this time? Li Dong, too famished to indulge in his phone, inquired between sips of soup. Goodness, Old Li, how much did you actually profit the other day? It says here you made 20 billion. Is it yet another Wall Street tactic? Once is not enough. It seems I must devise a scheme to deal with these fellows. Including my personal accounts, the total profit is indeed around 20 billion. As for the private equity profits, didn't I send those details to you? After savoring a hearty mouthful of rich pig trotter soup, Li Dong replied. Upon hearing Li Dong's response, Wang Tsong began to count on his fingers, and moments later, he exclaimed in astonishment, No way. Unbeknownst to him, Old Li, you have become a billionaire. Upon hearing this, Li Dong looked at Wang Tsong, astonished, realizing that despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, this fellow possessed quite the aptitude for arithmetic. Wang Tsong, upon hearing this, darkened his expression. Old Li, come on, I graduated from a prestigious global institution, you know? If I can't manage this basic arithmetic, then all my studies would have been in vain. Li Dong shrugged, deftly shifting the topic. Enough with the phone. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, you can contact the lady. Wang Tsong glanced at the time on his phone. What's the rush? There's still plenty of time. Speaking of which, you only posted a single tweet on Weibo, yet it managed to attract 7 million followers. Truly remarkable. However, the gap between us is still considerable, and you have to put more effort. Wang Tsong beamed at his over 40 million followers, relishing this rare area where he outshone Li Dong. In response to Wang Tsong's boastfulness, Li Dong snorted dismissively, pondering who might eventually have their Weibo account suspended, leading to a total follower loss. Not receiving a retort from Li Dong, Wang Tsong assumed victory and grew even more self-satisfied. In celebration of today, I'm giving away 100 Huawei Mate 20 phones. Every 500 comment will win one, exclusively for those who follow my account. After verifying the content, Wang Tsong posted it. As a superstar influencer with over 40 million followers, every moment his Weibo post was live, a flood of curious onlookers began to swarm in. First floor check-in. Second floor check-in. Wow, the foolish son of the landlord is back with more giveaways. I must quickly inform my friends and family. The fool upstairs. If he stops giving things away in the future, what then? Do you really think I follow him because I like him? First come, first served. May the goddess bless me. Wang Tsong observed his stagnant follower count gradually begin to rise, feeling quite content. Meanwhile, in Haogong, He Chaoqiong had just finished dining with friends and was taking a nap. At that moment, her assistant, Julie, knocked on the door of He Chaoqiong's office lounge. Hearing the knock, He Chaoqiong slowly awoke from her slumber and slightly turned, calling out, "What is the matter?" "Miss He, it's a call from Wang Tsong, the young master of Qingda. He says he has something very important to discuss with you." "Wan Gong, why would he be seeking me out? It seems we have little in the way of acquaintance." After a brief contemplation, He Chaoqiong decided to take the call. After all, it would be regrettable to miss an important matter. "The door is unlocked. Julie, come in." "Certainly, Miss He." Once Julie entered and approached He Chaoqiong's bedside, respectfully handing her the phone, He Chaoqiong received it. "Hello, is this little Tsong?" "This is Sister Chaoqiong." "Oh, is that so? All right, I agree. However, I am quite busy over the next couple of days, and won't be able to reach Modu for a while." Let us settle on that then." After hanging up, He Chaoqiong turned to Julie. "What is the relationship between that Wang Tsong and Li Dong in Modu?" "According to the information we have gathered, Wang Tsong and Li Dong share a remarkably close relationship. They frequently dine together and frequent nightclubs. Wang Tsong invested $100 million in a private equity fund initiated by Li Dong, which amounts to a substantial financial tie beyond their personal camaraderie. I had wondered why the young scion of the Wang family would arrange a meeting with me on Li Dong's behalf. Now, the reason is clear." Suddenly, He Chaoqiong turned to Julie and inquired, "Julie, what would you do if there was someone who had made a profit on their first investment, a second, and a third? When they prepare for their fourth investment, how would you respond?" He Chaoqiong, Julie replied, "If such a person truly exists, I would unreservedly place my bets alongside them." She gently adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, speaking with conviction. He Chaoqiong nodded slightly, gazing into the distance. "Indeed, that is why I have agreed to meet him 3 days hence in the magical city. The 94th acquisition commences." Wang Tsong nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. They would meet 3 days later, with the specific time contingent upon the arrival of the flight into the bustling metropolis. They would be notified in advance. "Very well," said Lao Wang. "Thank you." "There's no need for thanks. It's merely a matter of a phone call. By the way, weren't you supposed to assist me in contacting the shareholders of Panda Live? They mentioned they would arrive at the Panda Company this afternoon. Should we head over now, or wait a little longer? Please hold on a moment. I need to consult my lawyer first." After a brief pause, having concluded his discussion with lawyer Luo Xiong, Li Dong joined Wang Tsong as they headed to the Panda Live Company. At the base of the Panda Live building, Li Dong met up with Luo Xiong. They exchanged a handshake. "Lawyer Luo, I appreciate your assistance today." "You are too kind, Mr. Li. It is our firm's privilege to serve you." Luo Xiong responded with a smile. Having seen the news online, Luo Xiong was taken aback upon learning that Li Dong's net worth had surpassed 100 billion. If his memory served him correctly, during their first engagement, Li Dong's worth was merely a few billion. Now, only a few months had passed, and his wealth had skyrocketed, akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Dong, accompanied by Luo Xiong and Wang Tsong, entered the building and ascended the elevator to the Panda Live company. Upon entering, Li Dong distinctly sensed a somber atmosphere. The employees exhibited a lackluster work ethic. Even the presence of their boss, Wang Tsong, failed to uplift the mood. Recently, Panda Live had encountered significant challenges in securing financing, and the funds in their accounts were dwindling. The company's performance was far from the benchmarks agreed upon with investors, and as the deadline loomed ever closer, the firm found itself in unprecedented straits. It was rumored that several prominent streamers were preparing to transition to other platforms, a turbulent situation that had also affected the staff. Li Dong empathized with their uncertainty regarding the future. However, should he proceed with the acquisition of Panda and find the atmosphere unchanged, he would not hesitate to withdraw. Taking a seat in Wang Tsong's office, Wang Tsong addressed Li Dong. "Old Li, I believe you have observed the current state of my company. As a friend, I advise you to consider this carefully. The streaming industry is fraught with complexities that may elude your grasp. Proceed with caution regarding the acquisition." Li Dong was drawn to Panda Live due to its impressive base of registered users. With 100 million registered users, developing a similar app to reach such numbers would require an investment of at least 10 to 20 billion, with no guarantee of success. Panda Live, once among the top 3 streaming companies, boasted substantial recognition, significantly reducing the time needed to establish a brand presence. Following the acquisition, Li Dong planned to implement reforms within the company, introducing a new venture, a short drama channel, concerning the content of the live broadcasts and the hosts. His plan is as follows. If prominent hosts demand exorbitant fees, he will simply forego their involvement, focusing primarily on nurturing emerging talent. Furthermore, he intends to establish a dedicated department